In the face of an impending apocalypse, Xiao Ran found himself betrayed and brutally murdered by his wife and her family, only to discover in his final moments that his son was not his biological child, rendering him nothing more than a pitiable pawn. However, fate intervened, granting him a rebirth 3 months prior to the cataclysm, along with access to a vast, otherworldly space. Determined to reshape his destiny, he resolved to divorce his malicious wife, win the lottery, delve into the stock market, amassing billions, construct a safe haven, and stockpile abundant resources that in this new life, he vowed to exact a ruthless revenge upon his ex-wife's family, shedding his previous identity as a humble sycophant. Chapter 1. Rebirth Before the End. Xiao Ran jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He had experienced an incredibly vivid dream. In this dream, the world was besieged by an unrelenting hailstorm. The hailstones, as large as ping-pong balls, effortlessly shattered ordinary glass, including car windows. A thick fog enveloped the land, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to venture outside. The temperature plummeted, though not to the extent of freezing individuals into statues. It dipped to around -10 degrees. And yet, it was June. On the fourth day, the power grid collapsed, leading to the tragic demise of many who succumbed to the cold overnight. To make matters worse, the hail carried a deadly toxin. Any liquid formed from the hail proved fatal upon contact. Plants withered instantly, and water sources became contaminated. Even a small sip induced excruciating vomiting and diarrhea, while consuming a larger quantity guaranteed immediate death. Everyone was trapped, watching their supplies dwindle, and as food and clean water ran out, the most horrifying reality unfolded. Cannibalism ensued. Yet, Xiao Ran could never have imagined that he would be ambushed and dismembered by his wife's family. No, this is not a dream. There's only one possibility that I have been reborn. Now is the time. He located his phone, and the time displayed was clearly March 1st. When did the apocalypse occur? June 1st. He recalled it vividly, for on that day he had intended to take his son to the amusement park. But as soon as they stepped outside, hail began to fall, striking him painfully in the aving him questioning his existence. This meant there were still a full 3 months until the cataclysmic disaster. I must amass wealth, gather enough sustenance to last a lifetime, stockpile resources for eternity, and construct a sanctuary to withstand both hail and those who would seek to seize it from me. How to make money. Simple. His pastime was analyzing market trends and keeping an eye on stocks. But where to procure the initial capital? Lottery tickets. He distinctly remembered the winning numbers of the next lottery draw. He had spent $2 and correctly guessed 5 digits. Thus it left a lasting impression. The prize pool had already swelled to an astounding $5 billion, and purchasing 100 tickets would secure him the maximum reward. With the capital in hand and the trajectory of most promising stocks clear, was it not an easy feat to accumulate wealth? Yet the first order of business is divorce. Xiao Ran's gaze was fierce in his previous life. Not only had his wife and her family feasted upon his fortune, but she had also divulged a monumental secret before he breathed his last. His son was not his biological child. He could not rest in peace. You wretched woman. Xiao Ran clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with madness. He sought vengeance. He yearned for retribution. I shall not allow your family to perish so easily. Xiao Ran, an orphan, ascended to university through sheer determination and subsequently secured a position at a respectable company. It was during this time that he was introduced to his wife, Zheng Wan, a sweet-faced nurse whose parents had recently retired, receiving a modest pension, and who had a younger bro. They're still pursuing his studies in college. As an orphan, he did not place great importance on the continuation of his lineage. Rather, he yearned for the warmth of a family. After their marriage, however, his wife's demeanor abruptly shifted to one of coldness, and her parents and younger brother treated him with disdain. Yet, when his wife soon became pregnant, he found solace in the joy of impending fatherhood, selectively ignoring the prevailing tensions. Upon the birth of their son, he toiled tirelessly, attending to the late-night duties of changing diapers and preparing formula, shouldering these responsibilities alone. Within the Zheng household, he appeared to be a son-in-law, but in reality, he was but a servant. What was even more absurd, his entire salary was relinquished, leaving him with a paltry allowance of merely 200 yuan each month. Meanwhile, his brother-in-law, Zheng Gang, squandered money extravagantly during his studies and, after graduation, failed to hold down any job for long, yet frequently indulged in hotel stays and dining out with his girlfriend. Now, Xiao Ran understood whose money Zheng Gang was spending his own. However, what incensed Xiao Ran the most was the revelation that the son he had nurtured for 3 years, pouring all his love and effort into, was not his biological child. He was merely a pitiful and laughable stand-in. From now on, you shall not lay a finger on any wealth I accumulate. The provisions I stockpile will remain solely for my eyes. Not even a crumb shall I bestow upon you. And I shall terminate your existence in the most ruthless manner. Xiao Ran rose from his bed, ready to slip on his shoes when he abruptly froze. He realized that his consciousness was connected to an expansive, boundless realm. Is this an alternate dimension? With a mere thought, the mobile phone he held vanished in a thin air. Yet through his mind's eye, he could clearly perceive it dwelling within the otherworldly space. Then, with another mental command, the phone reappeared in his grasp. Xiao Ran's mouth fell agape. Now, how much resources can I accumulate? He felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. This revelation could resolve a critical issue regarding his safe house. There was no longer a need to allocate a significant area of furs. Storage, and since food items require preservation, the stringent regulation of temperature and humidity in a warehouse could be bypassed. What a relief this would be for the design and construction challenges. The emergence of such extraordinary abilities further affirms that this is no mere dream. Xiao Ran's expression hardened with determination. He gathered his belongings and approached the door, flinging it open with fervor. What time do you think it is? Do you even know how to rise? His father-in-law, Zheng Yujun, nearly hurled his teacup at him, his tone laced with ire. Get moving, wash the dishes, and prepare the meal. Xiao Ran glared at Zheng Yujun with a fierce intensity, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him, as if he longed to dispatch this old wretch in an instant. Yet, he knew better than to act impulsively. Taking a life now would demand a heavy price, and ending this old scoundrel with a single stroke would be far too lenient. Under Xiao Ran's penetrating gaze, Zheng Yujun felt his own resolve waver, as he sensed the terrifying weight of Xiao Ran's glare, as if the next moment could witness his own demise. He was immediately consumed by rage, pounding on the table with a fury. How dare you, you little wretch, meet my gaze? Xiao Ran approached and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap across the old man's face. This strike was infused with the depth of his indignation, causing the old fool to collapse onto the table. At that moment, his mother-in-law, Lin Meiying, emerged cradling her grandson. Upon witnessing the scene, she screamed in horror, startling the child into a fit of wails. Xiao Ran had always cherished his son, but in this instant, he felt only anger and revulsion. Indeed, the child bore no resemblance to him, yet he had never questioned it, believing instead that his wife's genes were dominant. The shocking truth was that he was unwittingly wearing a garish green hat. How laughable, how tragic. An honest man provoked to wrath is a perilous thing. Xiao Ran stepped forward, snipping a lock of the child's hair with scissors, a cold smile gracing his lips as he stormed out. Merely 10 minutes later, his phone rang. Upon answering, he was met with the furious voice of Zheng Wan. Xiao Ran, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike my father? Divorce. Xiao Ran coldly responded, disregarding her outburst. Chapter 2. Divorce. Xiao Ran remained composed, stating calmly, immediately proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I have brought the household registration book, marriage certificate, and identification. Xiao Ran, Zheng Wan shouted once more, but this time her tone shifted to one of calmness. Don't act impulsively. A marriage cannot simply be dissolved on a whim. What about Xiao Jia? Xiao Ran regarded the boy, known as Zheng Jia, as her son, albeit an illegitimate one. With a scoff, Xiao Ran retorted, how long do you intend to deceive me? Zheng Jia is not my son. He is the love child of you and Zhang Zihao. Your haste to marry me was merely a facade to conceal that you were already carrying Zhang Zihao's child. How do you know this? Zheng Wan's voice trembled with disbelief. That is of no concern to you. You must go to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately, or I shall create a scene at the hospital, exposing your affair with Zhang Zihao and leaving you out. Oh, face the consequences. Xiao Ran stated coolly that he was confident that Zheng Wan would relent. Indeed, after a moment of hesitation, Zheng Wan acquiesced. "All right, I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right away." Her initial urgency to marry Xiao Ran stemmed from a desire to avoid the scandal of an unwed pregnancy, to protect Zhang Ziheo's reputation, and, not least, because Xiao Ran proved to be easily manageable, effectively providing the household with a free caretaker. Remarkably, this caretaker would surrender all her earnings. Now that their son was already 3 years old, the concern for reputation had dissipated. It was a pity, however, that Xiao Ran, the caretaker who contributed her salary, was to be dismissed. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau via subway, Xiao Ran was taken aback to find Zheng Wan had arrived even earlier, waiting at the entrance for him. This woman, aged 27, stood at a height of 160 centimeters, possessing a sweet visage with large, expressive eyes, her hair tied back in a ponytail. Her appearance was decent enough, warranting a score of 70, though her figure left much to be desired, modestly endowed with an A-cup bust. She regarded Xiao Ran with a look of uncertainty, still reeling from the shock of how he had uncovered the truth. Unbeknownst to her, all of this had been conveyed by her previous life to Xiao Ran. At that time, Xiao Ran was on the verge of death, and she naturally felt no concern about any potential leaks. "You are a slave to our family, now and forever." Xiao Ran regarded her with indifference, stating, "I leave with nothing. The child remains with you, and I shall not contribute a single penny towards their upbringing." Logically, he could have demanded a division of marital assets and, following a paternity test, sought compensation. However, he found no time to squander on such matters. He needed to finalize the divorce today, otherwise, should he win the lottery before the dissolution of their marriage, he would find himself entangled in considerable trouble. How could Zheng Wan's family resist the temptation of such a lucrative opportunity? Thus, he renounced any claim to shared marital property. Zheng Wan, rendered speechless by his words, reluctantly accompanied him to the divorce office. After obtaining a number and waiting in line, they were soon summoned, as the crowd was sparse that day. The mediator attempted to intervene, stating, "You are both still young, and you have children." "The child is not mine," Xiao Ran replied flatly, his expression devoid of emotion. The mediator paused, realizing further persuasion was futile, and inquired, "How shall the assets be divided?" "I leave with nothing," Xiao Ran reiterated. Since the child was not biologically his, he bore no obligation for their support. Choosing to leave without any claim to property, the divorce agreement was swiftly prepared. Within half an hour, Xiao Ran exchanged his marriage certificate for a divorce certificate. A wave of relief washed over him. At last, he had extricated himself from the clutches of the Zheng family's abyss. Without casting a glance at Zheng Wan, Xiao Ran strode away with purpose. Zheng Wan wore an expression of deep resentment. She had lost a free caretaker and, consequently, a significant portion of her financial support. After all, Xiao Ran's current salary exceeded 10,000. "Do you think you can just escape like this?" "Not a chance." She retrieved her phone and dialed the police. "I wish to report a case, yes. My father has been assaulted. The assailant is Xiao Ran. His ID number is 3205. Having exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiao Ran first indulged in a leisurely lunch. By the afternoon, around 2 o'clock, he ventured into a nearby lottery shop. After selecting several numbers, he spent 200 yuan to purchase 100 tickets. A staggering 500 million. This was the maximum prize for the current draw. The lottery ticket bore a timestamp, and the completion of his divorce proceedings was also under surveillance, thus making the marital assets indisputably clear. However, Xiao Ran was devoid of any money at that moment. He had exhausted his entire 200 yuan pocket money. Not to worry, there was still Huabei available. He first booked a hotel through his phone, then took a taxi to the location. After registering with his ID, he settled into a luxurious hotel room that cost 1,500 yuan for a single night. In the past, he would never have indulged in such extravagance. But now, what did money matter? Within the confines of his room, Xiao Ran began to explore the specific uses and characteristics of the otherworldly space. Firstly, the ability to absorb an object was entirely contingent upon its size. Due to the constraints of a spatial portal measuring merely 5 by 5 meters, objects can be infinite long, yet their height and width must remain within the confines of 5 meters. Weight is inconsequential, as it suffices to merely make contact with the object and direct one's though. Moreover, it is impossible to contain living beings within this space. This became evident when Xiao Ran absconded with the fish tank from a lounge, which housed 5 goldfish. Despite his hand pressing against the tank, no matter how he concentrated, he could not draw the tank into the alternate dimension. However, upon opening the portal, he was able to directly place the tank inside, only to find the fish deceased upon retrieval. In essence, living creatures can either be forcefully crammed in or left to their own devices. Indeed, if utilized cleverly, it could serve as a means to deceive. Furthermore, the spatial portal can be opened at any location and in any direction, though it must not extend beyond a radius of 2 meters from his person. It is also impermissible to open the portal within solid objects, such as within a wall. Notably, with his movement, the portal will automatically close, yet it can be reopened instantaneously. Once an item is placed within this alternate space, its condition is preserved. For instance, if a cup of hot tea is placed inside, it will remain scalding even after an hour simul. Arly, a block of ice will not melt in the slightest after the same duration. This is simply perfect for storing food. Most crucially, this preservation extends to the kinetic energy of the objects. Thus, when Xiao Ran tosses a brick into the space, upon releasing it, the brick will descend with 4. What if one were to hurl arrows, bullets, or even objects plummeting from great heights into the fray? A formidable weapon indeed. All that Xiao Ran intended to do was to stockpile ammunition and practice his aim. Now, all I need is to claim the grand prize tomorrow, and I shall purchase a house, invest in the stock market, and transform that dwelling into a fortress of safety. That evening, Xiao Ran deliberately sought out an upscale restaurant, selecting only the most extravagant dishes. The thrill of spending was exhilarating. He reflected with deep sentiment previously, he had managed to subsist on a mere 200 yuan a month. Why? Because he had to save for his wife and son. And what was the result? He found himself a pitiful pawn in their game. Now, he would lavishly spend, for starting tomorrow, he would be a wealthy man. And when calamity strikes, he would emerge as the richest person in the world. Yet, at that time, the currency would not be paper notes, but rather food, clothing, energy, and the like. Chapter 3. Claiming the prize. Having been reborn, Xiao Ran's mindset had undergone a complete transformation. He would not have their temperament altered after being bound by their wife's family, only to be uttered for sustenance. Moreover, he had long harbored discontent towards his ex-wife's family. He had merely tolerated them for the sake of his son. The revelation that his son was not his biological child became the final straw that broke the camel's back. A good-natured man, when pushed to the brink, can become more unhinged than others. After dining, he settled the bill using a credit service, spending over 30,000 yuan. His limit exceeded 80,000, sparing him the embarrassment of being unable to pay. However, to be frank, while the restaurant was indeed expensive, the cuisine left much to be desired. Upon returning to the hotel, it was precisely 10 minutes before the television station commenced the live broadcast of the double color ball lottery draw. 1, a match. 2, a match. 3, a match. 7, all matches. Xiao Ran smiled. It seemed that his reincarnation had not altered the course of history. 500 million in hand. Oh, but taxes must be paid and donations made. So let us estimate it at 400 million. Xiao Ran lay down to sleep, tossing and turning, as waves of thoughts surged forth, preventing him from drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, the Zheng household was in a state of uproar. What? That scoundrel divorced you. Zheng Yujun could hardly believe it, even as his daughter placed the divorce certificate on the table. Had Xiao Ran not been merely a dog in their home? This dog was exceptionally obedient, laboring without complaint, yet now this very dog had bitten back and fled. He could not accept this. Where's Dad? I want to ride the horse. Zheng Jie chimed in, eager to join the commotion. Your father is dead, Zheng Wan shouted at her son. Zheng Jie, however, clapped his hands in delight. Dad is dead. Dad is dead. Because Xiao Ran had always indulged him, never uttering a harsh word, and having become accustomed to the family treating Xiao Ran with such disdain, he held no reverence for this. Nominal father. Zheng Wan was at her wits' end previously. Whenever Xiao Ran was home, she could relinquish her son's care to him without worry. Now, with a 3-year-old chattering incessantly in her ear, she felt a growing urge to scream. She took a deep breath, reluctantly allowing Lin Ming to care for her son, and then said, "I have reported it to the police, but they claimed it is a domestic issue and typically do not intervene unless the injuries are severe." "What?" Zheng Yujun jumped up. "That bastard struck me, and there are no consequences." Zheng Wan fell silent, although Zheng Yujun had received a slap. The mark on his face had nearly faded, so how could such a minor injury warrant legal action? "Sister, why did you agree to the divorce?" Zheng Gang inquired. "That man earns over 10,000 a month. Once we divorce, our household will lose that income. How will I marry?" "Indeed, you are aware of the conditions proposed by your brother-in-law's family. They demand a dowry of 300,000 and a house. Without that bastard's income, your brother will face considerable financial strain." Zheng Yujun added. His plan was to use the salary Xiao Ran contributed to help his son repay the loan, but now that money had vanished. How could he not feel anxious? He felt more urgency than from the slap Xiao Ran had delivered. Zheng Wan was increasingly exasperated, for her father and brother were solely focused on Xiaoran's monthly salary, entirely disregarding her future. But hadn't it always been this way? Suppressing her annoyance, she declared, "I will not let him off so easily. Xiaoran will certainly pay the price." Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang grumbled, yet they were unaware of Xiaoran's whereabouts. No matter how angry or anxious they felt, what could they do? "Remarrying is imperative," Zheng Yujun exclaimed. "That scoundrel not only provides over 10,000 yuan a month, but is also an exceptional worker. We cannot allow him to escape." Zheng Wan furrowed her brow and said, "I need to step outside for some fresh air." Xiao Ran was already aware that her son was not biologically hers. How could a remarriage ever be feasible? Agitated and distressed, as Lin Ming was unable to care for her grandson, her son began to throw a tantrum, smashing things in frustration. All she desired was to flee, to distance herself from it all. A night passed. Xiao Ran, invigorated, first went to the dining hall to indulge in a hearty meal. What a delight! In the past half-month of the apocalypse, not only had he been allocated the least amount of food, but he had also set aside portions for his false son. Reflecting on it now, it felt utterly ironic. How could he have been so foolish? Zheng Jie bore no resemblance to him whatsoever. Moreover, he was unruly and utterly unreasonable. This temperament bore no similarity to Zheng Wan's. So how could he possibly be anything other than an illegitimate child? Xiao Ran shook his head, resolving not to dwell on such thoughts any longer. His life was about to truly commence from this day forward. After finishing his meal, he summoned a vehicle and made his way to the lottery center. Upon learning that Xiao Ran was there to claim his prize, the staff promptly escorted him inside. He presented his lottery ticket and verified his identity. Then came the moment of claiming his winnings, staggering 500 million yuan. After paying taxes of 100 million and donating 2 million to charity, the amount he would ultimately receive was a remarkable 398 million yuan. This was still an immense fortune. Representatives from several banks at the lottery center immediately approached to solicit business. Xiao Ran was indifferent. He had no need for investment management to earn interest. He casually chose a bank simply because it was conveniently located near his neighborhood. After successfully handling the deposit business, the department manager, radiating with the vigor of spring, invitingly beckoned Xiao Ran to take a stroll, her intentions unmistakable. Bly suggestive, Xiao Ran scrutinized her. In his estimation, a score of 70 and above signifies a commendable appearance, while a score of 60 denotes mere beauty. Thus, a score of 70 undoubtedly exceeds the standard. Though Xiao Ran felt a stir of interest, he ultimately declined. Firstly, he lacked the time. Secondly, it was evident that this tempting offer came at a cost. What was her purpose? To solicit deposits, of course. Engaging with her would inevitably lead to purchasing her recommended financial products, but Xiao Ran intended to invest them. A majority of his funds in the stock market, aiming to double his capital to 20 billion, or even more, within 2 months, culminating in a frenzied buying spree in the final month. Thus, the current principle was of utmost importance. He merely added the WeChat contact of manager Qian Yulian and departed from the lottery center. His intention was to purchase a property here. If he did not acquire a residence in this locality, how could he humiliate Zheng Wan's family in exact retribution when the time came? The hail continued to fall, and a single strike could not only cause severe injury, but also bore a venomous nature. inflicting excruciating pain upon contact with the skin shoot. Libby drawn. Well, that would be a death sentence. Therefore, Xiao Ran was resolute in his decision to remain close, ensuring that his quest for vengeance remained undisturbed. In the same community, he could navigate through the underground parking lot. As for my ex-wife's family, how could I possibly allow you to meet a fate as simple as starvation? The suffering I endured and the pain I experienced must likewise be tasted by you. Chapter 4. Purchasing a property. Xiao Ran arrived at the I Love My Home real estate agency adjacent to the community. Are you looking to view properties, sir? A male agent eagerly approached him. Xiao Ran nodded affirmatively. I intend to buy a house. The agent's spirits soared. His enthusiasm visibly heightened as he began to enthusiastically present various options. Xiao Ran raised a hand to pause him, stating, I am interested in building 8 of the Jiufu community, specifically that villa. Please call the seller. I can sign today at the listed price. However, I require the keys today to commence renovations immediately. The agent appeared as though he were in a dream, realizing the golden opportunity before him. What could be more advantageous than this? Absolutely. I will make the call at once, he replied, his excitement palpable. The villa was listed at 12 million yuan, and even if the agent only received a modest commission of 0.5, that would still amount to 60,000 yuan. Fortunately, he was not a woman, or he might have suspected Xiao Ran's intentions were less than professional. Half an hour later, the homeowner arrived. Both parties amicably reached an agreement, and Xiao Ran promptly paid a deposit of 1 million yuan. Once the agent prepared the contract, they could proceed to the housing authority to finalize the transaction. The homeowner willingly handed over the keys to Xiao Ran, reassured by the provision of identification and the substantial deposit. After all, he had vacated the property, taking any valuable belongings with him. What remained was merely an empty shell, with the furniture holding little worth. The intermediary was remarkably charming, inciting immense envy among colleagues. In just over an hour, he earned a staggering 60,000, a feat that seemed almost effortless. This incident quickly became a celebrated anecdote, spreading not only within the real estate circle, but also reaching the Jiufu community. Once the gossipy aunties began to disseminate the news, the entire neighborhood was abuzz with the tale. Xiao Ran entered the villa with his key, as he was the rightful owner, and accessing the community was a mere matter of facial recognition, completely hassle-free. Once inside the villa, he began his search online. What was he seeking? Home renovation. After meticulously sifting through reviews and recommendations, he initiated contact with potential contractors. Hello, a deep male voice resonated from the other end. I wish to renovate a villa, Xiao Ran stated. No problem, came the response. Xiao Ran proceeded to outline his requirements. There is but one stipulation, fortification. It must be so resilient that even if outsiders wielded sledgehammers, the structure would remain unscathed. The windows must be equipped with retractable steel panels. The man on the line paused, taken aback. In all his experience with clients, he had never encountered such renovation demands. Nevertheless, the customer is king. No problem. How long will it take? Xiao Ran inquired. 6 months at minimum, depending on the size of your villa, the contractor replied. Xiao Ran chuckled. The timeline cannot exceed 2 months. The man was momentarily stunned. You're renovating an entire villa, not constructing a pigsty or a doghouse. Achieving that in 2 months is simply impossible. Additional fees will be necessary. Xiao Ran smiled. No problem. Wait, I haven't even mentioned how much more it would be. And I haven't provided a price yet. How can there be an increase? The individual promptly responded, Where are you? I will come over immediately to assess the situation and provide you with a reply. Very well, Xiao Ran nodded, relaying the address to the other party. As he searched for the company, he noted that the reviews below praised the renovation firm's capabilities, claiming they could accomplish numerous seemingly impossible tasks. Transforming an entire villa into a fortress of steel in just 2 months was not merely challenging. It bordered on the impossible. Were it not for the renowned infrastructure prowess of Huaxia, which nation could boast such adept renovation specialists? He set down his phone, awaiting the arrival of Jia Yingui, the renovation expert, while simultaneously opening his stock trading application, delving into a wealth of memories as he began to execute his trades. However, before Jia Yingui could arrive, an unexpected visitor had already stormed to his door. Zhang Yujun and his wife were at home caring for their grandchild when suddenly, there came a series of urgent knocks on the door, as if the sky were falling. Who is it? Zhang Yujun inquired irritably as he approached the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Aunt Lu from Building 7, notorious for her incessant chattering. Old Zheng, your family certainly knows how to keep a low profile, Aunt Lu exclaimed without preamble. Zhang Yujun was momentarily taken aback by her words. Keeping a low profile? Could it be that the news of my daughter's divorce has already spread? He pondered. Impossible. Who in the family would speak of such a disgrace? It must be that scoundrel Xiao Ran. The old man suddenly realized the situation and erupted in fury. That scoundrel Xiao Ran, who struck me yesterday and is now spreading rumors of divorce. Does he intend to drive our family to despair? Ungrateful wretch. What an ungrateful wretch. We took him in, provided him with food and clothing, and this is how he repays our kindness. Aunt Lu was momentarily taken aback. What? Your daughter and son-in-law have divorced? She exclaimed, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Well, that certainly makes things more entertaining. She chuckled and continued. So your daughter and son-in-law have parted ways. Alas, old Zheng, you certainly have a lot to deal with. She gave a thumbs-up gesture. I just heard from the agent that your son-in-law, oh no, I mean Xiao Ran, has purchased that villa in the community for 12 million, without even haggling, Aunt Lu declared, her face alight with anticipation for the unfolding drama. What did you say? Zheng Yujun could hardly believe his ears. Xiao Ran, buying a house, a villa? Impossible. This scoundrel only earns over 10,000 a month, and he gives it all away. He just got divorced yesterday, leaving with nothing. How could he possibly have the funds to buy a house, let alone a villa worth 12 million? Really, truly. Just go and see for yourself. Aunt Lu reveled in the unfolding spectacle. Zheng Yujun felt his resolve wavering. Although Aunt Lu was known for her chatter, she wouldn't jest about something so serious. Yet, the idea of Xiao Ran buying a villa felt utterly absurd. Old Zheng, your family is prospering, even purchasing a villa. Aunt Zhao from upstairs hurried over, her face brimming with envy, nearly gasping in disbelief. Zheng Yujun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His blood pressure seemed to surge, making it hard for him to stand. One person might be mistaken, but could two really be wrong? Aunt Lu had been eagerly anticipating a spectacle, and with her penchant for gossip, she immediately exclaimed, Aunt Zhao, you won't believe it. Old Zheng's daughter and son-in-law have divorced. Really? Aunt Zhao responded, her face a mask of astonishment. Old Zheng, is that true? How could you dismiss such a wealthy son-in-law? In that case, I shall not hold back. Our Jia is not getting any younger and ought to find a suitable partner for marriage. She was not jesting. After all, who could find a son-in-law capable of purchasing a villa for 12 million? So what if he was divorced? With wealth, who cares about second or third marriages? Moreover, Xiao Ran is such a fine young man. The residents of the neighborhood are not blind. Chapter 5. Frantic confrontation. Zhang Yujun was both shocked and anxious. Nonsense, he bellowed. That scoundrel used our money to buy that house. I am going to confront him. Though he was unaware of how Xiao Ran had acquired the funds, the fact remained that he had only divorced his daughter yesterday morning. How could he possibly amass 12 million in such a brief time? Thus, these funds were undoubtedly marital property, and they were entitled to half. As for you, being a son-in-law, you are essentially a member of the Zheng family. That 12 million is practically ours. His son was about to marry, and they were in desperate need of money. In a sudden burst of vigor, the elderly man dashed out. The two old ladies exchanged glances and hurriedly followed him. This was a juicy piece of gossip that could not be missed. Zheng Yujun sprinted towards Building 8, not because he did not wish to run faster, but because he could only manage this speed. Fortunately, it was not far, and he soon arrived at the location, where he found a gathering of elderly folks surrounding the villa. The villa had a garden, so everyone stood outside the railing, peering inside. Ah, it's old Zheng. Upon seeing Zheng Yujun approach, the crowd turned in unison, casting envious glances at him. TSK. The Zheng family doesn't possess anything remarkable, yet he stumbled upon such a fortuitous fate, acquiring a promising son-in-law. Congratulations. You've bought a villa. Impressive, indeed. It's quite surprising how understated they are. The chatter of the crowd, though lively, did little to elevate Zheng Yujun's spirits. To him, the villa was not worth the 12 million. At most, it should be valued at 10 million, which meant Xiao Ran had overpaid by 2 million. Damn it, that's my family's 2 million. With a grim expression, he marched forward. Upon reaching the entrance, he knocked forcefully on the gate. There was a doorbell, but someone of his age was not accustomed to using it. The knocks were rapid and urgent, as though a life was at stake. Xiao Ran mistakenly thought it was Jia Yungue arriving, but upon checking the monitor, he couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out to be Zheng Yujun. It seemed that the news of his villa purchase had spread throughout the community, prompting Zheng Yujun to rush over. He had no intention of evading confrontation. In fact, he aimed to incite envy, jealousy, and regret within Zheng Yujun's family. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? He opened the door, traversed the garden to the entrance, and swung the gate wide open. "Damn it, Zheng Yujun," he muttered, attempting to enter but unwilling to let the family's disgrace be exposed. However, Xiao Ran stood firm at the threshold, resolutely blocking his way. The old man, increasingly irate, pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Ran and exclaimed, "You are using our family's money and yet dare to bar me from entering?" Xiao Ran chuckled derisively. "Old man, do not forget, I divorced your daughter just yesterday. The house I purchased today is, therefore, of no concern to the Zheng family." At this revelation, murmurs erupted among the onlookers, with some elderly individuals casting eager glances at Xiao Ran. "He divorced her? How splendid. My daughter is still single. If she were to marry Xiao Ran, wouldn't our entire family be able to move into that grand villa?" Zheng Yujun, however, was not easily intimidated. He scoffed. "Xiao Ran, do you take me for a fool? You divorced Zheng Wan only yesterday. How could you possibly have the funds to buy a villa? Thus, this is marital property, and half of it rightfully belongs to the Zheng family." This assertion was indeed reasonable. The previously curious elderly folks quickly shifted their expressions, realizing that as marital property, half of it did indeed belong to the Zheng family. Suddenly, the value of the 12 million yuan diminished by half, with a net worth of merely 6 million yuan. Xiao Ran's appeal seemed to wane. Yet, there remained some allure, albeit diminished. Xiao Ran smirked. "The division of assets relies on evidence, not your baseless claims. Old man, if you have grievances, take me to court. Now, kindly vacate my premises, or I shall report you for illegal entry. That should warrant at least a fortnight of detention." His latter two remarks were mere fabrications intended to intimidate Zheng Yujun. He had no actual knowledge of the consequences. However, Zheng Yujun, unaware, instinctively recoiled. Yet, to leave in such a disheveled manner? He found it utterly unacceptable. He has firmly established that this villa belongs to their family, and it is not worth 12 million. Therefore, he is determined to seize ownership and renegotiate the contract with the seller. After all, only a deposit has been paid, and they have yet to approach the housing authority. Xiao Ran, this prodigal son, has lost 2 million in a single day. The thought of it makes one want to lash out. At that moment, Lin Ming rushed over, holding her grandson. After a brief understanding of the situation, the old woman began to throw a tantrum, sitting on the ground and lamenting, "Ungrateful wretch. Having struck it rich, you abandon your wife and child. You truly are a disgrace." Although this was an attempt to tarnish Xiao Ran's reputation, it unfortunately resonated with the truth. Indeed, Xiao Ran had become wealthy, divorced, and even forsaken his son. The crowd began to murmur among themselves, speculating incessantly. This was precisely the reaction Xiao Ran had been waiting for. He aimed to utterly disgrace the Zheng family, to be reviled by everyone in the community. He calmly retorted, "Why did I get divorced? Quite simply. Zheng Wan was already pregnant with another man's child before our marriage. She married me merely to conceal her condition, treating me as nothing more than a pawn." Zheng Yujun, Lin Meiying, you have truly excelled in raising such a shameless, insidious daughter. During my 4 years in your household, how was I treated? Was there a single day when you regarded me as family? You constantly burdened me with chores, leaving all household responsibilities to me. Do not dare speak of conscience before me. You are unworthy. Upon the conclusion of his remarks, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Zheng Wan actually committed such a disgraceful act? Is her son truly without merit? Lin Meiying still dares to create a scene in public, but in doing so, she has merely lifted a boulder to crush her own foot. Now, it seems, Zheng Wan and her family's reputation will be utterly tarnished in the neighborhood. This is Huaxia. After all, becoming pregnant before marriage and then seeking a decent man to assume the role of a father is something that would invite ridicule and scorn. After a moment, Lin Meiying was the first to react, immediately erupting with a sharp scream. "Nonsense. My daughter is such a good person. How could she possibly engage in such behavior? Xiao Ran, you scoundrel, just because you are divorced, you think you can slander my daughter like this?" Zheng Yujun also came to his senses and lunged at Xiao Ran. "I will fight you. Do not fight. I am looking forward to the calamity that will befall you, piece by piece. If you were to suffer a sudden heart attack and perish, that would be truly regrettable." Though not particularly robust, he felt more than capable of handling a 60-year-old man. "Shall I reveal the name of the scoundrel as well?" Xiao Ran said coldly. "Zheng Wan has maintained an improper relationship with that man. I possess ample video evidence. Of course, the last statement was a fabrication. But how could Zheng Yujun and his wife know? Would they dare to gamble on it? If Xiao Ran were to publicly display such evidence, then they might as well move to another neighborhood. For how could they face anyone otherwise? However, Zheng Wan was still at work. Zheng Yujun instinctively remarked. Lin Meiying shot him a disdainful glance. 12 million. With that sum, who needs to work? Indeed, Zheng Yujun exclaimed, eagerly following her. Chapter 6. Villains and Their Schemes. Mom, what is so urgent? This is driving me to madness. Father, I just took a leave yesterday, and I cannot request another today. Then do not attend this class. Do you know? Xiao Ran has just spent 12 million on building 8 in our community. Yes, that very villa. Just think about it. How could he possibly earn 12 million in such a brief span from his divorce yesterday to this morning? Thus, it must be that the scoundrel concealed this during their marriage, and it rightfully belongs to the couple's shared assets. Merely half an hour later, Zheng Wan and her brother almost simultaneously entered the house. Mother, you mentioned several million. Where is the money? Zheng Gang's eyes sparkled with excitement, utterly astonished. It turns out their family is incredibly wealthy. I am, indeed, an invisible rich second generation. Lin Meiying let out a cold laugh and said, the money is with Xiao Ran, a total of 12 million. What? Zheng Gang immediately leaped up. How could that scoundrel possess such a vast sum? Zheng Yujun pressed his hand down and said, let us not be overly agitated. Let us sit down and deliberate. Deliberate, my foot. We must hurry to confront that scoundrel for the money. Zheng Gang could no longer contain himself, as his girlfriend had been incessantly clamoring for a designer handbag to unlock a new pose. And now I have 12 million. Why would I still want such trivialities? I want someone younger, more beautiful, and with a better figure. Sit down. Zheng Yujun first barked at his son, and once Zheng Gang begrudgingly took a seat, he turned to Zheng Wan and recounted how he had heard about Xiao Ran purchasing a house for a staggering 12 million, also revealing Xiao Ran's grievances against Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan, is that scoundrel speaking nonsense? Zheng Yujun fixed his gaze on Zheng Wan's eyes and inquired. Zheng Wan was nearly driven to the brink of despair. How could you brazenly confront Xiao Ran in public? Now, Xiao Ran has seized the opportunity to unveil her disgraceful secrets, undoubtedly. The entire community will be whispering about her behind her back. How can she ever show her face in the neighborhood again? Such incompetent allies. Yet, what purpose does anger serve? After a moment of hesitation, Zheng Wan finally acknowledged the truth. Xiao Jie is not his biological son. She feared that if she denied it, Xiao Ran would indeed expose the so-called video, leading to her utter ruin. How could you be so careless? Zheng Yujun exclaimed, furious that that scoundrel had discerned the truth and even acquired evidence. He did not blame his daughter for her disgraceful actions. Rather, he lamented Zheng Wan's lack of caution, which allowed Xiao Ran to see through their facade. It seemed that misfortune runs in the family. Lin Meiying, on the other hand, felt no shame whatsoever. She had always looked down upon Xiao Ran, her son-in-law. It was preferable for scandalous affairs to remain hidden within the household, but should they come to light, she still feared the humiliation. Zheng Gang cared even less, asserting, what does it matter whether Xiao Jie is that scoundrel's biological son? He married my sister. And that 12 million belongs to her. It is rightfully ours, not something he can claim solely for himself after a divorce. Zheng Wan pressed her hands together, saying, do not act impulsively. Refrain from taking any action. I need to make a call to seek counsel before I proceed. Until I finish this call, I expect all of you to stay put in your rooms, or else I will not pursue this money. Though Zheng Yujun and the others were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply. After all, Xiao Ran was her husband. Oh, her ex-husband. If Zheng Wan were to forfeit this money, they would have no chance of obtaining it. But who did Zheng Wan call? Perhaps her paramour. Zheng Wan entered the room and dialed a number. I was still at work, and, finding it inconsequential, I hung up. On the other end was a man. Indeed, he was Zheng Wan's lover, named Zhang Zihao, also a doctor in Zheng Wan's department. Though merely 33 years old, he was on the verge of being promoted to deputy director, promising a bright future. Listen to me first. Zheng Wan gritted her teeth and laid bare the situation regarding Xiao Ran. Zhang Zihao pondered for a moment. Xiao Ran claims to possess our video. He must be deceiving you. We have always exercised great caution, and it is highly improbable for Xiao Ran to visit the hospital. Thus, he certainly lacks any evidence. The issue lies with Xiao Jie. His son is a flaw. A DNA test will reveal the true parentage. 12 million. Zhang Zihao felt a tremor of anxiety. His salary. combined with the red envelopes he received, would surely allow him to earn over 10 million throughout his lifetime. However, to produce 12 million at this moment was utterly impossible. Indeed, it would be inconceivable for the next 20 years. Consequently, greed began to take root within him. The fact that Xiao Ran could suddenly produce 12 million without a hint of negotiation indicated that he possessed far more wealth than he let on. He analyzed coolly. Although I am unaware of the origins of his money, it must have been acquired during your marriage. Otherwise, it would be implausible for him to suddenly come into such a sum within 24 hours. Did he win the lottery? Anyone with common sense knows that lottery winnings are a rarity. It is virtually impossible for someone to strike it rich. Zheng Wan contemplated mentioning the lottery, but Zhang Ziheo's analysis left her feeling the idea was untenable. Indeed, who among her acquaintances had ever won the lottery? No one. Moreover, could it be that Xiao Ran possesses more than 12 million? Indeed, who would invest all their funds solely in property without haggling? It is evident that one must possess wealth far exceeding that amount to afford such lavishness without negotiation. Therefore, the first course of action you must undertake is to file a lawsuit with the court, accusing Xiao Ran of concealing marital assets, thereby rendering the previous divorce agreement null and void, and seeking a fair redistribution of property. Zhang Ziheo assumed the role of a strategic advisor. Zheng Wan nodded repeatedly. She had merely graduated from a nursing school, while Zhang Ziheo was a distinguished master's graduate from a prestigious institution. The depth of his education undoubtedly endowed him with a wealth of ideas, and his arguments were sound. The antics of Zheng Yujun and Lin Meiying would only serve to embarrass them. Could they truly expect to gain anything from such folly? Look at how adeptly he handles this situation. Ziheo, you are truly astute, she exclaimed sincerely. Zhang Ziheo smiled. You must promptly engage a lawyer. Do not fear the expenses. Winning this lawsuit will grant you the luxury of never having to work again, allowing you to indulge in a life of leisure. Indeed, Zheng Wan nodded enthusiastically. Have the lawyer draft the complaint. All you need to do is affix your signature. Zhang Ziheo continued to devise plans, adding, do ensure that your parents and brother refrain from causing any further disturbances that may lead to unnecessary complications. Remember, we are in an era governed by law. Wailing and creating a scene will only render you a subject of ridicule. Zheng Wan nodded in agreement. Yes. After concluding the call, Zheng Wan stepped out to relay Zhang Ziheo's advice, of course omitting the fact that all these strategies were his counsel, instead presenting it as a collaborative effort between them. Upon hearing Zheng Wan's analysis that Xiao Ran possessed more than 12 million, the insatiable greed on the faces of Zheng Yujun and his companions became unmistakable. They were on the precipice of wealth, elated by the prospect. Zheng Wan urged them to refrain from causing any further commotion before promptly gathering her belongings to consult a lawyer. Xiao Ran's folly lay in his premature display of wealth, inadvertently exposing his fortune. Chapter 7. The renovation plan. After a brief wait, Jia Yungue finally arrived. The two exchanged pleasantries, but Jia Yungue soon succumbed to his curiosity and rose to inspect the property. He had not brought many tools, merely a measuring pen to make a rough estimate, as they had yet to discuss pricing in detail, and thus he could not take the matter too seriously. The villa spanned 3 floors above ground and 1 basement level, totaling 600 square meters, with an outdoor courtyard that required no renovations. Completing the project within 2 months was a daunting timeline, demanding a considerable workforce operating around the clock. Xiao Ran smiled and inquired, what figure do you propose? 80 million. Jia Yungue replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment after stating the amount. Though the villa was worth merely a few million, the renovation costs seemed exorbitant at 80 million. Only a fool would agree to such terms. However, given the urgency of the timeline, 80 million was indeed a reasonable figure, devoid of any outrageous demands. Xiao Ran fell into contemplation, prompting Jia Yungue to quickly assert, I assure you, I am not inflating the price arbitrarily. The urgency of your timeline restricts my ability to lower it significantly. I must earn a modest profit as well. If you find the price excessive, we could extend the timeline. For a 6-month completion, I could reduce the cost by approximately 10 million. However, this still far exceeds the price of the villa. Xiao Ran pressed his hand down and said, it is not that I find the price exorbitant, but can my requirements be met with the 80 million? Of course, Jia Yungue exclaimed confidently. I have been in the home renovation business for many years, and I assure you I have the expertise. Your villa is merely 600 square meters, and with an 80 million renovation budget, that averages to 140,000 per square meter. Doesn't that sound somewhat extravagant? Indeed, now that you mention it, it does seem quite pricey. Xiao Ran nodded. All right, let us proceed with the contract. Ah, we're signing already? You're not going to negotiate. Jia Yungue was somewhat taken aback, having never encountered a homeowner who initially deemed the renovation cost too low and then did not bargain. The word that came to mind was affluent. Xiao Ran chuckled. What I require is for you to perform the work impeccably, and it must meet my standards. Rest assured, I shall deliver on my promise. Jia Yungue replied with utmost confidence, patting his chest. Very well, let us sign the contract. However, I must forewarn you, if the inspection does not pass, I will not be so accommodating. I will utilize the entire 80 million to pursue legal action against you. Not a problem, Jia Yungue responded. By the way, could you show me the original property deed, as well as a photocopy? Xiao Ran shook his head. I just purchased the house today, and the deed has yet to be issued. However, I can provide you with a 5 million deposit up front. You may begin with the renovation plan. And once the funds are exhausted, I will transfer the remainder. If any delays in completing the renovation are due to my circumstances, I will still pay the full 80 million. Jia Yungue appeared as if he had encountered a monstrous creature, and after a prolonged moment, he remarked, You wealthy individuals truly are peculiar. Subsequently, Jia Yungue departed, undoubtedly in high spirits. An order amounting to 80 million was at hand, and he anticipated earning a few million from it. Although Xiao Ran spent money with carefree abandon, he felt no remorse whatsoever. The stocks he purchased, while not guaranteeing a superlative daily return of 10, were assuredly capable of yielding over 5. Thus, in 2 months, his investment of 350 million would burgeon to 3 billion or even more. However, whether it was 3 billion or 5 billion held little significance for Xiao Ran. He perceived no difference. The resources acquired would suffice for several lifetimes. 3 months hence, all wealth would dissolve to naught, rendering it meaningless. He possessed a total of 398 million, with 350 million allocated to the stock market. He had expended 1 million on purchasing a property and 5 million on renovations, leaving him with 43 million, of which 11 million would soon be directed towards settling the remaining balance on the house. Although the renovations would require an additional 75 million, the construction period extended over 2 months, allowing him ample time to gradually withdraw funds from the stock market. There was no urgency. It was not that he could not afford the expenditure, but rather that residing in a hotel complicated the receipt of deliveries. He had numerous items he intended to purchase online, and furthermore, Xiao Ran planned to rent a warehouse. Just as he stepped outside, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he noted it was a call from his company, specifically from his immediate superior, Lu Qing. He answered casually, uttering a simple hello, only to be met with a furious outburst from the other end. Xiao Ran, do you have cancer? If you're still alive, hurry over to work. Otherwise, you needn't bother returning. To which he replied, Fine, then I shall resign. Xiao Ran calmly stated that he would soon be exceedingly busy, leaving him little time for work. Pretentiousness? With the apocalypse looming, what was the point of such posturing? At least until he completed his preparatory tasks, indulging in pretense was out of the question. He decisively ended the call. I need to rent an apartment, Xiao Ran declared. Pardon? The male agent stared blankly at Xiao Ran. Didn't you just purchase a villa? You have the keys and can move in immediately. Why would you want to rent? Xiao Ran smiled lightly. I need to renovate that villa. Do you have any good listings? It should be as spacious as possible, clean, and the renovations must be relatively new. Oh, you're planning to renovate it, I see. Someone willing to spend 12 million on a villa surely wouldn't want to live in someone else's old house. Naturally, they would want to renovate it themselves. No problem. The male agent replied eagerly. I have several options available. Let me take you to see them. Also, it has to be in the Jufu community. Xiao Ran noted. No issue. 2 hours later, Xiao Ran finalized the contract with the landlord for a 2-month short-term rental at a steep monthly rate of 12,000. It was indeed pricey, but the apartment was impressively spacious, with new and luxurious renovations. It was also move-in ready. Xiao Ran only needed to purchase some bedding. All right. One more task accomplished, Xiao Ran thought, as he had an extensive list of items to purchase. However, a significant portion of his funds remained tied up in the stock market, and he had yet to reach his goal of a 10-fold increase. For now, he could only engage in minor transactions. He began drafting a list, noting all the essentials he needed to acquire. Some items required considerable lead time, so he had to place orders in advance. Just as he was compiling his list, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw the word wife. Oh, he had forgotten to update the contact name. Xiao Ran picked up the call. The punishment from the Zheng family had already commenced. So how could he possibly ignore Zheng Wan's call? Hello. Chapter 8. Engaging a lawyer. Xiao Ran. I have already retained a lawyer to file a lawsuit in court, seeking a reallocation of our marital assets. Zheng Wan's voice was cold and devoid of any warmth. Provide me with an address, lest the court summons fail to reach your hands. As expected, she has indeed initiated legal proceedings. Xiao Ran was not at all surprised. He smiled faintly. Please hold on. I too need to consult a lawyer. For future matters, direct them to my attorney. With that, he abruptly terminated the call. It seemed prudent to take some time to engage with the Zheng family. Xiao Ran had no intention of squandering time in court. He swiftly searched for the finest divorce lawyer in Sioux City and made his way there. Coincidentally, the esteemed lawyer he was available. Mr. Xiao, are you aware of our fee structure? Inquired the receptionist with genuine concern. Yes, it is 3,000 per hour, Xiao Ran acknowledged with a nod. Indeed, it was quite steep. The receptionist silently gasped. From Xiao Ran's attire, one could hardly discern that he was a man of affluence. Promptly, she made a phone call, and after hanging up, she slightly bowed to Xiao Ran. Mr. Xiao, please follow me. She guided Xiao Ran into an office, knocking gently before entering. Lawyer He, Mr. Xiao has arrived, she announced. Lawyer He, in his 40s, donned a suit and glasses. He glanced up at Xiao Ran, his gaze sharp, exuding an air of perceptiveness that suggested he could see through one's soul. Please, take a seat, he invited Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran took a seat, and the receptionist inquired. Mr. Xiao, what would you like to drink? No need, Xiao Ran replied with a smile. I shall be departing shortly. Oh, very well, the receptionist said before leaving. Mr. Xiao seems quite hurried. Let us proceed without delay, He Qian remarked. Xiao Ran nodded. I divorced my ex-wife yesterday, but shortly after, I won the lottery. Now, she is suing me for concealing marital assets and is seeking a redistribution of our shared property. A smirk played on his lips. Xiao Ran shook his head. Initially, I intended to let it go, but given my ex-wife's aggressive stance, I resolved not to relent. Oh, He Qian expressed a hint of intrigue. What are your plans, Mr. Xiao? Before we married, my ex-wife was already involved with another man and was pregnant, thus the child is not mine. This is the child's hair, and this is mine. A paternity test can be conducted, Xiao Ran stated nonchalantly, as if recounting another's tale. When I signed the divorce agreement yesterday, I opted for a clean break. Yet now I seek an equal division of our assets along with compensation for emotional distress. He Qian pondered for a moment and remarked, I must caution you, Mr. Xiao. My fees are rather steep enough that the compensation you receive from your ex-wife may not suffice to cover my legal expenses. No matter. My lottery winnings are substantial. I am not concerned about a trifling sum, Xiao Ran chuckled. Curiosity piqued, He Qian asked, how much did you win? 500 million. Pfft. He Qian, mid-sip of tea, suddenly spewed it all out. Is that what you call a trifling sum? Although his fees are exorbitant, it is unlikely that he will ever amass a fortune of 500 million. Xiao Ran paid little heed to this and remarked, the reason I sought He Lu is that I am aware he is a master in divorce litigation. My objective is to ensure that my ex-wife's family pays a price. He chuckled softly. As a son-in-law who has endured for 4 years, surrendering my entire salary with merely 200 for personal expenses each month, my forbearance was solely for the sake of my son. However, upon discovering that he is not my biological child, this honest man is compelled to erupt. He Lu nodded in understanding, yet pondered, if there is such righteous indignation, why then choose to leave everything behind so easily? Coincidentally, that very afternoon, he won the lottery. As if Xiao Ran had foreseen his victory and hastily abandoned everything to secure the grand prize for himself. A smile escaped him. If Xiao Ran had someone at the lottery center, capable of foreseeing the winning numbers, just how terrifying would such power be? How could he have been deceived by a woman for 4 years? His thoughts wandered. Very well, does Mr. Xiao have the original lottery ticket with him? If not, it is of no consequence. For such a grand prize, I can formally request verification from the lottery center. Mr. Xiao merely needs to draft a letter of authorization for me, he stated. I do have the original lottery ticket, Xiao Ran replied. I specifically came to consult a lawyer. Would I arrive unprepared? Thus, the process commenced. Xiao Ran remained indifferent, simply outlining his demands. First, I request that the litigation period be as extended as possible, but not exceeding 3 months. Second, I aim for the compensation to be as substantial as possible, which I intend to donate to the Hope Project. You would do well to inform the judge of this, lest he mistakenly believe I am attempting to extort. The longer the litigation period, the more distressing and torturous it becomes for Zheng Wan and her family. However, if it exceeds 3 months, they would not be liable for compensation, thus allowing them to endure the pangs of financial loss. He Qian found Xiao Ran's request peculiar. He had never heard of anyone wishing to prolong the litigation period. It mattered little to him, as he hardly needed to prepare for this lawsuit. The longer the legal proceedings dragged on, the greater his income would naturally be. It was a win-win situation for him. Xiao Ran provided Yi Qian with Zhang Wan's contact information, after which Yi Qian took over the negotiations with her. Moreover, Yi Qian arranged for an intern lawyer to keep Xiao Ran updated on the progress of the case. This intern lawyer was a striking beauty, standing at an impressive 170 centimeters, with a near-perfect score of 90 in looks, a curvaceous figure, and wearing a pair of black-framed glasses that added to her allure. Mr. Xiao, my name is Lu Mei. If you wish to inquire about the progress of the case, feel free to reach out to me, she stated, escorting Xiao Ran to the entrance of the law firm. Her tall stature and voluptuous curves were bound to attract the attention of passers-by. All right, Xiao Ran nodded, having already added Lu Mei on WeChat and obtained her phone number. Not only regarding the lawsuit, but you can approach me for any matters, Lu Mei added. Though she seemed to find her words ambiguous and quickly clarified, I meant legal matters. Her explanation, rather than dispelling any misunderstanding, inadvertently suggested a more suggestive interpretation. Xiao Ran regarded her, momentarily uncertain whether her slip was genuine or intentionally provocative. Chapter 9. Confrontation. He Qian promptly called Zheng Wan. Is this Ms. Zheng Wan? I am Mr. Xiao Ran's legal representative. May I inquire who your counsel is? Oh, Han Tao, I see. I will coordinate with Attorney Han, and he will naturally inform you of any developments. He ended the call and dialed a new number. Hello, this is He Qian. Haha, yes. I am currently representing Xiao Ran. You are certain to lose this case. Haha, I did not call to boast, but rather to formally propose a lawsuit for the reallocation of marital assets. The rationale for our litigation? Quite simple. Mr. Xiao Ran has discovered that Zheng Jie is not his biological child, thus he seeks a redivision of the assets and compensation for emotional distress. The other party was clearly caught off guard. Zheng Wan had not mentioned Zheng Jie at all, leaving him unprepared. What do lawyers dread the most? When a client conceals crucial information, only for the opposing counsel to become aware, dealing a sudden blow. This is truly perilous. Very well. Do take some time to look into this. He Qian chuckled and hung up. For him, this case was remarkably easy to win. It was akin to an open book examination. Not even a novice lawyer could find themselves at a loss here. He dialed another number. Xiao Zhang, compose a brief article detailing the affair between Dr. Zhang Zihao of the orthopedic department at the Northern District Municipal Hospital and Nurse Zheng Wan, with whom he shares a son. Yes, that will be the main narrative. Feel free to elaborate creatively, and ensure to rally some online support to generate buzz. By tonight, everyone in the Northern District's orthopedic department should be aware of it. After hanging up once more, he smiled faintly, ceasing his calls. Xiao Ran's demand was to bring Zheng Wan to utter disgrace. As a man, he naturally sided with Xiao Ran, and as the attorney representing the case, he felt compelled to do the same. Adulterers and promiscuous individuals deserve to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Shortly after Zheng Wan set down her phone, it rang. Upon answering, she realized it was her attorney, and she hastily connected the call. Zheng Wan, how many things have you concealed from me? The voice on the other end inquired bluntly. Do you have any idea how much this puts me at a disadvantage? Zheng Wan was momentarily taken aback, pausing before replying. What do you mean? Zheng Jie is not Xiao Ran's son, is he? Han Tao questioned. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Wan had mentally prepared for this revelation. Xiao Jie is indeed not Xiao Ran's son, but that has no bearing on his concealment of marital assets. Zheng Wan, I just received a call from your ex-husband's attorney. Do you know who he is? He Qian, the finest divorce lawyer in Sioux City. In his presence, I am but an inconspicuous figure. He has seldom lost a divorce case, Han Tao declared. Zheng Wan scoffed. Seldom losing does not equate to never losing, even if he has never lost before. This time he shall. All right, let's set that aside for now, Han Tao continued. Xiao Ran is also preparing to file a lawsuit, claiming that Zheng Jie is not his biological son, seeking a reallocation of marital assets and demanding compensation for emotional distress. Zheng Wan was on the verge of laughter, contemplating the situation. That's perfect. Everyone's demand is the redistribution of marital assets. Have you discovered how much joint property Xiao Ran has concealed? Not yet. Don't rush me. I need to obtain the court documents first to allow the bank to investigate Xiao Ran as personal assets. At the very least. I should have them by tomorrow, Han Tao replied. All right, I'll await your good news. With that, Zheng Wan ended the call, regardless of her moral failings. Xiao Ran's money was still classified as marital property. Therefore, no matter how many lawyers Xiao Ran enlisted, be it 100 or 1,000, he would still have to obediently withdraw the funds from his bank account. Xiao Ran glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He continued compiling his shopping list. After a busy evening, he stretched and stepped out of the building, ready to dine. As he entered the elevator, a middle-aged woman boarded 2 floors down. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to market her daughter with fervor, praising her beauty and gentleness, declaring her to be the ideal candidate for a devoted wife and mother. Xiao Ran felt overwhelmed. Finally reaching the first floor, he hurriedly exited the elevator, while behind him, the woman called out, Xiao, you haven't noted down my daughter's phone number yet. Phew. After running a considerable distance, Xiao Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. That woman was exceedingly persistent. However, he mused that in just 3 months, concerns would shift from marriage to more pressing issues such as food and clean water. Coincidentally, as Xiao Ran arrived at the entrance of the community, he happened to see Zheng Youjuan's family approaching. Upon spotting him, Zheng Jia clapped his hands and exclaimed, Here comes the scoundrel. The scoundrel has arrived. Just for a day, and his father had already been labeled a scoundrel? Clearly, this was a lesson imparted by Zheng Youjuan's family. Zheng Youjun immediately walked over, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Ran, declaring, Scoundrel, let me tell you, you shall not pilfer a single cent of our family's assets. Moreover, concealing marital property of considerable value is a criminal offense. Xiao Ran chuckled. Do you presume I am ignorant of the law? Oh, not at all, merely seeking clarification. He hung up the phone and, with a leisurely demeanor, addressed Zheng Youjun. I just consulted a lawyer, and should you continue to intimidate me, I must remind you that intimidation itself is indeed punishable by law. You are exceedingly arrogant. Far too brazen. Zheng Youjun trembled with rage. For 4 years, Xiao Ran had maintained a submissive demeanor within his household, yet now he appeared so audacious and insufferable. Scoundrel! How dare you bully my father? Zheng Gang charged forward, rolling up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Xiao Ran did not spare him a glance. Zheng Gang was merely a frivolous spendthrift, unworthy of his attention. It was Zheng Wan who advised calmness and wisdom, approaching with a measured tone. Xiao Ran, do not be overly pleased with yourself, though you may act brazenly now. As long as it can be proven that your current funds are marital assets, which is evidently the case, you will have no choice but to relinquish half, regardless of your reluctance. Xiao Ran chuckled again, shaking his head. Are you particularly curious about the extent of my wealth? This immediately brightened the eyes of the Zheng family quartet, filled with anticipation. They too were eager to discover the amount of money their family would receive. Guess what? Xiao Ran chuckled, inciting the Zheng family to exasperation. Chapter 10. Dining, tension rising. After a moment of anger, the Zheng family could only leave in resignation. Dining out seemed like a lazy option, with Xiao Ran around to command. Why should they lift a finger? With the absence of a cook at home and Lin Meiying's refusal to enter the kitchen, coupled with the promise of impending wealth, they generously decided to dine out. They chose the Duwei Tower, located at the edge of their community, where the average expenditure per person was around 150. Not an insignificant sum. Xiao Ran trailed behind them, although he had dealt a heavy blow to the Zheng family in recent days. The pain of being metaphorically dismembered by them lingered, preventing any sense of satisfaction. To further provoke them, he called Lu Mei. Lu, would you do me the honor of joining me for a meal? Yes, right now. All right, I'll send you the location. Upon ending the call, he forwarded the address of Duwei Tower to Lu Mei. Xiao Ran then entered the restaurant and quickly located the Zheng family on the 2nd floor. He opted for a table away from theirs and began to order dishes via QR code. 8 dishes were selected, each emphasizing a sense of extravagance. After placing his order, he settled into wait. Naturally, the Zheng family noticed him, their irritation palpable. We come here to eat, and you're here too. If one were to claim this is mere coincidence, who would believe it? How infuriating. Zheng Wan's phone suddenly rang, and upon checking, she saw it was her colleague Xiao Lu, who happened to be her closest confidant at work. After answering, Xiao Lu's voice came through urgently. Zheng Wan, you must quickly check the Sioux City forum. There's a post claiming you have an improper relationship with Dr. Zhang, and even that Xiao Jie is his child. The post is gaining a lot of traction. What? Zheng Wan's expression shifted dramatically. After exchanging a few casual words with Xiao Lu, she hurriedly ended the call and opened the forum to investigate. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly causing her to faint. Forcing herself to regain composure, she delved into the post. The pressing question loomed. Who had disseminated this malicious rumor? Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Xiao Ran. Could there be anyone else? To her astonishment, after 4 years of marriage, his subservience had all been an act. What was once perceived as meekness was, in fact, a fade. This was no mere sheep. It was a wolf in sheep's clothing, hoarding their joint assets while stabbing her in the back. Such treachery. So what if she had an affair and bore a son? Xiao Jie had called him dad for 3 years, yet referred to his biological father as uncle. Did he not realize how wrong Zihao felt? Zheng Wan's eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet she had resolved to take a stand. What did she have to lose? She could always resign. After all, with at least 6 million on Xiao Ran's side, her future was secured. With determination, she strode purposefully to Xiao Ran's desk and declared sharply, Xiao Ran, I never imagined you were such a despicable character. Humph. Do you think these underhanded tactics will bring me down? Let me make it clear. Our 4 years of marriage are genuine, and our assets must be divided equitably. Xiao Ran nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in the statement. It is indeed imperative that marital assets are equitably divided. She concurred wholeheartedly. I hope you will remember this. Do not regret your words once we find ourselves in court. I have recorded our conversation. She continued. Furthermore, you need not concern yourself with reputation. But I wonder if Dr. Zhang shares that sentiment. I've heard he is on the cusp of a promotion to deputy director. Surely, such matters would bear significance for him. This information did not originate from Zheng Wan, but rather from Lu Mei's earlier communication. Zheng Wan was taken aback. Indeed, she could resign without hesitation. But what about Zhang Zihao? This was a pivotal moment in his career. Anxious thoughts swirled in her mind. It was known that when she became pregnant, she would rather find a surrogate than terminate the pregnancy, which clearly indicated her genuine concern for Zhang Zihao. Thus, when Xiao Ran mentioned that this situation might jeopardize Zhang Zihao's future, her worry intensified. You despicable scoundrel. She seethed, teeth clenched. When the court renders its judgment, and you present a substantial sum of money, I assure you I will return everything to you. Xiao Ran shook her head, bemused. It seemed that wrongdoers never reflect upon their actions. It was she who had adorned herself with infidelity, or rather, from the very start, had orchestrated a trap, deceiving him into assuming the role of an unwitting father for 3 years, laboring for the Zheng family without compensation for 4 years, while she had appropriated all her earnings. Yet, she failed to acknowledge any of this, only fearing the exposure of her disgrace and its potential impact on Zhang Zihao's prospects. And what of me? Xiao Ran mused. I am the true victim in this narrative. However, Xiao Ran harbored no illusions that Zheng Wan or any member of the Zheng family would reflect upon their actions. For the next 3 months, he would ensure that they experienced no respite. Once calamity struck, he would return all their suffering with interest. After a while, a stunningly beautiful woman ascended to the 2nd floor, illuminating the space with her presence. What a breathtaking beauty! Zheng Gang, seated directly opposite the staircase, found himself utterly captivated upon her arrival. Once I am wealthy, I must pursue this woman as my girlfriend. Alas, he cursed under his breath, for the striking beauty was making her way toward Xiao Ran. Could it be? No way. Indeed, she was approaching Xiao Ran. At that moment, jealousy consumed him, reddening his eyes. Such an exquisite woman, with a figure so ample and alluring, was seated directly across from Xiao Ran. Why, that scoundrel, who had once been a docile dog in his family home, was now seated with a goddess. And what of him? What kind of girlfriend did he have? One who was neither attractive nor respectable, working in a foot massage parlor of dubious repute. The disparity was glaring. Zheng Wan, upon hearing the commotion, turned her head to glance, her expression darkening immediately. Just a day after the divorce, and he had already found someone new? Impossible. Clearly, Xiao Ran had long been involved with someone else. Otherwise, how could this transition occur so seamlessly? Oh, how brazen of him to accuse her of infidelity while he was already in a new relationship. With a huff, she rose and strode over to Xiao Ran's table. Chapter 11. Astonishing, a turnover of 400 million. Zheng Wan gazed down at Xiao Ran, her tone laced with scorn. Xiao Ran, how dare you accuse me? Who is she? Your paramour, perhaps? Ms. Zhang, I presume? Lu Mei interjected, her demeanor poised. With such a statement, I could easily see you for defamation. However, I shall refrain from stooping to your level. But let me be clear, should you utter such irresponsible words again, I will not let it slide. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. This is Lu Mei, my legal representative. Zheng Wan was taken aback. Xiao Ran's lawyer was not supposed to be. He Qian, right? Indeed. He Qian was not this delicate woman. Goodness, how could her bosom be so ample? Surely it was augmented, and that dairy re was excessively pronounced. It must also be enhanced, she thought maliciously. Yet, Lu Mei exuded an air of competence and an undeniable presence, confirming her role as a lawyer. It was plausible that she was another attorney from the firm, as He Qian was the finest divorce lawyer in Sioux City. It made sense to assign a junior lawyer to liaise with Xiao Ran. Zheng Wan had underestimated the situation. She had never considered Lu Mei could be an attorney. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. Nonetheless, it was evident that Xiao Ran had arrived with them. Why not dine elsewhere with Lu Mei? The intent was glaringly obvious, to instigate a misunderstanding, to undermine her. Xiao Ran, you may revel in this moment, but tomorrow, I shall instruct my lawyer to file a petition with the court to freeze your assets, to prevent you from squandering our joint property, Zheng Wan stated coldly. A lesson imparted by her lawyer and Zhang Zihao. You think you're so invincible? Let us see how you fare with your assets frozen. With a soft chuckle, Xiao Ran replied. All right, you may attempt it. Let us see if you can indeed freeze my assets by tomorrow. You assert that you can freeze them just like that? The court is not your personal domain. She had yet to dine, yet her ire had nearly satiated her. Xiao Ran laughed heartily, though her gaze remained frosty towards the 4 members of the Zhang family. Lu Mei observed this scene, her heart involuntarily murmuring in realization. It appeared that Xiao Ran had endured considerable grievances from the Zhang family. Otherwise, why would she persist in antagonizing them? She had no need for their compensation, which she intended to donate entirely, and would even incur additional legal fees. It could only be said that her disdain for the Zhang family ran profoundly deep, to the extent that their discomfort and financial loss brought her delight. With a charming smile, she subtly adjusted her chair, inching closer to Xiao Ran. This woman possessed keen intelligence. Understanding her intent, Xiao Ran also leaned in a fraction. The two appeared to be engaged in intimate conversation, whispering secrets, yet in truth, they exchanged nothing of significance. Merely speaking whatever came to mind, deliberately allowing Zheng Wan to observe them. Did they truly think their relationship mirrored that of a client and attorney? Was such proximity necessary? Clearly, she was utterly fed up. As Zheng Wan departed, Xiao Ran smiled, straightened her posture, and expressed gratitude to Lu Mei. Thank you. Thank you for what? Lu Mei feigned ignorance, well aware of the answer. Come, let us enjoy the meal, Xiao Ran suggested. This woman was rather intriguing, beautiful, perceptive, and possessing a commanding figure. Alas, he found himself devoid of the inclination for romance. Would someone of Lu Mei's caliber ever consider being his lover? Unlikely. However, when the apocalypse descends, circumstances may shift. At that juncture, a simple meal could incite madness. Thus, he decided to defer such thoughts for another time. Presently, Xiao Ran had no leisure to pursue romantic endeavors. I must continue my fitness regimen, as the apocalypse relentlessly hails down, shrouding the sky in perpetual darkness. Though uncertain if this will persist, I must prepare for a life devoid of sunlight, for a robust physique surely diminishes the likelihood of illness. Additionally, there is the matter of weaponry. As the end times commence, I shall ensure the Zheng family deeply regrets their actions. They must be made aware of my ample food supplies. Yet once they realize that acquiring sustenance from me is futile, they will undoubtedly leak this information, inciting the entire community to assault me. This is an inevitability, as the memories of my past life have confirmed. Therefore, I require a substantial arsenal, preferably firearms. In Huaxia, procuring guns is impossible, but abroad, the opportunity exists. I possess the means. However, foreign lands harbor great peril, and in places where firearms can be easily obtained, the risk of betrayal is ever present. Establishing a safe haven and stockpiling resources hinges upon stability. Thus, sending Xiao Ran abroad for adventure? Absolutely not. Nevertheless, I can visit a shooting range, opening a spatial gateway before the firearms, allowing bullets to be instantly retrieved upon discharge. When the need arises, I can release the bullets at will, executing precise shots or sweeping fire, all without the sound of gunfire. By expending considerable sums, I can acquire an adequate supply of bullets, all in a state of readiness. Lost in thought, he eventually returned home. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Mei sent a message, merely wishing good night. Why? Money truly is a remarkable tool, exceedingly effective. In the face of nearly 400 million in immense wealth, how could a goddess like Lu Mei willingly bid him good night? He vowed never again to be a sycophant in this lifetime. Instead, he aspired to become the reaper of goddesses. As the night passed, Zhang Wan found herself unable to sleep, her mind consumed by the staggering sum of 12 million, the arrogant demeanor of Xiao Ran before her, and the intimate scenes of Lu Mei with Xiao Ran. After enduring until 9 o'clock, she immediately called Han Tao, urging him to hasten to the bank to investigate Xiao Ran's accounts. An hour later, Han Tao returned her call. Did you find anything? Zheng Wan inquired eagerly. Yes, I did. How much? You'd better brace yourself. What is it? Zheng Wan felt a mix of astonishment and joy. If Han Tao suggested she prepare herself, the figure must be astonishing. 20 million? Or even 50 million. Your ex-husband's financial transactions over the past 6 months, to be precise. The transactions from these past 2 days amount to nearly 400 million. Han Tao exclaimed, inhaling sharply. 400 million, 400 million. Suddenly, he heard a crash on the other end of the line. Ms. Zhang? Ms. Zhang? Chapter 12. From heaven to hell. Zheng Wan scrambled to her feet. Though the fall had pained her greatly, her excitement overshadowed the discomfort as she exclaimed into the phone, Are you certain it's 400 million, not 40 million? 1 0 makes all the difference. 400 million, I assure you. Han Tao remarked that, to be honest, he only confirmed it after counting 3 times. However, the funds in question were transferred to his account after Xiao Ran's divorce, originating from the National Lottery Center's designated prize account. What? Zheng Wan exclaimed, springing to her feet. Are you implying that he won after the divorce? Does this still qualify as marital property? Although she had no formal legal education, she was certain that it could not be classified as such. After a moment's contemplation, Zheng Wan asserted decisively, it must have been before the divorce. Otherwise, how could he have so eagerly proposed a clean break? He must have wanted to pocket the winnings all for himself, which is why he was so desperate to end our marriage. While this reasoning appeared plausible, it was fundamentally flawed. How could Xiao Ran have known he would win before the draw had even taken place? Zheng Wan, in her retrospective reasoning, assumed Xiao Ran had prior knowledge of his victory, overlooking a critical element of logic. Han Tao chuckled and said, Then allow me to congratulate Ms. Zheng in advance. You stand to gain nearly 200 million. Zheng Wan's face lit up as she responded to Han Tao. I will need to trouble you, Lawyer Han, to apply to the court to freeze my ex-husband's bank accounts. Not a problem, Han Tao readily agreed. If he triumphed in this high-stakes divorce case involving 400 million, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the legal circles of Sioux City. After ending the call, Zheng Wan immediately dialed Zhang Zihao. As soon as she uttered a word, Zhang Zihao interrupted. Do you have any idea how many people are gossiping about us right now? Why are you even calling me? Are you out of your mind? No. Please listen to me. Zheng Wan took a deep breath, realizing that Xiao Ran's sudden wealth was due to a lottery win. Opposite her, Zhang Zihao was momentarily taken aback, as he had entirely ruled out this possibility in his analysis. Who, possessing a modicum of intelligence, would invest in such a gamble? Yet, astonishingly, Xiao Ran had indeed become affluent through a lottery jackpot. Can you guess how much he won? Zheng Wan asked, not withholding the suspense. After inhaling deeply, she revealed, 400 million. A thud echoed from across the table as an object fell, clearly indicating that Zhang Zihao had been taken aback by this revelation. 400 million. Who wouldn't he be dizzy upon hearing such a staggering figure? The crux of the matter was that this 400 million had direct implications for them. Zhang Zihao, momentarily disregarding the blow to his pride, inquired hastily, when did he purchase the lottery ticket? This was of utmost importance. Lawyer Han had investigated and determined that the ticket was bought either 2 days prior to their divorce or on the very day itself. There were only 3 possible days. That evening, the lottery had announced 100 grand prizes totaling 500 million, which Xiao Ran must have claimed entirely for himself. Zheng Wan lamented the hefty tax of 100 million, feeling the sting acutely. In her eyes, that sum undeniably belonged to her as well, at least half of it. Zhang Zihao nodded in agreement, stating, Thus, if we can establish that Xiao Ran purchased the lottery ticket before the divorce, even if he claimed it afterward, it would still qualify as marital property. This assertion held merit, as Xiao Ran had evidently anticipated his win, intending to emerge from the marriage empty-handed to ensure the prize did not fall under joint assets. Zhang Zihao found himself ensnared in her reasoning, nodding in understanding. The pivotal question remained. What was most crucial? A grand prize of $500 million. The impact is overwhelming, leaving him in a daze, hardly capable of coherent thought. Zaheo, we are destined to be wealthy. Zheng Wan exclaimed with exuberance. You should resign from your job too. Let's emigrate and live abroad. His feelings for his wife were not particularly deep, yet her father held a significant position within the healthcare system, and to advance in his career, he needed to cling tightly to his father-in-law's influence. However, now he was reluctant to endure this situation any longer. Even if he were to receive only half of the fortune, that would still amount to $200 million. Which country would be beyond their reach? In which locale could they not acquire a luxurious residence? All right, stay focused and ensure we secure the funds swiftly, he said, feigning calmness, yet his voice trembled uncontrollably. Zheng Wan readily agreed. After sitting on the bed in contemplation for a while, she finally ventured out, stating, Dad, Mom, Gongzi, I have something to share with you. Shortly thereafter, the entire community resonated with the jubilant cheers emanating from the Zheng household. Yet, within half an hour, news spread throughout the neighborhood. Xiao Ran had won the lottery, a total of $500 million. Even after taxes, that left them with $400 million. However, this sum was considered joint marital property. Even if Xiao Ran divorced and attempted to claim the prize, he would still be obliged to surrender half of the money. $500 million. No, for $100 million in hand. For the average citizen, whether it be $400 million or $500 million, it is an astronomical figure. The old Jing family had struck it rich. How blind fate can be, allowing this family to prosper. Yet, many elderly neighbors had already approached Xiao Ran and Zheng Wan. What was their intention? To play matchmaker. Given the allure of $200 million, who cared about a past divorce? They remained a coveted prospect, drawing eager attention. However, just as Zheng Wan was delightfully contemplating which country to immigrate to, the phone rang. It was Han Tao. You frozen Xiao Ran's assets? She answered hastily. Ms. Zheng, I recommend you reach an amicable settlement with your ex-husband, Han Tao stated directly. Zheng Wan was taken aback and asked why. Shouldn't you be freezing Xiao Ran's assets? Because your husband purchased the lottery ticket after your divorce, Han Tao replied wearily. Is there even a need for a lawsuit? The evidence is glaringly obvious. Impossible, Zheng Wan exclaimed, finding it utterly unreasonable and unable to accept the outcome. You must be mistaken. I am not. Han Tao acknowledged Zheng Wan's disappointment, sharing in her dismay. This is a significant lawsuit involving a property division of $400 million. Your divorce became effective at 11:30 a.m., and Xiao Ran bought the lottery ticket at 2:11 p.m. Surveillance footage and the timestamp on the ticket corroborate this. He continued, now, your ex-husband is suing you for concealing Zheng Jie's lineage, claiming it has caused him immense emotional distress and is demanding compensation. I suggest you seek a settlement, or the likelihood of losing this case is quite substantial. He was rather understated in his assessment. The probability of losing was not merely high, it was inevitable. Zheng Wan was left in shock, her mind a blank. $200 million was lost. Gone. No. This is my money. My money. She erupted in hysteria, as if driven to madness. Chapter 13. Playing the rogue in recent days, Jufu community has been abuzz with activity. Due to the recent revelations from the Zheng family, who claimed they could obtain $200 million from Xiao Ran. Another piece of news surfaced indicating that the $400 million belonged entirely to Xiao Ran as marital property and did not require division with the Zheng family. This must be true. It seems that divine justice prevails. Indeed, the Zheng family has been denied this fortune. They are now utterly humiliated. Having first faced the scandal of their daughter's infidelity and her bearing a child with another man, only to think they could claim a $200 million prize, which turned out to be a mere illusion. If I were a member of the Zheng family, I would likely be haunted by nightmares every night. At least a decade of shadows looms ahead. Not just a decade, but $200 million at stake. If they had not divorced, it would have been $400 million. Such a shadow will undoubtedly follow them for a lifetime. They deserve it. They truly do. And what of the Zheng Wan family, now the subject of ridicule? The four of them are huddled in their room, each with their heads hung low, as if the sky has fallen upon them. They seem devoid of spirit in whatever they do. The thought of $200 million slipping away inflicts excruciating pain. Grandma, I'm hungry, Zheng Jie suddenly exclaimed. Always thinking about food. Zheng Yujun scolded, finding his grandson irksome. He thought, whoever is the father should take care of him, not me. Father, what kind of talk is that? Zheng Wan retorted vehemently. Zheng Yojuan's countenance darkened, If you hadn't engaged in such disgraceful acts, Xiao Ran would still be our son-in-law. And you would never have divorced. That 400 million would have belonged entirely to us. Now, we haven't gained a single cent. Not only that, Xiao Ran intends to file a lawsuit for the reallocation of marital assets and seek compensation for emotional distress. The Zheng family is facing the prospect of a considerable financial burden. However, Zheng Wan has yet to disclose this matter, lest Zheng Yujun descend into madness. Zheng Wan gazes at her father and remarks, "All the money Xiao Ran earned previously is with me. And how much have I contributed to my younger brother? Do you have no awareness of this? How can you now disdain your own son? Such absurdity. Isn't Dad mistaken?" Zheng Gang interjects, "If you do not divorce your husband, our family stands to gain 400 million. Now he refers to him as husband." Zheng Wan, infuriated, retorts, "Which of you did not treat Xiao Ran like a beast of burden before? And now you all turn to blame me? It's maddening." Zheng Gang continues to propose a dubious idea. "Sister, could you not reconcile with your husband? Although Xiao Jie is not his biological son, he has called him dad for 3 years. Surely there is some bond?" "Indeed." Zhang Yujun and his wife chime in, their eyes gleaming. "After 3 years of calling him dad, could there be no affection? Moreover, a day as husband and wife fosters 100 days of kindness. What of 1,000 days? Sister, plead with your husband. 400 million, 400 million. Zheng Gang coaxes gently. The prospect of becoming a wealthy second-generation heir hinges upon Zheng Wan's capabilities. Zheng Wan has been cast out by the Zheng family. Her son forcibly thrust outside by Zheng Gang, leaving her seething with rage. What to do? She must seek out Xiao Ran. Yet after knocking on the door of the villa for an eternity, he does not respond. Even as night falls, the villa remains shrouded in darkness, leaving her bewildered. Has Xiao Ran ceased to reside here? Where could he possibly be? In the vast expanse of Sioux City, where the affluent Xiao Ran possesses a staggering fortune of 400 million, the myriad of entertainment options available might allow for globetrotting adventures, leaving one to ponder how she could possibly locate him. At this moment, Zhang Wan felt a tumultuous blend of resentment and regret, not for having designated Xiao Ran as a mere pawn in her divorce, but for hastily acquiescing to the separation itself. If only she had delayed for just one more day, or rather, half a day, she could have secured at least 200 million. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran was at the gym, perspiring profusely. He had enlisted the services of a professional fitness trainer, accompanied by a nutritionist. Over the course of 3 months, he was determined to undergo a complete transformation, cultivating a robust physique. Mr. Xiao, your physical condition is commendable, remarked Lu Susu, the attractive female trainer. The rationale behind selecting a female coach was straightforward. The necessity for physical contact during training could create awkwardness between men, whereas interactions with a woman, particularly a beautiful one, posed no such discomfort and were, indeed, more pleasing to the eye. Xiao Ran turned his attention towards Lu Susu as she elucidated various data points. Overall, Mr. Xiao, your attributes surpass those of 99 of individuals. Considering you claim to have undergone no prior training, I find it difficult to envision the heights you could achieve post-training. After a moment of contemplation, she mused, you might very well qualify as a professional athlete. Xiao Ran was momentarily taken aback. Could there have been an error in the machine? Was it possible that his rebirth had led to an enhancement of his physical capabilities? This was indeed promising. A smile graced his lips as he inquired, do you think, at my age, I still have a chance to represent the nation? The answer seemed disheartening, as opportunities appeared to have slipped away. Lu Susu chuckled, unless one can surpass national-level athletes. Haha. Both shared a hearty laugh as their training commenced. Indeed, amidst the session, some physical contact was inevitable. However, Xiao Ran had no intention of taking advantage. It was purely incidental. Lu Susu was quite attractive, albeit not reaching the standards of Lu Mei. Years of fitness had endowed her physique with a vibrant healthiness, particularly her rounded and voluptuous posterior, reminiscent of Western beauty ideals. Xiao Ran was not averse to it, yet he was not overly enamored either. After practicing for a while, they took a break, the entire session lasting 3 hours. Consequently, Lu Susu naturally displayed great enthusiasm towards someone as affluent as Xiao Ran. There were moments when Xiao Ran would not even touch her, yet she would deliberately make contact, striving to showcase her ample curves before him, her intentions unmistakable. However, Xiao Ran was preoccupied with thoughts of impending doom, leaving him no inclination for frivolous diversions, prompting him to depart post-training, leaving Lu Susu somewhat bewildered. Am I truly so devoid of allure? Chapter 14. lawsuit and compensation nonetheless, he first checked his stocks, which had yielded a profit of 6 points today, approximately 20 million. Not bad at all. He stretched lazily and climbed into bed to sleep. A night passed. Xiao Ran awoke naturally and, after breakfast, made slight adjustments to a few stocks, which would be his focus for the next 2 months. At 10 o'clock, Lu Mei called him, informing him that she had officially filed a lawsuit in court, seeking a reallocation of the marital assets shared between Xiao Ran and Zheng Wan, and alleging that Zheng Jia was not her biological child, demanding compensation from Zheng Wan for Xiao Ran's emotional distress. In just a couple of days, He Qian had already initiated an investigation into Zheng Wan's income. Coupled with the financial statements provided by Xiao Ran, they arrived at a total figure for both parties' earnings. After deducting necessary expenses, a compensation sum was established, 500,000, all told. To Xiao Ran, this figure seemed trivial. However, for Zheng Wan and her family, it represented a substantial amount, one that could cause them to leap in frustration and even lose sleep over. Unfortunately, they were bound to lose the lawsuit. The only question that remained was the extent of the compensation. Xiao Ran nodded, knowing that during the legal proceedings, He Qian would personally take charge, allowing Xiao Ran, the party involved, to forego attending court in person. A simple power of attorney would suffice for He Qian to manage everything on his behalf. After concluding a conversation with Lu Mei, Xiao Ran received notification from the agency. The contract was ready, and they could proceed to the housing authority for the transfer. This was certainly a necessary step. Following the formal signing of the contract, the process would commence. Even if Xiao Ran paid in full, they would still need to wait for the housing authority's review, which would take several working days. There was no rush. Since Jia Yungui's renovation plans would also take several days, and materials needed to be purchased, the absence of the property deed was not immediately concerning. Moreover, as the saying goes, if the people do not bring it up, the officials will not pursue it. Quietly commencing renovations was not out of the question. Nonetheless, before any natural disasters began, Xiao Ran was still very much inclined to adhere to the law. After all, these were the final moments of peace and order. Xiao Ran busied himself once more, deciding to rent a warehouse to receive supplies, convenient and discreet. He began searching online and, after careful consideration, identified a suitable location and reached out to the owner. Due to Xiao Ran's reluctance to engage in haggling, they swiftly reached an agreement. A 6-month contract was signed, with Xiao Ran initially paying for 3 months' rent, followed by another 3 months at the end of the term. After 6 months, he would possess the right of first refusal for renewal. Xiao Ran felt satisfied with the arrangement, as he only needed to rent for 3 months and had indeed only paid for that duration. Certain supplies, such as food, could be stockpiled immediately. He located a restaurant and ordered a feast for 100 tables, each at a standard cost of 3,000 yuan, instructing the establishment to transport their kitchen equipment to the warehouse for on-site preparation. However, it was evident that they could not complete this on the same day. So the arrangement was set for the following day, for which he paid a deposit of 50,000 yuan, a trivial matter. The next day, he awaited the restaurant owner at the warehouse. Soon, the owner arrived with his staff, igniting the flames to cook, and by noon, they had prepared the 100 tables. Once they departed, Xiao Ran stored all the dishes and food into his alternate space. He chuckled to himself, realizing he would need to purchase new bowls again. The downside of stockpiling supplies is the demand for bowls. No matter, he thought, he was financially secure. Xiao Ran had already ordered a plethora of bowls and basins online, with deliveries arriving daily, thus eliminating the need for supermarket trips in the future. In the following days, Xiao Ran continued to receive 100 banquet tables daily, alternating between different restaurants to avoid suspicion. The various supplies he had procured online also arrived systematically at the warehouse. Even with such extravagant expenditure, he found that he could manage to spend less than 1 million yuan in a day. No worries. Once the funds were released from the stock market, he would arrange for truckloads of supplies to be delivered. A 30-day blitz could potentially consume 2 to 3 billion yuan. Lu Mei and Lu Susu, the 2 women, also reached out to Xiao Ran daily. However, Lu Mei remained quite reserved and proud, seemingly expecting Xiao Ran to pursue her actively. In contrast, upon discovering that Xiao Ran was the recipient of a 500 million prize, Lu Susu became exceedingly eager and proactive. Most importantly, Xiao Ran was currently preoccupied with a multitude of matters, leaving him little time to contemplate romantic affairs. Additionally, his appeal had been accepted by the court. and the first hearing was scheduled for tomorrow. As the day progressed, during the court session, He Qian presented a plethora of evidence detrimental to her case, including the paternity test results between Xiao Ran and Zheng Jie, as well as Xiao Ran's income statements and annual living expenses. The attorney advised her to reach a settlement with Xiao Ran, proposing a compensation of 410,000 yuan. Of this amount, 260,000 yuan represented the couple's joint income, totaling 720,000 yuan. After deducting necessary expenses, this was calculated at 520,000 yuan, making half of that 260,000 yuan. The remainder consisted of 150,000 yuan for emotional distress, culminating in a total of 410,000 yuan. He Qian had initially sought 300,000 yuan for emotional damages. Most crucially, He Qian asserted that Xiao Ran did not intend to keep the money, but rather to donate it entirely to Project Hope, which would undoubtedly sway the judge in his favor. 410,000 yuan. Zheng Wan was in severe distress. Did she possess such an amount? No, as most of the funds had been taken by Zheng Yujun and his wife to support Zheng Gang. Yet, the law was the law. Could she dare to defy it? Dad, Mom, we are highly likely to lose this lawsuit, and will have to compensate Xiao Ran 410,000 yuan, Zheng Wan announced to her parents and younger brother. What? 410,000 yuan. Zheng Yujun immediately sprang up. Why doesn't that scoundrel just rob someone? Exactly, Lin Meiying remarked. How dare you demand such a sum? Surely he has lost his mind over money. Zheng Wan elucidated. The combined income of Xiao Ran and myself amounts to approximately 180,000 a year, over 4 years. That totals 720,000. After deducting an annual expenditure of 50,000 and 200,000, we are left with 520,000. Divided equally, that yields 260,000, and adding 150,000 for emotional damages brings the total to 410,000. Zhang Yujun paused briefly before responding. Why are you sharing this with us? The joint assets of you and your husband are your own responsibility to repay. Zheng Wan, filled with indignation, retorted, Father, the majority of my salary has been appropriated by you. I barely have 30,000 left. Where do you expect me to procure 410,000? Zheng Yujun shook his head. That is not my concern. Your younger brother is about to marry and requires financial support. Moreover, what difference does it make if you do not repay Xiao Ran? Will he truly come to confront you? Humph, should he dare to show up, I shall drive him away with a broom. Chapter 15. The Malevolent Woman. Zheng Wan was both furious and exasperated. Is it only Zheng Gang that matters to you? Was I born merely to toil for him? It has always been this way. All the good things are reserved for Zheng Feng, as if she were some kind of foundling. And what of your paramour? Lin Meiying interjected. Showing no regard for her daughter's dignity, why not demand money from him? We have supported his son for so many years. Should he not offer us compensation? Upon hearing this, Zheng Gang became animated, exclaiming, Yes, indeed. Let him compensate us with a few 100,000. That would suffice for my wedding. Zheng Yujun remarked, Surely. Doctors earn a substantial income, and they also receive red envelopes. At the very least, demand 500,000 from him. Otherwise, do not expect to keep this son. Upon hearing the mention of money, Zheng Gang sprang to life. Zhang Yujun concocted yet another nefarious scheme and instructed his daughter, You must confront that scoundrel now. Bring your son along and tell him that if he does not part with 500,000, you shall abandon his child to him. Why should I be burdened with raising another offspring? Dad, are you trying to cast me out again? Zheng Wan exclaimed in disbelief. This was the second time. Dad, Mom. Zheng Wan pounded on the door, but those inside feigned ignorance. A neighbor, alerted by the commotion, stepped outside to investigate, but Zheng Wan, unwilling to lose face, took her son and left. Once outside the building, Zheng Wan sank down wearily, only to find that Zheng Jie was still clamoring for attention, prompting her to unleash her frustration upon him. Exhausted, she dialed Zhang Zihao, her sole beacon of hope. Yet, when she recounted being thrown out and needing to borrow 410,000, the line went dead, replaced by the incessant tone of a busy signal. Zheng Wan wore an expression of disbelief as she sat motionless on the ground. After half an hour, a fierce glint ignited in her eyes. If you lack compassion, do not expect my loyalty. If it comes to it, I shall fight to the bitter end. A day passed. Lu Susu, supervising from the sidelines, felt a twinge of urgency. 10 days had elapsed, yet Xiao Ran remained elusive. She was on the verge of resorting to desperate measures to entice him, but it seemed Xiao Ran was oblivious to her advances, leaving her deeply frustrated. Suddenly, the phone rang. Xiao Ran interrupted his workout and glanced at his phone, surprised to see a call from Lu Mei. He answered, "Hello, Lulu." Lu Mei's resonant voice came through. "Something significant has occurred." "I am all ears," Xiao Ran replied. "Your ex-wife's family has realized that Zheng Wan is destined to lose the case, and they have expelled her and Zheng Jie from their home, urging her to find a way to gather the required funds." In desperation, Zheng Wan took her son to the hospital this morning and entrusted him directly to Zhang Zihao. Lu Mei began to recount. As a result, when Zhang Zihao's wife learned of the news, she stormed into the hospital, perhaps overwhelmed by her own inability to conceive. She became agitated upon seeing Zheng Jie. This unruly child had the audacity to point and insult her, inciting her fury, which led to a tragic accident where she accidentally pushed Zheng Jie down the stairs, resulting in the child's immediate demise. In the aftermath, Zhang Zihao's family sought the victim's forgiveness and proposed a compensation of 1 million, which Zheng Wan has accepted. But Zhang Zihao is in dire straits. He swiftly divorced his wife and has now been dismissed from the hospital, evidently incurring the wrath of his father-in-law. He is in for a rough time ahead. Lu Mei continued. Xiao Ran was astonished. The Zheng family. No, Zheng Wan had managed to acquire money in such a manner. Very well. I shall begin to deal with you all in due course, he said. All right, I understand now. He hung up the phone, dismissing the incident from his mind and returning to his workout. After finishing, he departed amidst Lu Susu's disappointed gaze. Zheng's family. Yes. Let Zheng Gang handle the purchase. Zhang Yujun chimed in, expressing his thoughts. Now, his daughter had received a compensation of 1 million. Even after deducting the amount owed to Xiao Ran, nearly 600,000 remained. Zheng Gang had just married and was counting on that sum. Zheng Wan, however, did not spare a glance at the father and son duo, as she briskly strode into her bedroom with the takeout. Damn it, Zheng Gang couldn't help but curse. He had been humbling himself for 2 days, yet Zheng Wan continued to regard him with disdain. You must exercise more patience and properly coax your sister, otherwise, you'll have to find a way to gather your wedding funds on your own. Zheng Gang lowered his head and nodded in agreement. Once in the room, Zheng Wan silently consumed her meal, her thoughts swirling, her gaze icy. Everyone assumed that Zheng Jie's demise was a result of Zhang Zihao's wife's impulsive actions. But was that truly the case? Certainly not, for it was Zheng Wan who had summoned Zhang Zihao's wife with a phone call, during which she unleashed a torrent of venomous insults, ruthlessly attacking her inability to bear children. This provocation drove Zhang Zihao's wife to madness, leading her to the hospital. Moreover, she had shown her son a photograph of Zhang Zihao's wife, instructing him to berate the woman as a barren stone woman upon sight. Hence, it was no wonder that Zhang Zihao's wife completely lost control, culminating in tragedy. Zhang Zihao, you were the one who wronged me first. She gritted her teeth, a few crocodile tears slipping down her cheeks. After all, Zheng Jie was her own flesh and blood. Yet, she quickly donned a smile. Now that Zheng Jie was no more, there were no barriers between her and Xiao Ran. All she needed to do was to pursue him anew, promising to bear him children, and he would surely reconcile with her. For 100 million, she would never relinquish such a substantial fortune. Absolutely not. Chapter 16. The stolen takeout. Just yesterday, Jia Yingui had presented the renovation plans for his review, and he had also acquired the property deed. Thus, the transformation was already underway. Xiao Ran transferred an additional 20 million to him, urging him to promptly procure materials and commence the work. As he entered, the elevator doors were on the verge of closing when a woman hurriedly approached, repeatedly pressing the up button, causing the doors to slowly reopen. A stylishly dressed woman stepped inside, enveloped in a fragrant aura, an exquisite scent of high-end perfume that was both refreshing and not overpowering. Her appearance was striking, exuding a radiant charm that illuminated the confined space of the elevator. Standing at approximately 168 centimeters, she was not diminutive. However, with Xiao Ran's height of 178 centimeters, he still towered over her by a slight margin. She pressed the button for the 17th floor. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the gentle wafts of fragrance. Xiao Ran stood at the rear, admiring the alluring curves of this mature beauty. In the past, he would have averted his gaze, but now, his demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, and his admiration was purely aesthetic. The woman scrutinized Xiao Ran through the reflective surface of the elevator wall before suddenly turning to him and inquiring, "Oh, you must be that Xiao 500 million, right?" Xiao 500 million? He was taken aback. Had he acquired a nickname so swiftly? A smile crept across his face as he replied, "I am indeed Xiao Ran." The woman stifled a giggle, yet her remarkable physique still drew attention, her movements captivating and alluring, leaving onlookers spellbound. She cleared her throat and introduced herself. "Hello. I am Han Yun." However, the journey from the first to the 15th floor did not take long. Ding. The elevator arrived at the 15th floor. Xiao Ran nodded at Han Yun and stepped out of the elevator. Upon checking the app, he confirmed that the delivery had indeed arrived. However, upon reaching the door, he discovered that the food was nowhere to be found. He contacted the delivery person, who assured him that the order had been delivered and even provided photographic evidence. Where could the food have gone? Was it stolen? It was a possibility. Xiao Ran couldn't help but recall tales he had encountered online about food theft, never imagining he would become a victim himself. But he couldn't simply let this theft go unpunished. He reordered his meal and proceeded to the property management office to explain the situation, prompting them to review the surveillance footage. Indeed, at 5:07 p.m., the delivery person had dropped off the order and taken a picture before leaving. Shortly thereafter, the door to apartment 1501 opened, revealing a small boy who, after playing in the hallway for a while, fixated on the unattended food. He glanced around, then swiftly snatched the delivery and retreated into his home. The mystery was solved. "Who is it?" came an impatient voice from within. "Property management, we need to speak with you." The property manager took the lead. As Xiao Ran was not only the owner of the community's sole villa but also the recipient of a $500 million prize, naturally inciting a desire to curry favor. Footsteps approached, and the door opened to reveal an elderly man, who looked at the property manager with confusion. "What is it?" The manager smiled and replied, "Your grandson, if I may assume, has taken the delivery from apartment 1502. "Nonsense." With a resounding shout, a formidable woman approached, unleashing a torrent of invective upon the property manager. "Which of your eyes witnessed this? My dear Xiao Kang is so well behaved. How could he possibly steal someone else's takeaway? I warn you, do not utter such baseless accusations, or I shall wreak havoc upon your property office." The property manager maintained an unyielding smile, responding, "Madam Qin, we are not unjustly accusing your grandson. I possess surveillance footage to substantiate our claims." He produced his mobile device, showcasing a video that had been recorded from the monitoring room. "What are you showing me?" To his astonishment, Madam Qin refused to even glance at the screen, brusquely shoving the manager's phone aside. "Now, leave at once and do not disturb our dinner. Otherwise, I shall contact the authorities and accuse you of illegal intrusion." With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. The muffled sound of Madam Qin chastising her husband echoed from within, instructing him to expel any intruders swiftly and to close the door without further ado. This left the property manager seething with indignation. "Your grandson has stolen the takeaway, and the evidence is irrefutable. How can you be so brazen?" "Mr. Xiao, I apologize. We will persist in our discussions with that household and ensure they compensate you," the property manager stated. Recognizing that a distinguished resident like Xiao Ran could enhance the community's reputation, whereas the Qin family was another matter entirely, Xiao Ran contemplated for a moment before replying. "Very well, I leave it in your hands." However, he pondered the efficacy of the property management. Perhaps he must take matters into his own hands. He began searching online. What to do if a mischievous child steals takeaway? "I can manage this." Xiao Ran chuckled. Money must be spent within 3 months, or it becomes mere waste paper, or a string of numbers locked away in a bank. "Very well, let us devise a plan." The mischievous child had pilfered the takeout, yet faced no repercussions, not even a reprimand. This, of course, serves as encouragement, ensuring he will undoubtedly err again. An opportunity is granted. Soon enough, the delivery arrived, and Xiao Ran began to feast. After finishing his meal, he descended to procure some fruit. With the impending global extinction of nearly all plant life, how could one still hope to savor fresh fruit? It seemed impossible. Coincidentally, just as he stepped outside, he was met with the unexpected sight of Aunt Qin emerging with that mischievous child. Upon seeing Xiao Ran, the child appeared slightly sheepish. Yet Aunt Qin bore a fierce demeanor. "I must ask, how can someone with such wealth be so petty?" Aunt Qin began her tirade. "What is the big deal about a meal? For you, it's but a trifle. How dare you approach the property management? We are neighbors, bound by community ties. Do not make this a spectacle, or I assure you, I shall not let it slide." Chapter 17. The coming storm. Xiao Ran found himself amused. Truly, there is wisdom in the adage that the most contemptible are invincible. Your grandson steals my takeout, and you dare to speak with such conviction? You threaten me? Xiao Ran felt an impulse to strike her, but upon reflection, he recognized the value of patience. His grander scheme required subtlety. If he were to frighten the child now, scaring him away from further mischief, it would squander the intricate design he had laid out. Thus, he remained silent, silently stepping into the elevator. This filled Aunt Sheen with a sense of pride, while the mischievous child seemed to be concocting some scheme. Ding! The elevator arrived at the first floor, and Xiao Ran stepped out, followed closely by Aunt Sheen and the child, who could still hear Aunt Sheen remarking, "Little treasure, next time let's take his takeout. After all, he is wealthy, and taking a little from him is only fair." Indeed, with the endorsement of an adult, the child felt emboldened and fearlessly carefree. A subtle smile crept upon Xiao Ran's face, for he desired precisely this insatiable greed. He made his way to a fruit shop and purchased an abundance of fruit. Knowing that it mattered not if some went uneaten, he could simply cast them into the otherworldly space, ensuring their eternal freshness. Upon returning home, he washed an apple and began to eat. This global calamity could potentially endure for an indeterminate span, possibly hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, rendering fresh fruit a rarity. Thus, he needed to stockpile more. Yes, enough to last several lifetimes. As night fell and a new day dawned, Xiao Ran first visited an exquisite restaurant, requesting a custom-made takeout. The lunch he ordered was exorbitantly priced, incorporating various imported ingredients, with just the premium caviar alone costing 20,000 yuan. Altogether, this meal amounted to a staggering 80,000 yuan. Nevertheless, Xiao Ran still deemed it a bargain. However, every high-quality ingredient had been utilized. There was truly no way to inflate the price further. Fine, 80,000 was still a significant sum. And what was the most intriguing aspect of this meal? It was known for its aphrodisiac properties, enhancing vitality. Thus, the restaurant manager couldn't help but scrutinize Xiao Ran, pondering how many charming companions he had invited today, hoping he wouldn't overindulge to the point of exhaustion. Xiao Ran promptly paid 80,000 yuan, jotted down the address, retained the invoice, and departed. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, the mischievous child, having stolen takeout yesterday without facing reprimand, instead receiving encouragement, was naturally eyeing the neighbor's delivery once again. As the delivery person dropped off the food, the child sprang forth the moment they departed, clutching a remarkably imposing food box as he dashed back into his home. Inside, Aunt Sheen was present. Upon seeing the child enter with the sizable container, a smile instantly graced her face. How dare Xiao Ran seek the property management yesterday? Wasn't it merely a matter of taking one of your meals? Thus, indulging in another today would serve as a fitting lesson. However, Uncle Qin interjected, expressing concern. Isn't this someone else's takeout? Should we really partake? With all his wealth, what's the harm in a little indulgence? Aunt Qin dismissed his worries nonchalantly. Besides, where do lottery winnings come from? Aren't they amassed from our common people's contributions, 1 yuan at a time? Thus, this is ill-gotten wealth. Can we not partake? Wow, a giant lobster. The child had already unwrapped the packaging, erupting in jubilant exclamations. The food box contained 8 compartments, each filled with a different dish. Aunt Qin and Uncle Qin, upon seeing this, couldn't help but salivate. There was the lobster, along with some unidentifiable meats. In short, it radiated sophistication, certainly worth a considerable sum. Uncle Qin began to waver. If we consume this, might there be repercussions? Aunt Qin pondered for a moment, then shrugged off the concern. What does it matter? At most a few hundred yuan. Could he really have the police apprehend us? It was merely a child's accidental mix-up. What trouble could arise from that? Upon reflection, Grandpa Qin chose to remain silent. The three began their meal. Indeed, it was delectable. The meat was exceptionally succulent. The mischievous child could not contain himself and exclaimed, "Grandma, can I come back for more tomorrow?" "Of course," replied Grandma Qin. They relished their sumptuous feast, and after some time, there was no sign of Xiao Ran coming to request anything. Grandma Qin couldn't help but smirk with disdain, thinking that Xiao Ran must have been frightened off yesterday. Today's meal was truly delightful, and she hoped Xiao Ran would return often, for he certainly wouldn't dare to complain. However, after a while, Grandma Qin began to feel restless, and Grandpa Qin mirrored her sentiment. They exchanged glances and sent their grandson to watch television while they retreated into their room. Moments later, the noise subsided, only to resume shortly after, repeating this cycle. Suddenly, her face flushed, and she hurriedly stepped back. "What's wrong?" asked the son of the Qin family. "Your parents." She trailed off, unable to continue, her embarrassment palpable. How shameless of them. It's not even evening, and they have started already. Knowing that Qin Kong is still in the living room. Son, call 120 immediately, your father is in trouble." Grandma Qin's voice echoed from the room. Filled with sheer panic. What happened to my dad? The son was utterly bewildered. After a moment of hesitation, Grandma Qin stammered, "Your father has been, well, he has been rather vigorous since this afternoon, and he just fainted. Is he having a stroke?" The son could hardly believe it. His father, at such an advanced age, would encounter such a predicament. No wonder his wife had blushed and retreated. He quickly dialed for help. After a while, the ambulance arrived. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Qin and his partner were wheeled away together. Although they were covered with a cloth, it was still vaguely apparent that they were unclothed. The fact that they were taken away together suggests something rather telling. It would not take a fool to make an educated guess. The community is small. What can truly be concealed? How laughable. It seems that the Qin couple encountered an incident during their intimate moments, prompting them to call for an ambulance. They are merely in their 30s. It is rather unlikely for them to succumb so swiftly. It is not their son or daughter-in-law involved, but rather the elderly couple. What? They must be in their 60s, yet they have managed to create such a scandal at their age? From now on, they shall have to walk with their faces hidden in the community. They deserve it. The Qin couple is hardly exemplary. Indeed, it would be best if they met their end in the hospital. There are plenty of gossipers around. Chapter 18. I report a case upon hearing the sound of the ambulance. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and hailed a taxi. Where to? The police station. He intended to file a report. Upon learning that Xiao Ran had his takeout stolen, the police officers chuckled. "Young man, while it is within your rights to report a stolen meal, I would recommend checking with the property management for surveillance footage and then approaching the individual who took your food directly. After all, they are neighbors. And some matters are better resolved privately," one officer advised. Xiao Ran nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, after my first delivery was stolen, I immediately went to the property management and discovered that the thief was none other than the grandson of my neighbor. However, the adults in that household not only refused to compensate for my loss, but also verbally insulted me. Today, I ordered another delivery, only to have it stolen again by their grandson." Upon hearing this, the police officer's expression grew serious. This is outrageous. Not only did he steal, but he refuses to provide restitution and resorts to insults, only to reoffend? No wonder you felt compelled to report this. The officer continued. "You cannot bully honest individuals like this." He added, "All right, I will accompany you and sternly address this matter with them." Xiao Ran smiled slightly. "It may be even more serious. My current order is rather expensive." "How expensive could it be?" the officer asked dismissively. "How much?" 80,000. The officer, having just taken a sip of tea, promptly spewed it out, managing to turn just in time to avoid drenching himself, though his screen suffered the brunt of it. He coughed repeatedly. "How much? Did I mishear, or did you misspeak?" Xiao Ran produced the receipt and handed it over. Upon examining it, the officer's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "It truly is 80,000. But who would order takeout worth that much? With such a sum, wouldn't one prefer dining in the establishment? Nonetheless, one cannot dictate how much others choose to spend on takeout. No law prohibits ordering food exceeding a certain price, after all. However, this elevates the situation significantly. It is no longer merely a stolen delivery. It has escalated to the theft of a precious item, akin to the level of gold and jewelry." The police officer looked up at Xiao Ran and said, "I must verify this matter at the Taifeng building." Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. "No problem, I can accompany you." The officer stood up, addressing his companion, "Xiao Lu, let's go." Thus, the three of them set off towards the Taifeng building. Along the way, Officer Lu expressed his astonishment upon hearing that Xiao Ran had ordered takeout worth 80,000 yuan. "Goodness, that single order is equivalent to my annual salary," he remarked with a sense of disbelief. Another officer, nearly 50 years old and surnamed Zhua, glanced at Xiao Ran, pondering whether the extravagant takeout was intentionally set up to entice the neighbor's mischievous child to steal it. Otherwise, the coincidence seemed too uncanny. Nevertheless, regardless of intent, theft is indefensible, especially when the value exceeds 3,000 yuan, which constitutes a criminal offense. Upon arriving at their destination, the restaurant manager emerged, instantly becoming warm and welcoming upon recognizing Xiao Ran. He repeatedly addressed him as Mr. Xiao, and upon learning that Xiao Ran's order had been stolen, he felt compelled to assist the two officers in verifying the price of the takeout. He elaborated on the ingredients, which were either imported or among the finest domestic delicacies, such as the Yangtze River knife fish. The cost of the 80,000 yuan meal amounted to over 60,000 yuan, indicating that their profits were minimal. With less than 30 gross profit, it is indeed not much, he conceded. However, this undeniably confirmed that the takeout ordered by Xiao Ran was valued at over 60,000 yuan, for which he had indeed paid 80,000. This was a significant matter. Very well, we will take it from here, officers Wu assured Xiao Ran. The evidence submitted by Xiao Ran was comprehensive, demonstrating the value of the takeout, while also providing surveillance footage from the property. Consequently, the police's next step was to locate the Qin family. The child had mistakenly taken the food, and given that he was merely 7 or 8 years old, he could not be held criminally liable. Thus, if the Qin family was willing to offer compensation, the matter could be resolved. The issue, however, lay in the fact that the Qin family, knowing they had consumed a takeout meal, would be expected to pay 80,000 yuan. Would they willingly part with such a sum? This was indeed a vexation. Xiao Ran chuckled lightly. Very well. He decided to dine at Taifeng Building and, after his meal, sought out Lu Susu for a workout. Before the frigid weather set in, he intended to enhance his physical fitness as much as possible. At the municipal hospital in the northern district, an unexpected transformation had occurred with old man Qin, who had suddenly become quite lively. Just then, a doctor approached, revealing the results of the blood test. Old man Qin's blood contained a significant amount of stimulants, explaining his newfound vigor. How could this be? He rarely consumed supplements. Could it be that takeout? Mrs. Qin suddenly recalled, her face contorting with rage. Xiao Ran, you scoundrel, I will not let you off easily. Xiao Ran? The Qin family's son was taken aback. How could this be connected to Xiao Wui? Mrs. Qin hesitated momentarily, but ultimately divulged the incident of her grandson stealing the takeout. It must be him, the Qin family's son. Rather than reproaching his own child for the theft, erupted in fury. How wicked! To have poisoned the takeout. I will sue him and ensure he loses everything. Mentioning the loss of everything, the three adults exchanged glances, each revealing a glimmer of greed. After all, he had won a staggering 500 million yuan. They would demand he pay it all back. The son of the Qin family picked up the phone to report the incident to the police. However, only 10 minutes had passed when he noticed two officers approaching. Such a swift response. The three members of the Qin family hurried to greet them. Are you the family of Qin Kong? It was Officers Wu and Officer Lu who had arrived. What an unusual form of address. The son of the Qin family thought hesitantly. I am Qin Kang's father. I was the one who made the call. You reported an incident? Officers Wu asked, somewhat taken aback. Aren't you the guardians of the child who stole the takeout? Why did you call the police? Well, please share your situation, he continued, pressing for details. Qin Dama spoke up first, asserting that Xiao Ran had deliberately poisoned the food. This left the two officers quite perplexed. Are you implying that Xiao Ran poisoned the takeout he ordered with the intent to harm you? Officers was summarized. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Qin Dama nodded affirmatively. Officers Wu chuckled, stating, such a claim is unlikely to gain the approval of the prosecutor's office, and the court would not entertain it. Of course, you are free to hire a lawyer to sue Xiao Ran. That is your right. We are here to investigate the theft of the takeout. Oh, there's no need for further investigation, as you have already acknowledged the incident. He continued, this simplifies matters, as the offender is a minor. Thus, they only need to compensate for the cost of the takeout. The three members of the Qin family were infuriated. Clearly, it was Xiao Ran who had poisoned the food, a fact so evident that they could not fathom how the police could overlook it. Were the officers blind or foolish? Indeed, we shall incur losses. But Xiao Ran must compensate us for medical expenses, lost wages, and emotional distress, declared the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. There is no alternative. In order to hold Xiao Ran accountable, we must first acknowledge that they pilfered his delivery. Hence, regardless of their intentions, they are liable for the cost of this meal. Yet, what is the value of a mere takeout? They cannot possibly expect Xiao Ran to be left destitute. Officers Wu chuckled and replied, well, that settles it. The total amounts to 80,000. The three members of the Qin family erupted in disbelief. How can this be? An order worth 80,000? Why not simply rob a bank instead? Exclaimed the son of the Qin family. What delivery could possibly be valued at 80,000? Officers were amused to himself that he, too, was taken aback upon first hearing this figure. With a smile, he explained, "It is indeed 80,000, substantiated by an invoice. And we have conducted an investigation at the respective restaurant. The raw materials alone are valued at over 60,000, and considering the restaurant's taxes and profits, the total comes to 80,000. Even with this explanation, the Qin family remained skeptical. However, upon cross-referencing the dishes ordered, they found themselves at a loss for words. It was evident that their claims were not unfounded. Qin Dama finally felt remorse. Had she known better, she would not have permitted her grandson to steal the delivery. What now? Xiao Ran reported the incident, and the police accepted the case, and crucially, they had confessed. No, as long as we maintain that Xiao Ran poisoned the meal, we can certainly ensure he pays dearly, especially considering the reality of Qin Lao Tu lying in the emergency room. We admit that we did steal the delivery. But this only serves to prove that it was Xiao Ran who poisoned it. Qin Dama clamored. Officers was stated with composure. Firstly, Xiao Ran has not touched the takeaway from beginning to end, thus negating any possibility of poisoning. Secondly, the so-called poison is, in fact, a nutritional supplement. Xiao Ran is a young man, and it is quite normal for him to consume supplements, though you have stolen them. While I am not a lawyer, I can assure you with utmost certainty that as long as Xiao Ran maintains that the takeaway was ordered for himself, you cannot compel him to cover a single cent of the hospital expenses. Hearing his unwavering confidence, the three members of the Qin family were rendered speechless. Elder Qin pondered the expenses incurred for medical treatment, which had already exceeded 5,000. While this was a minor concern, the critical issue remained that they could not make Xiao Ran compensate them, as they had initially hoped to extort a significant sum. Consequently, how great a price would they pay for the mischief of the unruly child? 90,000, or perhaps even more. Aunt Qin, in a fit of desperation, collapsed onto the ground, resorting to a display of obstinacy. The police are aiding the wrongdoers and bullying our entire family. Let everyone judge this matter. This attracted the attention of onlookers, yet to what avail? It was merely a self-inflicted humiliation. Xiao Ran refrained from confronting them at the hospital. After all, individuals like Aunt Qin were incapable of rational discourse and would undoubtedly resort to tantrums. Thus, what merit was there in arguing with a shrew? Everything could be settled in due time. When that moment arrived, he would eliminate them entirely. A perfect resolution. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ran, the following day he adhered to his plan and visited a shooting range. He was there to acquire ammunition. The cost for pistol bullets was 10 yuan each, while rifle bullets were priced at 20 yuan each. Naturally, Xiao Ran opted for the rifle, particularly the type capable of rapid fire. He deposited 500,000 yuan and commenced his shooting practice. Gunfire erupted in a cacophony as Xiao Ran aimlessly fired his weapon, knowing full well that any bullets that traveled beyond 2 meters would be collected by the spatial portal. In rapid-fire mode, depleting an entire magazine occurred in the blink of an eye. Before long, the barrel grew excessively hot. Swapping out firearms, he pressed on. After 5 hours of relentless shooting, he had spent nearly 400,000, which translated to an astonishing 20,000 rounds of ammunition. 20,000. If he were to master the art of precise bullet projection in another dimension, it would be sufficient to eliminate 20,000 targets. Quite the exaggeration. Xiao Ran chose to cease his activities, as even with earplugs, the continuous gunfire for 5 hours had left his head buzzing, and the recoil from each shot had caused a painful ache in his shoulder. He resolved to rest the following day and seek out another shooting range the day after. It was unwise to remain loyal to a single establishment. Although this was an outdoor range where bullets could easily be lost in the mud, the notion of 20,000 rounds, all missing the mark, was a risk he preferred to avoid. Better not to attract undue suspicion, especially with the apocalypse still over 2 months away. Upon returning, he discovered that the door had been smeared with excrement. There was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly the work of the Qin family. Xiao Ran went to the property management to review the surveillance footage, but this time the Qin family had wised up, covering the camera in a bag from a blind spot before committing their misdeed. The surveillance footage revealed nothing of the Qin family obstructing the camera, nor could it prove they were the culprits behind the foul act. It was an obvious display of petty trickery. With a cold smirk, Xiao Ran promptly reported the incident to the authorities, believing that the matter of identifying the perpetrator was best left to professionals. Subsequently, He approached the neighbors residing below the Qin family, offering them a sum of money to undertake a specific task, to install a device capable of shaking the building from the ceiling. Thereafter, that family temporarily relocated to a hotel. What, one might ask, is this device capable of causing such tremors? As the name suggests, it is, of course, the act of shaking the building. Bang, bang, bang. Even the deepest slumber would be interrupted by such a ruckus in the dead of night. Yet, with the convenience of Wi-Fi and remote control via mobile devices, Xiao Ran smiled knowingly. From this evening onwards, the Qin family would be deprived of their peaceful slumber. He did not allow the Qin family's predicament to hinder his endeavors. He continued to invest in stocks, attend banquets, and merely 3 days later, the Qin family could no longer endure the disturbance. They reached out to Xiao Ran through the property management, expressing their willingness to compensate and to clean his front door. Xiao Ran's life was remarkably monotonous, investing in stocks, exercising, attending banquets, collecting ammunition, and procuring supplies, all conducted in an orderly manner. Additionally, he dedicated a day to practice attacking with the spatial portal, honing his marksmanship. He focused on ensuring that the bullets emerging from the portal would accurately strike their intended target. After expending approximately 1,000 rounds, he achieved a 100 hit rate within 2 meters, 90 within 5 meters, and 60 within 10 meters. He did not continue, as bullets were not only precious but also challenging to acquire. There were only a few shooting ranges in Sioux City, and further practice would necessitate traveling to other locales. His compound bow had arrived, and during his leisure moments, he would shoot arrows into the spatial portal, using the arrows retrieved from within to refine his aim. The destructive capacity was not particularly significant, allowing him to practice even within his residential community, provided no one was watching. With more than 2 months remaining until the apocalypse, he took his time to practice. Thus, a month swiftly passed. The renovation of the villa was progressing vigorously, aligning with expectations. While Xiao Ran's stock account burgeoned from 350 million to 1 billion, he withdrew a portion of his funds to cover the renovation expenses of his villa, allocated a small amount for purchasing supplies, while the majority remained invested in the stock market, allowing his wealth to multiply. It was not yet the time to withdraw everything. By the way, Xiao Ran also acquired a vehicle. Chapter 20. Envy of Wealth. Xiao Ran purchased a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It was not overly expensive, costing over 2 million, but he spent an additional 500,000 on modifications. Was it prudent to venture out in such perilous times? For the sake of energy resources, fuels such as gasoline and diesel could no longer be procured in abundance merely with wealth. Thus Xiao Ran would have to wait until the apocalypse to scavenge. Therefore, the durability and sealing performance of his vehicle were of utmost importance. The modifications to the vehicle could not be completed hastily, so he anticipated that it would take over a month before he could take possession of it. In any case, it would certainly be ready before the onset of the apocalypse. A man was waiting for the elevator, appearing to be in his 30s. Quite handsome in appearance yet somewhat unkempt, with stubble and a shirt with mismatched buttons. The scent of alcohol was evident, and he clearly had not rested well. With pronounced dark circles under his eyes, he glanced at Xiao Ran, first displaying a fleeting look of envy, then purposefully lifted his chin as if to ensure Xiao Ran noticed him. "Do I know you?" Xiao Ran thought, dismissing him. Ding! The elevator arrived. The two entered in succession, each selecting their respective floors. Xiao Ran noticed that the other pressed the button for the 17th floor. Coincidentally the same floor as the enchanting woman, Han Yun. Although there were 4 households on that floor, unless the elevator had just ascended, one would prefer to wait rather than share the lift with others. Could he possibly be Han Yun's husband? TSK, he seemed to enjoy quite the fortune in love. However, at the very moment the elevator doors began to close, a hand suddenly reached out, halting their descent. The doors swung open once more, allowing 4 men to stride in. Their skin was adorned with tattoos, and one bore an earring that seemed to declare his rogue nature as boldly as if it were etched across his face. Upon their entrance, the inebriated man visibly paled, instinctively retreating until he found himself pressed against the elevator wall. The man with the earring first canceled the 2 previously selected floors before positioning himself at the door, obstructing its closure. "Hey, when are you going to repay your debt?" growled a rotund man, stepping forward to confront the inebriated fellow, clearly the leader of the quartet. The drunken man, who had exuded arrogance moments before while glaring at Xiao Ran, now resembled a frightened chick facing a hawk, trembling in fear. "Hu, boss Hu, if you could just grant me 2 more days, I swear I will repay you," he stammered, unable to even attempt to evade the confrontation, merely pleading for mercy. Xiao Ran sighed. I care not for your debts or collections, but what purpose does it serve to block the elevator and impede others? If there are issues to discuss, do so outside and refrain from disrupting those around you. Get the hell out of here, the rotund man shouted, pressing his hand against the inebriated man's face while turning to bellow at Xiao Ran. Would Xiao Ran cower before him? No, he would simply exit the elevator in silence. In this apocalyptic scenario, with but a thought, he could eliminate these men multiple times over. Certainly, this is not the end of the world. If he were to use bullets from another dimension to eliminate these 4 individuals, he would undoubtedly find himself imprisoned, compelled to explain the origin of those bullets, a troublesome predicament indeed. However, even without the use of ammunition, he remains utterly unafraid. After a month of rigorous training, the fruits of his labor are beginning to manifest. His physical condition, which already surpassed that of 99% of the population, has now ascended to an even higher level. Facing 4 adversaries, he finds it quite effortless. Even if you are the property owners, you possess no authority to evict anyone, let alone when you are not. Xiao Ran shook his head. If anyone should leave, it ought to be you. So hurry up, as you have already squandered a significant amount of my time. The portly man with a beer belly spat disdainfully, while his 3 subordinates glared at Xiao Ran, anger simmering in their eyes. The thug with the ear studs boldly reached out, attempting to grasp Xiao Ran by the collar. Bang! With a swift punch, Xiao Ran sent the ear-studded man doubling over, retching uncontrollably. Seeing Xiao Ran's willingness to retaliate ignited the fury of the beer-bellied man and his companions, who swung their fists towards him in unison. A chaotic brawl ensued, culminating in the beer-bellied man and his 3 associates being forcibly expelled from the elevator. As for Xiao Ran, he endured a few blows. Yet his formidable physique rendered him largely unscathed, merely feeling some discomfort. He reflected on his lack of experience in combat, realizing that had he trained more extensively, he might have avoided several hits, if not all. The cramped confines of the elevator offered little room for evasion or maneuvering. Don't think that just because you've aided me, I owe you my gratitude, the inebriated man suddenly declared. I didn't ask for your help. Can you believe this is how he speaks? Xiao Ran cast a glance at him, pondering internally. It seems we are unfamiliar with each other. Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? Unless it is a disdain for the affluent. A realization dawned upon Xiao Ran as he noticed the man reeking of alcohol, heavily burdened by debt. It was evident that this individual was struggling in life. While the news of Xiao Ran winning a 500 million prize had spread throughout the entire community, naturally inciting the man's envy. This could explain why the man's first look at him was one of envy and the second one of contempt. Perhaps he was berating Xiao Ran in his mind as a nouveau riche. Xiao Ran chuckled softly, deliberately picking at the wound. How much do you owe others? The man, taken aback, seemed to have his sore spot hit, promptly sealing his lips. If you wish, I could assist you by pressing the button for the first floor. Those 4 individuals should still be there, Xiao Ran continued. The man shivered, fear evident in his demeanor. Xiao Ran then leisurely remarked, although my actions were not specifically intended to aid you, I have indeed rendered you assistance. It is one thing to withhold gratitude, but to respond with hostility is quite inappropriate. You owe me an apology. The man, now cowed, had no choice but to utter, I'm sorry. I cannot hear you. Xiao Ran replied coolly. I'm sorry. The man raised his voice, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, having just witnessed Xiao Ran's display of strength, he dared not retaliate. Clenching his fists tightly, consumed by resentment, Xiao Ran chuckled derisively, reflecting that it was fortunate this was the present, had it been in a post-apocalyptic scenario. A single bullet could have ended his life, rendering his demise utterly meaningless. Ding! At that moment, the elevator reached the 15th floor, and Xiao Ran stepped out. The elevator doors closed once more with a thud, and he immediately heard a muffled sound from within. Presumably the inebriated man kicking the elevator in a fit of frustration and anger. Humph, he thought, unworthy of my concern, merely a petty individual. Should he continue to be oblivious, once the apocalypse arrives, I shall entice your wife with provisions and indulge in her presence right before your eyes. The thought of Han Yun's alluring maturity piqued Xiao Ran's interest. She must be his wife. Chapter 21. Zheng Wan seeks reconciliation. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping on the door echoed. Xiao Ran initially assumed it was the drunken man, pondering what had spurred his sudden courage. However, peering through the peephole, he was taken aback to find Zheng Wan standing there. Was this surprising? Not in the least. On the contrary, Xiao Ran felt a twinge of curiosity that his ex-wife had chosen today to pay him a visit. Xiao Ran, I know you are inside. Zheng Wan spoke in the softest tone she could muster. Please open the door. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. What could there possibly be to discuss? Most likely, it would be an apology for past transgressions, begging for forgiveness, and promising to devote herself wholeheartedly to him in the future. What would be her motive? The jackpot she has been waiting for. If Zheng Wan were to discover that his fortune had ballooned to over $1 billion, her enthusiasm would surely multiply tenfold, and severing ties with the Zheng family would become a mere formality. For now, I'll indulge in a little play. The end of days has not yet arrived. I cannot harm your kin just yet, so I shall toy with you a while longer. Whatever it is you wish to say, let it be spoken from outside. Xiao Ran replied coolly. Zheng Wan, however, felt a surge of joy. The fact that he was willing to engage with her was a sign of progress. Xiao Ran, I acknowledge my past mistakes, she said earnestly. I understand that no matter what I say, it cannot remedy the pain you have endured. Yet, I must tell you, the one I have always loved has been you. I find myself bearing the burden of Zhang Zihua's offspring, and the truth is, I was violated by him. I too am a victim. Woe is me. Xiao Ran was taken aback, astonished that one could utter such fabrications with such ease. How utterly shameless. Do you truly consider me a fool? Xiao Ran secretly chuckled, yet spoke with a hint of skepticism. Is it true? Could Zhang Zihua be so despicable? Indeed. Zheng Wan fervently nodded, inwardly reflecting on Xiao Ran's naivety, as such a statement easily swayed his belief. This man remains unchanged from before. However, Xiao Ran remarked, then you ought to report him, accuse him of rape. What? Zheng Wan was momentarily stunned, dazed by the suggestion. Accuse Zhang Zihua of such a heinous act? Did she dare confront him directly? If confronted, he would undoubtedly unveil all their past transgressions, jeopardizing any chance she had of rekindling her relationship with Xiao Ran. In a moment of quick thinking, she hastily replied, it has been too long, and I have no evidence to support my claim. I cannot pursue him legally. Perhaps you have been watching too many self-media videos. Zheng Wan scoffed inwardly. Yet, did she dare reproach Xiao Ran? A man with a fortune of 4 billion is akin to a father figure. Xiao Ran, let bygones be bygones, she spoke softly. Now that Xiao Jia is gone, there are no more barriers between us. Shall we reunite? Xiao Ran, I know you have a fondness for children. I will bear a son for us. Xiao Ran's expression turned peculiar, nearly bursting into laughter, not to mention his current wealth exceeding 10 billion, even with his former fortune of 4 billion. How many women would willingly approach him if he sought a partner? If he were to remarry, would not Lu Mei be enticing? However, in order to toy with his malicious ex-wife, Xiao Ran patiently played along with her charade. I already have a girlfriend, Xiao Ran declared. Who? Zheng Wan's heart trembled, and an image involuntarily surfaced in her mind, an exquisite beauty that made her feel inferior. Could it be that lawyer? Yes, Xiao Ran nodded. In truth, his relationship with Lu Mei was merely ambiguous. He had not pursued her, nor had she ever confessed her feelings. Zheng Wan almost choked on her breath. That wretched woman. Indeed, I always found it strange why Lu Mei would come at the mere sound of a call. She had ulterior motives all along. She urged, Xiao Ran. That lawyer is clearly a gold digger. Consider this. Why did you have no romantic prospects before, yet suddenly such a stunning woman is pursuing you? She is after your wealth, not your heart. But I am different. When you had nothing, I still loved you, and chose to marry you. Xiao Ran. When choosing a wife, one must seek virtue. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, she will eventually age. Only those who truly love you can accompany you for a lifetime. Xiao Ran was utterly astonished. Even with Liang Jingru's backing, no sane person would dare utter such words. How thick-skinned could one be? You married me out of love? Nonsense. You did so to cover up your premarital pregnancy, to protect Zhang Zihua's reputation and career. You sought out this honest man to take your burden, and you still claim it was love? Truly, when one stoops low enough, they become invincible. Xiao Ran feigned contemplation. As if somewhat swayed, Zheng Wan perceived the situation and promptly said, Xiao Ran, if you harbor any doubts, you may immediately contact that lawyer and declare your investment a failure, claiming you are financially destitute. Let us see if she will promptly sever ties with you. If I were penniless, would you still seek me out? Xiao Ran could not possibly heed her words. Instead, he retorted, even if her interest lies solely in my wealth. What of it? She is stunningly beautiful, and her figure is quite alluring. I am undeniably enamored by her. Thus, I implore you to cease your disturbances. The implications were abundantly clear: beauty and an alluring physique. Zheng Wan continued to speak, But as she noticed Xiao Ran's utter lack of response, it dawned on her that he had already departed. In the past, Xiao Ran would have been compelled to kneel and apologize for 3 days. Yet now she dared not voice any grievances. Softly, she murmured, "Xiao Ran, time reveals true intentions. And you will surely realize that I am the one who genuinely loves you." Fearing that he might not receive her sentiment, she sent him a similar message via her phone before taking her leave. Yet, how could she possibly compete with Lu Mei? The latter was a lawyer, a title that inherently exuded prestige, and indeed, she was a siren, beautiful and possessing an enviable figure. Men are so superficial, drawn to such striking visages and voluptuous forms. But Xiao Ran possesses 400 million. How could she bear to relinquish that? Most crucially, Xiao Ran remains her ex-husband. That fortune rightfully belongs to her. What should she do? She found herself contemplating cosmetic surgery and breast augmentation. A flicker of desire ignited within her, yet hesitation lingered. Firstly, such procedures entail exorbitant expenses. And secondly, the process is excruciating. Xiao Ran merely smiled coldly. Zheng Wan received a hint, which should lead her to consider undergoing cosmetic surgery and breast augmentation, an endeavor that undoubtedly requires a substantial financial investment. This would bring her both monetary loss and personal suffering. However, it is likely that Zheng Wan remains indecisive, still hesitating to make a firm commitment. Thus, it is time to give her a little push. Should they wait until the apocalypse to eliminate this malicious woman? That would be too lenient. Xiao Ran thought of Lu Susu. Indeed. It is time to arrange a meeting with this fitness instructor. Chapter 22. A further push after dinner. Xiao Ran headed to the gym to sweat profusely. Over the course of a month, his form had become quite proficient, yet he enrolled for another month of private coaching with Lu Susu. Upon his arrival, she promptly began to guide his training, although there was little left to teach. "Shall we go for a late-night snack afterwards?" Xiao Ran inquired with a smile. "Absolutely." Lu Susu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a month of hard work, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. After 3 hours of rigorous exercise, the gym was nearly closing. Lu Susu went to change her clothes, and they left together. Observing her alluring figure, with her curvaceous hips swaying enticingly, it was impossible for any man to suppress a swallow of desire. Xiao Ran took Lu Susu out for a late-night snack, conveniently located near their community. It was not particularly late, merely past 10 o'clock, thus they encountered several elderly individuals out for a leisurely stroll. Xiao Ran had become somewhat of a celebrity and was instantly recognizable. A glance at Lu Susu made the situation all too clear to onlookers. They indulged in barbecue for their late-night feast, and Xiao Ran deliberately ordered several lamb kidneys, causing Lu Susu's cheeks to flush a delightful shade of crimson, enhancing her allure. This, of course, caught the eyes of many, but Xiao Ran remained indifferent to their gazes. He wanted them to see, after all. 2 individuals ascended to the 15th floor via the elevator, and upon opening the door, Lu Susu eagerly embraced him. After a night passed, filled with fleeting moments of passion, Xiao Ran felt as though the previous 20 years had been squandered. He and Zheng Wan had engaged in marital relations, yet Zheng Wan merely tolerated him. She insisted on extinguishing the lights, forbade any affectionate gestures, and remained passive throughout, leading to a gradual decline in their intimacy, averaging less than once a month. Xiao Ran had previously perceived Zheng Wan as simply dispassionate, but only after his rebirth did he comprehend that she harbored feelings for another, treating him as a mere obligation. Hence, intimacy to him had become a mundane necessity, a release after prolonged restraint. However, after last night, he discovered the exhilarating possibilities of such encounters. Lu Susu was entirely different from Zheng Wan. She was fervent, not only accommodating but also proactive, possessing ample experience. Goodness! Xiao Ran realized that such experiences could be delightful beyond imagination. Certainly, with Lu Susu's extensive experience, she must have encountered many suitors. Yet Xiao Ran had no intention of marrying her, so why should he be concerned? Lu Susu, too, sought only financial gain. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. "I initially thought you were a clumsy, unromantic man, but you are surprisingly skilled," Lu Susu complimented, her eyes radiating satisfaction and allure. Xiao Ran replied with a faint smile. "I shall provide you with 100,000 a month and purchase you a car." "Thank you, boss," Lu Susu replied seductively. As for becoming Xiao Ran's wife, she lacked such grand ambitions and possessed the self-awareness to engage with him so readily. How would she fare with other men? Thus, Xiao Ran was merely indulging in novelty. The price he offered was quite satisfactory, 100,000 a month, along with a car. They had a wild night, ultimately exhausting themselves, and succumbed to sleep, leaving them both feeling rather uncomfortable. Consequently, they decided to bathe together. Suddenly, a loud and urgent knocking reverberated through the door, as if a calamity had struck within the household. It was likely Jing Wan. No one else would be in such a frantic state. Xiao Ran wrapped himself in a bathrobe and stepped outside. Peering through the peephole, he confirmed it was indeed Zhang Wan. Everything was proceeding according to plan. With a smile, he swung the door open. Xiao Ran, I heard someone say you had a woman stay over last night. Is that true? Zheng Wan inquired urgently. Xiao Ran nodded affirmatively. How could you do this? Zheng Wan's face turned ashen, radiating fury as if she had been wronged. Xiao Ran chuckled. Why shouldn't I? I am single. Is it forbidden for a single man to seek companionship? This reasoning left Zheng Wan momentarily speechless, her mouth agape. Xiao Ran, who is she? Lu Susu emerged, also clad in a bathrobe, unperturbed by her appearance upon hearing a woman's voice. The gazes of the two women instantly locked. Not that lawyer. Zheng Wan nearly lost her composure. Xiao Ran, you are something else. You claimed that lawyer was your girlfriend, yet you brought another woman to bed. However, upon assessing Lu Susu, Zheng Wan felt a pang of anxiety. The latter was not only more beautiful but also younger, with a figure that was tall and athletic, accentuated by ample curves. Moreover, Lu Susu was currently bathing, rendering any possibility of makeup moot. Thus, she was a natural beauty who could easily surpass even the most glamorously adorned. Oh, my ex-wife, Xiao Ran replied casually. Zheng Wan, unwilling to concede, clung to hope. After all, Xiao Ran was a veritable treasure trove worth 400 million. How could she simply relinquish her pursuit? She hastily retorted. Aren't you afraid that Lu Mei will find out about this? Before Xiao Ran could respond, Lu Susu interjected. Isn't it quite normal for affluent individuals to seek companions? What is the matter? After a divorce, do you still wish to control your former spouse? How utterly ridiculous. Zheng Wan, infuriated, appeared ready to strike Lu Susu. Yet, as a fitness instructor, Lu Susu was more than capable of handling two of Zheng Wan with ease. She firmly grasped Zheng Wan's wrist, disdainfully stating, Assault is against the law, dear sister. Dear sister? Zheng Wan nearly fumed with indignation, interpreting this as a veiled jab at her age. With another shove, Lu Susu let go, forcing Zheng Wan to take a few steps back. What more could Zheng Wan say? She found herself scrutinizing Lu Susu's ample figure, recalling that Lu Mei was similarly endowed, and suddenly it dawned on her. Indeed, Xiao Ran had a penchant for women with generous curves. Ah, which man doesn't he? Initially hesitant, her resolve solidified. Xiao Ran, I will absolutely not give up. Wait for me, she declared before departing in haste. Lu Susu, momentarily taken aback, turned to Xiao Ran and asked, why did she leave? Would she stay just to share a meal? Xiao Ran mused with a leisurely smile. I suppose she intends to pursue cosmetic surgery and enhancement. Lu Susu lowered her gaze to her own bosom, then contemplated Zheng Wan's proportions, a look of disdain crossing her face. With her foundation, she could at best achieve a C cup. After all, Lu Susu was an E. Xiao Ran chuckled heartily, recalling how Zheng Wan had received a compensation of 1 million from Zhang Ziheo's family, from which she paid 410,000, leaving her with around 600,000 after some savings. However, plunging into the abyss of cosmetic surgery, that 600,000 would vanish with remarkable ease. He anticipated witnessing Zheng Wan's destitution, the realization of her deception dawning upon her, all while she would be burdened with foreign substances within her body, making daily activities exceedingly inconvenient. Removing them would be a dilemma, leaving her to rue her choices. Chapter 23. Borrowing money. Xiao Ran and Lu Susu ventured out for breakfast. After their meal, Xiao Ran took her to purchase a car, having previously acquired a luxury G-Class. He felt no desire to visit other dealerships and led Lu Susu directly to that one. As a valued customer, he was warmly welcomed. Upon entering, they were treated like royalty. Ultimately, Xiao Ran purchased a vehicle priced just over 500,000, registering it in Lu Susu's name. This brought immense joy to Lu Susu, who showered Xiao Ran with kisses and gratitude. Likewise, the saleswoman could not help but feel envious. A car worth over 500,000 was simply given away. Oh, father, why not indulge me as well? Alas, her looks paled in comparison to Lu Susu's, and her physique was even more lacking, no matter how much she tried to flirt. Xiao Ran remained oblivious. After concluding the car purchase, Xiao Ran parted ways with Lu Susu, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he resumed gathering supplies of all varieties, including firewood for the fireplace. At the onset of the natural disaster, although the external temperature plummeted to around -10 degrees, the domestic environment could easily be heated to above 20 degrees by utilizing air conditioning and underfloor heating. However, the predicament arose on the fourth day when the power was abruptly cut off. Without electricity, could one still operate the air conditioning and heating? Hence, during the renovation of his villa, Xiao Ran insisted on the installation of a fireplace, which could be fueled by wood. Unlike gasoline or diesel, wood is not a limited resource. It can be procured freely, and no one will come to inspect how much one possesses. Freshwater is as precious as food. Once the calamity commenced, aside from bottled purified water, were there any uncontaminated water sources available? None. While distillation could yield pure water, it is inefficient and requires energy. In the event of power and gas outages, how would one boil water? Would one resort to burning the wooden furniture within the house? Therefore, potable water became one of the critical supplies that Xiao Ran stockpiled in abundance. Besides collecting tap water, he also ordered supplies from a purified water company, arranging for delivery by truck, which was quite affordable, so he decided to stockpile it. After dinner, he went to the gym. The night passed. In the morning, Lu Susu headed to the gym for work. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Xiao Ran was jolted awake, his first thought being that Zheng wanted to come again. But that seemed unlikely, given the shock she experienced yesterday. She should be busy choosing a cosmetic surgery clinic. He shrugged on a robe and approached the door, peering through the peephole to discover an unexpected visitor standing outside, Han Yun, the stunning woman from the 17th floor. Xiao Ran opened the door. As Xiao Hanyun began to speak, she caught sight of Xiao Ran clad in a robe, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She hurriedly squeezed through the door and shut it behind her, as if fearing the gaze of onlookers. Indeed, as a married woman seeking the company of a single man, the idle chatter of neighbors could render her unable to hold her head high within the community. Xiao Ran took a step back and smiled, inquiring, "Is there something you need from me? Could you possibly lend me some money?" The enchanting young woman asked, her voice tinged with hesitation, causing her to lower her gaze in shyness. "How much do you need?" Xiao Ran queried. Hanyun began to fidget with her fingers, contemplating for a moment before responding. 300,000. Their interactions had been limited to a few encounters while waiting for the elevator, hardly qualifying them as friends. Yet here she was, asking for such a substantial sum. Was she perceiving Xiao Ran as a soft touch? Xiao Ran neither declined nor acquiesced, but instead asked, "What has transpired?" He had already formed a vague suspicion. After a moment of hesitation, Hanyun divulged, "You expect someone to lend you money without sharing the reason? My husband has been gambling. Not only has he lost everything, but he also borrowed money from the casino. Now they are demanding repayment. And they warned that if the debt is not settled within 3 days, I would have to repay them in other ways." As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Indeed, Xiao Ran nodded, recalling the drunken man he had encountered in the elevator, Hanyun's husband. "How could you marry a gambler?" he inquired. With a sigh, Hanyun replied, "My husband was not like this before. He was successful in his career and possessed striking good looks. However, later on, he fell victim to deception, resulting in disastrous investments that obliterated the company he had painstakingly built. This led to his subsequent despondency, and he eventually succumbed to a gambling addiction. Previously, he might have lost a few tens of thousands, but now he found himself losing as much as 300,000 in one fell swoop. Shouldn't you ask your in-laws for financial assistance?" Xiao Ran suggested. Hanyun shook her head. "My parents-in-law have already lost hope in my husband. They will no longer lend us any money." It was disheartening that even his own parents had given up on him, yet she remained steadfast by his side. Truly, what a testament to love. However, both gambling and drugs are paths one should never tread, for they inevitably lead to familial ruin. "Xiao Ran, could you assist me just this once?" she implored, grasping Xiao Ran's hand with a pleading expression. Xiao Ran shook her head. "We are not related, so why would I lend you money? Do you think I won the lottery and can casually lend out 300,000? Am I a fool?" Disappointment washed over Han Yun as she released Xiao Ran's hand. However, Xiao Ran continued, "If you offer something as collateral, I might consider lending you the money." Han Yun's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as she inquired, "What would you have me pledge?" "You," Xiao Ran replied with a smile. Chapter 24. The return from cosmetic surgery. Han Yun was momentarily taken aback. Then realization dawned upon her, bringing a flush of indignation to her cheeks. "You are shameless," she retorted, turning on her heel and storming out. At that moment, A young couple from room 1503 was waiting for the elevator. It was the peak hour for both work and school, and the elevator was crowded as theirs descended. They hurried over to this one. Upon witnessing the scene, Han Yun seemed concerned about potential misunderstandings. As if to assert her own integrity, she declared, Xiao Ran, do not presume that a mere sum of money makes you significant. I shall never acquiesce to such shameless demands. With that, she hastily ascended the staircase through the emergency exit. The young couple regarded Xiao Ran with peculiar glances. The situation was self-evident. Xiao Ran, emboldened by his wealth, sought to support Han Yun, only to be met with rejection. How contemptible! Just then, the elevator arrived, and the couple stepped inside, casting a derisive look at Xiao Ran as the doors closed. Enraged, Xiao Ran thought, you came to borrow money, and I am not allowed to make any requests. You expect to borrow 300,000 without a word? Do you take me for a fool? Moreover, you speak such words in front of others, clearly attempting to tarnish my reputation. With a cold smirk, Xiao Ran ascended the emergency staircase as well. Room 1702. He knocked on the door. Who is it? A man's voice responded, laced with palpable impatience. Property management, Xiao Ran replied. The door creaked open, revealing the intoxicated man from 2 days prior. He was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Xiao Ran, exclaiming, how did you become part of the property management? At that moment, Han Yun peeked from within. And upon seeing Xiao Ran, her demeanor shifted to one of unease. Xiao Ran waved towards Han Yun, saying, I haven't given you the money yet. Why the haste? How do you prefer to receive payment? I have no cash on hand. Please provide me with an account number, and I shall transfer the funds to you. The intoxicated man, named Lin Yue, initially froze, then erupted in fury, shouting at Xiao Ran, what money? What have you two done? Xiao Ran promptly waved his hand and smiled, saying, do not misunderstand. We have done nothing. This is the truth. However, how could Lin Yue possibly believe such a statement? Why would you give my wife money if you have none? Moreover, you are merely clad in a nightgown. He turned to Han Yun and shouted, why would he give you money? You. Tell me, what did you go out to do with him just now? Han Yun recognized that Xiao Ran was being deliberately provocative, seeking revenge for the slander she had just cast upon him. Yet, she had no choice but to patiently explain to her husband, I went to borrow money from him. But he made inappropriate demands. I rejected him, and he must be upset over my refusal, which is why he is trying to sow discord between us. Xiao Ran chuckled and remarked, would I truly pay someone to stir up discord? Here, I can transfer you the money directly. Just provide me with your account details. Lin Yue wavered, turning to his wife. Give him your payment code. Husband. Han Yun stammered. Lin Yue does not trust me. Yet, Lin Yue remained resolute, stating, if you have nothing to hide, why fear sharing your payment code with him? Resigned, Han Yun retrieved her phone and displayed a payment code to Xiao Ran. He scanned it swiftly, input a sequence of numbers, and confirmed the transaction. Lin Yue seized his wife's phone, glanced at the screen, and his face turned ashen as he bellowed, 5,000. He transferred you 5,000. Now tell me, what exactly transpired between you? Did you sleep together? Did you? Han Yun quickly defended herself. Husband, please listen to me. I assure you, nothing happened between us. He is merely trying to mislead you. Xiao Ran winked at her, expressing his satisfaction. I am quite pleased with you. Do come to find me again next time. With that, he descended through the safety passage. Even after the security door had closed, he could still hear the clamor of Lin Yue and Han Yun's argument. A faint smile graced Xiao Ran's lips. You caused me trouble once. I shall return the favor, and we shall be even. However, Han Yun remained quite haughty. It remained to be seen whether she could maintain such pride in the face of impending calamity when hunger and thirst would assail her, or if she would lay down her dignity before a sumptuous feast, becoming a mere plaything. Time would tell. As days passed, the apocalypse loomed ever closer. Xiao Ran's investments in the stock market had burgeoned to an astonishing 3 billion, and although the 2-month period had yet to expire, he had already begun to liquidate his holdings and embark on a fervent buying spree. Pork was procured in quantities of 5,000 tons, swiftly depleting over 100 million. Beef, again 5,000 tons, cost him another 200 million, and lamb, yet another 5,000 tons, which set him back over 300 million. However, Xiao Ran refrained from purchasing live fish and shrimp, as the alternate realm could not accommodate living creatures, and dead seafood was far from palatable. Besides, he had already arranged nearly 10,000 banquet tables, ensuring an ample supply of fish, shrimp, and crab. Fruits of all varieties were acquired by the 1,000 tons, as were vegetables, each at the same measure. Rice, preferably from Wuchang, was stocked in abundance. Various grains followed suit, each also at the rate of 1,000 tons. Amidst Xiao Ran's fervent acquisition, his bank account hardly swelled. Any amount exceeding 100 million was swiftly expended. As May 17th approached, despite accounting for the unrealized gains in the stock market, Xiao Ran found himself with a mere 200 million. Spending money was indeed exhausting. The villa renovation had not been completed as scheduled and had dragged on until today, when Jia Yunggui officially handed over the property for inspection. After moving into the new residence and testing all the requested designs, Xiao Ran, satisfied with the changes, paid the final installment of 10 million. 2 days later, the modification of the G-Class was completed, and he was notified that it was ready for collection. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, he heard someone calling his name. It was Zheng Wan. Turning around, he nearly failed to recognize her. She had transformed entirely. She had undergone cosmetic surgery. And while she indeed looked much better than before, her face appeared overly stiff, exuding a rather artificial vibe. She had disappeared for over a month, clearly for the purpose of her transformation. Xiao Ran, take a look at me. Zheng Wan stood before him with an air of pride, showcasing her technologically enhanced visage. Xiao Ran glanced at her and then turned away. Is that your reaction? Zheng Wan was taken aback. Xiao Ran chuckled. You asked me to look, and I did. Shouldn't you say something? Zheng Wan grew anxious. What should I say? Xiao Ran retorted. Compliment your looks? Please, with that zombie-like face, you shouldn't go out at night. You might frighten the children. Xiao Ran. Zheng Wan screamed, her expression one of exasperation. She trembled with anger. To finance her cosmetic surgery and breast augmentation, she had not only spent all her savings, but had also taken out a loan, accruing nearly 100,000 in debt. What was the purpose of all this? In a surprising twist, Xiao Ran and Zheng Wan found themselves reunited, sharing an immense fortune of 400 million. However, the outcome was far from what Zheng Wan had envisioned. Xiao Ran's unexpected remark, You have been playing me all along, brought a stark realization to Zheng Wan. With a nod and a smile, Xiao Ran replied, Indeed, only now do you comprehend? Zheng Wan was nearly overwhelmed with fury. She had invested a staggering 700,000 in cosmetic surgery, enduring significant hardships. Yet now she faced not only the loss of a rekindled romance with Xiao Ran, but also the bitter taste of being thoroughly deceived. That was 700,000. With her job gone, her savings depleted, and debts piling up, what was she to do? Xiao Ran, I will fight you, she declared, attempting to confront Xiao Ran. However, her breast enhancements hindered her movement. Her attempt to charge forward was both slow and unsteady. With a mere sidestep, Xiao Ran evaded her, causing Zheng Wan to lose her balance and fall awkwardly to the ground. One could only wonder if her implants had been damaged in the fall. As Xiao Ran noticed the arrival of the ride-hailing service, she paid no further attention to Zheng Wan, stepping into the vehicle and departing swiftly. The end was approaching, and Xiao Ran intended to continue subjecting Zheng Wan to humiliation and torment, ensuring that she would not release Zheng Yujun and his family to their fate until the 15th day. Zheng Wan collapsed on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. With her funds entirely exhausted and debts exceeding several tens of thousands, coupled with her job loss, her future appeared bleak. Wiping away her tears, a plan began to form in her mind. She would return home, but she could not reveal the harsh truth. Instead, she would feign affluence, allowing her family to support her, as they were primarily interested in the compensation she had received. As for the future, she would deal with that later. Xiao Ran took the vehicle and proceeded directly to the warehouse to continue acquiring supplies. He planned to gather resources until the funds were exhausted. And with only 11 days remaining, spending 200 million seemed effortlessly achievable. Today, he completed the inventory clearance, and his bank card balance swelled to 230 million. This was his total asset. The grand procurement continued. Xiao Ran meticulously calculated the items: clothing, batteries, inflatable boats. He purchased everything deemed useful and even amassed a considerable collection of women's lingerie. He acquired various types of mountaineering apparel and insulated boots. Had he overlooked anything? He conducted a thorough review to ensure nothing was amiss. What should he do now? No worries. He could simply repurchase some items. With a flurry of purchases, he finally found his bank card balance dwindled to 100,000. He decided to reserve this amount for emergencies. After all, he could always indulge in a few days at a club with models. Why not? However, he pondered the risk of encountering law enforcement. a fine would be trivial. But what if he faced detention for 15 days? The apocalypse was upon them. After some contemplation, Xiao Ran resolutely dismissed the notion of indulging in one last spree before the end of the world. But why was he contemplating the allure of the club? Naturally, he had no intention of inhibiting himself. Given their more than a month's acquaintance, he had requested Lu Susu's address and sent her several gifts. When she received them, her gratitude towards her benefactor would be unquestionable, devoid of any suspicion. Though he had previously overlooked the joy in such matters, now, feeling the emptiness around him, he couldn't help but reflect on it. Patience was key. He would endure a little longer. After the natural disaster commenced, there were no police officers to apprehend the troublemakers. Furthermore, it was not only the establishments that boasted charming young ladies. Indeed, many beautiful wives and young women had begun to exhibit a more liberated demeanor. Survival is an innate human instinct, a fundamental need that supersedes all else. He would not impose. Rather, he engaged in exchanges. Having endured a profound and severe wound, he felt no necessity for emotional attachments. His own satisfaction sufficed. Why concern himself with others? In this lifetime, he resolved to be a selfish individual. As days turned into weeks, Xiao Ran had collected all his packages. Anxious, he meticulously recounted them. Indeed, there was absolutely nothing overlooked. Oh, but there was one thing, women. After being single for so many days, he found it rather difficult to endure. Xiao Ran believed that it was not merely a matter of indulgence, but also due to the newfound strength of his body. His rebirth had undeniably altered his physical constitution. He felt robust, exceedingly so. As Lu Susu had remarked, his physique surpassed that of at least 99 of individuals. It is well known that a strong body correlates with a vigorous secretion of male hormones, thus rendering his thoughts on such matters quite understandable. Xiao Ran couldn't help but think of Lu Mei. Marriage was out of the question, yet how could he allow such a beautiful, enchanting creature to be claimed by another? Just then, a notification chimed. What a coincidence, as if summoned by his thoughts. The message was from Lu Mei. As Xiao Ran picked it up and glanced at it, a frown creased his brow. At least half a month. Lu Mei could not help but vent her frustrations to him. Ye was a fervent doomsday enthusiast who had begun constructing a doomsday fortress 2 years ago. Just recently, it was finally completed. And she had invited me over for a visit, leaving me utterly unable to decline. Good heavens! What compels someone to be so obsessed with the apocalypse that they leverage their connections to purchase a plot of land in the mountains? Spending nearly 100 million to build an iron cage? Xiao Ran was rendered speechless. He was indeed aware that some doomsday aficionados converted their basements into shelters. And there were even doomsday canned goods available online. However, he never anticipated that such individuals existed domestically, willing to invest a fortune in constructing a fortress for the end of days. One could only say a serendipitous outcome. Yet, was this not akin to competing for affection? But could Xiao Ran intervene? His relationship with Lu Mei remained ambiguous, not quite lovers, so he had no grounds to impede her, even if they were indeed a couple. Could Lu Mei not support her friend? Clearly, she was already preoccupied with her own affairs. Xiao Ran chuckled softly, setting his phone aside. Chapter 26. The calamity approaches on May 31st. As night fell, Xiao Ran tossed and turned in sleeplessness, with a stray dog resting beside him. He had found this mutt near the warehouse. Xiao Ran believed that after the calamity, humans might prove less dependable than animals. Thus he chose to adopt a dog. Tomorrow, the apocalypse was to arrive. He felt a thrill akin to a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy, eagerly anticipating the moment of childbirth. Perhaps, upon his rebirth, the apocalypse would not materialize. He was consumed with both hope and anxiety, and after an indeterminate passage of time, he eventually succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke, a new day emerged. While having breakfast, Xiao Ran found the food tasteless. As the clock drew nearer to 9, his anxiety intensified. 8 o'clock, 8:30, 8:50. The moment arrived, 9 o'clock. Sitting by the window, Xiao Ran lifted his gaze to the sky. Yet, no hail fell. A moment of bewilderment washed over him. Could it be that after his rebirth, calamities would truly spare him? How amusing that would be. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The supplies he had amassed could sustain him for several lifetimes, and with his spatial abilities, he was more than capable of achieving great things. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts, the sound of a heavy object striking the glass. Startled, Xiao Ran turned to look outside. There, on the ground, lay a hailstone the size of a fist. This was no mere toy crafted by some mischievous child with a home freezer. This hailstone was a deep green. Hail. A tightness gripped his heart, only to be followed by a sense of relief. The apocalypse had arrived, just as foretold. Another crash resounded as another hailstone struck the roof, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. The once clear sky quickly darkened, even shrouded in mist. Xiao Ran smiled. The entire villa had undergone renovations. Not to mention, he was unperturbed by hailstones the size of fists, or even those the size of heads. The glass? It was no ordinary glass, but a special kind. Even a heavy hammer would take hundreds of strikes to leave a crack, let alone shatter it. Furthermore, he could raise steel plates, transforming his abode into a veritable fortress. The descent of the hail was not swift, yet being struck by one of these would be no trifling matter if it were to hit one's head directly. Well, it could certainly cause a grievous injury. The entire neighborhood was engulfed in chaos. Outside, a pedestrian was unexpectedly struck by a falling object, leading to an outburst of tears and cries for help. Meanwhile, cars and electric bikes were also bombarded by the heavy hail, triggering their alarm systems, creating quite a commotion in the neighborhood. Although Xiao Ran had already shut his door, the temperature within the room was visibly plummeting. This year had been particularly hot, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees Celsius by late May, compelling those sensitive to heat to rely on air conditioning for a comfortable night's sleep. However, the temperature was now plummeting from 32 degrees to below 20 degrees at an alarming rate. Merely an hour later, the indoor temperature had dropped to 15 degrees. Initially clad in short sleeves, everyone was now rummaging for sweaters to don once more. By noon, the indoor temperature astonishingly fell to 5 degrees. Xiao Ran had lit the fireplace, adding a generous amount of firewood, which quickly elevated the temperature back to a comfortable 20 degrees, reminiscent of spring. Perhaps even a tad too warm. Consequently, he allowed a bit of cool air to circulate, both to offset the heat and to introduce some moisture into the dry atmosphere. How delightful! Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a flurry of messages. Upon checking, he saw that both Lu Mei and Lu Susu had expressed their astonishment at the unexpected hailstorm. Fortunately, they had all been indoors when it struck. After a brief exchange, they each returned to their respective activities. Xiao Ran switched on the television. In his previous life, he had never enjoyed such leisure. Since the onset of the disaster, he had been preoccupied with caring for his surrogate son, cooking, and doing laundry, constantly on the move. Numerous news channels had interrupted regular programming to report on the sudden hailstorm. Hail can be perilous. This revelation has been brought to light, with experts in the news vociferously urging the public to refrain from touching or, heaven forbid, licking the hail, as such actions could lead to mild gastrointestinal distress or, in severe cases, even death. This is no trifling matter. Xiao Ran's transfer to CCTV has naturally positioned the channel as the most authoritative source at this time. The network is conducting a live news broadcast, connecting with 3 experts in the fields of climate, chemistry, and astronomy. The astronomical expert speculates that this peculiar and toxic hail may be linked to mysterious cosmic rays that recently reached Earth, causing unknown effects. Meanwhile, the climate expert suggests that the planet has prematurely entered an ice age. Although temperatures will not plummet drastically, one should prepare for a chill that could be at least 10 degrees lower than a typical winter. The chemistry expert is conducting analyses on the liquid form of the hail, but has yet to identify the toxins present, merely issuing a warning against consuming water contaminated by the toxic hail. All 3 experts unanimously advise against venturing outdoors. The hail itself is perilous, and the added toxicity compounds the danger. Thus, it is imperative to remain indoors, at least until the hail ceases. Xiao Ran shook his head in response. While the aspiration for safety is admirable, the reality is starkly unforgiving. For at least 15 days following the calamity, the hail showed no signs of abating, though it had diminished in intensity and size. However, households that had not adequately prepared with ample food and clean water are few and far between. He retrieved several dishes from another realm, arranging them on the table: meat, shrimp, vegetables, and a soup. He began to eat, sharing some of the food with the local dog, ensuring that whatever he consumed, the dog partook in as well. After enjoying a meal and taking a moment to rest, he commenced his workout routine, a habit he intended to uphold. Upon completing his exercise, he indulged in a refreshing shower. Currently, he utilized a water tank with a capacity of 5 cubic meters. As long as he ensured the tank remained filled, the household taps would flow uninterrupted, thus bathing posed no challenge, and the toilet functioned normally. In the evening, he diligently finished the leftover dishes from lunch. Despite possessing enough provisions to last him for several lifetimes, he harbored no inclination towards wastefulness. believing it to be a disgraceful act. After supper, he donned warm clothing, accompanied by his dog, whom he had affectionately named Leopard, and descended to the basement. There, a sturdy iron door awaited. First, he surveyed the area through the surveillance cameras before unlocking it and stepping outside to take his dog for a walk. The basement was connected to the community garage, and after traversing a narrow passage, he arrived at a bustling scene. Elderly residents, with nowhere else to roam, had taken to dancing in the square. Dog owners strolled with their beloved pets around the garage, and young people were engaged in a game of soccer. However, the garage, though seemingly spacious, became cramped with the sudden influx of people, leading to a cacophony of voices. The uproar stemmed from an incident where a dog had urinated on the foot of an elderly woman dancing, igniting a heated exchange between the dog's owner and the offended party. Each side adamantly defended their position. One accused the other of encroaching upon public space for their dance, while the other chastised the dog owner for not leashing their pet, which had audaciously relieved itself in the presence of others. Just then, he noticed a group of four approaching him. It was none other than his ex-wife's family. Zheng Wan walked ahead, flanked by her husband Zheng Yujun and their son, who guarded her like bodyguards, their faces adorned with a conspicuous eagerness to please. Xiao Ran quickly grasped their intentions. These three were, after the compensation, in Zheng Wan's possession. After living together for 4 years, Xiao Ran was well aware of this family's avarice and mercenary nature. Little did they know that Zheng Wan was already bankrupt. "Oh, allow me to enlighten you with the truth, for I have little patience for deceit." At that moment, Zheng Wan and her entourage drew closer. Chapter 27. Once again slapping Xiao Ran in the face. Zheng Wan gritted her teeth, her resentment palpable. Sensing her intense hostility, the leopard bared its teeth and growled at Zheng Wan, ready to pounce had Xiao Ran not held the leash. Excellent. What Xiao Ran desired was not a mere pet dog. He smiled slightly. "Ah, I previously caused you financial loss, and now I am here to slap your face. Yet in a few days, you will still have to swallow your pride and seek my assistance." Feigning surprise, he inquired, "Where did you undergo your cosmetic surgery and breast augmentation? I have heard that such procedures are quite costly. The surgical fees alone can reach several $100,000. And with the post-operative care, it would easily total around 700 to 800,000, wouldn't it?" Xiao Ran was not aware of the exact figures, but deliberately exaggerated the costs. Zheng Yujun grew anxious upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of his daughter's financial situation. If she truly spent 700 to 800,000 on her appearance, there would be no funds left to support his son, and they might even end up in debt. "Wan, is what this brat saying true?" the old man demanded aggressively. "Truly, what a foolish ally." Zheng Wan silently lamented, thinking, "Shouldn't our family present a united front? Why would you question me based on Xiao Ran's words? Isn't this akin to an internal strife? Yet, who can blame the Zheng family for their avarice and materialism? Initially, they were willing to cast out their daughter and grandson for the sake of wealth. Now, they merely question their daughter. What is so astonishing about that?" Zheng Wan was compelled to clarify, "Father, do not heed his nonsensical prattle. He simply wishes to disrupt our family's peace. My expenditures on aesthetic medicine have been minimal, so you need not worry." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yujun harbored some skepticism but chose not to pursue the matter further. Zheng Wan, fully aware of this, directed her resentment towards Xiao Ran, uttering in a curse-laden tone, "I hope this hailstorm lingers long, so that your 400 million can do nothing but languish in the bank, merely to be gazed upon without the ability to procure anything." "Oh, have you been blessed with prophetic speech?" Quite astute, indeed. The calamity proved far more dreadful than anyone had envisioned. It was not a mere matter of enduring a little discomfort to see it through. Soon, power outages would ensue, and the biting cold would be sufficient to drive one to despair. Coupled with the scarcity of food and clean water, within just a few short days, countless souls would perish from thirst, hunger, or the frigid embrace of death. Money, cash would become mere waste paper, unsuitable even for the most menial of uses, while the funds in banks and stock markets would be nothing more than a string of numbers, forever inaccessible, akin to waste paper. Xiao Ran merely smiled. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the wealthiest individual in the world, surpassing the second richest by countless magnitudes. "You are truly selfish. You wish for this disaster to persist solely to render my wealth useless? Are you intent on bringing misfortune upon our neighbors and community?" Xiao Ran declared with deliberate volume. During the confrontation between Xiao Ran and Zheng Wan's family, curious onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. Xiao Ran's words resonated clearly with them. prompting nods of agreement and expressions of indignation. They pointed fingers at Zheng Wan, some even resorting to outright insults. This woman, lacking in virtue, had become pregnant out of wedlock and had deceived others into assuming the role of a caretaker, revealing her questionable character. Now, she appeared to wish for the hailstorm to persist. What a malicious disposition. It is essential to recognize that many individuals were merely trying to fulfill their daily work obligations. Yet they found themselves trapped in their workplaces. Did she truly desire for her family to be torn apart by such calamity? A wicked woman indeed. Zheng Wan, acutely aware of her misstep, turned pale and hastily fled the scene. She dashed towards her own residential building, prompting further ire from the crowd directed at the Zheng couple. They exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how they could have raised such a daughter. Although Zheng Yujun and his wife were shameless and brash, they were reluctant to confront the collective outrage and quickly retreated. Their primary concern was to ascertain their daughter's financial situation. How much money did she still possess? This was merely the first day. The gravity of the natural disaster had yet to dawn on the masses. As the hail continued unabated and without any sign of rescue efforts, panic soon began to take root. Under such conditions, how could one maintain order? The government had not failed to deploy military personnel to deliver supplies, yet a series of unfortunate incidents involving transport trucks, including accidents and explosions that claimed numerous soldiers' lives, necessitated a temporary halt to operations. Are the lives of these brave soldiers not valued? If the challenges were merely difficult, the soldiers would undoubtedly strive to overcome them. However, when confronted with insurmountable problems, how could one allow them to sacrifice in vain? The thick fog enveloped the surroundings, reducing visibility to a mere meter. Under such circumstances, one might still resort to transporting supplies solely through human effort, but the addition of this treacherous hail rendered rescue efforts utterly impossible. Pondering further was futile. He resolved to engage in some exercise. As he worked out, the leopard imitated him, stretching its legs nearby. Upon concluding his workout, he glanced at his phone and noticed messages from Lu Mei and Lu Susu. They initially lamented the weather, advising him to take care, for natural disasters invariably accompany human calamity. The crux of the matter was whether law enforcement could even respond under such conditions. If this weather persisted for several more days, the mind could scarcely fathom it. Xiao Ran urged them to exercise caution, particularly reminding them to secure their doors and windows against potential intruders. Lu Susu readily agreed, while Lu Mei boasted that their sisterhood's stronghold was remarkably resilient. The hail could not shatter the glass, and the fortress was equipped with a generator, ample diesel, and sufficient provisions to last several months without issue. Setting his phone aside, Xiao Ran took another shower and then retired to bed. The incessant clattering of hail throughout the night made sleep elusive. However, he had prepared earplugs, and with the disaster looming, he found himself untroubled, quickly drifting off to sleep. As dawn broke, Xiao Ran gazed out at the misty whiteness and checked the time. It was already 7:30. At this hour, the sky should have been brilliantly lit, not shrouded in gloom as it was now. It was time to rise. He did not prepare breakfast himself, but rather selected a dish from an alternate realm. The variety of available breakfast options was astounding, ranging from the opulent to the mundane. Today, Xiao Ran opted for something simple, a steaming bowl of shepherd's purse wontons. For the leopard, he tossed a perfectly cooked steak along with a bowl of fresh milk. As he savored his meal, he turned on the television to catch the news. A day had passed, yet the hail showed no signs of abating, and the thick fog remained, offering no indication of dispersal. Alarming reports flooded in, following the natural disaster. Every aircraft in the sky had met with catastrophe. Chapter 28, Display of Wealth High Above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The planes found themselves free from hail and fog. However, the question of landing loomed ominously. Some aircraft took the perilous leap to descend, inevitably resulting in disaster, while others, running low on fuel, faced the dire choice of attempting a landing or succumbing to a power loss and plummeting to the ground. Should these planes fall into uninhabited wilderness or the vast ocean, it might have been manageable. However, a descent into urban areas would spell utter catastrophe. Though people were confined indoors, they shared their captured videos and descriptions of the calamity through the internet, rapidly disseminating the information worldwide. This incited a collective shiver among humanity. Was the apocalypse truly upon us? As Xiao Ran glanced at his phone, he noticed that the property manager had sent him an invitation to join a disaster response group for the community. Every homeowner, and even tenants, had received this invitation. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ran decided to join the chat, and his phone erupted with a flurry of notifications. The influx of messages is overwhelming. To discern the content clearly, one must scroll up the screen, preventing automatic notifications from interrupting. A majority of inquiries revolve around the existence of inside information regarding the disaster's duration or the arrival of government relief supplies. Amidst this chaos, one individual named Li Zhonglin emerged, claiming that a cousin of his worked for the municipal government. He asserted that the calamity would persist for an extended period and that the nation had activated an emergency evacuation plan, facilitating a select group of individuals to take refuge in pre-constructed underground shelters until it was safe to emerge and rebuild their lives. He purported to possess 3 slots for entry into these sanctuaries, and being unattached, was willing to sell 2 of them to interested parties via private messages. Such a scheme had transpired in a previous life. There are no underground shelters. Li Zhonglin was nothing but a charlatan. He was not a resident owner, but merely a tenant, deliberately disseminating this falsehood. Shockingly, he managed to deceive over a dozen individuals. Some suffered financial losses, while others were swindled out of supplies, and some lost both their wealth and their lives. He continued his deception until the 11th day, when his deceit was finally uncovered, resulting in his brutal demise. On the 11th day of the disaster, power had long been extinguished. Each person had become an isolated island, and the pervasive despair magnified their desperation, prompting individuals to commit unspeakable acts. Xiao Ran refrained from issuing a warning. In truth, others in the group had already been cautioning against scammers. Yet it is precisely during such dire times that people cling fervently to any glimmer of hope, willing to believe the improbable, ultimately falling victim to their own naivety. Xiao Ran had no interest in being a goody-two-shoes. With his formidable abilities, merely refraining from malevolence was, in itself, a profound act of kindness. It was time to provoke his ex-wife a little. After some contemplation, he recalled that the Zheng family was notoriously frugal, never hoarding supplies in bulk. Instead, Lin Ming would scavenge for wilted vegetables at the supermarket each evening, taking advantage of discounts. Consequently, aside from rice, the Zheng household possessed almost no food reserves. During the harrowing days of his previous life, Xiao Ran and his companions subsisted primarily on rice paired with pickled vegetables. Just how miserly was Zheng Yujun under normal circumstances? He would allow the faucet to drip, placing a bucket beneath to catch the water, thereby preventing the meter from turning. This was, of course, a way to exploit the state's resources, but in the aftermath of the catastrophe, it ultimately saved their lives by providing them with drinking water. At noon, Xiao Ran laid out an abundant feast on the table and brought forth a copious amount of instant noodles, while bread was piled high like a small mountain. He snapped a few photographs, including one of a leopard feasting on steak, and posted it on his social media, visible only to Zheng Wan. He captioned it, "Fortunately, I am a homebody and had the foresight to prepare some supplies, haha." He had tested the waters, and his ex-wife had not blocked him. It was highly likely she wished to monitor him through social media, so she would undoubtedly be able to see his post. After lunch, he took a stroll with his dog in the garage. The external temperature had plunged to -5 degrees Celsius, with every household running their air conditioning, lest they be wrapped in layers of blankets, shivering uncontrollably. However, by the day after tomorrow, power would be cut off, and temperatures would plummet to -15 degrees. At that point, despair would truly set in. The disaster group has lost its previous vibrancy, and people have become more pragmatic, engaging in trade and selling supplies, albeit at prices that have skyrocketed by at least tenfold. They are accused of profiting from national calamity, even at the expense of their neighbors. Xiao Ran chuckled and shook his head. Those who purchase supplies at 10 or even 20 times the price are deemed foolish. Yet in a couple of days, the sellers will deeply regret their actions. What use is money? It serves no purpose. Thus, possessing money to acquire supplies is akin to a windfall. Xiao Ran scoured the group and located Han Yun's account, promptly sending a friend request. Unsurprisingly, it was declined. He refrained from sending another and merely smiled. His friend request was merely a gentle reminder to Han Yun. Subsequently, he posted a photograph in the group showcasing 10 boxes of instant noodles and 20 boxes of water. Before long, he was bombarded with notifications, and numerous friend requests flooded in. Xiao Ran chose to ignore them, simply indulging in a display of wealth. Meanwhile, Zheng Wan naturally noticed Xiao Ran's post. Upon seeing the mountain-like pile of food, saliva pooled in her mouth, and when she spotted a stray dog gnawing on a steak, she felt a surge of rage toward Xiao Ran. Such waste, an egregious waste. Reflecting on her own meals of plain rice and pickled vegetables over the past few days, she realized that even a dog was faring better than her. The sight of Xiao Ran flaunting his wealth in the group further fueled her exasperation. That food should rightfully belong to her. How could he post in the group to incite envy? No, she must recalibrate her strategy and seek to win Xiao Ran's favor anew. Previously motivated by money, now she desired both wealth and sustenance. Zheng Wan, you insolent girl, come out this instant. Zheng Yujun bellowed as he pounded on the door. Zheng Wan's expression soured. After a night of tumultuous arguments, they still would not relent. However, she now possessed a strategy. If they desired sustenance, they would need to rely on her. Adjusting her demeanor, she stepped out with the poise of a victor. In Building 9, Apartment 1702, Han Yun unhesitatingly declined Xiao Ran's friend request, spitting in disdain. This villain had instigated a fierce quarrel between her and her husband, leaving lingering animosity. And now he dared to seek her friendship? Yet, when she noticed the multitude in the group chat tagging Xiao Ran, she scrolled through the messages and soon discovered the photos he had shared. Food, clean water. She couldn't help but lick her lips, while hunger was bearable. The absence of water was intolerable. Chapter 29, Procuring Supplies in Huaxia. It is customary for people to stockpile provisions. Surely, there must be some rice available. Yet, how many households are in the habit of storing water? Particularly those with clean water readily accessible from the tap would never think to hoard it. Han Yun's household was one such example. Lacking a water dispenser, they naturally had no bottled clean water. There were a few bottles of beverages, but they had nearly depleted them since yesterday. While she was not particularly tempted by food, her thirst for drinking water was acute. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated accepting Xiao Ran's friend request. However, she restrained herself. How could she bow to this scoundrel? Besides, did she not understand his ulterior motives? If she sought his water, he would undoubtedly propose a more intimate arrangement. Is she truly so cheap as to sell herself for a few bottles of water? Sister-in-law, have you seen anyone sharing photos of food and clean water in the group? Suddenly, a beautiful young woman rushed over, her face brimming with excitement. Her name is Zhang Jingya, Lin Youhua's cousin, soon to graduate from university. She has come to Sioux City in search of employment and is temporarily residing with them until she secures a job and receives her salary, at which point she will move out. Han Yun nodded and immediately added, "She is not a good person. You must not engage with her." Zhang Jingya pondered for a moment, yet her eyes were darting about. Ultimately, she thought to herself that if it came to it, she could simply spend a little more money to buy what she needed. Later that evening, after dining, Xiao Ran took her dog out for a stroll. The energetic leopard was accustomed to its daily exercise, and without a few laps, it could hardly expend its surplus energy. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, she noticed that the number of people present had significantly dwindled. Just yesterday, there had been many dancing in the square, but today, not a single soul remained. The lack of enthusiasm and the biting cold had deterred them. Only a handful lingered. However, upon spotting Xiao Ran, they immediately gathered around her. "Xiao Ran, do you have any extra food and clean water? Please sell me some. I'd like to buy a bit too. Name your price, as long as it's reasonable. I'll take as much as you have. Everyone needs food and water. How could we possibly give it all to you?" Before Xiao Ran could respond, they began to bicker amongst themselves. Eventually, they turned back to Xiao Ran, realizing that the owner of the supplies was her. Their uproar held little significance. With a faint smile, Xiao Ran shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I can only spare a limited amount of supplies. This calamity may linger indefinitely, and I must reserve what little I have for myself." At this, the crowd grew indignant. "If you refuse to sell, why did you even post about it in the group?" "Xiao Ran, we are all neighbors. You cannot simply stand by and watch us perish, can you?" One exclaimed. "Are you truly so heartless as to witness our starvation and thirst?" Another added, "What kind of cruel person are you? Do you not fear that your offspring will be cursed?" Someone, with a particularly venomous tongue, directed their ire towards Xiao Ran's adopted son, declaring, "No wonder your wife gave birth to a wretched child." Xiao Ran merely raised an eyebrow. Such transactions are based on mutual consent, especially during times of disaster. If I choose to sell you food, it is an act of kindness and generosity. If I opt not to, that is my prerogative. What right have you to chastise me, to scold me, or even to insult me, reopening old wounds? I cannot abide by such treatment." He cast a glance at the man, then shifted his gaze to the woman beside him, presumably his wife. She appeared to be in her 30s. With a pleasing appearance and a figure that was undeniably alluring, her curves accentuated even beneath winter attire. He smiled at her, saying, "Would you care for something to eat or drink? You are welcome to come to my home." At that moment, the irate man bellowed, "Xiao Ran, are you attempting to seduce my wife right before my eyes? Your audacity knows no bounds." He reached out, intending to grab Xiao Ran by the collar. In response, Xiao Ran executed a swift and decisive maneuver, deftly twisting the man's arm, resulting in a sharp crack as he dislocated the man's shoulder. The leopard was exceedingly fierce. Upon witnessing the man attempting to harm its master, it immediately lunged forward, sinking its teeth into his calf with great ferocity. Given Xiao Ran's current combat prowess, it would be no challenge to face 3 or even 4 adversaries. Moreover, if he were to employ his otherworldly powers, he could annihilate the entire neighborhood, and not just once, but dozens of times. The man with a loose tongue let out a blood-curdling scream. In truth, the dislocated arm was not painful, but the bite from the leopard was excruciating, sending cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Begone," Xiao Ran stated coldly. "How dare you provoke me at a time when law, order, and morality are crumbling? You are courting death." He released his grip, yet the leopard, fiercely loyal, continued to hold on tenaciously. "A faithful hound," Xiao Ran mused, finding solace in the loyalty of dogs amidst the apocalypse. Offer it a morsel of food, and it would never betray you. Conversely, offer a human a bite, and they might covet your resources, plotting your demise to seize all you possess. Upon receiving its master's command, the leopard finally relinquished its grip. However, the others present were nearly overcome with indignation. Listen, you allow a dog to feast on steak? Every household is grappling with severe food shortages, and you have the audacity to feed a dog steak? This is infuriating." The man with a loose tongue, drenched in cold sweat, declared, "I tell you, unless you compensate me to the point of bankruptcy, this matter will not be resolved." Xiao Ran laughed heartily. "Then call the authorities." "Xiao Ran, do you truly believe this calamity will never come to an end?" As someone nearby could no longer tolerate the situation, they began to question Xiao Ran, asserting that once the natural disaster subsides, individuals like him, who commit such malevolent acts, will inevitably face reckoning. Xiao Ran, however, dismissed their concerns. Was he the one who initiated the conflict? No, he was merely acting in self-defense. Why bother with such trivialities? He then turned his gaze toward the young woman, smiling as he said, "You are welcome to visit my home at any time, but there will be certain understandings involved." With that, he sauntered off, continuing his leisurely stroll with his dog. Such arrogance. It was infuriating. The crowd seethed with indignation. Yet they failed to realize that Xiao Ran owed them nothing. It was they who sought him out. When they were unable to procure supplies, they unjustly blamed him. Who had ever indulged them? Indeed, human nature is inherently selfish, and the calamity has only magnified this trait. After 2 days, the populace began to grow restless, and the true blow of despair struck when a massive power outage was announced to commence in just 2 days. Initially, residential electricity was cut off, followed by the shutdown of communication towers. Even if mobile phones had some remaining charge, they became wholly useless. In such circumstances, panic inevitably escalated to its zenith. Trust among neighbors evaporated, and every household remained shuttered, viewing one another as potential threats. All of this transpired in a mere span of 3 days. Chapter 30. Primal Transactions. On the 3rd day of the natural disaster, Xiao Ran awoke at his leisure. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he prepared breakfast and offered 2 large meat buns to Leopard. One cannot subsist solely on steak. Nutritional balance is essential. Having been a stray dog, Leopard had developed a commendable habit of not being picky about food. To him, simply being well-fed was a luxury. Thus, whether it was steak or meat buns, he savored every bite. Observing its ravenous demeanor, Xiao Ran found himself equally tempted and swiftly consumed a bowl of shrimp noodles. Subsequently, he indulged in a bit of milk, mindful that the leopard also deserved a share. After all, the dog had yet to reach full maturity and could benefit from the nourishment. In conclusion, Xiao Ran savored a plate of fruit, finally finishing his breakfast. Turning his attention to the group chat, he was met with a wave of despondency. This marked the 3rd day of relentless hail, with the dense fog showing no sign of dissipating and government aid conspicuously absent, leaving everyone to face the grim reality of dwindling resources. For now, the members merely vented their frustrations, but in a couple of days, the atmosphere would likely shift to desperation, prompting them to resort to theft for sustenance. The bonds of kinship would be cast aside in the face of starvation. Suddenly, Xiao Ran received a message. Upon inspection, he discovered it was from Zheng Wan. He was not surprised. After flaunting her wealth on social media the previous day, her outreach felt belated. Was she attempting to exercise restraint? Xiao Ran, can you grant me another chance? Now that calamity has struck, it may linger for an extended period. I assure you, my intentions are not mercenary. Do you believe my sincerity? Moments later, another message arrived. May I come to see you tonight? Here it was, the anticipated communication. Xiao Ran chuckled coldly at the thought of his vindictive ex-wife, pondering her ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Zheng Yujun scoffed heavily, declaring, "This little wretch had the audacity to humiliate me publicly. Let us see how I deal with him this time." Zheng Gang appeared, equally eager, rubbing his hands together with palpable excitement. Zheng Wan nodded. "Everything will proceed as planned. I will deceive him into opening the door, and father along with my younger brother will rush in to subdue Xiao Ran." Lin Meiying expressed her apprehension, saying, "What if, after this catastrophe passes, Xiao Ran reports us to the authorities?" Zhang Wan, unperturbed, replied, "Given the current circumstances, this calamity will not dissipate in the short term. Thus, many lives will be lost. Undoubtedly, numerous individuals will resort to actions akin to mine. The law does not punish the masses. It is impossible for us to be singled out." She continued, "Even if we were to eliminate Xiao Ran, how could he report us?" The notion of murder sent a shiver through Zheng Yujun. He could hardly believe his daughter would utter such ruthless words. Little did he know that Zhang Wan was capable of orchestrating the demise of her own flesh and blood. With the disaster now upon them, what fear could she possibly have in taking another's life, especially that of Xiao Ran, whom she loathed? In any case, if you wish to avoid starving to death, you must act decisively tonight, Zheng Wan concluded. Zheng Yujun and his son nodded in agreement, their thoughts fixated on the monotony of rice and pickled vegetables that threatened to drive them to madness. Indeed, as they contemplated their plight, the fear of starvation eclipsed any concern for criminality. Ding! Xiao Ran received a friend request, initially inclined to disregard it. He noticed the accompanying message, "I am Han Yun's sister-in-law, Zhang Jingya." A spark of interest ignited within him, prompting him to accept the request. "Xiao Kaiju, do you have an abundance of food and drink?" Zhang Jingyao promptly messaged. "Could you sell me some?" She inquired further. In these times, food and clean water are synonymous with life. Who would willingly barter away their own existence? Xiao Ran deliberately emphasized the paramount importance of food and water, elevating their significance to a matter of life and death. Was he exaggerating? Not in the slightest. With the impending power outage tomorrow, a collective awakening would dawn upon everyone. Natural disasters would not cease, and rescue would not arrive. Thus, the necessity of sustenance and clean water became utterly paramount. "Send me a photo without any beauty filters or enhancements, or you shall bear the consequences." Soon after, Xiao Ran received a photograph. It depicted a stunning woman at a scenic spot, leaning against a rock and playfully displaying a peace sign. Her beauty was rated at an admirable 80, and her physique equally so. While she might not reach the goddess level, she was undeniably a beauty. "I'll be right over." The phone fell silent for a moment. But soon, a series of knocks echoed from the basement door. Xiao Ran first checked the surveillance, having installed not just one, but 3 cameras, ensuring that the entire corridor was under watch, leaving no blind spots. Only one figure appeared, a woman clad in a thick winter coat. It was Zhang Jingya, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman in the photograph. Xiao Ran smiled and opened the door. As Zhang Jingya entered, he promptly closed it behind her. "Wow, it's so warm in here," Zhang Jingya exclaimed, immediately shedding her coat. She indeed possessed an admirable physique, though it paled in comparison to Han Yun's. The thought of Han Yun stirred something within Xiao Ran. When would he ever have the opportunity to savor such exquisite beauty? Unbeknownst to Zhang Jingya, her attention was already captivated by the food laid out on the table. Though limited in variety, it included meat, fish, vegetables, and a bowl of chicken soup. She could not help but feel a surge of excitement as she turned to Xiao Ran and inquired, "Is this prepared for me?" Xiao Ran smiled and replied, "Indeed, but whether you can enjoy it depends on your performance." Zhang Jingya bit her lip, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded slightly. More than an hour later, Xiao Ran had given Zhang Jingya 2 additional packets of instant noodles along with 2 bottles of water before allowing her to leave. He had no intention of accommodating any woman in his safe house. As Zhang Jingya stepped out, tears began to fall. Once a celebrated beauty in university, pursued and adored by many, she now found herself in a starkly different situation. Yet, upon feeling the weight of the water and noodles in her clothing. A sense of satisfaction washed over her. To survive was to earn the right to contemplate other matters. Chapter 31. Striking against the ex-wife's family, what a relief. Xiao Ran felt an unprecedented lightness enveloping him. It was indeed true that one cannot always suppress their feelings. Eventually, something would give way. He chuckled. I almost forgot you have a keen nose, sharp as a dog's. Leopard, from now on, the duty of guarding the house falls to you. If you catch wind of any unusual sounds or scents, you must alert me, Xiao Ran declared, not concerning himself with whether Leopard truly understood. To his surprise, Leopard barked twice, seemingly in agreement. Good dog, Xiao Ran exclaimed, picking up his phone to scroll through messages. Lu Mei and Lu Susu had both reached out, expressing their concerns about the extreme weather that had persisted for 2 days without any improvement. However, one was sheltered in a doomsday fortress while the other had received a substantial supply from Xiao Ran, ensuring they could endure for at least 2 to 3 months without issue. Xiao Ran glanced around, observing that all the groups had suddenly become lively. For instance, the work group was filled with messages from colleagues trapped in the office, desperately calling for help. Even the long-silent elementary, middle, high school, and university groups were bustling, with everyone evidently panicking and utilizing every possible channel to send out distress signals. Xiao Ran felt powerless to assist. He yearned to venture out for gasoline and diesel, yet the dense fog rendered any action perilous, as a car accident could occur in an instant. The daylight hours passed in monotony. As night fell, the underground parking garage lay desolate and empty. The frigid temperatures deterred anyone from lingering in the cold, and the diminishing presence of people only exacerbated the chill, creating a vicious cycle. Suddenly, a group of 4 stealthily emerged, treading carefully to avoid making any noise. Ironically, the more they tried to remain silent, the louder their footsteps echoed in the stillness of the garage, prompting exchanged glances among them, each convinced that the others were making too much noise. It was none other than Zheng Wan and her family. At last, they reached the location of Xiao Ran's villa. A passageway led into the basement, a private area protected by a locked door. Zheng Wan instructed Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang to hide by the wall, ready to rush in and subdue Xiao Ran as soon as the door opened. She then knocked on the door. Prior to their departure, she had already contacted Xiao Ran. In the basement, Xiao Ran monitored the surveillance footage, fully aware of the Zheng family's antics, which were utterly transparent. They could never have anticipated that Xiao Ran had installed not 1 but 3 cameras, capturing the entirety of the passageway. Unsurprisingly, the entire family had arrived. This is a matter of seizing control, even to the point of self-destruction, akin to a magpie occupying a crow's nest. Xiao Ran chuckled softly and opened the door. Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang immediately rushed inside. In a mere instant, 2 figures were sent tumbling out. Who else but this father-son duo? Then, Xiao Ran emerged, arms crossed, casting a mocking glance towards Zheng Wan. Such enthusiasm, the whole family has come. Zheng Wan was taken aback. Having been married to Xiao Ran for 4 years, no matter how indifferent she had become, she was still acutely aware of his capabilities. How could he possibly possess such formidable combat prowess? Xiao Ran, having retrieved a baseball bat from an alternate space, revealed a cruel smile. You've all come together and rushed in while I opened the door, intending to subdue me. Surely, you do not wish to claim my home as your own. What does our song say? When friends arrive, there is fine wine, but when wolves come, we have shotguns. Xiao Ran's gaze sharpened as he swung the bat downwards. Crash. Snap. Zheng Gang was the first to scream in agony as his arm was brutally shattered by the bat, leaving him pale and drenched in cold sweat. A sinister smile spread across Xiao Ran's face, sending chills down one's spine. How much of his lifeblood had this former brother-in-law drained from him? He continued. With another swing of the bat, the chaos escalated. Stop. Please stop. Lin Meiying rushed forward, shielding her son with her body. While she might not care for her daughter, her son was her lifeblood. If you dare to strike him, then so be it. She cried out desperately. Do you think I want tea? Crash. Without hesitation, Xiao Ran swung the bat again. Does the Zheng family possess anything of value? Certainly not. Moreover, in a previous life, I was betrayed and met my demise at the hands of the Zheng family. Did Lin Meiying not intervene? If Xiao Ran possessed the ability to resurrect, he would undoubtedly eliminate the 4 members of the Zheng family without hesitation, only to revive them and repeat the cycle of death and resurrection. How could he possibly quell his fury without subjecting them to countless deaths? For now, he must tread carefully, exercising restraint, unwilling to deliver a swift end. How could he allow them such a merciful demise? With a powerful blow, Lin Ming let out a pained cry and succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Ran did not relent. He delivered his strike to Zheng Yujun, who similarly cried out as his right arm was brutally shattered. But that was not the end. Xiao Ran then set his sights on Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan momentarily froze, then let out a shriek, turning to flee in desperation. Xiao Ran swiftly pursued, landing a forceful blow to Zheng Wan's chest, the sound of cracking resounding in the air. Her prosthetic had shattered. Nonetheless, Zheng Wan's face went pale. Struggling to catch her breath, Xiao Ran tossed 3 packets of instant noodles and a bottle of water her way. Why such apparent kindness? No, he was not being benevolent. First, he could not bear for the Zheng family to perish too quickly. Second, how would 4 individuals divide 3 packets of noodles and 1 bottle of water? Should they wish to eat again, they would need to come back for another thrashing. Xiao Ran spoke nonchalantly, casting a long shadow over Zheng Wan's face, causing this venomous woman to tremble, chilled to the bone. Now be gone. It was a pity he could not strike a few more times. Lives were at stake. He was not ready to part with them just yet. They must be toyed with for a few more days. Alas, thus, one can only wait until they have fully recovered from their injuries before proceeding. For now, let this family contend fiercely for sustenance. He eagerly anticipates the ensuing strife within their household. By the way, Xiao Ran, do you possess a satellite phone? Lu Mei suddenly inquired. Both Ye and I believe that should the natural disasters persist, power supply will inevitably be affected, rendering communication impossible. Ye has a satellite phone. Do you have one? Truly. One cannot underestimate the preparedness of those enamored with apocalyptic scenarios. How could they lack a satellite phone? Xiao Ran chuckled. I am equipped with a Huawei Mate 60. It is a satellite communication terminal, not merely a phone. Chapter 32. Power outage. A night has passed, marking the 4th day of the apocalypse, a day steeped in despair. Today, the power will be cut off. Outside, temperatures plummet below -10 degrees. How does one survive without air conditioning? If one had been prepared, perhaps a heated bed could be arranged, but the calamity arrived suddenly, leaving urban dwellers in utter hopelessness. From this day forward, civilization, order, and morality shall utterly disintegrate. Thus, it is not inappropriate to deem today the true prelude to the apocalypse. I recall that in my previous life, the power outage occurred around noon. I wonder if this time will differ. It likely will not. There is no point in dwelling on it. Even if the power does not go out today, it surely will tomorrow or the day after. Without maintenance at the power station, how could there be a continuous supply? It is merely a matter of time. He amused himself by playing with the leopard, which equally enjoyed frolicking with him, leaping about energetically yet never causing chaos, endearing itself to Xiao Ran. Standing by the window, he gazed outside, where a hazy, dim atmosphere enveloped the world. For at least the next 10 days, this dreary weather is to persist, leaving one to ponder when the sun shall grace us again. Xiao Ran suddenly finds himself longing for the warmth of the sun. As noon approaches, he sits down to dine, while the leopard indulges heartily in its meal. Suddenly, the lights flicker, and a collective disruption occurs among the other electrical appliances. Xiao Ran immediately comprehends the situation, a power outage. However, he has connected the backup power supply, a generator powered by batteries. Yet, it requires diesel to operate. And while he has prepared a modest amount, it is far from sufficient to sustain the generator's continuous operation day and night. Fortunately, he has amassed a considerable stock of fully charged batteries, over 1,000 in total, which should last him a considerable length of time. At this moment, his phone buzzes incessantly with messages. Indeed, the power is out, but many base stations are equipped with backup power, which may last another day or two. Yet, what use is a functional phone? The air conditioning and electric blankets are rendered useless, risking exposure to the cold. The group chat erupts in lamentations and grievances. As this blackout becomes the final straw that breaks the camel's back. It is over. Truly, it is the end. It has been 3 full days. If rescue were forthcoming, it would have arrived by now. With the power cut, it won't be long before the mobile signals vanish as well, leaving them to call out to the heavens in vain, and to the earth with no response. Xiao Ran shakes his head. Soon, despair will transform everyone into a state of fury. For some malevolent individuals, however, this calamity serves as a catalyst, unleashing the darkness embedded in their very being. They no longer harbor fear or concern. Even if they commit heinous acts, who will be there to hold them accountable? For ordinary people, the apocalypse is hell. Yet for the wicked, it becomes a paradise for their nefarious deeds. The door to the basement was knocked upon. and upon receiving a notification from his phone that someone had been detected by the surveillance, Xiao Ran realized it was Zhang Jingya. Was she here to beg for food once more? He descended the stairs and, confirming she was alone, allowed her entry. They shared a silent understanding. One prepared the meal, while the other removed her coat. However, today, Xiao Ran first drew a drop of her blood and placed it into a rudimentary testing device. Beep, it displayed green. This was a test for sexually transmitted infections, with green indicating negative and red positive. Excellent. That meant he could truly let loose. Zhang Jingya initially intended to refuse, but when Xiao Ran placed a roasted chicken before her, she quietly began to eat. Having secured billions in lucrative projects, he handed her an emergency contraceptive pill. He had no desire to bring a child into this desolate world, and certainly not with Zhang Jingya. She remained silent, simply swallowing the pill. As she departed, Xiao Ran once again provided her with 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water, ensuring she would not go hungry. Additionally, he kindly charged her phone. Why? It was undoubtedly useful. Dragging her weary body away, Zhang Jingya left, and Xiao Ran glanced at the time. Realizing he had been preoccupied for over an hour, no wonder he felt so fatigued. Ascending the stairs, the leopard sniffed at him incessantly. Why did he carry the scent of another? And why had he locked himself on the first floor? Alas, dogs do not inquire. The leopard circled around Xiao Ran, wagging its tail vigorously. Xiao Ran comprehended the situation and chuckled. Very well. I shall escort you below for a stroll and a chat. You are not one of the snowy trio, so why do you not fear the chill of the garage? He led the leopard to the underground parking area. To his surprise, what had been a desolate space just days prior was now bustling with people, primarily elderly men and women. With the power out, their homes were uncomfortably cold, and the absence of television left them with little to occupy their time. Thus, many had flocked to the garage, which not only offered ample space, but also the opportunity for conversation and camaraderie. After all, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. Perhaps they could devise a solution together. Upon noticing Xiao Ran's arrival, an elderly gentleman immediately perked up and swiftly approached, blocking Xiao Ran's path. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Is there something you need? This gentleman, Mr. Ma, was in his 60s and had been a minor supervisor at a state-owned enterprise before retirement. He carried an air of authority and was known for his domineering presence within the community. When confronted with unsatisfactory situations, he would unleash a tirade of invective, earning him a notoriously poor reputation among his neighbors. Clearing his throat, Mr. Ma addressed him. You are Xiao, correct? Xiao Ran could not help but chuckle at the presumptuousness of being called Xiao. I am Xiao Ran, he replied coolly. Mr. Ma snorted dismissively. He was certainly aware of Xiao Ran's identity, as evidenced by his decision to intercept him. With an air of pride, he continued, we, a few of the elder comrades, we're just discussing the future of our community. We collectively believe that this calamity will not be brief. Thus, it is imperative that we unite our efforts to weather this storm. Xiao Ran remained silent, merely gazing at Master Ma. It was evident that this was merely a preamble. Cough, cough. Master Ma cleared his throat a couple of times, a common habit among officials who often feel compelled to cough before speaking. He then stated, first and foremost, we must avoid the squandering of resources. Comrade Xiao, you must have a considerable amount of food and bottled water, yes? Please hand them over to us for safekeeping. We will distribute them as necessary, and when disaster strikes, we shall certainly report to the party and the nation on your behalf. Your contributions shall not go unnoticed. Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle, retorting, Master Ma, do you take me for a fool? Hand over my food for your so-called unified distribution? You might as well try to rob me outright. Who in their right mind would surrender their provisions and clean water? Master Ma, taken aback by this confrontation, felt a mixture of anger and shame, nearly losing his composure, and after a moment of trembling, he pointed at Xiao Ran, managing to utter a few words. Chapter 33. Han Yun surrenders. Master Ma's embarrassment incited the ire of the other elders. Young man, do not presume that a bit of money grants you the right to be disrespectful to your elders, exclaimed one. We have consumed more salt than you have rice. Heed the advice of the auntie here, quickly apologize to Director Ma, and comply with his requests. Do not oppose the party and the nation, or you shall reap no rewards. Surrounded by the elderly, Xiao Ran addressed one of the women, who was quite stern. I am 27 years old this year, and you are at most 70. Even if we assume your age is 3 times mine, do you consume at least 1 bowl of salt daily? Given that I eat 3 bowls of rice? I was merely making a metaphor. The elderly lady was rendered speechless, utterly perplexed by the incomprehensible nature of Xiao Ran. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran retorted with fervor, leaving the elderly gentlemen and ladies utterly exasperated, rendered momentarily speechless. Have you nothing to say now? Xiao Ran chuckled, turning on his heel and departing with the leopard. The leopard, having grown impatient, was bewildered as to why its master had been engaged in such lengthy discourse with the elderly. As Xiao Ran finally decided to leave, the leopard joyfully bounded ahead. Once the leopard had its fill of frolicking, Xiao Ran felt thoroughly exhausted. Yet, he regarded this as a form of exercise, a splendid opportunity to practice long-distance running. Habitually, he picked up his phone and was taken aback by a barrage of friend requests. Just as he was about to disregard them, a familiar profile picture caught his eye. Han Yun. Ah, so she couldn't resist after all. He refrained from teasing her and simply accepted her request. As a gentleman, one must be magnanimous. However, despite accepting her request, Xiao Ran did not initiate a conversation. Isn't it customary for those in need to speak first? After a half-hour wait, Han Yun finally sent him a message asking, "Could you perhaps provide me with some food or drink?" "All right, you set the price sky high, and I shall pay you back in kind." Xiao Ran chuckled softly, placing his phone aside. The leopard tilted its head, its eyes brimming with curiosity. "We shall improve our diet with some seafood," Xiao Ran explained. The leopard remained bewildered, its canine visage a portrait of confusion. As for his meal, Xiao Ran opted for barbecue and deliberately selected 3 lamb kidneys. Naturally, the leopard accompanied him, relishing delectable treats, for in this apocalyptic world, it feasted better than 99% of the populace, while many others languished in hunger. After a brief wait, Xiao Ran received a message from Han Yun. "I have arrived." With a faint smile, he turned to Baozi and said, "You stay here obediently. I shall return shortly." Baozi, panting with its tongue out, lay down on the ground, merely wagging its tail a couple of times. Its master often spent considerable time alone in the basement, so it could afford a short nap. Xiao Ran descended into the basement, first checking the surveillance footage. Although his combat prowess had reached extraordinary levels, caution had become second nature. He opened the door and stepped inside. To his surprise, he recognized the clothing, a familiar outfit previously worn by Zhang Jingya. It dawned on him that it must belong to Han Yun, for Zhang Jingya had arrived at the end of May. It would be unlikely for her to bring winter attire. Hence, she had naturally borrowed Han Yun's. It was amusing to think that this winter garment was the warmest choice, selected by both Zhang Jingya and Han Yun. Xiao Ran closed the door behind him, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. Xiao Ran, however, was in no rush. It was not he who would suffer from hunger or thirst. Han Yun bit her lip and stated, "I need 100 jin of rice, along with a case of water. You must help me carry it to the 16th floor." She would manage the final leg of the journey herself. Clearly, she was attempting to extort an exorbitant price. When Han Yun refused, declaring, "Then I shall leave," Xiao Ran made no move to stop her. Han Yun clenched her teeth, paused, and turned back to him. "How about 50 jin of rice and half a case of water?" She had directly halved her demand. Xiao Ran shook his head, replying, "Let us see how you perform. I might offer you a few more packs of instant noodles and additional water when you leave. If you disagree, feel free to depart." He spoke leisurely. Han Yun closely followed the red lips, her body utterly still, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Just when Xiao Ran believed she had transformed into a mere statue, Han Yun finally managed to utter a single word, "Good." He chuckled softly. After retreating behind the screen, Xiao Ran retrieved several dishes from a different realm, artfully arranging a feast that included both meat and vegetables, along with a fragrant bowl of rice. He beckoned Han Yun over, and as the alluring woman beheld the spread before her, she couldn't help but lick her lips in anticipation. "Go ahead and eat," Xiao Ran encouraged. He remained unhurried, taking a seat beside her while casually scrolling through his phone. The internet was rife with anxiety. Not every locale was plunged into darkness, but most were. What would become of them? Was the apocalypse truly upon them? After a prolonged period of scrolling, a loud belch broke the silence. Xiao Ran glanced up at Han Yun, whose cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. She had overindulged. He chuckled and said, "Shall we begin? Your long-held wish has been fulfilled." An hour later, Han Yun exited the door. This woman truly loved her husband. Despite Lin Youwei's gambling addiction, which had led even his parents to abandon him, she remained unwaveringly devoted, prompting Xiao Ran to ponder the extent of her foolishness. Yet, what did it matter to him? Chapter 34. The Qin Family's Revenge. The Leopard, accustomed to the peculiarities of life, approached with a wagging tail and an inquisitive sniff. Why does my master smell like someone else today? The leopard regarded Xiao Ran with puzzled eyes. Xiao Ran chuckled, gently tapping the leopard's head. Are you planning to take charge of me now? As she approached her doorstep, she first adjusted her attire, ensuring that no flaws were exposed, before unlocking the door with her fingerprint and entering her home. Upon crossing the threshold, she called out, "Darling, dinner is ready." Lin Yue emerged, a hint of skepticism evident on his face as he inquired, "Is there still food at home? I asked the neighbor to buy some." Han Yun replied casually, her expression entirely composed. It must be said that women are natural actresses. Lin Yue, however, was not suspicious and asked, "Do you still have money on you?" Han Yun displayed her left hand, saying, "I traded my gold ring." Lin Yue expressed a tinge of regret, remarking, "That ring cost over 10,000 when you bought it. But given the times we live in, it seems that money, gold, and jewels will soon lose their value. At least we managed to exchange it for some food." His spirits lifted immediately, for he realized he would no longer have to repay his gambling debts. Just days prior, he had been tormented, with paint splattered on his door and the police proving ineffective, as they could only act when his personal safety was at risk. Yet, after the calamity struck, he found himself sleeping soundly each night. He even chuckled, saying, "That Xiao, with his 5 billion, is the most unfortunate. His money is rendered useless by disaster. No matter how much he has, he can't spend it now." Spitting with disdain, he thought, "A nouveau riche, he deserves it." His feelings toward Xiao Ran were still tinged with envy and resentment, and he remained haunted by the events that transpired in the elevator that day. Upon hearing the name Xiao Ran, Han Yun felt a fleeting sense of unease, initially believing her husband was alluding to something. It soon became clear that he had merely mentioned it inadvertently. She forced a smile, though inwardly she bitterly reflected, "It is indeed the food and purified water provided by the nouveau riche you speak of, and they have even taken liberties with your wife." "I'll go prepare some noodles," she remarked. Lin Yue waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead." In a short while, the distinctive aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air. Zhang Jingya emerged from her room, exclaiming, "Wow, that smells delightful." Lin Yue nodded in acknowledgement. "Your sister-in-law has quite the extravagant streak." She purchased 3 packs of noodles and 3 bottles of water with a gold ring. Zhang Jingya countered, "Right now, the most essential items are food and water. Gold and silver cannot be consumed, and cash is only good for wiping one's backside." "Mind your language, young lady," Lin Yue frowned. Zhang Jingya stuck out her tongue, understood. "Brother." Shortly thereafter, Han Yun brought out the noodles, but there were only 2 bowls. "You both eat. I'm not hungry," she said. This was the truth, as she had indeed eaten her fill at Xiao Ran's place, even feeling somewhat stuffed. Zhang Jingya, however, was not one to be polite. She took a bowl of noodles and began to eat, though curiosity bubbled within her. "These noodles, how do they resemble the brand Xiao Ran gave me?" Naturally, they were White Elephant instant noodles, a well-known brand, so she harbored no further doubts. At the Qin household, the daughter-in-law inquired, "Husband, do we truly have to proceed with this?" Qin Dongfang nodded resolutely. "Our food supplies are dwindling, and there are 5 mouths to feed at home. If we do not take a risk, shall we simply starve or die of thirst? Moreover, we are targeting that scoundrel." His eyes were ablaze with fury. The son merely took a single takeaway order, yet you felt compelled to orchestrate a trap, sending my father to the hospital and demanding a compensation of 80,000 yuan. My mother, unable to contain her anger, splashed excrement on your door, and in return, you had the audacity to knock on the walls at midnight, depriving us of our rest. Now that the opportunity has arisen, shall I not obliterate you? Aunt Qin slammed her hand on the table, declaring, "That scoundrel is indeed despicable," flaunting his wealth in the group chat. When old Ma and the others inquired about food, he completely disregarded them, making it clear he cared not for anyone's well-being. Qin Dongfang nodded in agreement. "We shall rob him," justifying our actions as a noble endeavor to assist the impoverished and eradicate malevolence. With a newfound righteous cause, the 4 adults of the Qin family bristled with determination, even the child brandishing a pair of scissors, exuding an air of menace. Following the takeaway incident, he had narrowly escaped a severe beating from his parents, naturally harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Xiao Ran. Yet, not a single one of the 5 reflected upon whether it was truly Xiao Ran's fault. Who was the first to pilfer the takeaway? Who stole the food and, rather than apologize, acted with brazen defiance? As the night grew late and silence enveloped the surroundings, they quietly set forth, each armed with a weapon, kitchen knives, hammers, scissors. They ascended the stairs to the underground garage, where the clock struck 11. The garage was chillingly desolate, devoid of any presence. The five of them shivered as they walked. For even though Sioux City's winters typically hovered around -5 degrees, on this night, it plunged to a biting 15 degrees below zero. Their ordinary winter attire proved insufficient against such frigid temperatures, and despite layering themselves, they continued to tremble uncontrollably. The darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility null. Yet fortune favored them as the phone remained powered. Qin Dongfang promptly activated the flashlight function, leading the way. Before long, the five individuals arrived beneath Xiao Ran's villa. However, upon encountering the formidable iron gate before them, they exchanged bewildered glances, each frozen in place. Their minds had been consumed by strategies to confront Xiao Ran, yet they had never contemplated how to gain entry into his abode. Did they truly believe that with mere hammers in hand, they could breach this sturdy gate? It was not a matter of underestimating their own capabilities. Rather, they were acutely aware that hammering away until dawn would yield no success. What to do? The group stood in stunned silence, a consensus forming in their shared dismay. Just as they turned to retreat, a sudden creak echoed, and astonishingly, the gate swung open, startling all five. The most timid among them, Qin Dai, nearly stumbled to the ground in shock. However, the gate opened to reveal an empty expanse beyond. Summoning his courage, Qin Dongfang peered into the inky blackness, but discerned nothing. What now? The five exchanged glances, and with a resolute determination, Qin Dongfang declared, "The door is ajar. We must enter and seize this opportunity." Surely, this was an electronic gate, perhaps malfunctioning due to the ongoing power outage. Xiao Ran was likely asleep, oblivious to their intrusion. And by the time he awakened, he could find himself bound and at their mercy. The group stealthily positioned themselves, treading lightly. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the iron gate had silently swung shut behind them. Chapter 35. Elimination. As the sharp sound echoed through the air, the five members of the Qin family suddenly snapped back to reality. What was happening? At that moment, a light flickered to life, illuminating the room. The Qin family was taken aback. Was this place haunted? The door opened and closed on its own, and now the lights were turning on as well. In the dead of night, what were they doing here? A voice broke the silence, yawning lazily. It was Xiao Ran, who had been on the verge of slumber, disturbed by the alarming sound of his phone. The infrared camera had instantly captured the five members of the Qin family. Seeing them about to leave, Xiao Ran thoughtfully used the remote control to open the door. With their entrance, it was only natural to secure the premises. The Qin family was initially startled, but soon realized that the opening and closing of the door, as well as the lighting, were all under Xiao Ran's command. However, they quickly regained their composure. It was just Xiao Ran against five of them. Surely, they could prevail, especially since Xiao Ran was unarmed. To their astonishment, there was electricity in the house. Though Qin Dama was a bit slow to catch on, she was the first to respond. The others, including Qin Dongfang, soon awakened from their daze, sharing in the joy. This house with electricity was now theirs, and it was quite warm. They made another discovery. At that moment, they felt overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. It was wonderful, simply splendid. Xiao Ran smiled and explained, "I installed a battery backup, so there's no power outage. And there's also a fireplace burning wood." "Oh, now it makes sense." The Qin family nodded in understanding, but then their faces turned to one of indignation. Were they here to receive a lesson in science? Very well, this villa would belong to them from now on. Qin Dongfang brandished the kitchen knife in his hand and declared, "Xiao Ran, I am not an unreasonable person. I now present you with two options. Either you obediently walk out the door, or we shall slaughter you and dispose of your remains." Laughter erupted from the Qin family, including young Qin Kong, who was no exception. Was this truly a choice? Certainly not. It was merely a jest at Xiao Ran's expense. Wasn't it you who once relied on your petty wealth to scheme against us? Now, you dare act so arrogantly. What significance does wealth hold? Can you truly bludgeon me to death with it? Even young Qin Kong, brimming with audacity, pointed his scissors at Xiao Ran and commanded, "Kneel down." Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "Your family is quite something. However, it is rather late, and I must retire for the night, so I shall not waste any more time with you." He raised his hand, forming it into the shape of a gun, aimed at Qin Dongfang. "Huh, do you think you can intimidate me with that handgun?" Qin Dongfang laughed uncontrollably, seemingly bewildered. Xiao Ran grinned widely, bang. "Ah!" Qin Dongfang collapsed to the ground, a spray of crimson erupting from his left leg, the pain piercing and excruciating. The four members of the Qin family were left in utter shock. How could Qin Dongfang be injured? They hurried to assist him, but their efforts only intensified his cries of agony. It hurts. Qin's mother glared at Xiao Ran, shouting, "What have you done to my son? You scoundrel! If anything happens to him, I will not forgive you." Xiao Ran chuckled again. "You have come to my doorstep to threaten me, demanding whether I should be poisoned, bludgeoned, or frozen to death. The moment I retaliate, you become agitated, unwilling to show me mercy. Alas, the opposing party is not one to reason with. Can one truly expect their words to adhere to logic?" The previous willingness of the Qin family to offer compensation stemmed not from a sense of guilt, but rather from the fact that Xiao Ran had subdued them with the formidable artifact known as the Tremor Wall. Xiao Ran raised his firearm, aiming at Aunt Qin. She faltered, fully aware that it was merely a hand he raised, yet the injury to her son was undeniably strange, thus instilling a deep sense of fear within her. "You dare!" she shouted, her bravado thinly veiling her trepidation. Bang! Xiao Ran uttered a single word, before Aunt Qin could even emit a cry of despair. A gaping wound appeared on her forehead, and she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The four members of the Qin family were rendered speechless, drenched in cold sweat. Observing Qin Dongfang, he had forgotten to even express his pain, trembling uncontrollably. Bang, bang, bang. Young Qin Kong, still a child, hastily unleashed a barrage of shots toward Xiao Ran. However, Xiao Ran remained unscathed, even flashing a smile in his direction. "You're cheating." This audacious child brandished a pair of scissors and charged forward, exclaiming, "I'll stab you, you old turtle." This child was beyond redemption. With a mere wave of his hand, Xiao Ran fired a bullet that struck the boy squarely between the eyes. Instantly, he fell backward, lifeless. Anyone daring to brandish a weapon against him, regardless of their identity, would meet a swift end. "Xiao Bao!" cried the daughter-in-law of the Qin family, her voice a lamentation, as she brandished a kitchen knife and rushed at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, uninterested in wasting ammunition, simply opened a portal. Whoosh! The daughter-in-law of the Qin family vanished without a trace. What? This spectacle rendered old man Qin momentarily forgetful of both his anger and fear, staring blankly at the spot where his daughter-in-law had disappeared. "Where is she? Where is she?" Xiao Ran stepped forward, and the two corpses instantly vanished, drawing the gazes of Qin the elder and his son firmly upon him. At this moment, they were convinced that Xiao Ran was the one responsible for the disappearance. "Where have you taken them?" Qin the elder trembled as he inquired. "Are you human or a demon?" Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle. "A demon? Aren't you the true demons here? I would never sneak into someone's home at midnight wielding a knife or hammer to inflict harm." The father and son of the Qin family were rendered speechless. "Let me send you on your way," Xiao Ran said coldly. He intended to flee. As for his son, he couldn't be bothered. However, after just a few steps, he suddenly vanished from sight, having been drawn into Xiao Ran's spatial realm. Xiao Ran could open a portal within a radius of 2 meters around him. So although it appeared that Qin the elder was distancing himself from Xiao Ran, he was merely walking into a snare. Only Qin Dongfang remained. At this moment, he surprisingly regained his composure. "Xiao Ran, who exactly are you?" he asked despairingly, yearning to uncover the truth before his demise. Xiao Ran approached, leaning close to his ear as if about to reveal something, but in the next instant, he exerted force and cast him into the portal. Qin Dongfang promptly disappeared from sight. Was it amusing to gloat over a dying man? Xiao Ran gazed at the blood-stained floor of the basement and sighed, resolving to avoid killing within his home in the future. If it were necessary, he would find a way to directly dispose of the bodies into the portal, sparing himself the need to clean up. Yet, at this moment, there was no choice. He retrieved a cloth and began to wipe the floor. Fortunately, it was he who had to deal with this. Had it been someone else, the task would have been far more burdensome. Water is now the essence of life, holding an equal status to food. After several minutes, Xiao Ran finally managed to cleanse the bloodstains. He was compelled to take another shower before retiring to bed. He reminded himself to refrain from committing murder at home in the future. Chapter 36. An unexpected encounter in the garage. A night passed, ushering the 5th day of the apocalypse. At 8 in the morning, the outside world remained shrouded in a thick fog, casting a dull gloom. The hail continued to fall, though diminished in size and intensity, leaving a treacherous layer of ice on the ground, coupled with icy beads that rendered it exceedingly slippery and dangerously toxic, making venturing outdoors impossible. There was no rescue in sight. This marked the 5th day, and the patience of the people had been entirely depleted, casting a heavier cloak of despair over every heart. A pressing concern loomed. This calamity was unlikely to conclude in the near future, and assistance seemed a distant hope. How, then, could they save themselves? Anxiety grew increasingly palpable among the populace. Xiao Ran entered the garage with his leopard, only to find the atmosphere unusually tense. Everyone regarded one another with peculiar glances, as if they were not longtime neighbors, but adversaries. It seemed prudent to take his dog for walks at night henceforth. In a direct confrontation with the ammunition reserves from Xiao Ran's alternate dimension, he could certainly decimate the entire community multiple times over. However, the real question was, in a battle of life and death, who would dare approach openly? Xiao Ran, lacking eyes in the back of his head, pondered the risks of a hidden attack. The saying goes, it is easy to dodge a spear aimed at you, but nearly impossible to defend against a concealed arrow. Xiao Ran concluded that it is wiser to proceed with caution. There was no need for peril. The purpose of having a dog was merely to alleviate boredom, and risking it all would betray that very intent. Moreover, Xiao Ran discovered that numerous individuals were eyeing him with envy. Clearly, after flaunting his wealth in the group, he had attracted the attention of many. However, Xiao Ran remained unfazed. He welcomed the challenge of anyone daring to breach his sanctuary. The arrival of guests would certainly alleviate the tedium of life. He chuckled to himself, for he had grand plans in mind. Lin Yue, the couple Han Yun, and Zhang Jingyao would all play significant roles. It was quite amusing to observe Han Yun and her companion blush upon seeing Xiao Ran, hastily averting their gazes, fearful of revealing any hints of their intrigue. In stark contrast, Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached Xiao Ran. 500 million! He exclaimed loudly, ensuring that those nearby could hear him clearly. Upon hearing this, many individuals displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Indeed, while they were experiencing their own misfortunes, one could argue that Xiao Ran was even more unfortunate. Having won a staggering 500 million, he could only spend a few million at most, while the remainder languished idly in the bank. Lin Yue's remarks were rather pointed, seemingly choosing the most inopportune moment to jest. With purposeful strides, Lin Yue approached Xiao Ran, chuckling. Are you feeling particularly anxious lately, with wealth yet no avenue to spend it? It seems this calamity is not one that will resolve swiftly. Is that why you revel in my misfortune? Xiao Ran shook his head, pondering the darker aspects of human nature. Is it truly the case that one's own suffering can be soothed by the knowledge that others are in even greater distress? Xiao Ran found himself at a loss for words. It appeared as though his financial woes could somehow provide sustenance for others. The crux of the matter was that his resources were, in fact, vast enough to rival a nation. Why must he provoke me so? Well, do not blame me for humiliating you in person. However, before Xiao Ran could utter a word, Han Yun hastily intervened, advising her husband, all right, dear. We are all suffering from natural disasters, and we are neighbors in the same community. We should support one another. Why must it be this way? Zhang Jingya chimed in. Indeed. Both women feared that angering Xiao Ran would result in her refusing to engage in transactions with them in the future. Lin Yue, Lin Yue, do you think you could have had half a pack of instant noodles this morning without considering who provided it? While the two women persuaded Lin Yue, they desperately exchanged glances with Xiao Ran, silently conveying the message. Please do not be upset. We can discuss this later. Do not lose your temper now. And certainly do not disclose our relationship. At that moment, however, the leopard approached Han Yun and Zhang Jingya, sniffing with enthusiasm and wagging its tail, revealing its warm disposition. The canine was astute enough to detect the lingering scent from Xiao Ran that belonged to both women. In that instant, they wished they could dig a hole to hide in. How would they address each other in the future? Good sisters? Xiao Ran could not help but chuckle, surprised that the two women would deduce each other's identities from the leopard's reaction. He, of course, was unconcerned and walked towards Han Yun. Observing this, Lin Yue immediately raised a protective hand, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" His wife was exceedingly beautiful, and her allure was undeniable. He was well aware of the many who had their sights set on her, and he often found himself consumed with worry and suspicion. Xiao Ran extended his hand and effortlessly pushed Lin Yue, a man drained by alcohol, aside. Leaning closer to Han Yun's ear, he whispered, "Come with me, or else I shall reveal the nature of our relationship." Han Yun's face paled in response. Without hesitation, Xiao Ran turned to leave. "You cannot have it both ways. What did you say to my wife?" Lin Yue exclaimed, his anger bubbling over. "Stop right there. Stay put. Frustrated, he stormed off. Though he dared not confront Xiao Ran physically, having been thoroughly intimidated during their previous encounter in the elevator. Casting a skeptical glance at his wife, Lin Yue pondered the implications of Xiao Ran's whispered words and Han Yun's intention to depart alone. Surely, something was amiss. He was a gambler, but not a fool. Observing the situation, Zhang Jingya quickly interjected, "I will accompany my sister-in-law." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yue nodded in agreement. "Allow Jingya to accompany you." With a cousin by her side, it was unlikely that Han Yun would seek out Xiao Ran again. Reluctantly, Han Yun acquiesced. What might transpire at Xiao Ran's abode? Both women understood the unspoken implications. While she could have gone alone, the presence of both was pivotal due to their familial ties, which made the situation all the more complicated. Naturally, she harbored her own desires. Visiting Xiao Ran would afford her a sumptuous meal, while remaining at home would only leave her with instant noodles. She had no inclination to settle for instant noodles, having already shared a bed with Xiao Ran. What difference did it make between one encounter and 10? Chapter 37. Sisters-in-law Han Yun felt a stir of emotions. She was unlike Zhang Jingya. Zhang Jingya remains unmarried and does not place much significance on matters between men and women. In contrast, although Han Yun possesses an alluring charm, her views are decidedly conservative, and she harbors a strong sense of morality, being quite averse to the idea of selling one's body. It can be said that had it not been for her husband, she would never have sought out Xiao Ran yesterday. However, just moments ago, Xiao Ran specifically requested her presence. "I'll wait outside for a moment," she remarked. "All right," Zhang Jingya replied, feeling a sense of relief, as this was certainly not an honorable matter. Consequently, Zhang Jingya ventured alone into the passageway leading to Xiao Ran's villa basement. Despite it still being daytime, the garage remained in profound darkness, compelling her to retrieve her phone for illumination. Xiao Ran had previously charged her phone, and now it served its purpose. She sent a message to Xiao Ran and gently tapped on the iron door as she arrived. With a creak, the iron door swung open, and upon entering, she was greeted by a flood of light. However, Xiao Ran's voice soon followed. "Where's Han Yun? Did I not ask her to come?" "My sister-in-law feels a bit shy," Zhang Jingya quickly explained. "Let me go first today, and my sister-in-law can come tomorrow, all right?" "Not acceptable," Xiao Ran coldly rejected. Zhang Jingya, feeling helpless, had no choice but to step outside to find Han Yun. Upon learning that Xiao Ran desired both of them to come together, Han Yun's face paled, nearly causing her to faint. Nevertheless, thinking of her husband, she managed to endure. For the sake of her husband, she persevered. "Let's go," she boldly declared, taking Zhang Jingya's hand and leading her into the passageway. Xiao Ran observed their entry through infrared surveillance, and as the two women crossed the threshold, the iron door automatically locked behind them. Upon entering the basement, a wave of warmth enveloped them, and the bright lights bestowed upon the two women a sense of rebirth. Han Yun could not help but lament why the owner of this villa was Xiao Ran and not Lin Yue. "Let us dine," Xiao Ran's voice resonated. The two women took their seats and began to eat. Initially, they maintained a semblance of decorum. However, from yesterday until now, they had only partaken in a single proper meal, subsisting on instant noodles at other times. Despite their desire to maintain their figures, the scant amount they consumed was hardly sufficient. Once they began to eat, they could not help but become quite ravenous. After half an hour, both women felt satiated, and Xiao Ran even offered each of them half an apple, which sent them into a frenzy of excitement. "We can still enjoy fruit, and so fresh." At that moment, Han Yun felt a stir within her heart. Was it possible to disregard her husband and cling to Xiao Ran shamelessly? But as that thought emerged, she swiftly chastised herself. After all, it was merely food. How could she be so morally bankrupt? "First, go wash up," Xiao Ran suggested. The two women had not bathed in several days and were beginning to emanate an unpleasant odor. Fortunately, the weather was cold. Otherwise, they would have been quite odorous. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, Han Yun and her companion were taken aback. "Surely, you must be dreaming. First, the pipes are frozen and no water can flow. Second, even if there were water, it would be toxic. Who would dare to touch it?" Xiao Ran walked to the bathroom and turned on the shower, warm water cascading down. He caught it in his hands, feeling no burning sensation whatsoever. "Is this purified water?" Han Yun exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Heaven knows how much she cherishes cleanliness, insisting on bathing twice daily under normal circumstances. "Go ahead," Xiao Ran waved his hand. The two women exchanged glances, casting aside their reservations and stepping into the shower room. Alas, while this was indeed a shower, How delightful it would have been to luxuriate in a bathtub instead. The bedrooms on the second and third floors boasted bathtubs. Yet Xiao Ran would never permit them to ascend the stairs. This basement had also been transformed, featuring a glass shower enclosure, a bed, and a dining table, albeit slightly more compact in size. Halfway through their washing, Xiao Ran entered. Upon their emergence from the shower, they first used a hairdryer to dry their hair. Otherwise, with the frigid air outside, damp hair would quickly freeze. Subsequently, Xiao Ran provided them with a generous supply of instant noodles and bread, even including a few sausages. Naturally, pure water was indispensable. The two women concealed their provisions and bottled water beneath loose winter garments, for parading food in public would certainly attract unwanted attention, risking theft. One must never overestimate human morality. Chapter 38. The onslaught. To speak frankly, prior to the natural disaster, even holding $1 million in cash would not have elicited such tension in them. The societal order back then was remarkably stable. Who would dare to commit robbery in broad daylight? But what of now? For a morsel of food or a sip of drink, individuals would pounce like ravenous wolves. Once inside the home, the two women laid out their food, visibly relieved. However, Lin Yue frowned and inquired, "Why did you take so long?" Han Yun, with an awkward expression, replied, "Food is scarce now. Initially, they were unwilling to sell. We had to plead and negotiate before they finally agreed. This truly represented a matter of life and death." Han Yun quickly signaled Zhang Jingyao with her eyes, urging her to assist in fabricating a lie. However, before Zhang Jingyao could utter a word, Lin Yue abruptly seized Han Yun, pulling her closer and inhaling her hair, his expression shifting dramatically. "Did you wash your hair? Where did you wash it?" It seemed he had made a connection, and with a forceful grip, he dragged Han Yun into the bedroom. Amid her shrill protests, he began to inspect, and his fury ignited instantly. "You wretched woman, dare you betray me with another man?" He unbuckled his belt and swung it towards Han Yun. Zhang Jingyao hastily intervened. "Brother, sister-in-law is doing this for you. Otherwise, you would have starved long ago." This statement sent Lin Yue into a complete frenzy, his eyes ablaze. He glared at Zhang Jingyao and struck her with the belt as well. Zhang Jingyao let out a piercing scream, clutching her face in agony. After venting his rage on both his wife and sister, he growled menacingly, "Who is that scoundrel? Is it Xiao Ran? Is it Xiao Ran?" After all, he had been involved with his wife. It made sense why Xiao Ran had whispered something in Han Yun's ear, and why Han Yun had been reluctant to ascend the stairs. It turned out she had been selling herself. The instant noodles and water from yesterday suddenly made sense. No, there was more to it. Why had Xiao Ran transferred 5,000 yuan to Han Yun the other day? Clearly, it was to confront Xiao Ran. What man could tolerate such infidelity? Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao exchanged glances, momentarily forgetting their pain, and hurriedly chased after him. Yet, they were unable to catch up with the enraged Lin Yue, who vanished from sight as they pursued him. As Lin Yue stormed into the underground parking garage, wielding a kitchen knife with an air of menacing fury, passers-by hurriedly stepped aside. What was happening? Who had he set his sights on? Who had dared to pilfer his provisions? In these times, what could be more pressing than the theft of food and water? Lin's eyes blazed with rage as he hastened toward the villa where Xiao Ran resided. Was he seeking out Xiao Ran? What grievance could he possibly harbor against her, as if she had betrayed him with another? Onlookers exchanged knowing glances, and suddenly, the truth dawned upon them. Han Yun had been unfaithful, and her lover was none other than Xiao Ran. The realization ignited a mix of envy and resentment among them. Han Yun was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the community. To call her stunning would be an understatement. Her alluring figure, with its enticing curves, rendered her a veritable goddess among mortals. What man wouldn't he desire her? Yet, where was the opportunity? Now, it seemed, she was engaging in an affair with Xiao Ran. What an outrageous stroke of luck for that scoundrel. In a time when calamity struck, rendering all wealth as mere digits devoid of value. Why would Han Yun choose to indulge in such a liaison with Xiao Ran? Curiosity piqued, the crowd began to follow, albeit cautiously, wary of Lin Yue's potentially volatile temperament. He traversed the lengthy corridor, his phone long dead and unusable for illumination. His fury only intensified as he stumbled in the dark, colliding with the wall, which further exacerbated his agitation, prompting a stream of curses to spill from his lips. At last, he reached the iron door and began to pound upon it with his knife. "Xiao Ran, how dare you betray my wife? Come out, I shall end you." Initially, the crowd merely speculated, but with his utterance, he essentially exposed himself, and naturally, The onlookers reacted with a collective gasp, confirming the truth. How enviable. Yet, alas, it was Xiao Ran who played the part. If only it were oneself. Each man involuntarily swallowed hard. Even the elderly men in their 50s or 60s were no exception. A man remains youthful at heart until death. Lin Yue relentlessly pounded on the door, striking sparks with every blow. At this moment, Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao hurriedly arrived. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Han Yun stumbled, nearly fainting from despair. It's over. Her reputation is utterly ruined. More crucially, with Lin Yue creating such a scene, will Xiao Ran ever be willing to engage in dealings with her again? She would rather perish from hunger or thirst. What now? Suddenly, with a click, the iron door swung open, a beam of light spilling forth along with a wave of warmth. Lin Yue instinctively shielded his eyes, accustomed to darkness. The sudden exposure to brightness inflicted a piercing pain upon him. Xiao Ran had turned on a flashlight, a powerful one at that, enough to severely impair Lin Yue's vision. Fueled by rage, Lin Yue gripped the handle of his knife tighter and bellowed. Xiao Ran, you have dishonored my wife. How do you intend to compensate me? Han Yun nearly fainted once more. You actually voiced it aloud. I can hardly bear to face anyone. Xiao Ran's voice resonated. How would you like me to compensate you? In truth, his relationship with Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao was transactional. It was a mutual agreement without any notion of compensation. However, since Lin Yue had come to confront him, he might as well indulge him. Lin Yue's insatiable greed surfaced as he declared, compensate me with your villa, and that wretched woman is yours. I've grown weary of her anyway. He was, of course, stubbornly maintaining his faade. Yet how could he continue to cherish something that had been sullied by another? No longer would he hold on to it. He wished for the pair of illicit lovers to suffer from the bitter cold, hunger, and thirst. Han Yun's complexion paled, as if she had been dealt a heavy blow. Shame, anger, and sorrow overwhelmed her, a deep disappointment in her misplaced affections. She had been utterly devoted to Lin Yue, unwavering even when he lost everything to gambling, even to the extent of sacrificing her own body to provide for him. And what was the result? Han Yun, disheartened, collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 39. Dark Transformation. With a swift motion, the flashlight beamed directly into Lin Yue's eyes. Even as he attempted to shield himself, it was futile, forcing him to retreat until he collided with the wall of the corridor with a thud. A blinding light flickered as Xiao Ran emerged. You have quite the appetite, he remarked coldly. Xiao Ran, I will fight you to the bitter end. Lin Yue roared, swinging his knife in a frenzied attack. In truth, he could not discern Xiao Ran's location. He merely struck at the light. In that moment, he was completely consumed by his rage. Xiao Ran smirked, delivering a swift kick. Lin Yue could not see anyone, yet he was acutely aware of the forceful kick that landed squarely on his abdomen. The impact sent him staggering until he finally exited the passage, collapsing onto the ground. With a clang, the kitchen knife fell beside him. Xiao Ran emerged, casually picking up the knife from the floor, and as he approached Lin Yue, he placed the blade ominously before him. Lin Yue nearly lost control of himself in sheer terror. The courage that had surged from his anger ebbed away, replaced by a paralyzing fear that clutched at his heart, causing cold sweat to break out on his back. Didn't he do anything reckless? He stammered. In that instant, he reverted to the cowardly gambling addict he had been months prior in the elevator. Xiao Ran glanced at Han Yun, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. I'm considering purchasing your wife. What is your price? A few packs of instant noodles and some water? This Lin Yue hesitated. He could forego his wife, for Han Yun had betrayed him, but if he were to sell her to Xiao Ran, the implications were entirely different. Would he still be considered a man? In ancient times, only the most wretched gamblers would sell their wives. If he named a price, he would be forever branded with shame. Make it quick. My patience is limited. Xiao Ran pressed the cold blade against Lin Yue's neck, causing him to shudder as a wave of warmth surged within him. Fortunately, the weather was chilly, and his heavy clothing would conceal any unfortunate mishap. 10 packs. 10 packs. Lin Yue appeared to be trying to escape some troublesome predicament, calling out loudly in a hurry. Xiao Ran chuckled derisively and cast a glance at Han Yun. Han Yun seemed to have lost all strength, sitting numbly, her eyes devoid of luster, resembling a mere puppet. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yue quietly rose. However, Xiao Ran suddenly fixed his gaze sharply and slashed forward with a knife. A splatter of blood erupted. The kitchen knife lodged itself in Lin Yue's neck. A torrent of blood gushed forth. Xiao Ran attempted to withdraw the blade, only to discover it was stuck fast, inextricable. Never mind. He had never regarded such a weapon highly. and there were plenty of cold weapons around. He took several steps back to avoid being splattered with blood. Could he really let a person who had stabbed him live? In this moment, did he still fear taking a life? He was not afraid of killing in front of others. Then, a profound silence ensued. A murder had occurred. Xiao Ran had killed. The crowd, gripped by terror, began to scatter in all directions, their souls seemingly fleeing their bodies. Although everyone was aware that chaos reigned, the blatant act of murder sent shockwaves through them all. Yet at that moment, Han Yun suddenly stood up and walked toward Lin Yue. She reached out her hand to remove the knife from his throat, exerting all her strength. With a loud thud, the knife came free, and she collapsed onto the ground. Lin Yue pressed one hand against his wound, while the other pointed at Xiao Ran, conveying to his wife, "Go, strike." Han Yun raised the knife and swung it down. However, instead of targeting Xiao Ran, the blade found its mark upon Lin Yue's face. The kitchen knife struck downwards, yet it failed to sever bone. However, Lin Yue's eye was brutally blinded. His remaining eye widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that his once obedient wife would brandish a blade against him. He gazed incredulously at Han Yun, finding this act far more astonishing than the blow dealt to him by Xiao Ran. Han Yun drew the knife again, striking repeatedly until exhaustion overtook her, at which point she collapsed, weeping uncontrollably. She felt aggrieved and discontented. She had sacrificed so much for her husband. Yet he not only failed to comprehend her, but ultimately betrayed her, trading her away for a mere 10 packets of instant noodles. A woman consumed by love, once turned to darkness, becomes a force to be reckoned with. Xiao Ran couldn't help but smirk. Such a woman was not one to be embraced lightly, for she might very well turn on you in the dead of night. The rawness of her words, unthinkable before, now spilled forth without care. It seemed that the sting of her husband's betrayal had inflicted a profound wound. Xiao Ran offered a casual smile. "Go ahead." Han Yun proceeded to take a shower, while Xiao Ran leisurely sipped tea at the side, leaving Zhang Jingya shivering in the corner. Both Xiao Ran and Han Yun were formidable individuals, while she remained fragile and helpless. A full 30 minutes passed before Han Yun emerged. How much water had she used? Xiao Ran had not counted. In any case, should others learn of her indulgence, they would surely chastise her. Yet, Xiao Ran was entirely unconcerned. He was oblivious to the countless tons of tap water he had amassed, for washing in this manner daily would never deplete his supply. Such was his extravagant nature. Chapter 40. The villains assembly. Han Yun and Zhang Jingya departed. Xiao Ran offered them some advice, such as ensuring the door was tightly closed, refraining from opening it for anyone who might come, and confirming that no one was lurking outside before venturing out. Of course, the latter scenario was highly improbable, as the cold was quite severe. Sioux City had never experienced temperatures plunging to -10 degrees. The inadequacy of winter clothing made it challenging. A brief stroll outside was manageable, but enduring prolonged exposure was unbearable for anyone. This was merely a chill of -10 degrees. Should temperatures descend to -40 or 50, the frigid air could harm the lungs, and within a mere 20 minutes, one's internal organs could sustain damage, leading to fatal consequences. Thus, it sufficed to exercise caution before stepping outside. Xiao Ran's persistent admonitions stemmed from his attraction to Han Yun's beauty and figure. He was reluctant to part with such a companion. Should Han Yun fall victim to someone else's advances, he would undoubtedly lose interest. He pondered that if he were to eliminate Lin Yue publicly, he would become a formidable presence within the community. The downside would be that everyone would avoid him, fearing they might also meet a similar fate. Conversely, the advantage lay in the fact that most would shy away from provoking him. It seemed as though both outcomes were quite similar. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. After today's events, it was likely that people would surmise he possessed a considerable amount of resources, and thus many would set their sights on him. He was unperturbed by the obvious threats. If necessary, he could reveal the secrets of his otherworldly space and eliminate anyone who dared to challenge him. However, if possible, he preferred to enjoy the company of his delightful neighbors for a few more days. Being trapped within the confines of the community alone would be exceedingly dull. Although engaging in intimate encounters was indeed captivating, one could hardly indulge in such activities 24 hours a day, could they? Thus, Xiao Ran regarded all the residents of the community as mere playthings. Having faced death once, one could hardly expect him to possess any sense of conscience or benevolence. Xiao Ran's lack of malevolence was, in fact, the greatest form of goodness. The news of Lin Yue's demise swiftly spread throughout the neighborhood, stirring considerable uproar. Consequently, a few individuals congregated to convene a meeting, the topic of which, naturally, revolved around Xiao Ran. The one who took the lead was Mo Peng, a man who had once mingled with gangs in his youth, holding the fourth position, hence the moniker Mo Lao Si. He was somewhat renowned within the community, and thus, under his guidance, a meeting targeting Xiao Ran was called. The gathering took place at Mo Peng's residence, and to everyone's astonishment, despite being in his 40s, Mo Peng was accompanied by a woman in her 20s who was quite attractive. Some recognized her and exclaimed, "Isn't that Wang Meiqi, the wife of Li Juanhao?" Upon hearing her identity mentioned, Wang Meiqi trembled and opened her mouth to speak. But then, Mo Peng interjected, explaining to the others, "This woman forsook her husband for a mere morsel of food, shamelessly requesting me to take her in. Seeing her plight, I offered her sustenance and, incidentally, some warmth." The others exchanged knowing smiles, yet the next moment, they all cast a glance at Mo Peng, mentally acknowledging his cruelty. "You, Mo Lao Si, a lecherous old rogue. What provisions could you possibly have at home? It is far more believable that you have brought ruin upon this couple, having slain the husband, seized the food, and abducted the wife. Surely, that narrative would resonate more. If one were to knock on the neighboring door, it was assured that no one would respond. If they were to force open the door, they might very well discover the lifeless body of Li Juanhao. However, given the frigid temperature, it is nearly impossible for the corpse to emit any foul odor. Otherwise, they would surely catch a whiff of it through several doors and walls. Yet, why should this concern them? They indeed gathered to deliberate on how to deal with Xiao Ran. But was it truly out of a sense of justice? Certainly not. Where are there so many busybodies nowadays? Their motivation stemmed from the suspicion that Xiao Ran possessed a significant stockpile of resources, prompting their visit. After all, Xiao Ran had mercilessly eliminated Lin Yue without a flicker of hesitation. Who wouldn't harbor a modicum of fear towards such a ruthless individual? It was only in numbers that they found the courage and assurance to eliminate him and seize all his possessions. One among them jovially inquired of Mo Peng, "How does the taste of a little wife feel?" "Tight." Mo Peng laughed heartily. Noticing the glimmer of desire in the other's eyes, he added, "I'll let you have a turn for just 2 packets of instant noodles, or an equivalent amount of food. For meat, just 2 tails will suffice." The individual pondered for a moment before declining. "Too expensive. This Wang Meiqi can hardly be deemed a beauty. She possesses a decent figure. But is she truly worth 2 packets of noodles? If it were Han Yun, perhaps that would be more fitting. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can successfully pull off this heist, we shall undoubtedly become wealthy. At that time, any woman in the neighborhood we desire. All it would take is to present food and clean water, and who wouldn't obediently shed their trousers." Mo Peng rallied the group. "Let us do it." The remaining 5 echoed in unison. Mo Peng had not invited too many individuals, for with an increase in numbers, the share of resources naturally diminishes. Yet, with a total of 6 people, would they not be sufficient to subdue Xiao Ran? It was more than adequate. "Oldly, you used to be a locksmith. Do you still possess the tools and skills?" Mo Peng cast his gaze upon an elderly man, the eldest among the group, nearing 70, with hair and beard completely white. Oldly broke into a grin, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, half of which were missing. "That's good to hear." Mo Peng then turned his attention to the others. "Oldly will handle the door. We will deal with Xiao Ran. Make sure to be relentless. Strike hard." Everyone nodded in agreement. "All right. We shall commence our operation at midnight," Mo Peng declared decisively. Thus, no one was permitted to leave until then, as only a few hours remained. Chapter 41. Water of Nourishment. A little while later, Mo Peng and Oldly emerged. Through the partially open door, they could see Wang Meiqi lying motionless on the bed, her expression vacant, resembling a corpse. However, neither Mo Peng nor Oldly paid her any heed. The 6 of them rested briefly, having skipped dinner, enduring the hunger. Mo Peng was unwilling to part with his own provisions, and Oldly's group could hardly bring food along, so they decided to persevere. Once they subdued Xiao Ran, a hearty meal awaited them. Time dragged on until midnight finally arrived. Action! The 6 of them set off. Mo Peng did not even bother to lock the door. Having no fear of Wang Meiqi escaping, he had resolved to seize Xiao Ran's villa. They arrived at the garage, illuminating their path with flashlights, and soon reached the villa's entrance. Upon seeing the sealed iron gate, Mo Peng smirked. "Oldly, it's your turn now?" "Not a problem," Oldly replied as he approached the gate to tinker with it. However, 10 minutes later, he was still at work. "Oldly, why is it still not ready?" Mo Peng and the others were growing increasingly cold. Oldly was on the verge of tears. "This is the most advanced electronic lock. Damn it. How terrified is this kid to have installed such a high-tech lock even in the basement? I need some time. It's freezing out here. My hands are trembling from the cold, and I can't muster even half my usual strength. Mo Ping, growing impatient, interjected, how much longer will this take? Give me a number. Perhaps 10, 30 minutes, Old Li replied. This nearly drove the other 5 to despair. It was simply too cold to be stuck in this godforsaken place for another half hour. Damn it, Old Li. Have you exhausted all your energy on women? Someone cursed. We're supposed to be moving tonight, yet you're still thinking about chasing women. Haven't you ever had a woman before? The group grumbled amongst themselves. They were a motley crew. If everything went smoothly, all would be well, but the moment they faced a setback, infighting erupted. And it was entirely possible they would disband right then and there. Suddenly, with a loud clank, the iron door swung open. Old Li, you did it, someone exclaimed. You just said it would take at least 10 minutes, and now it's opened instantly. The group rejoiced, but Old Li was taken aback. I didn't open the door. What? The 6 of them quickly turned their gaze towards the entrance. Suddenly, a blinding light flooded in. Damn, my eyes are going to be blinded. The 6 hurriedly took a step back, while simultaneously shining their flashlights towards the source. Then, Xiao Ran emerged into their view. However, unlike the knives, hammers, and screwdrivers in their hands, Xiao Ran held in his other hand a water gun. A water gun? The 6 members of Mo Ping laughed, wondering if you intended to douse them with a water gun. In the next moment, Xiao Ran fired. With a swift whoosh, water bullets began to rain down upon them. The speed was astonishing, and the impact was particularly painful. Xiao Ran smiled, revealing that this was an electrically powered water gun, delivering force comparable to that of a high-pressure water gun, yet concentrated upon a single water bullet. The striking power was immense. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The water bullets struck their faces, hands, and necks, eliciting immediate, heart-wrenching cries of agony from the 6. This was toxic water, transformed from poisonous hail. The 6 finally realized the gravity of their situation, but it was too late. They collapsed to the ground, racked with intense burning pain, left only to wail in despair. Xiao Ran ceased fire and waited. It took a full half hour before their groans began to subside. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran had brought over a small stove, primarily to warm his hands, yet it inadvertently prevented Mo Peng and his companions from freezing to death. Now listen to me. Xiao Ran spoke calmly. I require you to accomplish a task. If you succeed, these instant noodles and water will be yours. Should you fail or attempt to seize them by force, I welcome you to try. Mo Ping did not outright refuse or agree. Instead, he inquired, what do you wish us to do? There was no harm in asking, especially given their current state, which necessitated time for recovery. Xiao Ran grinned. Go to room 302 in Building 11. There are 4 individuals inside, an elderly couple and a pair of siblings. I want each of you to take turns with all 4 of them. Here, each person will have 4 rounds. Once completed, you may claim your reward based on the rounds you've completed. Oh my, is that not your ex-wife's home? The 6 members of Mo Peng gasped in unison, contemplating how ruthless Xiao Ran truly was. However, did this task pose any challenge for them? Old Li had the ability to pick locks, and their weapons were readily available. Subduing a household of 2 elderly and 2 young individuals, totaling merely 2 men, should not be overly difficult. Albeit they felt a twinge of hesitation when it came to confronting the men. Perhaps they could directly topple Xiao Ran instead? Their gazes fell upon the plastic basket beside him, overflowing with instant noodles, dried meat, and purified water, igniting envy in their eyes. Ultimately, all eyes turned towards Mo Peng. Having previously been involved in gang activities, he was undoubtedly the most formidable when it came to acts of bravery and ferocity. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Peng declared, all right, we shall undertake this task. The remaining 5 were puzzled, yet Mo Peng winked at them, signaling for patience. Thus, they remained silent. Xiao Ran tossed out 3 boxes of condoms, chuckling. If anyone wishes to indulge a little more, there are additional rewards available. However, be sure not to seriously injure or kill this family, as I intend to savor the experience. You have but 1 day? Such cruelty, to ravage all 4 individuals, regardless of gender, merely as an appetizer? How deeply does one loathe this family? Nevertheless, they had heard rumors that Zheng Wan had been unfaithful before marriage, leaving Xiao Ran to bear the burden. With this in mind, they found it somewhat understandable. After all, were the roles reversed, they might have been even more ruthless than Xiao Ran himself. The 6, armed with condoms, gathered the fallen weapons and tools, and began to advance. While Xiao Ran followed behind, wielding a water gun. Mo Peng whispered, "That fellow has a water gun. If we get hit even once, we will essentially lose our ability to resist. Therefore, let us follow his instructions for now. Once we have completed our task, we can exchange the set for rewards and naturally approach him. At that point, we will strike together and take him down." Truly, Mo Laosi is commendable. His plan is quite astute. However, are we really going to take on a man? Someone hesitated. "Damn it, close your eyes. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman," Mo Peng replied fiercely. The other 5 could only nod in agreement, though they felt a twinge of difficulty. After all, they were no longer young, vigorous lads, and facing 4 rounds in just 24 hours posed a challenge. Before long, they arrived at the door of room 302. Xiao Ran thoughtfully tossed out a box of medicine, saying, "Ingu, you know what to do. If it comes to it, just take one." "Damn, your consideration is truly thorough." Mo Peng silently picked up the medicine box. Chapter 42. The calamity of the Zheng family. Oldly began to pick the lock. He was indeed a professional, managing to open it in just half a minute. If he could not unlock Xiao Ran's door, it was because Xiao Ran had spent 80 million on modifications, demanding it be robust and impervious to damage. If a mere locksmith could pick it effortlessly, then even in a hailstorm, Xiao Ran would have to hunt down Jia Yingui. Suddenly, 6 individuals rushed in. "Who are you?" "Ah, what do you want?" "You are Mo Laosi, the lockpicker, Oldly. And you, Zheng Wei." The 4 members of the Zheng family immediately exclaimed in shock, which soon morphed into cries of terror. With a faint smile, Xiao Ran turned and departed. "Ah, my ex-wife's family. Take your time to fill my heart with resentment. This is certainly not the conclusion, unless someone from the Zheng family decides to take their own life. However, given the character of the Zheng family, is there even a sliver of possibility that they would choose such a fate? Thus, it seems he may still have the opportunity to torment his ex-wife's family several more times." The leopard, wishing to share the bed with him, was met with a swift kick from Xiao Ran, who jestingly admonished, "Regardless of whether you are male or female, you shall not share my bed. Perhaps when the fog clears tomorrow, I shall endeavor to find you a female companion." The leopard let out a couple of cries, though it remained uncertain whether it was protesting or urging Xiao Ran to act swiftly, hoping to escape the ranks of the single. As night fell, whispers of the dreadful events at the Zheng household spread throughout the community. Just the previous evening, Mo Laosi, accompanied by a group, had forcibly entered the Zheng residence, seemingly subjecting the 4 members of the family to a horrific ordeal. Why 4, one might ask? Because all 4 members were heard screaming, their cries echoing for a time before resuming, a spectacle that could astonish even the most hardened of hearts. You might say it was somewhat understandable for Mo Laosi and his gang to target Zheng Wan, given she was a young wife of decent looks, but Lin Meng, at her advanced age, was also not spared. How could they possibly stoop so low? Disturbingly, it was reported that even Zheng Yujun and his son were not exempt from this depravity. Just how twisted must one be? This shocking account was relayed by Aunt Zhao from apartment 402, who, though she did not witness the events firsthand, heard the details with clarity. Not only did she discuss it in her social circles, but she also hurried to the garage the following morning, determined to confront those involved. Is this not terrifying? Indeed, it is. Yet, did any noble souls rise to proclaim their intent to eradicate the evil that plagued the Zheng family? No one is concerned with the troubles of others. Each tends to their own doorstep. However, a sense of caution has enveloped the community, prompting the building representatives to visit each household. Their aim is to unite the residents in the face of potential threats, should they encounter a situation akin to that of the Zheng family. It is imperative that they stand together, for it would be unwise to allow themselves to be picked off one by one. This strategy may prove effective in the short term, but as days pass and hunger and thirst take hold, the inclination to turn against one's neighbors will inevitably arise. After all, familiarity breeds a certain comfort. One cannot storm into an unknown dwelling without the risk of encountering unforeseen adversaries. Thus, it is only natural to seek out the vulnerable. Yet, the Zheng family has become a scapegoat. Who, then, feels sympathy for them? Certainly not anyone who knows them well. Are there any virtuous souls within the Zheng household? The characters of Zheng Yujun and Lin Meng are anything but admirable. Zheng Gang epitomizes a rogue, adept in vices such as gambling and debauchery, with little regard for honorable pursuits. As for Zheng Wan, she once maintained a respectable reputation, but that has crumbled in recent months. Scandals of premarital pregnancy with her lover's child have tarnished her image, along with the disgrace of entrusting her innocent partner with the burden of her transgressions. The most damning allegation claims that she orchestrated the demise of her own child for financial gain. What depths of malice must one possess to harm their own offspring? The Zheng family's fate is but a reflection of their misdeeds. The wicked shall reap what they sow, and sympathy is a luxury they cannot afford. It was a little past 10 in the morning when Xiao Ran awoke, stretching luxuriously. The sensation of waking naturally is truly delightful. After completing her morning routine, she began to prepare breakfast, one serving for herself and another for the leopard, a feast that was nothing short of mouth-watering. It is not an exaggeration to say that even Han Yun's appetite paled in comparison to that of the leopard. A mere plaything of a woman cannot possibly rival a loyal companion, can she? Just after finishing breakfast, however, Xiao Ran's phone buzzed with an alarm notification. Someone had arrived. She was alone, and there seemed to be a hint of hesitation in her demeanor. Although her hand was raised, it lingered indecisively, her teeth biting down on her lip, embodying a struggle to make a decision. A full 5 minutes passed before the woman finally knocked on the door. With a resounding click, the iron door swung open. The woman was taken aback at first, but upon seeing the light within and feeling the warmth radiating from inside, she could not help but step inside. With a soft thud, the door closed behind her, causing her to shiver slightly, as if startled by the sound. Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution. I do not possess an abundance of time, Xiao Ran stated, her gaze appraising the woman before her. In truth, what everyone lacked most at this moment was time. Was there a class to attend or a meeting to convene? Nonetheless, that was a separate matter entirely. The woman bit her lip, summoning her courage to meet Xiao Ran's eyes, and said, "Could you possibly spare me something to eat?" Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "How did you know I had food here?" "I heard it from others," the woman replied, her voice tinged with desperation. "I am simply too hungry and thirsty." Thus, she sought refuge at the door, fully aware of the price she might have to pay, which explained her hesitation. Xiao Ran regarded her with a sense of appreciation. The appearance is acceptable, although it falls short of a score of 90. Achieving such a score would denote extraordinary beauty. However, a score of 80 is certainly attainable, far surpassing the likes of Zheng Wan. She appears to be around 20 years old, in the prime of youth, though her figure is obscured by the thick layers of winter clothing. Xiao Ran smiled and inquired, "What is your name?" "Zhonglei," the woman promptly replied. "I reside in Building 16, Room 2201. However, I am not the owner. I am a tenant, studying at Tsu University, currently in my 4th year." Xiao Ran continued to probe, "Why do you not live on campus? The school has dormitories, and renting off campus incurs expenses." Implicitly, he was suggesting whether she had a benefactor. Zhonglei clarified, "I find the dormitory conditions unsatisfactory, and my family is financially stable, so I sought accommodation close to the university. I was supposed to graduate by the end of the month, but unexpectedly encountered this calamity. Not only did she not foresee it, but who in the world could have?" This young woman possessed a decent appearance, and Xiao Ran, recognizing the opportunity presented to him, had no inclination to dismiss it. Nevertheless, he remarked, "I do have some food and clean water here, but you must understand what food signifies in these times and the price you may need to pay." I understand," Zhonglei nodded. Though hesitant, she had indeed resolved to accept the offer. Chapter 43, Delivery to your door. Very well. Xiao Ran stepped behind the screen, retrieved several dishes along with a bowl of rice, and prepared a bottle of purified water before beckoning Zhonglei to join him. Upon seeing the spread laid out before her, Zhonglei could not suppress a gulp. She was utterly famished and parched. She approached and took a seat. First, she sipped the cool water, feeling it soothe her parched throat, almost moaning in bliss. Then, she began to devour her meal with fervor. However, as she ate, she shed her coat. It was too warm. Is there actually electricity here, along with heating? She was utterly astonished, casting a pleading glance at Xiao Ran, asking if she could stay indefinitely. "You may do as you wish with me." Once she entered this place, she had no desire to leave. Naturally, Xiao Ran declined. Even Han Yun, who surpassed you in both beauty and figure, was not worthy of residing here. Thus, you certainly do not qualify. Casual encounters may be permissible, but to truly become his woman, one must be flawless. The lesson learned from Zheng Wan was painfully vivid. "Are you a virgin?" Xiao Ran inquired nonchalantly. Zhonglei's face flushed, and she shook her head. She had had a boyfriend since her sophomore year, and they had even cohabited. How could she still be a virgin? "However, I have only ever had one boyfriend," she quickly added, attempting to bolster her image. "Does it make a difference?" Xiao Ran dismissed the topic with indifference. "Eat quickly." Disappointment washed over Zhonglei, Yet she dared not disobey, burying herself in her meal. Satisfied, Xiao Ran rewarded Zhonglei with 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water. Typically, it was a one-to-one exchange. Just as he was about to send Zhonglei away, a notification from the surveillance camera alerted him. Another woman had arrived. Xiao Ran grinned. Now that everyone knew he had provisions, they were flocking to him to offer themselves. Fine, I shall accept those of good quality, while the inferior shall be dismissed. I am not greedy. I prefer to tread the path of excellence. Outside the door, as the woman was about to knock, the door unexpectedly swung open, leaving her momentarily stunned. She then beheld a young beauty emerging from within. Their eyes met, and in an instant, they comprehended each other's intentions, leading to a palpable awkwardness. Zhonglei hastily departed, while the woman stepped inside, where she encountered Xiao Ran, who was clad in a bathrobe. Upon catching a glimpse of him, her face flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze. Xiao Ran, unfazed, inquired, "Are you here for business as well? Let us be direct." The woman's complexion was somewhat pale, yet she nodded in affirmative. Xiao Ran smiled, saying, "Lift your head, I wish to see. After all, one must inspect the goods prior to making a purchase." The woman raised her gaze, revealing a beauty around 70 points on the scale. Xiao Ran felt a twinge of disappointment. In truth, a score of 60 is merely the threshold for beauty, and 70 is certainly above average. Yet Xiao Ran's recent standards had become rather discerning. Anything below 80 failed to captivate his interest. Consider Zhang Jingya. Were she not paired with Han Yun at present, he might not have been inclined to engage, for he now possessed choices. Since his rebirth, his physique had indeed undergone significant enhancement, surpassing that of 99 of individuals. However, what good is a formidable physique if one must labor in the fields for over half the day? That is how one builds a reputation. To the beauties in the neighborhood, if you find yourselves in dire straits, do not hesitate to seek me out. However, within the community, stands out as the most exquisite and alluring figure, her physique unparalleled. Finding a second such beauty would be an arduous task, particularly if she were to be a maiden to be nurtured at home. Mused that for a considerable time, he would remain solitary, akin to a leopard. Better to remain steadfast than to indulge in frivolities. To his surprise, and her sister-in-law did not seek him out today. It seems that has endured considerable distress. Her husband's betrayal followed by his untimely demise, and she was among the executioners. Although it is evident that even without her fatal blows, would not have survived. Is unlikely to perceive it thus. Until yesterday, she was willing to surrender her body for her husband, only to transform into a vengeful woman wielding a knife against him. It would be peculiar if she felt no turmoil within. Smiled faintly. Whether could transcend her inner turmoil was of no concern to him. It would be a pity if she remained ensnared in her despair. Gradually, dusk enveloped the surroundings. As the clock approached 7, and his entourage arrived, knocking on the door. To the garage, resonated S' voice from the concealed speaker. Thus, and his 5 companions retreated to the garage. The body of remained unprocessed, if chose not to address it. No one else would, for the bitter cold had rendered his corpse frozen. Consequently, despite the gruesome manner of his death, no foul odor emanated. The sight of the corpse caused the 6 to frown, who would find comfort in death. They had been preoccupied during their hasty visit yesterday, but today, returning to this place, they all silently lamented their misfortune. "Mo Laosi, we have all been waiting for your signal," Zhang Guowei whispered. Mo Peng inwardly cursed, pondering whether they intended for him to charge to the forefront. Nevertheless, since this venture was initiated by him, it was only fitting that he would reap a greater share of the rewards. For instance, this villa. Very well, he nodded. At that moment, a beam from a flashlight illuminated the area, and Xiao Ran strode forward with purpose. "Let us inspect the goods." Mo Ping retrieved a plastic bag and tossed it toward Xiao Ran, containing 4 used condoms. Once Xiao Ran opened it for inspection, he would seize the opportunity to advance, with Zhang Guowei and the others following suit. 6 robust men united. Surely they could overpower one individual? Without that water gun, he was insignificant. Chapter 44. Rubbing salt in the wound. Xiao Ran chuckled softly, the portal to the alternate dimension now ajar. He feigned a downward glance, allowing the flashlight to illuminate the ground. Now is the moment. Instantly, Mo Peng was the first to surge forward. "Die!" he bellowed. This was the signal for the others to join the fray. Upon witnessing Mo Peng's charge, Zhang Guowei and his 5 companions followed suit, erupting into a chorus of shouts as they rushed toward Xiao Ran. One by one, they vanished without a trace. Xiao Ran, scanning with his mind, observed that the alternate space had now manifested 6 vividly lifelike corpses, their expressions fierce and menacing, yet tinged with a hint of fear. Oh, this indicates that individuals do not perish instantly upon entering the alternate space. Rather, there exists a fleeting process, albeit exceedingly brief. Though Mo Peng and his cohorts harbored ill intentions, did he truly intend to spare these 6? The purpose of these individuals was to bring suffering and humiliation to the Zheng family. Now that their objective has been achieved, why keep them around? Xiao Ran chuckled softly. With a flick of his thoughts, he discarded all the corpses from the alternate space. The container was filled with supplies, juxtaposed with the dead. Although he knew they would not contaminate each other, the mere thought of it still unsettled him. He sent them to his ex-wife. He pondered whether Zheng Wan's phone still had battery life. He hoped it did. Xiao Ran sighed. It seemed her phone was indeed out of power. Well, it was not as if he could rub salt into her wounds. "Did you kill those 6 brutes?" she exclaimed, clearly agitated, punctuating her disbelief with multiple exclamation marks. Xiao Ran, thank you. I knew you still had feelings for me. Zheng Wan was so overwhelmed she was on the verge of tears. Despite being tormented by the 6 villains, if she could evoke Xiao Ran's sympathy and protective instincts, it would be a significant gain for her. She could live in a grand villa, indulge in exquisite delicacies, and no longer harbor any worries. She immediately dialed Xiao Ran's number. Xiao Ran, I'm coming to see you right now, is that all right? Oh, have you misunderstood something? Xiao Ran replied with a laugh. Mo Peng and the others were indeed killed by me, but their visit to your home was coerced by my threat. I had to eliminate them. They exposed your father and brother to save their own lives. Otherwise, do you think they would indulge in such depravity? A villain never leaves without a trace. I must make you despise me and regret it deeply. Zheng Wan could hardly believe it, and with a startled gasp, the phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Zheng Wan, you wretched star. Only the furious roar of Zheng Yujun echoed, clearly indicating that Zheng Wan had made a grave mistake by activating the speakerphone. In her excitement, Zheng Wan mistakenly believed that Xiao Ran still harbored feelings for her, having eliminated Mo Peng and his associates on her behalf. Eager to flaunt her newfound status as the mistress of the villa before her parents and younger brother, she thought it wise to bask in their admiration, urging them to flatter her if they wished to reside within. However, her joy swiftly turned to despair. Those 6 individuals had, in fact, been dispatched by Xiao Ran. Zheng Yujun, a man in his 60s, found himself unceremoniously sidelined, overwhelmed by 6 assailants. One can only imagine the depths of anger and frustration festering within him. Yet, all of this turmoil stemmed from Xiao Ran. What prompted such retribution against the Zheng family? It was none other than Zheng Wan's infidelity, compounded by her pregnancy, which led her to hastily seek a scapegoat. Could Xiao Ran possibly remain unperturbed? Thus, the source of their suffering lay squarely upon Zheng Wan's shoulders. Were it not for her, would the family have endured such torment and hardship? In the past, they had coddled and indulged Zheng Wan, even compensating her for her mistakes. But now, on the 6th day of calamity, what value did money hold? At least 99 of people had come to realize that their former wealth had evaporated into thin air, reduced to mere scraps of paper and meaningless digits. True wealth lay in having food and clean water. Given this reality, would they still concern themselves with Zheng Wan? Especially now, when Zheng Yujun found himself in such dire straits, all because of that wretched woman. Enraged beyond measure, he could no longer contain himself and removed his slipper to strike at Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan attempted to evade capture, but soon Zheng Gang and Lin Meng joined forces, swiftly overpowering her and subjecting her to a brutal beating. Zheng Wan lay on the ground, her face a grotesque mask of blood and swelling, resembling that of a pig's head. It was then that Zheng Yujun picked up his phone, adopting a sycophantic tone as he spoke. Xiao Ran, we will deliver Zheng Wan to you. In exchange, could we receive a box of instant noodles and a case of water? Zheng Wan, writhing in pain on the ground, could hardly articulate a response. Her father had betrayed her so easily, yet she found herself surprisingly unperturbed. After being cast out of her home twice, she should have anticipated such treachery. How could Xiao Ran ever acquiesce? What he truly desired was the family's despair, a vicious internal conflict leading to their utter annihilation. He laughed heartily before ending the call. Ah, Zheng Wan, how delightful it must feel to be stabbed in the back by your own kin. Zheng Yujun glanced at his daughter, his anger intensifying. Dad, I'm starving. Zheng Gang interjected. Mo Peng and his group had not only plundered their belongings, but had also depleted the meager food and water reserves in their home, leaving them famished for over a day. Zheng Youjuan's gaze hardened as he commanded, "Find that wretch." Zheng Gang hesitated momentarily. "Dad, you don't intend to consume her, do you?" Zheng Wan trembled in disbelief as she looked at Zheng Yujun. Surely he wouldn't, would he? Zheng Yujun waved his hand dismissively. "Why ask so many questions? Just bind her. Enough with the nonsense." "Oh." Zheng Gang fetched some rope, and together the father and son restrained Zhang Wan. Two large men, even after a day of hunger, possessed strength that Zheng Wan could not match, especially since she too had been deprived of sustenance for an entire day. "Let us go from door to door, asking if anyone desires to engage with your sister, offering a pack of instant noodles, 2 taels of rice, or a bottle of water in exchange for a single encounter." Zheng Yujun finally revealed his intentions. "Have you lost your mind, old man?" Lin Meiying could hardly believe that Zheng Yujun would stoop so low as to sell his own daughter. Zheng shot her a glare. "Then you better fetch me something to eat and drink." Lin Meiying opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately fell silent. Zheng, driven by hunger, disregarded the familial ties and immediately agreed. "Father, I will handle the odd-numbered floors while you take the even ones." "Fine," Zheng Yujun acquiesced. Zheng Wan had ceased her tears, her expression now a mask of numbness. What does it mean to say that the greatest sorrow is a heart that has died? This is it. Chapter 45. Li Zhonglin's scheme. Li Zhonglin has been under immense pressure lately, a burden that only seems to intensify. He holds in his grasp 3 coveted spots for entry into the shelter. Remarkably, a few individuals have placed their trust in him, not only submitting to his commands, but also showering him with affection, offering up all their possessions. There are not many fools, only 9 in total, 2 of whom are women. Naturally, he has taken advantage of them, though their appearances are rather unremarkable. Yet, he is no prominent figure. If there are women willing to indulge him without cost, and he is free to engage as he pleases, how could he not relish the situation? However, as the days slip by, provisions and clean water dwindle, while the grandiose tales he spun remain unfulfilled, causing the 9 to grow increasingly anxious, incessantly inquiring when the government would send a vehicle to rescue them. He is nearing the end of his capacity to fabricate new lies. Once the truth of his deceit is unveiled, he will undoubtedly be torn apart by the ire and despair of the 9. How chaotic is this world? Is murder so surprising? Therefore, he must devise a plan, for otherwise, he may not survive. He summoned the 9 individuals. "I have just received news from my cousin," he declared. "The fog outside is too thick for the troops to mobilize, and thus, the convoy that will take us away will not arrive for several more days." Li Zhonglin noted that he had used this excuse several times before, prompting visible impatience among the group. He quickly added, "Food supplies are dwindling. We must find a way to endure. My cousin mentioned that in these extraordinary times, we must adopt unconventional methods." "Everyone." I informed my cousin about the recent occurrences in our community, and he suggested that we apprehend Xiao Ran. This individual exhibits severe antisocial tendencies, and in this critical period, he poses a significant threat to societal safety. Thus, he must be stopped. My cousin asserted that after we capture Xiao Ran, we can manage his resources ourselves. Instantly, several individuals displayed signs of intrigue. Why did they place their trust in Li Zhonglin? Was it not driven by their desire to survive? And now, why the anxiety? Concerns of starvation, dehydration, and freezing to death loom large. Ultimately, it all boils down to a singular motive, the will to live. If they can subdue Xiao Ran and seize his provisions, they could extend their own survival until government aid arrives. They cannot truly be deemed foolish. Rather, in moments of desperation, individuals often cling to even the faintest glimmer of hope, no matter how elusive it may be. Moreover, Li Zhonglin possesses a keen understanding of human nature, employing his cousin as a conduit for commands. And who is this cousin? A member of the government. Thus, capturing Xiao Ran and seizing his resources transforms into an act of righteousness. The principle of legitimacy in military action is now established, and with that legitimacy, they become the champions of justice. Indeed, Xiao Ran is a vile character. He flaunts his wealth in the group, yet refuses to share with others. He has even brazenly murdered Lin Yue, making him a criminal. Our apprehension of him is a service to the community. The 9 individuals echoed this sentiment, each fervently justifying their actions to themselves. Seizing the moment, Li Zhonglin instructed, "Everyone, arm yourselves." Shouting, "Ruefen, you will knock on the door." Xiao Ran is notoriously lecherous. Rumors abound that one can procure food and water merely by spending the night with him. Therefore, adopt a flirtatious demeanor, and as soon as he opens the door, we shall seize the opportunity to capture him. No problem. The only 2 women among the 10 replied confidently, patting their chests. Let us go. With a flourish of his hand, Li Zhonglin appeared emboldened. In truth, he is merely a salesman with a silver tongue. Little did he expect to rally 9 individuals to heed his command, embarking on an endeavor of murder and robbery, rather than simply gathering for a meal. Hence, the value of his leadership is indisputable. They proceeded to the garage, illuminating their path with flashlights as they forged ahead. After the power outage, even during the day, the garage remained shrouded in darkness, rendering it nearly impossible to see without a flashlight. At night, the situation worsened. The entrance to the garage was engulfed in complete blackness, devoid of any light. Among 10 individuals, only 1 flashlight was available, necessitating that those at the back grasp the shoulders of those in front to navigate the obscurity. Eventually, they arrived beneath the villa. Shouting, "Ruefan, it's up to you now," Li Zhonglin addressed the 2 women in the group. He then turned to the others, saying, "Let us find a place to hide." As he shook the flashlight, searching for a suitable shelter, he pondered, in such darkness, was there truly a need to find a hiding spot? This was merely a matter of experience. After all, it had only been 6 days since the onset of the apocalypse, and not everyone could adapt and transform immediately. Suddenly, Li Zhonglin was jolted. What did he see? Between 2 cars, a multitude of figures crouched or stood, perhaps a dozen in total. Were they also lying in wait for Xiao Ran? It was imperative to negotiate the distribution of benefits beforehand to prevent any ensuing conflict. He chuckled. "Are you here to eradicate the scourge as well? Huh. Shall we determine the distribution of spoils after we accomplish our task?" He gestured for his subordinates to follow. It was essential to agree on the terms of distribution, otherwise, a fierce battle would undoubtedly ensue between the 2 factions. Given that our numbers are roughly equal, how about we split the resources evenly, regardless of how much we acquire? Li Zhonglin proposed. However, the opposing group remained silent, which struck him as somewhat excessive. Not only did Li Zhonglin feel a surge of anger, but his 9 subordinates were equally displeased. Even if you are dissatisfied with such an arrangement, there is no need to resort to silence. Li Zhonglin furrowed his brow and said, "Everyone, my proposal is made with utmost sincerity. Even if you are unhappy, we can engage in a proper dialogue, can we not?" He had approached closely, his flashlight illuminating the scene. Good heavens! In that instant, Li Zhonglin and his companions were simultaneously struck with shock, as if their very souls were about to escape their bodies. What appeared to be a multitude of individuals lying in ambush were, in fact, lifeless corpses. Several bore evident fatal wounds, gaping holes in their foreheads and chests, while one had its throat slashed, its visage grotesquely disfigured. With a collective gasp, Li Zhonglin and his companions collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by terror. The 2 women amongst them were so frightened that they lost control, a warm sensation spreading uncomfortably beneath them. It was no wonder they possessed such formidable resolve, lurking in this frigid environment in utter silence. They were, after all, merely corpses. Do the dead fear the cold? But why were there corpses here? Wait, this is beneath the Xiao residence. Could it be? A shared apprehension surged through the group, causing them to tremble, sweat pouring down their brows. Perhaps we should reconsider, one of them stammered. Chapter 46, A Net to Capture All. What was their purpose? To assassinate Xiao Ran and seize supplies. Of course, murder was secondary. If Xiao Ran were to comply, there would be no need for bloodshed. After all, who, apart from the inherently deranged, would take pleasure in killing? Yet now, the risk of eliminating Xiao Ran seemed excessively perilous. Their own lives were at stake. Under such circumstances, who could possibly press on? They were merely ordinary individuals, not professional assassins. To divert the conflict, it is imperative to take down Xiao Ran. What is the life of a few insignificant individuals? As long as he remains unscathed, we must summon our courage. Xiao Ran is but a solitary being. Should we truly fear him? He questioned loudly. You would do well to fear me. Yet, a voice resonated from a distance, accompanied by a blinding light that rendered their flashlight trivial, akin to stars compared to the resplendent moon. The brilliance was overwhelming, causing all 10 to instinctively shut their eyes. It was painfully dazzling. Suddenly, they realized, it was Xiao Ran. What on earth are you doing at the garage in the dead of night? Wong, the leopard growled, baring its teeth menacingly. Dogs possess an acute sensitivity to malice and a strong territorial instinct, having claimed this area beneath the villa as their own. In the stillness of the night, this group of intruders approached stealthily, clearly with ill intent. A dog that is poised to bite remains silent. The leopard merely let out a low growl before stealthily advancing towards the 10, preparing for a surprise attack. Xiao Ran did not intervene. In such darkness, a dog is far more agile than a human. He harbored no concern for the leopard's safety. How intriguing. In his past life, Li Zhonglin was similarly deceived and met his demise at the hands of the neighborhood residents. Yet this time, the ire was directed at him. Xiao Ran smiled with delight. It was a splendid opportunity to pass the time and inject some amusement into the situation. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The leopard had launched its ambush, sinking its teeth into one man's calf. The others, bewildered, were taken aback in horror. The crux of the matter was that Xiao Ran utilized a blinding light to dazzle their eyes, rendering them unable to discern their surroundings. All they could hear were the anguished screams of their companions, which instilled in them an overwhelming sense of dread. Flee, faced with the terror of the unknown. They were paralyzed by fear, turning to escape in a frantic rush. Now that they had arrived, did they truly think they could escape? Xiao Ran pursued them relentlessly. His task was frightfully simple. All he needed to do was to open the spatial portal, and one by one, they would vanish without a trace. Li Zhonglin felt a chill run down his spine, enveloped by an unfathomable fear. The shouts of his subordinates grew increasingly sparse. Some who had been calling out just moments before abruptly fell silent, only to disappear in the next instant. How could these vibrant lives vanish so silently into thin air? The sheer terror threatened to shatter his heart. This overwhelming fear stripped him of all strength, and he collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. He was utterly terrified. Please don't kill me. I will do anything. I beseech you, spare my life. Xiao Ran, however, was somewhat displeased. This wretched individual had fortuitously evaded the spatial portal he had opened ahead. Leopard, go? He shone the flashlight towards Li Zhonglin. The leopard, akin to a shadowy panther, lunged forward with remarkable swiftness, seizing Li Zhonglin by the throat. Li Zhonglin struggled desperately, but the leopard clamped down fiercely, refusing to relent. As he flailed helplessly, a suffocating sensation engulfed him, causing him to lose control. The leopard, obedient as ever, released its grip and darted towards Xiao Ran. Naturally, Xiao Ran could not allow Li Zhonglin to escape. He swiftly approached and fired a bullet. Consider yourself fortunate. The bullet pierced Li Zhonglin's forehead, erupting in a splash of crimson. Xiao Ran disposed of the corpses, stacking them neatly to the side, lest they interfere with his evening stroll with the dog. This, too, served as a form of intimidation. He was curious to see if, with the addition of these 10 bodies, anyone would still dare to harbor ill intentions towards him. A night passed, and the apocalypse entered its 6th day. The rumors circulating within the community multiplied. Firstly, there was the Zheng family. The father and son duo were indeed a peculiar and heartless lot, having tied up Zhengwan, offering her to anyone willing to pay merely for a packet of instant noodles. However, due to the current scarcity of food and water, Zhengwan's business was not thriving. Though she still had some customers, at least the Zheng family could survive for a while longer. In truth, the number of women resorting to selling their bodies had increased significantly, yet the Zheng family's case was unique, with the father and brother personally engaging in such despicable actions, forcing their kin into prostitution, a first of its kind. True to form, the Zheng family had once again lowered the bar. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. It was indeed something the Zheng family was capable of. Zheng Yujun held an extreme preference for sons over daughters. During his time with the Zheng family, he had relentlessly exploited Xiao Ran to support his son. Why did this family of 6 insist on living together? Zheng Yujun would rather endure some crowding than allow his daughter and son-in-law to reside outside, for if they were independent, he could no longer control their wealth. Now, with Zheng Yujun resorting to selling his daughter, it came as no surprise to Xiao Ran. In fact, had it not been for him, Zhengwan might have been the first to be sacrificed and consumed. At present, Zhengwan still holds some value. Yet the day she completely loses her business will likely coincide with the moment she is slaughtered and consumed. Xiao Ran scoffed. For no matter how wretched the woman may become, she could never elicit his sympathy. And what follows after Zhengwan is devoured? Will it be Lin Meiying, Zheng Yujun, or perhaps Xingang? Xiao Ran genuinely contemplated placing a wager on it. In the morning, as he brushed his teeth and washed his face while listening to music, he pondered, is there anyone else in the entire community who still brushes their teeth and washes their face? Once he finished, he intended to have breakfast. He enjoyed a bowl of tofu pudding accompanied by 2 deep-fried dough sticks, while the leopard indulged in 2 meat buns. Before he could decide on his next course of action, someone arrived from the basement. He opened the surveillance feed and noted with interest that Han Yun and Zhang Jingye had come. Chapter 47, Building Number 2, Su Feng. Xiao Ran opened the door to allow them entry. Zhang Jingye appeared somewhat timid, yet Han Yun exuded confidence, her charming face adorned with a smile as she inquired, "Shall we indulge ourselves first, as usual?" Xiao Ran gestured for them to proceed, having already prepared the meal. As the 2 women began to feast, he casually asked, "Why didn't you come yesterday?" Han Yun paused for a moment before responding, "I contemplated a great deal yesterday, even considering suicide. But upon reflection, it's simply not worth it to take my life for a worthless man." She shook her head, embodying a seductive allure with my looks. "I should relish in the affection of men, shouldn't I? From now on, I shall never again allow any man to sadden me." Indeed, extremes often lead to counterbalance. In this apocalyptic world, she finds herself compelled to barter her body for benefits, a stark contrast to the past when even her superiors would have succumbed to such temptations. However, Xiao Ran remains indifferent. He has no desire for Han Yun's affections. An hour later, Han Yun and her companion discreetly depart, fully aware that food has become an invaluable commodity, one that could invite significant troubles if discovered. Stretching leisurely, Xiao Ran contemplates a workout at Building 2. Su Feng, the building's head, has been fervently mediating disputes among neighbors since the catastrophe, earning considerable respect. On this day, he invites 19 homeowners to his residence. "Ladies and gentlemen, the perilous nature of our current circumstances requires no elaboration," Su Feng asserts, a man in his 40s with a square face and keen, piercing eyes that seem to read souls. His voice resonates powerfully, prompting nods of agreement from the audience with each utterance. "We must take matters into our own hands. Although the situation is dire, it also presents an opportunity." His words leave the crowd puzzled. Su Feng smiles knowingly. "Have you not yet realized that this world has descended into anarchy? If you were to take a life now, even if others' phones still possess power and signal to call for help, would the police arrive? What does this imply? The law has ceased to exist. Therefore, if we unite, might we not achieve something significant?" Su Feng surveyed the crowd, noticing the spark in their eyes and the quickening of their breaths. He continued, "The first step is to dominate the entire community and become its de facto controllers. Once we have sufficient manpower, we can strategize our expansion. I am convinced that this hailstorm cannot persist indefinitely. Once it ceases, even if fog envelopes us, our familiarity with the surroundings will enable us to venture to nearby supermarkets and convenience stores in search of supplies, and furthermore, invade other communities. Do you not yearn for multiple partners, for a multitude of individuals to cater to your needs? Such possibilities were once inconceivable. Yet now, as long as you dare to dream, to act, and to strive, they shall surely materialize." The 19 individuals, all robust, were stirred by his words, raising their arms in fervor. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Su Feng declared, "Who among you is willing to join me?" I, I, they all exclaimed, rising in unison. Su Feng nodded, opting for a more measured tone as he stated, "The first step is to subdue Xiao Ran. Firstly, he has brazenly committed murder within our community, taking more than one life. Many now regard him as a demon king. If we can capture him, our prestige will rise instantaneously. Secondly, Xiao Ran likely possesses a substantial stockpile of resources. By vanquishing him, we can alleviate our concerns about hunger in the short term. Thus, we can wait patiently for the hail to cease." However, this proclamation left the crowd in a state of hesitation. In a clandestine gathering, Su Feng remarked, "Many have attempted to target Xiao Ran, yet all have met their demise. It is said that at the entrance of his villa, there are perhaps 20 corpses stacked high. Indeed, the man is exceedingly ruthless and terrifying. It would be prudent for us to avoid provoking him." The others nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting trepidation. With a knowing smile, Su Feng countered, "No matter how formidable Xiao Ran may be, he is but a solitary individual. Surely, with our numbers combined, we can subdue him. Moreover, we can employ strategies." The crowd's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What strategies?" Su Feng lowered his voice and began to unveil his plan. Upon hearing it, the group's hesitation and fear dissipated, replaced by a newfound resolve. Could Xiao Ran truly not be subdued? They found it hard to believe. If there were no objections, preparations for action would commence. Su Feng's decision was resolute. Meanwhile, at noon, Xiao Ran was preparing to dine when his phone began to alert him. Upon checking, he discovered someone had entered the basement. Initially assuming it to be a young woman, he was surprised to find a man, approximately 50 years old, with a rather unassuming demeanor. The man began to knock insistently on the door. Instead of answering, Xiao Ran transmitted his voice through the intercom, inquiring, "What is it?" The man paused, glancing towards the source of the voice, and hastily replied, "I have information to sell you." "What information, and how much?" Xiao Ran asked. The man responded, "There are individuals plotting against you. If you provide me with a box of instant noodles and a case of water, I will divulge their specific plans." Xiao Ran observed him through the surveillance monitor, lost in contemplation for a moment, before a faint smile graced his lips as he spoke. "I can provide you with 3 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water daily, provided you prove to be of use." The man pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. "Very well. We can establish a long-term partnership. Speak your mind." Xiao Ran continued, "My name is Xiao Ran, the owner of room 1902 in Building 2. Today, our building's head, Su Feng, summoned us for a meeting to discuss how to eliminate you." "What is the specific plan?" Xiao Ran inquired. "Step back a bit," Xiao Ran instructed. Xiao Ran complied, distancing himself from the doorway, internally acknowledging Xiao Ran's caution and prudence. With a click, the iron door opened, revealing 2 bottles of water and 3 packets of instant noodles placed on the ground. However, in the next moment, the iron door closed once more. Isn't he being overly cautious? Xiao Ran couldn't help but murmur, then directed his voice towards the door. Su Feng and the others plan to launch a nocturnal attack tonight. Among them is a welder. Can this iron door withstand a welding torch? Furthermore, there are 9 of them, all armed with knives. Can you fend them off? After a prolonged silence, just as Xiao Ran began to wonder if Xiao Ran had heard him, the latter finally responded, "You should join them and report back to me at all times." However, Xiao Ran declined, stating, "What you offer is merely sufficient for me to relay information. If you expect me to act as an informant, you must increase the remuneration." Agreed. The iron door swung open once more, revealing 2 additional packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water on the ground. Then, Xiao Ran's voice echoed again. "Keep a close watch on them and report to me at all times. From now on, I will provide you with the same amount of food and water each day." The deal was struck. Xiao Ran did not engage in further negotiations, promptly lifting the instant noodles and purified water, concealing them within his thick winter coat. He turned to leave, illuminating his path with the flashlight on his phone. However, Xiao Ran exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, a smile graced his lips. "So did that kid take the bait?" Su Feng inquired. Xiao Ran produced the noodles and water, 4 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of water. "What do you think? Do you think that kid believes us?" "Haha." Su Feng and the others erupted into laughter. That kid would never suspect that among us there wasn't a traitor, but rather a cleverly planted mole. With the power out, how could an electric welder still function? Shall we discuss the situation inside the villa? Xiao Ran shook his head. That kid is exceedingly cautious. He wouldn't even let me inside. However, I did observe that the iron door is a staggering 20 centimeters thick and is controlled by electricity. Otherwise, merely pushing it open would require considerable effort. Even if there were power, using a welder to cut through the door would be impractical. A gasp escaped the crowd. What does a 20-centimeter thick iron door signify? A civil defense door might be around that thickness. Have you turned your home into a bomb shelter? Thankfully, we had no intention of attacking from the basement. Otherwise, it would have been a futile endeavor. However, we still have yet to uncover the internal structure of the villa. No matter, at present the attention of that young man is entirely focused on the basement. Under the cover of night, the second team will feign an assault from the basement to divert Xiao Ran's attention, while the first team will launch a surprise attack from the ground, catching Xiao Ran off guard. Once we breach the villa, that young man will be utterly alone. How could he possibly withstand our onslaught? Su Feng boisterously rallied the group, invigorating them as if they had been infused with a surge of adrenaline, all raising their arms in a fervent cheer. Within the villa, Xiao Ran chuckled softly. Would he ever place his trust in Xiao Ran? Certainly not. Not a single word of it. He only believes in himself now. He merely pretends to be convinced, playing along with Xiao Ran's charade. For an unchanging life is far too mundane. When he speaks of an attack from the basement, the true assault must originate from elsewhere. A classic diversion, intended to shift my focus. However, do they truly have the audacity to strike from the ground? Xiao Ran pondered this and realized it was indeed a possibility. For instance, They could drive a vehicle out. Although the windows would be shattered by hail, they could lay a quilt over the glass in advance. After all, it was within the neighborhood, and could they not drive at a crawl to reach the villa's entrance? When the time comes, those inside could emerge from the vehicle, their heads shielded by bedding, and for a brief moment, they would likely avoid injury from the hail. Then, with a resounding thud of a heavy hammer, the courtyard gate would undoubtedly swing open, allowing them to forcefully breach the villa's front door. This plan hinges on the assumption that Xiao Ran's villa has not been modified. Yet the issue lies in the fact that Xiao Ran invested 80 million in renovations. Even if a bulldozer were to approach, Xiao Ran harbored sufficient confidence that the villa would withstand the onslaught rather than succumb to it. The notion that human effort could dismantle the villa? How utterly absurd. He eagerly anticipated the expressions of those who would find themselves thwarted in their attempts to breach his sanctuary. Deciding to take a nap, he mused that he might be awake late into the night. Just as he drifted off, however, the shrill sound of an alarm jolted him awake. Glancing at his phone, he noticed yet another visitor, a woman. Oddly enough, she appeared somewhat familiar. It dawned on him. She was the wife of the loquacious man. During the onset of the calamity, while he was taking his leopard for a stroll, a group had approached him seeking supplies. Naturally, he had declined their request, and one particularly brash individual had mockingly insinuated that Zheng Jie was illegitimate, only to receive a sound thrashing in response. At that time, he had even extended a rather pointed invitation to the loquacious man's wife, suggesting that if she were hungry, she could come find him. And now, she had truly come? Xiao Ran shook his head in disbelief. When one is driven by hunger, all sense of dignity can indeed be cast aside. Wait a moment. He noticed another figure lurking in the corridor. The loquacious man himself. Not only had he positioned himself by the door, but he also clutched a stick in his hand. Was he planning to ambush him the moment he opened the door? It seemed he had misjudged the situation. The other party was not merely casting aside their dignity to barter for survival, but rather intended to employ seduction as a means to eliminate him. How ruthless. Yet, had this loquacious man forgotten that he had previously left him battered and bruised? With such meager fighting prowess, he dared to think he could bring about his demise? Oh. But an ambush changes the dynamics. In such a scenario, combat prowess becomes secondary. One unexpected strike could fell even a champion fighter. As the evening's grand performance had yet to commence, a delightful appetizer was in order. Xiao Ran arrived at the basement and, to the door, inquired, "Who is it?" A woman's voice responded from outside, "It's me, Lin Lin. Did you not say that whenever I felt hungry, I could ask you for food at any time?" I know, Lin Lin replied. "Very well," Xiao Ran said, and with a click, the door swung open, releasing a cascade of light and warmth. Lin Lin glanced towards her husband, who, with a nod, urged her to enter first, signaling that he would follow closely behind. Ready to strike at Xiao Ran the moment he appeared. Summoning her courage, Lin Lin stepped into the room, irresistibly drawn by the inviting glow. And the warmth that enveloped her was intoxicating. Just as her husband bent down to follow, the iron door unexpectedly closed on its own. Startled, he reached out to grasp the handle, attempting to halt its descent. However, the force with which the door shut was insurmountable. With a resounding clang, it sealed tightly. He stood there, momentarily stunned. I'm still outside. Chapter 49. Through the wall, Lin Lin entered the basement, only to be taken aback as she turned around. Where's my husband? Where is he? Xiao Ran approached, casually tossing several packets of instant noodles, a few marinated eggs, and several bottles of mineral water, commanding her, "Lean against the door." Instinctively, Lin Lin was about to refuse, but upon seeing the bountiful food spread before her, her objections faded into silent movements of her lips. She had been famished for several days. Otherwise, she would not have risked following her husband to this perilous place. With a gentle smile, Xiao Ran offered a chicken leg from a roasted chicken. "Go ahead and eat." Lin Lin instinctively reached out to accept it. The aroma of the roasted chicken was simply irresistible. She took a hearty bite, and Xiao Ran, ever so considerate, handed her a bottle of water. She accepted it gratefully, feeling her parched throat quench with the refreshing liquid. Within a mere 10 minutes, she had devoured every morsel. "Are you full?" Xiao Ran inquired with a smile. Yes. For Xiao Ran, this was merely a trivial interlude. He was well aware that the loquacious man wished to eliminate him, yet he refrained from taking lethal action. Was it out of mercy? No, it was a matter of psychological torment. One can always resort to killing, but what is the value of a direct act of murder? It is far more effective to ensure that one lives perpetually in regret and humiliation. Xiao Ran had the audacity to act in this manner because he possessed ample strength. Otherwise, had he been an ordinary individual, he would have sought to eradicate any threat at its inception. He could eliminate the loquacious man whenever he wished. Could the latter escape this community? In fact, Xiao Ran need not even lift a finger. Merely offering a morsel of food as bait would suffice to entice others to do his bidding. One could easily imagine how many would eagerly seize the opportunity to become the executioner. The value of a human life has diminished significantly. Taking a life has become alarmingly simple. Xiao Ran, leveraging the resources at his disposal, could orchestrate a bloody upheaval within the community with just a mere fraction of what he had. In the past, it was the power of wealth. Now, it is the power of food. He abstained from such actions simply because he did not wish for the demise of others to occur too swiftly, lest it bore him with monotony. Persevere, dear friends. We must endure at least until the hail subsides or the fog clears. At that moment, my energy shall be devoted to gathering resources, and once the opportunity to venture outside arises, an array of intriguing individuals will undoubtedly present themselves to alleviate the tedium. Rather than fixating solely on our neighbors within the community, he awaits the onset of nightfall. As darkness descends, Su Feng and his companions spring into action. They split into two factions. One led by Su Feng feigns an assault to distract Xiao Ran, ensuring that he perceives and hears their movements, leaving no room for suspicion. The other faction faces far greater peril. They hoist a bed to the base of the apartment building, adorning it with blankets that drape down, shielding most of their bodies. Moreover, a plastic layer nestled within the bedding serves to protect them from potentially toxic water should the hail begin to melt. Despite the visibility being a mere meter outside, the confines of the community are limited, and their familiarity with the area renders the prospect of losing their way improbable. 10 individuals, all stationed beneath the bed, can effortlessly traverse a distance of several hundred meters. Su Feng rallies his comrades. Brothers, our chance to prosper, to savor the finest delicacies, and to have beautiful women obediently calling us father lies in this moment. With a resounding roar, they all cry out, their spirits undeniably high. Thus, they set forth on their mission. Chapter 50. Both paths lead to defeat. Su Feng and his team embark on their separate endeavors, one in plain sight and the other shrouded in secrecy, both converging upon the villa where Xiao Ran resides. The group venturing through the basement is certain to arrive first, wielding 2 flashlights as they commence their examination of the iron gate. A sharp knock echoed, followed by a dull thud. Goodness, this individual has truly spared no expense, having fortified the basement entrance so robustly, someone exclaimed. The sound alone suggested that the iron door must be remarkably thick. Another chuckled. Could it be that this fellow possesses foresight, anticipating an impending apocalypse? Su Feng scoffed. He must have indulged in too many zombie films. This formidable iron door is undoubtedly a precaution against the undead. Yet, with the current toxic hail and frigid weather, what purpose does such thickness serve? However, if this lad has indeed been brainwashed by apocalyptic cinema, his stockpile of supplies must surpass our wildest imaginations. Indeed, the crowd's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Thus, they anticipated that their haul would exceed expectations. Quick, feign an attack. They brandished metal implements, scraping them against the iron door to produce a jarring noise, simulating the sound of welding. Xiao Ran smiled slightly and pressed a button on his mobile device. Suddenly, the entire fire sprinkler system in the passageway activated, showering everything in water. In truth, Jia Yungue would never have consented to modify the community's fire safety systems. If discovered, he would face criminal charges. Therefore, Xiao Ran had him construct an additional fire safety system, which surely posed no issue. And what was the source of this sprinkler system? Naturally, it was water derived from the toxic hail, albeit diluted. Instantaneously, the passageway erupted in screams. This is poisonous water. Damn, that kid is ruthless. Run. Su Feng and the others scrambled, hastily fleeing towards the exit of the corridor. At long last, they managed to escape the passage, freeing themselves from the range of the toxic spray. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, each one overwhelmed with shock and trepidation. To their astonishment, Xiao Ran had somehow modified the fire sprinkler system. Cursed be the property management. Cursed be the housing authority. Cursed be the fire department. How could such a blatant violation go unchecked? They failed to realize that Xiao Ran had not altered the fire safety equipment. He had merely added an additional set. But did that make a difference? What were they to do? They exchanged glances, their mission being to divert Xiao Ran's attention below, allowing the ground forces to infiltrate the villa smoothly. Yet, they had all become unwitting hindrances. Had they managed to capture even a sliver of Xiao Ran's focus? Almost none. Su Feng was left utterly dumbfounded. The situation had completely surpassed his expectations. Xiao Ran had toyed with them mercilessly without even showing his face. And this outcome was far beyond anything he could have anticipated. How was he to respond? For a moment, his mind felt overwhelmed. Yes, indeed. It was fortunate that they were doused with a diluted concoction of toxic ice hail. Otherwise, the repercussions would not have been merely painful, but would have left them incapacitated for at least half an hour. They would need to change out of their wet clothes. Yes, otherwise, we would freeze to death. With a resounding clang, the heavy iron hammer struck, and the villa's gate was easily shattered open, instantly uplifting the spirits of the group as they pressed forward. They arrived at a window, raising the hammer once more to smash it down. Bang! A resounding thud echoed through the air, causing the hammer wielder's arms to go numb, resulting in the hefty iron hammer plummeting to the ground and landing squarely on his foot, eliciting tears of agony that sprang forth instantly. What on earth is happening? The crowd directed their flashlights toward the source of confusion, only to be struck dumb with disbelief. Where are the windows? This is clearly a solid steel plate. Skeptical, some ventured to touch what should have been the window, only to discover that the space had been abruptly replaced by a thick sheet of steel. Consequently, when the hammer struck, the reverberation left their arms tingling with numbness. Is it even possible to penetrate this? How could it be? What now? What else is there to do but retreat? Shouldn't we try the door? Are you foolish? If they've boarded up the windows with steel, surely the door is fortified as well. We must hurry. I can barely hold up this heavy bed any longer. I feel the same, especially with the cold, damp air outside seeping in, as if toxic water were intruding. We need to devise a new plan. As they prepared to withdraw, a window on the second floor suddenly swung open, and a voice rang out. You need not leave now. Xiao Ran, they exclaimed in unison, desiring to look up, but the bed obstructed their view. Yet, whether they could see or not, their priority was to escape, for they could no longer endure. Bang! Suddenly, the bed jolted violently, nearly toppling them over. What is happening? Bang! Another muffled thud followed, accompanied by the sound of something heavy crashing, reminiscent of stones striking against one another. How can this be occurring? Creaking and groaning, the bed protested under the strain. Boom! They had scarcely grasped the situation when the bed suddenly collapsed, crushing everyone beneath it and unleashing a cacophony of screams. In their frantic attempts to escape, they were horrified to discover the bed was impossibly heavy, rendering their efforts futile. It was only then that they beheld the towering pile of stones atop the bed, which had caused its catastrophic collapse, explaining why even 10 robust men were incapable of lifting it. The hail continued to pelt down upon them. Although the hailstones were smaller than those of previous days, each one struck with painful force. Furthermore, the hail was toxic. Upon contact with their skin, it would allow venom to seep into their bodies, inflicting agony akin to fire. The 10 men cried out in wretched despair, as if they had plunged into the depths of hell. Chapter 51. The bounty on the elusive fish. Xiao Ran shut the window, the cacophony of their cries piercing and grating. He had indeed used stones to crush the makeshift bed that trapped these individuals. Oh, he was well prepared with an ample supply of stones, iron, and steel rods. The leopard growled lowly, baring its teeth with fierce ferocity. Were Xiao Ran to open the door at that moment, it would undoubtedly rush out without hesitation. However, Xiao Ran had no intention of opening the door. Outside, the 10 men were resigned to a grim fate, destined to perish either from the relentless hail or the crushing weight above them, or perhaps succumb first to the poison. The specifics of their demise remained uncertain, yet death was an inescapable certainty. Therefore, why concern oneself with the fates of those whose demise was already sealed? With a slight smile, Xiao Ran led the leopard out into the underground garage. The leopard possesses an acute sense of smell, capable of detecting the scent of humans from afar, making it exceptionally effective in the shadowy subterranean spaces. Of course, if an intruder brandishes a flashlight, they inadvertently reveal their position. Xiao Ran meticulously arranged several flashlights in various locations. Though they appeared to be ordinary devices lacking advanced technology, they were equipped with infrared remote control. With a mere press of a button, they would illuminate and extinguish simultaneously. He extinguished the light and waited quietly alongside the leopard. Before long, Su Feng and his companions returned. Climbing the stairs alone consumed a considerable amount of time, and then they had to change clothes. necessitating a complete transformation from inside out. How could they possibly hasten the process? The beams of their flashlights flickered as Su Feng and his group drew nearer. It was nearly time. Xiao Ran pressed the button, and instantly, 7 high-powered flashlights sprang to life, casting their beams towards Su Feng and his companions. Although Su Feng's group also wielded flashlights, they would not shine them directly at themselves. Thus, when suddenly confronted by the intense light from 7 powerful sources, they instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands, overwhelmed by the brightness and panic. In that moment of chaos, Xiao Ran emerged, leading the leopard with an air of unruffled composure. A beam of light fell upon his back, casting a long shadow that rendered him both imposing and majestic. This was, of course, a meticulously orchestrated entrance. Xiao Ran, Su Feng, and the others exclaimed in astonishment as they caught sight of him through their fingers. Their panic was palpable. After all, many had sought to confront Xiao Ran, and what had been the outcome? Just look at the pile of bodies at the entrance of Xiao Ran's villa, forming a veritable small mountain. One could hardly claim these individuals had ventured over there to meet their demise on their own accord. Thus, although Xiao Ran is merely an ordinary individual, the enigma surrounding his formidable combat prowess perplexes everyone. This unknown incites an overwhelming sense of dread. With a subtle smile, Xiao Ran extracted a firearm from his pocket, a replica, yet equipped with a silencer. He aimed the weapon at Su Feng and commanded, "Kneel." Fear radiated from the crowd. As realization dawned upon them, it became evident why so many had fallen victim to Xiao Ran. The presence of a gun explained everything. Why was I so composed? That is indeed a firearm. Upon this realization, trepidation seized the onlookers once more. As Su Feng contemplated kneeling, he hesitated and retorted, "You nearly deceived me. You are not a police officer, and firearms are prohibited in Huaxia. I refuse to believe you could procure a gun. Those who fell before you were merely victims of their own foolishness." His analysis held a semblance of logic. However, Xiao Ran merely smiled faintly, adjusted the gun slightly, and pulled the trigger. Click! In utter silence, one individual collapsed backward, the impact producing a resounding thud upon contact with the ground. Thud! The victim lay lifeless, a gaping wound in his forehead, eyes wide open as if to question, "I never claimed disbelief. Why did you choose to shoot me?" Instantly, the crowd trembled in fear. A real gun. It was indeed a real gun. With a swift motion, Su Feng knelt down. A true man knows when to yield. For as long as life can be preserved, opportunities for vengeance will arise. Xiao Ran chuckled, contemplating the combination of a replica firearm and genuine bullets from another realm. Who would not tremble in fear? He inquired, "Do you wish to survive?" "Yes," Su Feng replied hastily. "Alas, I am afraid I do not wish to grant you that opportunity," Xiao Ran stated as his finger pressed down. Bullets shot forth from the alternate dimension. Su Feng, hearing his words, realized the peril he was in and began to roll and scramble away. Yet, could any speed surpass that of a bullet? Moreover, Xiao Ran had meticulously arranged 7 flashlights to illuminate the area, leaving Su Feng with no opportunity to evade through darkness. However, after that shot, others were also terrified and fled in disarray. Xiao Ran had no intention of letting them escape. Once they plunged into the shadows, their lives could be spared. Nevertheless, bullets continued to soar from the alternate dimension, pursuing those fleeing figures. Bang, 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 one by one they collapsed. Yet, some did manage to vanish into the dark. It was Guahaoran. However, the leopard had already dashed out in pursuit. A cry from Guahaoran echoed, accompanied by the pained growl of the leopard. In its eyes, the leopard deemed its own life far more valuable than Guahaoran's, for it had bitten down harder on him. As for Guahaoran, there was no need for further pursuit. But would Xiao Ran simply let this person go? Absolutely not. Under the lure of a generous reward, courage would inevitably arise. Once this bounty was announced, Guahaoran would surely become paranoid, unable to trust anyone, and within a few days, he would undoubtedly be discovered and eliminated. As for how many lives would be lost in the attempt to kill Guahaoran, Xiao Ran would naturally remain indifferent. Why should it concern him? Did he think he could not afford a mere bowl of instant noodles and a glass of water? Xiao Ran took a shower and lay down to sleep. Before long, he drifted off peacefully, utterly at ease. After all, he had invested 80 million in this renovated villa. If it could not provide him with a sense of security, it would indeed be a shame. However, although he slept soundly, the entire neighborhood was ablaze with fervor due to the bounty he had put forth: 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water. Not merely 2 packets and a bottle, but boxes, literal boxes. With such a reward, how many days could one survive? Natural disasters cannot persist indefinitely. Thus, the longer one endures, the greater the likelihood of emerging as a survivor from this calamity. Indeed, many had succumbed to slumber, while others, their phones drained of power, remained oblivious to the bounty posted by Xiao Ran. Yet, a considerable number donned their gear and ventured forth from their abodes, embarking on a quest for capture and slaughter. What do 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water signify now? They hold greater value than the previous 10 million. The crux of the matter is, even if one were to commit murder, who would come to apprehend them? Social order had long since disintegrated. Chapter 52. The charlatan Xiao Ran awoke from his slumber. The 8th day of the apocalypse. He leisurely proceeded to brush his teeth and wash his face before commencing his breakfast. It was only at this moment that he picked up his phone to check for notifications. Xiao Ran had been discovered and had met a gruesome end. Someone had tagged him in a group message, accompanied by a photograph. How swift! He surmised that Xiao Ran must have been hiding for several days. Shortly thereafter, he received a friend request. He chose to accept it. The sender stated, "I will come by at 3 this afternoon. Please leave the items at the door." Upon reviewing the individual's information, he noted that it was Sun Jihao from Building 2. Given that Xiao Ran was also from Building 2, it was likely that Sun Jihao was acquainted with him, enabling him to lure Xiao Ran into opening the door and easily dispatch him. He did not concern himself with the details of the process. The fact remained that Xiao Ran was dead. Instant noodles and water? He possesses the means to fill the entire community with instant noodles or to inundate it with pure water if he so desires. Such is his audacity. Building No. 3 stands in stark contrast to the other buildings, which resemble a disorganized mass. It has achieved a remarkable unity, entirely obedient to the commands of a single individual. Yet, he is not the building's manager, but rather a man named Zhang Kuan. At the age of 51, Zhang Kuan is a dedicated missionary. Initially, his business was not thriving. The people had a rather indifferent attitude towards deities, worshipping whichever spirit they fancied without allegiance to any particular god. However, following the calamity, his fortunes changed dramatically. Such bizarre disasters easily evoke thoughts of divine intervention, allowing Zhang Kuan to declare that this was a test from the gods, a means to cleanse humanity of its sins. Only those who have faith in the Lord could hope to survive the tribulations, and so he successfully indoctrinated all the residents of Building Number 3. Surely, there must be some who remain unconvinced. The doctrine states that those who do not believe are heretics and should be punished with fire. Although the flames are not employed in this age, Zhang Kuan took it upon himself to eliminate all such heretics. Thus, now, only one voice prevails in Building No. 3, the voice of God, which is, in fact, the voice of Zhang Kuan himself. Despite wielding absolute power over the 112 households and 407 fervent followers, Zhang Kuan finds himself in a precarious situation. Their faith in him stems from the belief that following him offers the promise of survival, rather than any notion of redemption. The pressing issue at hand? Food and water. He must resolve the critical challenge of sustenance. Otherwise, while today these followers kneel before him, tomorrow they might very well conspire to turn him into a broth. What to do? His initial instinct was, of course, to seize the supplies from Xiao Ran's grasp. However, Su Feng and his companions had already demonstrated, through their very lives, that attempting to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger would only result in being crushed under its paw. Success was utterly unattainable. Thus, only 2 paths remained. The first was deceit. If he could persuade Xiao Ran to believe in the divine, he could effortlessly acquire all of Xiao Ran's provisions. After all, is it not only fitting to offer everything to the Lord? The second option was negotiation, providing Xiao Ran with what he needed in exchange for resources. After much contemplation, Zhang Kuan dialed Xiao Ran's number. The power had already been cut, so even if the base station still functioned, how many days could it possibly endure? In a couple of days, he would likely have to approach them directly to communicate. "Hello, Xiao Ran. This is Zhang Kuan, the representative from Building 3, he stated, adding, "I am also a representative of the Lord on earth. Anyone who believes in him can find salvation through me." What a charlatan! Indeed, there was such a person, exploiting the apocalypse to fervently propagate tales of divine retribution, claiming that the calamity arose solely from the discontent of the gods towards humanity, and that only the devout would survive, while the unbelievers would face annihilation. However, Xiao Ran was aware that this individual had perished 2 days prior. Thus he was not particularly familiar with him or this church. In his previous life, there had been no intersection with Zhang Kuan, yet this life was different. Is there something you wish to discuss? Xiao Ran inquired coolly. Zhang Kuan replied, "Oh, sinful one, you are merely a lost lamb." Stop, stop, stop. Xiao Ran interrupted him, asserting the urgency of the matter at hand, warning that he would terminate the conversation if it continued to meander, reminding him of the preciousness of electricity in these times. Chapter 53, A New Bounty. Zhang Kuan appeared somewhat awkward. Of course, he was acutely aware of the value of electricity in the current circumstances. Few people had functioning phones, a privilege afforded only by power banks. Yet how long could those last? Were it not for the resources he desired from Xiao Ran, he would not have sought him out. Zhang Kuan took a deep breath. Having faced countless rejections before the catastrophe while attempting to persuade others to join the faith, he had cultivated a remarkable patience. He spoke calmly, "I wish to purchase some supplies. The entire building is in dire need, and I hope you can acquiesce." Xiao Ran chuckled. "Don't you think it would be more prudent to pray to your deity for the provision of resources?" Zhang Kuan, even as a representative of the clergy, felt the urge to curse. If the Lord could indeed provide sustenance, then what need would there be for labor? It was merely a matter of faith. Do you understand what faith is? Bah, you faithless wretch. Internally deriding Xiao Ran, Zhang Kuan replied, "I know you have a preference for women. We have 2 female congregants willing to offer themselves to meet your desires daily. In exchange, you would provide us with 2 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food, along with 2 boxes of water. What say you?" Xiao Ran burst into laughter, finding the proposition ludicrous. After a considerable time of amusement, Zhang Kuan couldn't help but inquire, "Have you finished laughing?" Only then did Xiao Ran compose himself, responding, "Firstly, are you a church or a brothel? Secondly, if one is to engage in such endeavors, it is imperative to be well acquainted with the prevailing circumstances. Presently, the fee for a night of companionship amounts to merely a packet of instant noodles, with water being an additional charge. I wonder if the 2 ladies you mentioned are adorned with diamonds or possess an ethereal beauty, for they audaciously demand an entire box of water and noodles each. In our community, Han Yun is undoubtedly the finest choice, yet Xiao Ran merely treats her to a hearty meal, accompanied by 3 to 4 packets of instant noodles and some water. Your demands are nothing short of exorbitant." Zhang Kuan felt his face flush with indignation. His ignorance of the market had made him the subject of Xiao Ran's ridicule. Suppressing his irritation, he replied, "Our building houses a considerable number of residents, requiring at least 2 boxes of noodles and water daily. How about this? Let me know how many women you need, and I shall rally some volunteers willing to make a sacrifice. Do refrain from this incessant talk of sacrifice, as if you were some exalted figure. You are merely engaged in a trade, acting as a broker, yet you carry on as if you were a savior." Xiao Ran replied languidly, "I am not in need of women, so there is no need for your concern. However, since you insist on discussing sacrifice, I propose this. Find 3 men willing to indulge in your desires, record the act, and send me the video. In return, I shall grant you a box of instant noodles, and I shall hold true to my word." It is easy to call for others to make sacrifices. But what about yourself? Zhang Kuan found himself momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to retort, "How dare you so brazenly insult a messenger of the divine?" Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "Are you not all followers of the divine? Is there truly a hierarchy among you? Must it be that others can sacrifice, yet you are exempt? I have made my intentions clear. If one desires sustenance, they may enlist 3 individuals to rotate the task, and do not forget to capture the moment on video." Thus concluded the conversation as he hung up the phone. There are always those who, upon acquiring a modicum of power, perceive themselves as exalted and distinct from others. Yet, in truth, how amusing. Is Zhang Kuan dissatisfied? Let him wallow in his discontent, a mere assembly of rabble. Do they truly believe that joining the congregation guarantees unwavering loyalty through thick and thin? How naive. In Huaxia, there is an adage that goes, "Only when in dire straits does one seek refuge in the Buddha," signifying that when one is in need, they may feign faith, but should you fail to provide assistance, then farewell to you. Let us see, do your followers venerate the divine, or merely the tangible resources that sustain their existence? Xiao Ran spoke in the group. Anyone who can incapacitate Zhang Kuan from building no. 3 shall be rewarded with 10 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent quantity of any other item. How delightful. 10 boxes of instant noodles, or an equivalent supply of food and water. Does this price not suffice to galvanize a brave soul to take action against Zhang Kuan? Undoubtedly. It is ample. Dare to threaten me? I need not lift a finger. Merely placing a bounty is sufficient to make you squirm. Xiao Ran chuckled softly, dismissing any further thoughts of the man named Kuan. In the afternoon, he placed the promised provisions of food and water at the doorstep and monitored the scene through the surveillance camera. Around 3 o'clock, a man approached. He appeared to be in his 30s, robust in stature with a rather intimidating visage. Adorned with tattoos on his neck and a scar across his face, certainly the type to frighten children in broad daylight. Armed with a flashlight, he grinned upon seeing the food laid out and effortlessly lifted the supplies. His strength allowed him to carry the provisions with remarkable ease. Xiao Ran watched him leave the corridor and enter the underground garage, but once he ventured beyond the surveillance's reach, he could no longer see him. He wondered if anyone would dare to rob this Sun Jihao. The thought crossed his mind, yet it was merely curiosity. He did not particularly care. So he shook his head and dismissed the matter. At Building 7, in front of door 902, a series of knocks echoed. The homeowner, Song Fei, peered through the peephole and beheld a strikingly beautiful and youthful woman standing at the door, her face marred by fear. Her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if she were freezing. Indeed, clad in only a thin sweater, how could she not feel the chill in such low temperatures? Nevertheless, this also accentuated her voluptuous figure, with her curvaceous form creating an alluring silhouette that made him swallow hard. Is anyone there? The woman's voice trembled as she implored. Please, I am thirsty, hungry, and cold. Will you take me in? I promise to obey you. Unable to resist, Song Fei unlocked the door with a decisive click and said, Beautiful lady. Suddenly, the woman's previously delicate demeanor transformed. Her gaze hardened, and with a swift motion, she revealed a sharp dagger in her hand. In one fluid motion, she slashed at Song Fei's neck, and blood began to gush forth. Gasping for breath, Song Fei could no longer articulate words, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at this merciless beauty. He extended a hand, seemingly attempting to grasp her and question her motives for such brutality, but she disdainfully swatted his hand away. With a thud, Song Fei fell to the ground, blood pooling around him, quickly creating a crimson puddle. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, Song Fei's wife emerged, inquiring, Darling, what is happening? However, before she could complete her sentence, she beheld her husband lying in a pool of blood, prompting a piercing scream to escape her lips. Yet, scarcely had the cry begun when the woman lunged forward and seized her by the throat. Song Fei's wife struggled desperately, but to no avail. She could only flail her limbs in vain until, with a final push of her legs, her body slackened. She was dead. The beautiful assassin then released her grip, her expression betraying no hint of emotion, despite having taken 2 lives. For she was, indeed, a professional killer. Chapter 54. Targeting Xiao Ran. The decision to use a knife on Song Fei stemmed from the fact that he was male, and the assassin, being female, faced a disadvantage in strength. To ensure the swift demise of her target, she opted for the blade. In contrast, when it came to killing a woman, she chose to choke her victim into unconsciousness, confident in her ability to eliminate her target without the mess of blood splattering upon her. After all, where could she find water to bathe? Thus, she resorted to a method that expended less physical energy. Damn this calamity, the female assassin muttered as she rummaged through the house. She searched thoroughly, seeking food and ensuring that no potential witnesses remained. Donning winter clothing to conceal her alluring figure, she located the last remnants of food in Song Fei's home and began to eat slowly. Her name was Akai Sakurai. Indeed, she was not a native, but rather a skilled assassin fluent in 5 languages, adept at disguise and proficient in combat techniques. She arrived in Sioux City to accept a contract for assassination, specifically targeting men, as she had always preferred to eliminate males. Her captivating beauty rendered such tasks exceedingly effortless, allowing her to exploit her innate advantages. However, shortly after settling into her rented accommodation, before her operation could officially commence, she found herself facing an unforeseen calamity. As a professional killer, she was not adept at survival, and the situation left her momentarily stunned. Reluctantly, she resorted to her original profession, murder. By taking a life, the possessions of the deceased would become hers. As she perused Song Fei's phone, she discovered it was the only device left with a sliver of battery life. A glimmer of intrigue sparked within her upon noticing a contact named Xiao Ran, who appeared to possess a substantial amount of resources. Shikaisa eyes lit up. While the food obtained from eliminating the two individuals here would merely extend her life for a day, a casual bounty placed by Xiao Ran could yield supplies measured in boxes. She licked her lips, her gaze intense. This man seemed to indulge in carnal pursuits throughout the entire community. A cold smirk crept across her face. Killing him would be child's play. Yet, she also perceived the palpable fear that enveloped everyone in the neighborhood concerning Xiao Ran. The man was rumored to possess a firearm. What if he were within 7 steps? A gun is both precise and swift. Unless, of course, the wielder was a novice. The presence of a weapon complicated matters. Shikaisa hesitated momentarily, but soon her smile blossomed like a flower. However, given his lecherous nature, she mused that by merely leveraging her allure, she could induce carelessness, allowing her the opportunity to plunge a blade into him. She began her preparations, sliding a dagger into her boot. She removed her outer coat, and, glancing in the mirror, admired the contours and curves accentuated beneath her sweater. Indeed, a figure that would ensnare the heart of any man. Come, let's tempt that lascivious man. Clad once more in her winter attire, she made her way to the underground garage. Illuminating her path with her phone, she soon found herself beneath Xiao Ran's villa. The light from her device revealed the lifeless bodies lodged between the vehicles, and she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Gunshot wounds. A chill ran down her spine as her complexion drastically shifted. As a professional assassin, she was no stranger to the injuries inflicted by bullets. However, the nature of these wounds clearly indicated they were made by a rifle. It is well known that firearms are prohibited in Huaxia. Even she dared not carry a weapon across the border, resorting instead to procuring a dagger after her arrival. So, where did Xiao Ran acquire the gun and ammunition? A rifle, no less. Was he perhaps a former soldier? Li felt somewhat perplexed and increasingly hesitant about provoking this enigmatic individual, especially given the multitude of corpses strewn outside. Yet, upon reflection, what advantages did she possess? Beauty. And what was Xiao Ran's weakness? His lecherous nature. Surely, she could succeed. Resolutely, she decided to take the plunge. Casting aside her doubts, Li entered the passageway, shedding her coat despite the biting cold that made her shiver. She endured it, even illuminating her face with her phone, fearful that Xiao Ran might not recognize her as a stunning beauty. Thud, thud, thud. She struck the iron door with force. It was indeed formidable. She couldn't help but marvel at its heft. With her expertise, she could confidently assert that even an extensive amount of C4 would fail to breach this door. Its level of security surpassed that of an ordinary bank vault. She awaited Xiao Ran's emergence. At that moment, Xiao Ran had also noticed Li. Which property owner is this? Although it is unlikely that he could recognize all the residents in the community, someone as beautiful as her would certainly have been heard of, even if he had never encountered her before. Xiao Ran slightly clicked his tongue and inquired, "Who are you, and what do you want?" "My name is Zhongli." She replied in the most delicate tone, I would like something to eat." After glancing at the surveillance footage and confirming that she was alone, Xiao Ran opened the iron gate. Once Li entered, he promptly closed the gate behind her. This iron gate was equipped with remote control and fingerprint access, rendering any attempts from others to enter futile. As the gate shut, Li felt a tightening in her chest. She had internally labeled Xiao Ran as a probable veteran, sniper, and martial arts expert. Facing such an individual alone was undeniably nerve-wracking. However, the warmth of the place was undeniable. To accentuate her figure and enhance her allure, she deliberately removed her winter attire. Despite previously shivering from the cold, she now felt no chill at all. There was heating. How splendid. The desire to claim this space intensified within her. Moreover, there was lighting. Her heart raced. Yet she feigned a bashful expression and asked, "Where are you?" "Here." Xiao Ran's voice emerged from behind the screen. "Take off your clothes." "What?" Li could hardly believe it. This was far too forward. Xiao Ran chuckled, not driven by lust, but rather suspicion, as he sensed something unusual about this woman. He needed to ascertain whether she was armed. No one else had deliberately shed their outerwear at the entrance. She was the first and only one. It was exceedingly cold outside, after all, in temperatures plunging below 10 degrees. Although shedding her coat may not lead to immediate frostbite, the sheer determination behind such an act was enough to alert Xiao Ran. One must ponder, how many individuals could dare to remove their outer garments in such frigid weather? The mere thought of the biting cold would send most into an immediate retreat. Yet she boldly did so. Xiao Ran might surmise that this was a deliberate display of her well-toned physique, but could it truly be so? When an individual possesses an endurance beyond the ordinary, it naturally warrants attention and caution. If Akai Sakariri were aware that her cleverness had backfired, she would undoubtedly have refrained from disrobing. Chapter 55. The female assassin and Lu Bingqing. Akai Sakariri hesitated momentarily. However, given that she had already entered, could she possibly retreat now? Gritting her teeth, she commenced the slow process of undressing, a pace befitting a modest lady. Fortunately, the dagger remained concealed within her boot, she thought to herself. Gradually, she found herself clad only in her undergarments. Is this sufficient? Xiao Ran chuckled softly. Do you wear your undergarments while bathing? Can you even bathe here? Akai Sakariri retorted in astonishment. Indeed, Xiao Ran simply snorted in response. Faced with the temptation of a warm bath, Akai Sakariri ultimately acquiesced. She stepped into the bathroom where the shower cascaded with hot water. Tentatively, she let her fingertips brush against the stream, and upon confirming its safety, she was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Yet, a sense of horror washed over her as well. While others grappled for a mere sip of water, even resorting to conflict, here she was indulging in the luxury of a hot shower. How utterly insane. How could this be possible? However, she chose not to dwell on such matters for the time being, and instead relished the invigorating cascade of warm water. It had been 8 days since her last bath. Even though the current temperature was frigid, making perspiration nearly impossible, given her profession, it was inevitable that she would have accumulated some traces of blood. Consequently, she had long harbored disdain for the scent emanating from her body. Finally, she could indulge in a thorough cleansing. At this moment, her resolve to seize control of the situation was unwavering. As for Xiao Ran, she suddenly felt a jolt of surprise, realizing she had become so absorbed in her own astonishment that she had neglected to observe Xiao Ran's actions for quite some time. What was he doing? Chikai Sakarika did not dare underestimate him. Just then, she noticed a man entering the bathroom. "How dare you come in here?" she exclaimed, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Xiao Ran chuckled. "Did you not present yourself at my doorstep? And now you wish to act coy? I must admit, I did not anticipate you being of mixed heritage." As the water washed over her, the originally dark hair of the woman transformed into a golden hue. Chikai Sakarika knew she could not conceal the truth any longer, so she removed her colored contact lenses, revealing a pair of striking blue eyes. "Indeed, my father is an American," she declared proudly. "Is that truly something to take pride in?" Xiao Ran retorted, his displeasure evident as he approached her. Chikai Sakarika immediately retaliated. Her anger had reached a boiling point, and she was no longer inclined to endure, but rather sought to eliminate this man from Huaxia. Even though she was unarmed, as a professional assassin, her hand-to-hand combat skills were formidable. The issue was, her opponent was no ordinary man. After his rebirth, Xiao Ran's physique seemed to have been transformed, exhibiting an unparalleled strength that placed him among the elite of the world. Although Akai Sakurai was formidable in her own right, she fell significantly short of this pinnacle. Thus, the outcome of their hand-to-hand combat was inevitable. She faced a humiliating defeat. As Akai Sakurai recovered from her labored breathing, she retorted in irritation, "Aren't you going to get lost?" Yet, Xiao Ran responded coolly, "Your muscles are quite solid, and your combat skills were impressive, beautiful. Who exactly are you?" A flicker of uncertainty washed over Akai Sakurai as she replied, "I am merely a martial arts enthusiast." "Is that not acceptable?" "Of course, it is." Xiao Ran chuckled, his hand encircling the delicate, swan-like neck of the woman, an action that sent shivers down her spine. "However, I discovered a dagger in your boot." Xiao Ran's voice echoed ominously. Realizing the peril she was in, Akai Sakurai instinctively attempted to move. But the grip around her neck tightened abruptly. She gasped for breath, struggling desperately to kick at Xiao Ran, but her efforts proved futile. The world around her began to blur, and the suffocating lack of oxygen engulfed her in discomfort. Just as she felt the brink of death approaching, Xiao Ran unexpectedly released his hold. "What is your true identity?" he inquired, his voice resonating as if from the distant heavens, cold and filled with despair. Naturally, Xiao Ran showed no mercy towards one who sought to end his life. The resolve of Akai Sakurai was crumbling on the precipice of life and death. She hurriedly declared, "My true name is Akai Sakurai. I hail from Little Japan. My father is from the ugly nation, a professional assassin. I have come to Huaxia to eliminate a man named Lu Bingqing, not you." Fear of death gripped her as she faced Xiao Ran. It was now clear why she boasted so proudly of her ugly nation heritage. After all, it was indeed the land of her father. Ah, biologically, he was also her father. How amusing. Lu Bingqing. That name rang a bell. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment, then exclaimed softly. Lu Bingqing was a renowned entrepreneur in Sioux City, rumored to be a son-in-law who had seemingly seized the script of a protagonist in a light novel, effortlessly transforming his wife's small factory into a colossal enterprise worth billions. Hanyuan Real Estate, a prominent private company among the top 10 in Sioux City. However, who would employ an assassin to murder a celebrated entrepreneur? Never mind. What business is it of mine? The allure of Little Japan's femininity was quite enticing. Should I have the chance to visit Tokyo, I would surely seek out a few more to indulge in. Xiao Ran mused, a glimmer of murderous intent resurfacing in his gaze. He merely wished to ascertain whether Akai Sakura was specifically sent to kill him and if she had accomplices. Now that he had clarified his doubts, what was there to hesitate about in sending her on her way? To harbor an assassin in his midst? Let alone one as untrustworthy as a Little Japan native. A thankless wolf, even if she were a fellow countryman. Xiao Ran would not take such risks. Observing his demeanor, Akai Sakura urgently pleaded, "Please, do not kill me. I am still a virgin, truly. That was my first time just now. Does being a virgin grant immunity from death? You come to kill me. Perhaps I might spare you for being a virgin." Xiao Ran, with a heart as hard as iron, harbored no semblance of mercy towards his adversaries. What of a beautiful woman? If she posed a threat to his very existence, he would not hesitate to eliminate her without remorse. He seized Akai Sakuriko, and with a forceful shove, she stumbled backward. Yet, after merely 2 steps, she vanished into thin air, plunging into an alternate dimension. This was undoubtedly a fatal turn of events. Who would employ an assassin from a foreign land to commit murder within the country? Xiao Ran's curiosity was piqued. But this would remain an unsolved mystery. He disposed of the belongings left by Akai Sakuriko. After all, there was little reason for sympathy towards an assassin. Once everything was settled, he ascended to the upper floor when suddenly, the phone rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he pondered for a moment before answering. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Bingqing." Xiao Ran was taken aback. He now harbored serious doubts regarding the connection between Akai Sakuriko and Lu Bingqing. How could one arrive just as the other placed a call? Xiao Ran smiled and replied, "I'm listening. Mr. Xiao, I wonder if you are aware of my identity. Allow me to elaborate. Have you heard of Hanyuan Real Estate?" "I am aware. You are the president of Hanyuan Real Estate," Xiao Ran interjected, seeking to prevent Lu Bingqing from rambling on. Lu Bingqing chuckled, "It is good that you know. I have a proposition. If you would consider relinquishing the villa or allowing us to reside there, then once the calamity is past, I would be willing to graciously offer you half of my shares in return." Ah, what audacity. This is undoubtedly wealth in the billions. Regrettably, Xiao Ran shook his head and remarked, "There is no need for General Lu to paint me a rosy picture. This calamity, let us not even discuss when it will conclude. Even if it were to end promptly, how many lives would be lost? In the wake of such upheaval, how valuable does General Lu believe the stocks in your possession to be? Even if this disaster were to swiftly resolve, the real estate sector, among the hardest hit industries, is destined to suffer significantly, perhaps even face utter collapse. Thus, the stocks held by Lu Bingqing are hardly more valuable than scrap paper. Money? What use is it? Lu Bingqing seemed somewhat at a loss for words, taking a moment before responding. "All right, let us not broach the subject of money. I have heard you have an affinity for beautiful women. Coincidentally, I have one here for you to peruse and see if she meets your standards." Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ran received a multimedia message, accompanied by several candid photographs. The subject was a strikingly beautiful woman, likely in her early 20s, exuding not only beauty but also an aura of innocence. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her eyes sparkled like clear water. While her height remained indiscernible from the photos, her figure was undeniably well proportioned. Her waist so slender it could be grasped with ease, complemented by ample curves that were indeed remarkable. "I offer you this woman. What will you provide me in exchange for sustenance and fresh water?" Lu Bingqing inquired solemnly. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "General Lu, aren't you in the property business? When did you transition into human trafficking?" His tone had taken on a sharper edge. Even in commerce, he preferred direct dealings rather than allowing intermediaries to profit from the transaction. Lu Bingqing paused in silence before saying, "Allow me to share a tale with you, Mr. Xiao. Do you have the time to listen?" Xiao Ran chuckled. It is a rare opportunity to hear a story from someone as prominent as President Lu. Please, do share. Lu Bingsheng replied. I come from humble beginnings, yet I worked diligently and gained admission to a prestigious university. I possess decent looks, and thus, shortly after graduating, I married my wife. However, my wife's family is well off, which makes me a son-in-law living in her household. Mr. Xiao, as a fellow son-in-law, you must understand our struggles. Correct? Xiao Ran smiled. As a son-in-law, your circumstances appear to be 100 times better than mine. Lu Bingsheng continued. Regrettably, my wife has had health issues, and despite being married for a while, we have yet to conceive. I, however, did not wish to relinquish the fruits of my labor to the leeches from my wife's family. Thus, I sought another woman to bear me a son. My wife's family wields considerable influence, so I placed the child in this neighborhood, only managing to visit once a month. Coincidentally, the calamity struck on June 1st. I arrived early, intending to take my son out for a day of fun, but, well, the rest is unnecessary to elaborate upon. We became trapped here. Xiao Ran's heart stirred as he suddenly grasped why assassins were fixated on Lu Bingsheng. You have fathered an illegitimate child, and they undoubtedly wish to maneuver the vast assets of Hanyuan real estate into his hands. But would your wife's family readily acquiesce? Involving billions in assets. What are assassins in comparison? Is it not curious? If Lu Bingsheng were to perish, Hanyuan real estate would naturally revert to your wife's family. An illegitimate child? They would eliminate him as well. Wait a moment. Xiao Ran paused. The photograph you showed me earlier, could it be that she is your mistress? Lu Bingsheng candidly confessed, indeed. She is my mistress, however, my age is sufficient for me to be her father. I chose her not only for her striking beauty but also because she is an exceptional graduate from a prestigious university, capable of providing my son with the finest genes. I am completely transparent with you about this. My sole intention is to ensure my son's survival. For his sake, I would relinquish everything, yet conversely, I am also prepared to risk it all. The final statement was undeniably a threat. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Mr. Lu, are you declaring war against me? By the way, you should perhaps express gratitude towards me, as I have just dealt with an assassin. However, with the occurrence of natural disasters, it is likely that Akai Sakuriko has lost interest in continuing this task. Wouldn't you agree? Regardless, my actions were not motivated by you. Lu Bingsheng pondered for a moment before replying with a smile. I certainly do not wish to engage in conflict with Mr. Xiao, especially given your remarkable achievements in recent days. I sincerely hope you can accept my proposal. I am willing to offer my woman to you, provided you ensure my son has adequate food and water. Xiao Ran could entertain the notion of trading a woman, yet he questioned the motives of someone like Lu, who seemed to embody a paternal fade while being no different from those who sought to usurp his resources. What if I refuse? He inquired calmly. It would be best for you to acquiesce, Lu Bingsheng responded. Lu Bingsheng casually remarked that he had brought 2 bodyguards, both of whom had served as mercenaries. Their prowess was such that one could easily dispatch 4 or 5 adult men unarmed, and with weapons, vanquishing 10 would pose no challenge. Therefore, Mr. Xiao would do well to accept Lu's proposal, ensuring mutual satisfaction. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. The suggestion is commendable, but do not broach it again. Farewell. He promptly ended the call. The mere notion of trading his woman as if she were a mere commodity instinctively incited a sense of aversion towards Lu Bingsheng. Perhaps Lu was a formidable figure, yet he was certainly not to Zhao's liking. No. Xiao Ran seized his phone once more and began to issue a bounty, this time targeting Lu Bingsheng. This individual was likely far more dangerous than Zhang Kuan. After all, he was the head of a corporation and could easily persuade many with the same tactics he had just employed, far more potent than Zhang Kuan's charlatanism. A life for sale. Name, Lu Bingsheng, CEO of Hanyuan Real Estate, currently within our community, flanked by at least 2 bodyguards. I care not how many must take action. As long as Lu Bingsheng is slain, I shall reward 20 boxes of instant noodles or the equivalent in supplies. He uploaded several photos of Lu Bingsheng to the group online. Chapter 57. Lu Mei's caution. Lu Bingsheng slowly ended the call. Mr. Lu? The 4 bodyguards looked at him simultaneously. Lu Bingsheng had lied. He did not merely have 2 bodyguards, but 4? Placing his phone on the table, he furrowed his brow and glanced at a beautiful woman nearby, who appeared to be in her mid-20s, cradling a 3 or 4-year-old boy, soundly asleep in her arms. He declined. Lu Bingsheng replied lightly. The beautiful woman, cradling a child and soothing them gently, remarked, Didn't you say he was lecherous? How could he possibly refuse such an enticing offer? Lu Bingsheng chuckled softly. Indeed, this is quite unexpected. He rubbed his temples. displaying a look of distress. "Mr. Liu, what shall we do now?" one of the bodyguards inquired. "Shall we launch a forceful assault?" "A forceful assault?" Liu Bingqing scoffed. There already been several waves of attempts at a strong offensive? While your combat capabilities surpass those of ordinary individuals in terms of sheer strength, you are at most twice as powerful as the average person. Thus, with just the four of you, do you truly believe you can break down the door? It is utterly impossible. The beautiful woman then suggested, "Perhaps I should entice him to open the door." Yet, Liu Bingqing shook his head once more. "That young man's villa has undoubtedly been modified. If it were my property, having invested such a considerable amount in renovations, I would certainly install surveillance cameras. Although there is currently a power outage, he could easily have a generator on standby, utilizing diesel or gasoline to sustain it for at least 10 to 15 days. Therefore, even if we stand silently at the entrance, we would not escape his notice." Moreover, Liu Bingqing sighed. Didn't that Xiao Ran mention previously that Xiao Ran could control the fire suppression system? He could douse that group with toxic spray. I pose this question to you. If you were to lie in wait at someone's doorstep, only to be drenched in poisonous water, how would you counter such a predicament? The four bodyguards were rendered speechless. When it comes to brawling or even committing murder, they are professionals. However, when faced with the necessity of employing intellect, they falter. What then? Liu Bingqing shook his head and remarked, "Why do you all fixate on Xiao Ran? Although he possesses a considerable amount of resources, the current situation is quite challenging. Let us redirect our focus elsewhere. For instance, we can dominate the entire community beneath our feet. In due time, we could instruct someone to dig through the walls. I refuse to believe we cannot unearth that lad." The crowd's eyes brightened at this notion. Indeed, with so many households in the neighborhood, why must they confront Xiao Ran directly? Are the provisions of other families not food? Is the water not fresh? In terms of intellect, they have Liu Bingqing. In terms of brute strength, the four bodyguards are each capable of taking on 10 foes. Thus, this formidable assembly should not struggle to assert control over a mere community. The beautiful woman merely held her child in silence. Xiao Ran stretched languidly and noted that two groups had already issued threats against him within the community. One was a charlatan, the other a CEO. Both should not be underestimated. Xiao Ran murmured to himself. In his previous life, he was but a nameless pawn, unable to intersect with such significant figures. Thus, despite being in the same neighborhood, it felt as though they inhabited two disparate realms. Yet now, both factions had their gaze fixed upon him, drawn by his villa and ample supplies, which naturally incited envy. Indeed, many were driven by greed, like the Qin family and Su Feng. What was the outcome? They all ended up as frozen corpses in the garage. Whether it be Zhang Kuan or Liu Bingqing, their fates would be no different. The dense fog lingered, prompting Xiao Ran to muse that he might as well indulge them a little longer. Ultimately, he had no intention of departing from the villa. Thus, he inherently occupied an invulnerable position. What was there to fear in a direct confrontation? Regardless of how many followers Zhang Kuan boasted or how formidable Liu Bingqing's bodyguards were, having once been a mercenary mattered little. Under the cover of firepower, all lives were rendered equal. The only vigilance required was to avoid being ensnared by treachery. This merely entailed being wary of the women who presented themselves on a silver platter. The unfamiliar women could very well be manipulated by these two factions. Even Han Yun and her companions might be susceptible to betrayal. It all boiled down to self-interest. Should a woman be foolish enough to trust the conditions laid before her, such as securing my capture in exchange for half of the spoils, she could easily fall prey to deception. After all, there was no emotional bond between us. It was purely a transaction. To believe there existed a relationship of trust would be an egregious folly on my part. Xiao Ran was intrigued to see if anyone would succeed in fulfilling the bounties that had been issued and how long it would take. He awaited the outcome with keen anticipation. As he monitored the messages in the group, night descended, and suddenly the network faltered. The base station collapsed. Now, even though his phone retained a charge, it had become little more than an ornament. With the sole entertainment being solitary games or perusing local photos and videos, nothing more could be accomplished. However, the device in his possession was unlike the others. It had the capability to make satellite calls. He ascended to the third floor and attempted to reach Lu Mei, but the signal had completely vanished. Indeed, from now on, we can only communicate via satellite phones. Let's think of something more cheerful. Surely no one would charge us for satellite calls. Lu Mei couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You truly are optimistic. You still have the spirit to joke around." "Of course, I am optimistic. I have stored enough provisions to last several lifetimes and transformed the villa into a secure fortress. So, what is there for me to worry about? The two exchanged words, and the calamity had rendered Lu Mei increasingly reliant on Xiao Ran, for besides her close friend, there was no one else to converse with. Xiao Ran, are you eating enough? Lu Mei inquired with concern. If you're short on food, you must find a way to come here. Yu has prepared ample supplies. Is this considered being overly kind? Xiao Ran laughed softly. It shouldn't be seen as such when someone treats me well. However, if Lu Mei shows kindness to everyone, then that would be a different matter. I have food. Just before the apocalypse, I managed to stockpile a considerable amount. Xiao Ran replied. If you run out, feel free to come to me. The supplies here can last 2 to 3 years without issue. Lu Mei was taken aback. Her friend had prepared provisions sufficient for several months, which she deemed extravagant enough, but Xiao Ran had somehow amassed enough to last 2 to 3 years? Goodness. Her apocalyptic preparation is more serious. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the apocalypse would indeed arrive one day, making Xiao Ran the greatest beneficiary. You must be cautious. Never let anyone know that you possess such an abundance of supplies. Lu Mei suddenly spoke with a stern tone, asserting that now and in the future, the world would only become increasingly chaotic, and in the pursuit of sustenance, individuals would resort to the most despicable acts. Therefore, it is imperative to remain inconspicuous. Chapter 58. A new source of information. Upon hearing Lu Mei's admonition, Xiao Ran realized her lucid awareness of the apocalypse. She could not possibly embody the role of a saint. After conversing with Lu Mei for a while longer, he concluded the call. Upon awakening, Xiao Ran sluggishly proceeded to brush his teeth and wash his face before summoning Leopard for breakfast. Instinctively, he reached for his phone to scroll through, only to be confronted by the no signal icon, abruptly reminding him that communication had been entirely severed. In that moment, everyone had become a true island unto themselves. He cast his phone aside, knowing it could now only serve for satellite calls. No matter, I shall indulge in television instead. He had prepared numerous external hard drives, filled to the brim with films, television series, and variety shows, complemented by several thousand fully charged batteries, sufficient to last him half a year, if not longer. After all, lighting consumed minimal electricity. The primary energy drain had once been the air conditioning, yet Xiao Ran was now reliant on the fireplace, even for heating water for his baths. Thus, the villa would scarcely consume any electricity in a day. By midday, Han Yun, Zhang Jingya, and Zhong Lei arrived punctually. After an hour, Xiao Ran unceremoniously expelled the 3 women. Staying overnight in the villa? Such a notion was out of the question. However, he instructed them to gather information, to ascertain whether any significant events had transpired within the community, and to report back to him daily. There was no way around it. The internet had been completely severed, leaving him to rely solely on word of mouth and listening for information. Xiao Ran mused on this, yet aside from the lack of communication, he seemed relatively unaffected, still able to indulge in binge-watching dramas, watching films, and playing games. Well, he decided to play a game. He unearthed a newly released title and quickly immersed himself in it. The game's quality was commendable, and he found himself utterly engrossed, playing until the wee hours of the night before finally calling it quits. The following day, he continued to progress through the game, only interrupted by the arrival of Han Yun and her companions, which momentarily broke his gaming spell. In the afternoon, he resumed his gaming session, playing until 3 a.m., ultimately conquering the game. What a thrill! He climbed into bed and slept soundly until past 10 the next morning, waking up with a slight headache. Ouch! Gaming can indeed become addictive. I must not indulge like this again, Xiao Ran reflected while preparing breakfast for himself and the leopard. After having breakfast, he ascended to the 3rd floor, leaning against the window to gaze outside, but the thick fog obscured his view to barely a meter, rendering any scenery virtually unappreciable. Yet, faintly, he could discern the sounds of commotion outside. By noon, Han Yun and her friends appeared at their usual time. However, after their visit that day, Xiao Ran did not hastily send them away. Instead, he inquired if anything significant had occurred in the neighborhood over the past couple of days. Unfortunately, the trio was too timid to venture outside, thus unable to gather any useful information. Sigh, it seems I must accept this. Xiao Ran felt a twinge of frustration, as he was truly unaccustomed to being offline. Nevertheless, the absence of visitors seeking bounties indicated a clear issue. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingsheng were evidently still thriving. Oh, they proved to be rather formidable. Xiao Ran remained unconcerned. After all, These individuals could not breach the villa in a head-on confrontation. Even if the entire community were to multiply their numbers tenfold, they would still succumb to Xiao Ran's overwhelming prowess. If he possessed a self-defense ability, he could truly charge forth unabashedly. With a hint of regret, Xiao Ran mused. Suddenly, someone arrived. To his surprise, it was Lin Lin, the wife of the insufferable man. Curious, he noticed that the insufferable man was conspicuously absent from the corridor. What could this signify? Xiao Ran descended the stairs and opened the door to let Lin Lin in. What brings you here? He inquired. Lin Lin bit her lip, hesitating for a considerable time before responding. I wanted something to eat. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. In the face of hunger, everyone must bow their heads in submission. Come in, he said, placing several dishes on the table. Lin Lin immediately sat down and began to devour the food voraciously. Xiao Ran asked, Does your husband know you're here? Why yes, Lin Lin stammered after a moment of hesitation. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow, surprised that her husband would permit her to come here. Shaking his head, he recalled something and asked, Has your husband mentioned the current situation in the community? Though Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingcheng had not been eliminated, their circumstances were starkly different. There were indeed those seeking the bounty, launching attacks on Zhang and Lu, but these were thwarted. However, internal discord within Zhang Kuan's faction was growing increasingly palpable. While faith in the divine was easy, when would salvation arrive? As days turned into weeks, impatience grew among all, leading to a potential unraveling of faith within these fleeting moments. It was conceivable that, in the coming days, a fervent follower might seek retribution against Zhang Kuan and approach Xiao Ran for the promised reward. However, the circumstance surrounding Lu Bingcheng was markedly different. His 4 loyal bodyguards, endowed with formidable combat prowess, vanquished all adversaries that dared to approach him. Leveraging his status from before the calamity, coupled with his persuasive eloquence, he had successfully garnered a significant following. Presently, Lu Bingcheng's cadre had expanded to over 20 individuals, composed predominantly of robust men. A stark contrast to Zhang Kuan's motley crew of followers, whose true combat capabilities were dubious at best. Chapter 59, Diverging Paths. That night, Xiao Ran was vigorously engaged in his training, sweat glistening on his brow, when suddenly, his phone emitted an alarming notification. Curious, he paused and glanced at the screen, unable to discern much, but faintly recognizing it as an inappropriate image. He proceeded to the basement and remotely unlocked the door. With a resounding click, the iron door swung open. The man at the threshold paused momentarily, then approached, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. The illumination within was not particularly surprising, yet the warmth was unexpected. He cast a glance at Xiao Ran, his eyes flickering as he pondered whether to seize control of the space. Ultimately, he refrained, acutely aware of Xiao Ran's fearsome reputation. This is the video you requested, the man declared, raising his phone and placing it on the table. Xiao Ran replied, Why don't you take a look? The man stepped forward to set it down, but noticed Xiao Ran remained still, prompting him to inquire in confusion. Aren't you going to watch? Will you not step aside? Xiao Ran countered with a question. You are indeed quite cautious. The man nodded and stepped aside. Xiao Ran smiled. For in truth, I am preserving your life. Otherwise, I might have discharged a bullet at you. He wished to avoid committing murder within his own home. After all, dealing with bloodstains could be rather troublesome. Xiao Ran approached and picked up his phone. One contact was Zhang Kuan, and the other belonged to the man before him. Oh, a true warrior indeed. Xiao Ran nodded, tossing the phone back to the man and instructed, Wait outside while I bring down the supplies. Very well, the man replied, retreating, and Xiao Ran secured the iron door. Moments later, the iron door creaked open again. The man re-entered, and there lay several boxes of instant noodles and water on the floor. He crouched down, carefully transporting the boxes of food and water outside. However, he remained vigilant, keeping a wary eye on Xiao Ran, as if fearing a sudden attack. At last, he completed the task, and with a thud, the iron door closed behind him. Xiao Ran was indifferent to such meager supplies. They were hardly worth a fraction of his reputation. It would be unwise to jeopardize his credibility over such trivial matters. Yet, the fact that Zhang Kuan had been utterly betrayed signifies something significant. His small congregation has crumbled. Disasters tend to consolidate faith, yet in the face of life and death, faith is also the most susceptible to collapse. Zhang Kuan managed to gather a large following through faith, but lacked the means to lead them out of adversity. Thus, when faced with sufficient temptation, they betrayed him without hesitation, even leading to his utter disgrace. Xiao Ran shook his head, contemplating that the situation with Lu Bingxing was markedly different. He not only survived the bounty, but, conversely, his power has grown exponentially. Thus, mere deception is utterly insufficient. One must possess strength and personal charisma to become the focal point, attracting others like celestial bodies drawn to a radiant star, emerging as a sovereign. In times of calamity and despair, personal allure wields even greater influence, uniting all in solidarity. For in moments of helplessness, individuals yearn for a leader to guide them out of adversity. Undoubtedly, Lu Bingxing has instilled hope in these people. This implies that the conditions I have presented are no longer compelling enough to incite rebellion among them. He smiled. In fact, he could substantially increase the bounty, even offering 100 or 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, which would amount to mere trifles for him. However, there exists no necessity for such an action. I eagerly anticipate the moment Lu Bingxing approaches, allowing them to witness my true prowess. Should he unleash his full potential, it would undoubtedly lead to silencing witnesses, concealing the secret of his extraordinary spatial abilities. Even though communications have been severed, making it difficult for information to disseminate, Xiao Ran remains unwilling to take risks. In such chaotic times, exercising caution is never excessive. Zheng family. Zhengwan made her final plea. If you release me, I shall be your woman henceforth. It is only natural that I would treat you well, requiring no further sacrifice on your part. Brother Can, I know you genuinely care for me. Otherwise, you would not have sought me out for 4 consecutive days. Trust me, if you assist me, I shall remain eternally loyal to you. The man referred to as Brother Can is approximately 40 years old, diminutive in stature, and possesses an exceedingly unattractive appearance. With dark skin. Yet, in Zheng Wan's eyes, he is the sole lifeline that can liberate her from her dire predicament. His full name is Lu Can, however, hesitates, pondering that no one could possibly find him appealing due to his looks and lack of wealth. Brother Can, do you want me to swear an oath? Zheng Wan implores urgently. Help me escape this plight, and I shall undoubtedly keep my promise. Everyone has betrayed me. You are the only one who has shown me kindness. If I do not follow you, whom shall I follow? Lu Can, already swayed by her words, finds no reason to hesitate further and unties Zheng Wan. She hastily puts on her clothes, having previously hidden beneath the covers. Now that she must leave the sanctuary of her bed, it is imperative to dress, lest she succumb to the cold. This concern is not born of modesty. With no dignity left to lose, she declares, Brother Can, once we step outside, we shall eliminate everyone out there. Lucan is taken aback, for those outside are her kin. Yet, upon reflection, he realizes Zheng Wan is also related to them. How could one betray their own family? Thus, her intense hatred for them is somewhat justifiable. After a moment of contemplation, he steels himself and responds, For you, I am willing. You are truly wonderful, Brother Can. Zheng Wan exclaims, pressing a kiss to his face, causing Lu Can's dark visage to bloom with delight. You should go out first, conceal yourself behind them, and then I will emerge to draw their attention. They will certainly be astonished to see me. And that will be your opportunity to strike. Focusing on the 2 men first, Zheng Wan instructs. She is indeed quite astute, understanding that men are the primary combatants. And with Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang resolving the situation, Lin Meiying is hardly of any consequence. Lucan nodded repeatedly. As he opened the door to exit, Zheng Yujun glanced at him and remarked, You've lingered too long. Had I not seen you here daily, I would have certainly charged you an additional half an hour's fee. Lucan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Zhang Yujun was accustomed to his reticence and dismissed it. However, at that moment, the door unexpectedly swung open once more. Startled, he beheld Zheng Wan stepping out. His expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to speak, only to be taken by surprise when Zhang Can hurled an ashtray at him. With a resounding crash, Zheng Yujun was rendered unconscious. At this juncture, Zheng Gang finally reacted but did not immediately take action. Instead, he shouted, Mom. Mom. Zheng Wan had long held disdain for her brother and immediately charged at him, with Lucan hastily following suit, resulting in a chaotic scuffle among the 3. When Lin Meiying heard the commotion and rushed out, she happened upon her daughter wielding a high heel, poised to strike her son squarely on the temple. Zheng Wan paused momentarily to cast a glance at her mother, then displayed a cruel smile before delivering a forceful blow. The heel of the shoe embedded itself into Zheng Gang's temple, and the intense pain provoked an extraordinary surge of strength as he fought to free himself. Nevertheless, he staggered unsteadily, as if intoxicated. Mom, why can't I stand straight? Zheng Gang exclaimed, but barely had he uttered the words when he collapsed with a thud. He was lifeless. Zheng Gang. Lin Meiying let out a piercing scream, behaving as if consumed by madness, jumping and pointing at Zheng Wan, accusing her, "You wicked woman. How could you have personally slain your own brother?" Zheng Wan responded with a cold laugh, seizing another high-heeled shoe and striking Zheng Yujun with it. Zheng Yujun, already in a state of unconsciousness, offered no resistance. He merely convulsed for a moment before passing away. "Old man," Lin Meiying screamed again, her gaze filled with fear and resentment directed at Zheng Wan, wishing she could devour her whole. Zheng Wan then languidly remarked, "From childhood, you have always favored your brother, lavishing all good things upon him without a thought for my feelings. Ha ha ha, I even orchestrated my son's demise. What does fratricide and patricide matter to me? You." Lin Meiying was overcome with terror, rendered speechless. "Seize her," Zheng Wan uttered coldly. Lu Kan obeyed instantly, moving to capture Lin Meiying. It was then that Lin Meiying realized her daughter intended to eliminate her as well. Her instinct for survival surged above all else, and she urgently pleaded, "Wan, I am your mother. I have never wished you harm. The things you experienced before were your father's designs, and had nothing to do with me." Zheng Wan erupted into maniacal laughter, retrieving a kitchen knife and brandishing it above Lin Meiying's head, saying, "But did you ever intervene? No. What mother would witness her daughter being exploited, treated like an object by various men? You are unworthy." With that, she brought the knife down. With a sudden thud, the kitchen knife plunged into Lin Meiying's forehead. However, Zheng Wan, being a woman, possessed limited strength. Though the blade penetrated, it did not bury itself deeply. The excruciating pain ignited Lin Meiying's latent power, enabling her to break free from Lu Kan's grasp and flee. Lu Kan attempted to pursue her, but Zheng Wan intercepted him. "No need to chase. She won't survive for long," Zheng Wan remarked coldly. Oh, Lu Kan, lacking resolve, merely nodded in response. Zheng Wan cast a disparaging glance at him, finding his combat prowess woefully inadequate. Yet, he was the only ally she had at present. What could she do but tolerate him? "I require more assistance," she mused internally. How could she acquire such help? Money was of no use now, and she had none to spare. Resources were scarce, leaving her to ponder how to entice others to serve her. The only currency she had left was her own body. After all, she could be considered a moderately attractive woman. While other women exchanged their bodies for resources, she was determined not to be a mere plaything. She aspired to be the queen who controlled the fates of others. With a wave of her hand, she signaled to Lu Kan, initiating her plan to build an army within the community that would obey her commands. "What is the current situation outside?" she inquired of Lu Kansas. He hurriedly recounted the significant events unfolding, leaving Zheng Wan in stunned disbelief. Could it be true that Xiao Ran had killed 20 or 30 people? Was that even possible? Did she truly not comprehend the nature of her ex-husband? No, it appeared she had indeed lost sight of who he had become. After their divorce, he seemed to have transformed entirely into another person. What could have instigated such a profound change? Zheng Wan found herself utterly perplexed. However, Xiao Ran remained a solitary figure, having failed to establish any form of influence. How selfish he must be, refusing to allow anyone to partake in his possessions. Zheng Wan speculated. Yet perhaps this was for the best. Dealing with one individual was far simpler than contending with a multitude. A considerable number of people harbored animosity toward Xiao Ran, and she resolved to bring them together. Without hesitation, she sought out the man known for his loose tongue, who had been publicly humiliated by Xiao Ran, and whose wife had also been subject to Xiao Ran's lewd advances. It was reasonable to assume he would harbor a deep-seated loathing for Xiao Ran. Unbeknownst to her, the man had already sought revenge, but his efforts had proven futile, and instead, his wife had succumbed to Xiao Ran's whims. "Knock, knock, knock." She rapped on the door of the man's residence. "Who is it?" he inquired, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Given that there was both food and water inside, he feared the possibility of a robbery. "It is Zheng Wan." "Zheng Wan," he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He certainly recognized her name. But what could possibly bring her to seek him out? "I know you bear a grudge against Xiao Ran. Do you not wish to exact revenge?" Zheng Wan said coolly. With a click, the door swung open. "Come in and let us converse." Another day had passed. The apocalypse had reached its 12th day. Xiao Ran picked up his phone to check the date, June 12th. In his past life, this day would herald his demise in merely 3 days. Yet in this new existence, he indulged in an extraordinarily lavish lifestyle, consuming whatever he desired, drinking to his heart's content, basking in warmth and hot water, and even having beautiful women delivered to his doorstep, whether for a solo encounter or for more intimate trysts. How could this life even begin to compare to his previous one? The day proceeded as usual, but before noon had arrived, an individual rushed over. "It is indeed Lin Lin. Why did you arrive so early today?" Upon noticing that she was the only one present, Xiao Ran opened the iron gate to let her in. "Xiao Ran, I have some news to share with you." To his surprise, Lin Lin did not request any food, but instead delivered this statement right away. "Oh, what news?" Xiao Ran inquired casually. Lin Lin replied, "Your ex-wife has found my husband and pulled him into some alliance against you, aiming to take you down." Xiao Ran was taken aback. Zheng Wan has actually managed to escape? Previously, he had received information that Zheng Wan was bound to a bed by her family, forced into prostitution, and it seemed that only a few days had passed. How could this woman have managed to break free? Lin Lin nodded. She seduced a client, not only freeing herself but also killing her parents and brother. Someone witnessed Lin Ming dead in the stairwell, a kitchen knife embedded in her forehead. At the mention of a client, Lin Lin's face flushed as she realized her own situation was not so different from Zheng Wan's. After all, both were selling their bodies. Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle, surprised by Zheng Wan's resilience in turning the tables under such dire circumstances. As for this alliance against him, he had no concern whatsoever. A mere band of misfits would pose no threat. Should they dare to confront him, he could easily dispatch them or confine them to another realm, saving considerable ammunition in the process. "What is your husband's stance on this?" Xiao Ran was intrigued by this detail. If that reckless man had allied himself with Zheng Wan, Lin Lin's revelation would indeed be quite interesting. Chapter 61. Breaking walls. Lin Lin bit her lip and said, "It was my husband who sent me to inform you." "Ah. Indeed." Xiao Ran was somewhat taken aback. "So your husband actively encouraged you to come here?" "Yes, indeed." Lin Lin nodded, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Initially, her husband was extremely furious, wishing nothing more than to turn Xiao Ran into minced meat. However, after enduring a few days of hunger, the man gradually altered his perspective. When faced with the prospect of death, what is there left to cling to? Thus, he even urged her to visit Xiao Ran. But could she utter such words? It was far too humiliating. "My husband believes that Zheng Wan stands no chance against you, so he asked me to come and remind you." As a means of ingratiating himself, Lin Lin explained. Yet just before entering the passage, Xiao Ran suddenly paused, taking a step back. He shone his flashlight ahead and noticed the absence of 2 corpses. Xiao Ran was certain he had personally dispatched every single one, so he was keenly aware of how many bodies there should be, yet 2 were missing. Corpses do not sprout legs and flee, and the toxins from the hail merely caused death. There was no indication they could rise as zombies. Therefore, the only plausible explanation was that someone had removed them. But why? Food. In his previous life, Xiao Ran had been betrayed and dismembered by his ex-wife's family, serving as sustenance for them, which made him particularly sensitive to such matters. Considering the timeline, it was now the 12th day of the apocalypse, and it was entirely plausible that many households had exhausted their food supplies and were now forced to resort to scavenging corpses. After all, when faced with extreme hunger, what would one hesitate to consume? Xiao Ran sighed, realizing that the grim spectacle of cannibalism was poised to unfold once more. That evening, in Lu Bingqing's residence, more than 20 people had gathered. Lu Bingqing sat in a chair, savoring the last remnants of his cigarette. Despite having reached the filter, he hesitated to discard it. Preparing for action, he finally flicked the stub away. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Lu Bingqing was astute, held a prominent position, and most importantly, was accompanied by 4 exceptionally skilled bodyguards, instilling deep confidence in all around him and fostering a formidable sense of unity, something previously absent in individuals like Su Feng and Li Zhonglin. Equipped with tools, the group set out, even Lu Bingqing's mistress carrying a child along. Their objective for the day was to seize Xiao Ran's villa. With a villa at their disposal, what need would there be for the house? They swiftly arrived at the villa, yet refrained from entering through the main passage. "Smash it," Lu Bingqing commanded coldly. Instantly, 2 men stepped forward, wielding hefty iron hammers. In the days leading up to this moment, Lu Bingqing had not only been gathering personnel but had also made a crucial preparation, acquiring large iron hammers. Fortuitously, a nearby household was undergoing renovations, which provided him with 2 sizable hammers meant for breaking walls. Aware that the fire sprinkler system in the passage was under Xiao Ran's control and could unleash toxic water, Lu Bingqing, with his sharp acumen, would never make such a basic error as to assault the villa through the passage, with no door in sight. Why not simply break through the wall? Bang, bang, bang. The two men commenced their demolition. 80, 80. Others nearby cheered them on, eliciting laughter from many. Soon, the wall smashers felt fatigued, setting down the hammers and exclaiming, "Switch." They were indeed exhausted, prompting a change of personnel to continue the task. The heavy sledgehammer was employed solely for the purpose of breaching the wall, a task it executed with remarkable efficiency, swiftly creating a gaping hole that expanded to a size sufficient for a person to pass through. The individuals engaged in this endeavor had already changed 5 times. One of the bodyguards, named Lu Bo, chuckled. Xiao Ran must have heard the commotion by now. However, since we are deviating from the norm and not utilizing the passage, he can merely stand there, bewildered. Another bodyguard, Chin Chong, laughed in agreement. Indeed, it's all thanks to our CEO Lu. Why must we adhere to convention and enter through the door? Why not break through the wall? Huh. A shift in perspective opens up a world of possibilities. Lu Bingqing maintained a composed smile, yet internally he reveled in satisfaction, contemplating the potential gains from this venture. With a resounding clang, the individual wielding the sledgehammer prepared to deliver the final blow to completely dismantle the wall. However, upon striking with force, he felt a jarring shock reverberate through his hands, causing his palms to split. Every bone in his body trembled, as if his very insides were about to erupt. What was happening? Why did such a sound resonate? It resembled the clang of metal. Could it be that a refrigerator lay concealed behind the wall? The group hastily illuminated the area with their flashlights, only to discover that the object behind the wall shimmered with a metallic sheen. Was it a steel plate? A few tentative knocks produced a muted echo, confirming it was indeed metal, though they could not ascertain whether it was steel. The group stood in stunned silence, taken aback by this unfortunate turn of events. "Let us change our position," someone suggested. They changed their position and resumed their relentless assault, which lasted for over half an hour. At last, they managed to create a hole large enough for a single person to pass through. However, upon completely demolishing the wall, they faced yet another disappointment. Another metal wall awaited them. Could it be that every section of this wall was fortified with a layer of steel? Undeterred by this setback, they resolved to tear down the entire wall. After all, they had already created 2 substantial openings, and dismantling the whole structure would not require much additional effort. Chapter 62. Deception and Betrayal. What a disheartening revelation this was. After laboriously demolishing an entire wall, they were confronted with yet another barrier, and this one was fashioned from pure steel, with nothing but heavy hammers in their possession. How long would it take to cut through such a formidable steel wall, even if they had access to hydraulic cutting equipment? And even if they hypothetically possessed such tools, would they have the electricity necessary to operate them? The answer was a resounding no. Therefore, under the current circumstances, this wall appeared to be impregnable. The contrast between their initial exhilaration and their present despair was stark. What were they to do now? Everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Bingqing, who frowned in contemplation. He too had not anticipated such an outcome and was at a loss for how to proceed. This young man has fortified the villa to such an extent. Lu Bingqing lamented. Xiao Ran had purchased the villa and, rather than moving in immediately, sought to renovate it. Many were aware of this. Yet most assumed that Xiao Ran was merely undertaking a simple refurbishment. Who could have imagined it would turn out to be such a fortified stronghold? Was this merely a renovation? It was evidently the construction of an impregnable fortress. The crowd expressed their sentiments, yet mere lamentation was not their objective. What they sought were strategies to breach the formidable fortress of bronze and iron. At that moment, to their astonishment, a hole materialized in the wall, followed by the unmistakable voice of Xiao Ran. "Is it not the dead of night? Are you not concerned about disturbing the neighbors with your incessant knocking?" Initially taken aback, the crowd soon regained their composure. The cacophony they were creating would surely rouse not just Xiao Ran within the villa, but even those in the neighboring buildings. "Xiao Ran, if you have any objections, step forth and voice them," Lu Bingqing remarked coolly. "Did you not place a bounty on my life? Here I stand. If you possess the courage, come and claim it." This declaration seemed to resonate with a sense of honor, yet Xiao Ran stood alone against an assembly. Was this truly equitable? Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "Lu Bingqing, you undoubtedly possess the qualities of a leader. My bounty has not only failed to claim your life, but has instead bolstered your numbers. However, I must point out that your followers are nothing more than a rabble. Moreover, I simply lack the motivation to raise the bounty. Otherwise, do you believe your band would not crumble into chaos in an instant?" Lu Bingqing erupted in laughter. Very well, name your price. The higher your demand, the more resources you must possess. Thus, when we unearth you and extinguish your existence, our spoils will be all the greater. Why should we rely on your charity when we can seize what we desire by force? After all, the rewards would be even more substantial. Suddenly, the hesitation that lingered in the eyes of the crowd transformed into unwavering resolve. Xiao Ran merely smiled. If he were to present a lavish feast, would Lu Bingqing maintain his composure and engage in casual conversation? However, he found such theatrics unnecessary. Lu Bingqing, I am here. What must you do to procure my resources? He remarked, no matter how eloquently you speak, ultimately, relying on empty promises to satiate others' hunger will not compel them to follow your lead blindly. Lu Bingqing replied nonchalantly, so you intend to remain hidden, like a turtle retreating into its shell? His current strategy was to provoke Xiao Ran into revealing himself. Otherwise, he would be utterly at a loss. To breach such an impregnable fortress? Impossible. Xiao Ran chuckled and said, let us make a deal, Lu Bingqing. What kind of deal? Lu Bingqing furrowed his brow. Suddenly seized by an ominous premonition, Xiao Ran remained unfazed by his provocations, exuding calmness, thus ensuring that this transaction would not be in Lu's favor. Xiao Ran continued, since you are so steeped in righteousness, concerned for your so-called brothers, how about this? Allow your woman to come in for my amusement, and I shall provide each of you with a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of purified water. Now, the dilemma was thrust upon Lu Bingqing. Had he genuinely intended to offer his mistress to Xiao Ran? That seemed implausible. He had 4 bodyguards, so it was evident he sought to seize the opportunity to capture Xiao Ran when he opened the door, thereby claiming the entire villa for himself. What need would there be for any deal? Thus, when Xiao Ran publicly proposed to trade his lover, it naturally rendered his expression grim. However, the question arises, how did he initially unite that group? What persona did he meticulously craft? He emphasized loyalty, assuring them that as long as they followed him, he would lead them out of adversity to a better life. Now, an opportunity presented itself. If his woman were to spend a night with someone, each of them would receive a portion of food and a bottle of water. Would he be willing to make a sacrifice for his brothers? In ordinary times, who would dare to demand such a sacrifice from a billionaire? Yet, in the current circumstances, the billionaire is but an ordinary man. Lu Bingqing merely swayed everyone with his eloquence. When the moment came for him to truly sacrifice for his brothers, would he refuse? Wouldn't that persona crumble in an instant? You call my words flowery, but what of you? Lu Bingqing's countenance darkened. This tactic indeed cornered him. He glanced at his lover, the beautiful young woman who tightened her embrace around her son, swiftly shaking her head. She was not a commodity. Yet, looking around, which of the others did not gaze at him with eager anticipation? Lu Bingqing took a deep breath and declared loudly, all right, I agree. No, I do not agree. The beautiful young woman interjected urgently. Lu Bingqing lowered his voice, saying, do not cause a scene. I'm merely deceiving that young man into opening the door. Once he steps out, I will have him captured. You will not suffer any loss. Do you think I would allow my woman to entertain another man? Only then did the beautiful young woman nod in understanding. Lu Bingqing then proclaimed loudly, how shall we conduct this transaction? Xiao Ran chuckled lightly. Have your woman move closer to the wall so I can see her clearly. If she is not sufficiently beautiful, I have no interest in her. The hole you have created not only allows for sound to travel but also permits a glimpse of the person within. Lu Bingqing glanced at his woman, who, a lovely young mother, handed their child into his arms and approached the metallic wall. She paused at the opening, allowing Xiao Ran to clearly see her face and figure. Xiao Ran, you, Lu Bingqing began, but was abruptly interrupted as a silent door in the metallic wall unexpectedly swung open. In an instant, Xiao Ran seized the beautiful young mother, firmly holding her in his grasp. Damn, this guy had no intention of making a trade. His roundabout plan was simply to have me deliver my woman to him. Lu Bingqing seethed with rage, but the 4 bodyguards reacted swiftly, rushing forward to confront Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, and in his hand appeared a water gun. Chapter 63. The water gun strikes down. No one witnessed how Xiao Ran produced the water gun. Yet it was of little consequence, for he had already fired. The sound of water bullets whizzed through the air, despite their professionalism. How could the 4 bodyguards evade the water projectiles? These water bullets were transformed from hail, retaining their original potency and toxicity. Thus, upon striking the skin, the pain was unbearable, even for the most seasoned of bodyguards, who immediately fell to the ground, writhing in agony and emitting anguished cries. Who else remains? Xiao Ran held a water gun in one hand while gripping the arm of a beautiful young woman with the other. No matter how fiercely she struggled, it proved futile. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Lu Bingqing wore a look of shock. His 4 bodyguards were all professionals, yet Xiao Ran effortlessly subdued them with merely a water gun. How could he possibly accept this? What could he do? If even seasoned bodyguards found themselves in such a predicament, how could he expect a ragtag group to turn the tide? It was utterly implausible. A disorganized mob could only thrive in favorable situations. In adverse circumstances, they would only hinder progress. Grinding his teeth, Lu Bingqing maintained a facade of calmness and said, "Now that you have secured the person, what about the food?" This way, he could still pretend that he had not fallen into his trap, but was merely engaging in a transaction. It was a desperate attempt to salvage his dignity. Xiao Ran laughed heartily and leaned down to inquire, "What is your name?" The woman bit her red lip before reluctantly uttering 3 words, "Wang Lulu." Xiao Ran responded with an amused, "Oh," and continued, "Lu Bingqing has already abandoned you. How do you feel about that?" This was a calculated blow to her psyche. Ignoring her reaction, Xiao Ran led Wang Lulu into the villa. With a swift motion, the door closed automatically, sealing shut with precision, leaving no trace behind. Even the hole from earlier seemed to vanish as if it had never existed. Thus, any notion of using fire, water, or smoke to force Xiao Ran out of the villa was clearly a delusion. Lu Bingqing clenched his fists tightly, wishing fervently for Xiao Ran to be within reach, so he could deliver a beating. Yet, this remained a mere fantasy. Nevertheless, it served as a reminder: weapons were abundant in the outside world. The toxic hail does not even need to melt. Merely brushing against the skin brings forth a searing pain. And what of the liquid formed from the toxic hail? The agony it causes is unbearable. Today, he fell victim to such a weapon wielded by Xiao Ran, and next time, he too would employ the toxic hail. It is remarkably simple and extraordinarily effective. The 4 professional bodyguards were incapacitated in an instant, their potential utterly wasted. However, Lu Bingqing found himself perplexed, given the frigid weather. How could Xiao Ran have melted the hail? Did she encase it in a plastic bag and rely on body heat to dissolve it? Perhaps it could work. But one would think it imprudent to attempt melting ice while on the brink of freezing to death. What method did Xiao Ran truly employ? If the toxic hail could not be melted, then its inherent power would be limited, serving only to strike like stones. His thoughts drifted to Wang Lulu. Despite his usually composed demeanor, he felt a twitch in his face. Accustomed to leading a large corporation where every word he uttered commanded respect, he had never been so subjugated. "Xiao Ran, you must perish." His complexion darkened, and his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Chapter 64. The temptation of hot pot. An hour later, a loud click echoed as the iron door swung open. Wang Lulu emerged first, followed by Xiao Ran, who astonishingly carried a stove. Lu Bingqing gritted his teeth, wishing he could obliterate Xiao Ran with his very own fangs. Xiao Ran, unfazed, set the stove down, added charcoal, and then brought forth a pot from the room, placing it atop the stove. With a snap, the lights flickered on, revealing a pot filled with bubbling red-hot oil, with ingredients faintly visible within. Goodness, it was hot pot. As the crowd beheld the scene, they could not help but instinctively swallow, their mouths watering with an indescribable longing. In moments of hunger and cold, is there anything more delightful than savoring a steaming pot of hot pot? How utterly detestable of Xiao Ran to tempt them so. However, Lu Bingqing did not even glance at the hot pot. Instead, he beckoned to Wang Lulu. "Come here." Trembling, Wang Lulu approached. Xiao Ran then presented plates of sliced meat and vegetables. Wearing a slight smile as he surveyed the onlookers, each face betraying an insatiable desire. "Do you wish to eat?" he asked nonchalantly. Who wouldn't desire it? Yet, who dared to approach? Setting aside the water gun in Xiao Ran's hand, the very pathway itself was perilous, with toxic water potentially cascading down at any moment. Xiao Ran was indeed there, but he stood perilously close to the iron gate, capable of leaping into the villa in an instant. What would become of the others then? Nevertheless, the aroma of the hot pot was overwhelmingly enticing, causing them to salivate uncontrollably. Xiao Ran had already begun to cook the meat, dipping it into the sauce and taking a bite. "Oh, it's so hot," he exclaimed, nearly spitting it out, yet after a few moments of swirling it in his mouth, he began to chew. Delicious, simply delightful. After swallowing, he addressed the crowd. "If you wish to partake, it is quite simple. Each of you must bow to me and shout 'Fool' at Lu Bingqing." The crowd hesitated. Bowing was trivial. In this day and age, what value did dignity hold? They could endure a moment of embarrassment. However, to insult Lu Bingxing was another matter entirely. Who would dare to berate their leader? Would they still be able to forge ahead together in the future? Lu Bingxing raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Xiao Ran was indeed undermining his authority. How can he expect to lead others after enduring such humiliation? This will forever be a dark chapter in his life. He glared at Xiao Ran, contemplating issuing a command to attack. Yet his 4 bodyguards lay unconscious on the ground, their fates uncertain. Should he send someone to charge into the passage? What if Xiao Ran suddenly activated the sprinkler system? Others are not foolish. Who would dare to act in such a moment? Why did Xiao Ran choose to enjoy hot pot in that particular spot? He surely knew that no one would dare to make a move there. This young man, despite his age, proves to be remarkably challenging to deal with. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he managed to spit out, "You are merely a nouveau riche. What is there to be proud of? You won 500 million from the lottery, and after taxes, you're left with only 400 million. What right do you have to compare yourself to me? The head of a 100 billion empire?" Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "Mr. Lu, it seems you also hail from humble beginnings. It was only by clinging to your family's fortune that you began to soar. So, since neither of us is a self-made success, what right do you have to mock me? Furthermore, if we are to compare financial strength, Mr. Lu, you appear to be no different from a beggar. Do you not? Would everyone care for some hot pot? My earlier proposal has a time limit. There are only 30. 29. 28 seconds remaining." As he counted down, the crowd grew increasingly anxious. 30 seconds is far too brief for consideration. I want to eat. I'm starving. There's meat. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves, kneeling before Xiao Ran to bow their head, then whispering an apology to Lu Bingxing before exclaiming loudly, "Fool." Having spoken, he boldly approached Xiao Ran. Since Xiao Ran was present in the corridor, as long as he remained seated, there was no possibility of any toxic water pouring down. Even if it meant facing death, one ought to die with a full stomach. "May I eat now?" the man inquired. Xiao Ran gestured invitingly. "There are no chairs, so please make do and squat while you eat." The man, undeterred by the lack of comfort, eagerly seized a pair of disposable chopsticks and began to eat. He dipped a piece of lamb into the hot pot, lifted it out, and after a brief moment of seasoning, as he savored it, a wave of satisfaction washed over him, nearly bringing him to tears. He never thought he would taste lamb hot pot in this lifetime again. Observing his voracious appetite, the others could no longer remain idle. One person took the lead, prompting the rest. "Why hesitate? Apologies, Mr. Lu." They all greeted Lu Bingxing first, then collectively chastised him, followed by a bow to Xiao Ran, before rushing over to join him around the hot pot. What a blissful moment it was, in such frigid weather, to gather around a hot pot, consuming steaming dishes, brought an unparalleled warmth. It was a comfort, even verging on happiness. If Xiao Ran were to extend an invitation to them at this moment, it is likely that every single one would enthusiastically agree, with at least 9 out of 10 readily assenting, and the last one might only hesitate for 3 minutes before nodding in agreement. What was of utmost importance now? Certainly, it was food, especially a warm, hearty hot pot filled with both meat and vegetables. Who could resist such a delight? Alas, Xiao Ran had no intention of doing so. To speak candidly, Lu Bingxing was utterly tormented by desire, yet he was acutely aware that even if he pleaded for mercy, Xiao Ran would never acquiesce. Therefore, he clung tenaciously to the remnants of his dignity and remained silent. "Daddy, I'm hungry." At that moment, a child's voice rang out unexpectedly. The cold outside had roused the child from slumber. "No, I want to eat meat. I want hot pot." The child pointed towards the stove, clearly visible to him as he was cradled in Lu Bingxing's arms, where a steaming pot simmered, surrounded by a group of people eagerly cooking meat. "What do you mean eat?" Lu Bingxing exclaimed in frustration, feeling betrayed by those around him. Did his son wish to follow suit? "No, I want to eat. I want to eat." The child immediately burst into tears, evidently spoiled and accustomed to indulgence. Lu Bingxing, overwhelmed with annoyance, could not restrain himself from delivering a few sharp slaps to his son's backside, eliciting a chorus of pained cries. "Have you lost your mind? The child is so young and has gone days without a proper meal. Isn't it entirely natural for him to crave food?" Wang Lulu swiftly snatched the child away, glaring angrily at Lu Bingxing. In truth, Lu Bingxing regretted his actions immediately after, waving his hand to signal Wang Lulu to hold their son further away. Just as he was about to speak, he witnessed the first person approaching Xiao Ran suddenly collapse onto the ground, clutching their throat. their face turning a ghastly shade of pale. Chapter 65. Collective poisoning. What on earth is happening? Everyone gasped in shock, their attention turning towards the fallen individual, who, grasping their throat, began to vomit violently, expelling everything they had consumed moments earlier. Ugh! Another person collapsed, succumbing to the same fate of relentless retching. It seemed as though a switch had been flipped, causing all those gathered to collapse to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Thus, the answer was self-evident. Xiao Ran. Lu Bingsheng was both furious and astonished, thinking to himself that these rascals had brought this upon themselves. Indeed, this was surely food poisoning. Was what Xiao Ran had provided so easily obtained? Now they were reaping the consequences of their actions. Yet, he was equally perplexed as Xiao Ran had dined with these individuals. And he was the first to partake. How was it that he remained unscathed? Did you poison them? He inquired loudly. At that moment, the others had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Ran chuckled and replied, "It cannot truly be called poisoning. I merely fed them a few apple seeds." Lu Bingsheng was momentarily taken aback. Then, upon further reflection, blurted out, "Cyanide poisoning." Xiao Ran, surprised, then laughed. "Your reaction is quite swift. Have you pondered poisoning your own wife on numerous occasions? How could you possibly acquire such an abundance of apples?" Lu Bingsheng was baffled. Apple seeds contain cyanide. But to reach a lethal dose for a human, how much would be required? Dozens of pounds? Hundreds of pounds? Given the current circumstances, how could you have procured such a quantity? Xiao Ran smiled slightly. "I purchased them previously. I am a law-abiding citizen, never engaging in any thievery." Was this a veiled jab at his own intrusion upon the villa? Naturally, Lu Bingsheng's face did not flush with embarrassment. Instead, he inquired, "But why are you unharmed?" Xiao Ran glanced at those sprawled on the ground. The toxicity of cyanide was exceedingly potent, and these individuals had gradually fallen silent. He smiled and explained, "Because I merely sprinkled the powder made from the apple seeds into their seasoning, to ensure that these individuals would inevitably use the condiments." He refrained from adding a single grain of salt to the hot pot. Consequently, after tasting the bland food, they instinctively reached for the seasonings. Lu Bingsheng suddenly realized, exclaiming, "You truly are cunning. However, your patience is remarkable. You meticulously peeled each apple seed and ground the seeds. Why not simply utilize toxic hail instead?" Xiao Ran shook his head. Even if the flavor of the condiments were overpowering, it could not mask the scent of the poisonous liquid. Conversely, the aroma of the apple seeds can be easily concealed. Of course, the primary reason for this methodical approach was his sheer idleness. What else could he do? Beyond binge-watching dramas, playing cards, and exercising, he needed to find additional activities. Thus, the idea of poisoning with apple seeds, requiring such patience, emerged from his mind. Lu Bingsheng stared blankly at Xiao Ran, struggling to fathom the mindset that allowed him to complete such preliminary tasks. "You must be exceedingly idle. No, you must possess an overabundance of resources. Did you truly peel away hundreds of pounds of apples just like that? Are you aware that nowadays, even a single fresh apple could procure a woman's company for a night?" He was unaware that Xiao Ran would never entertain wastefulness. The peeled apples were stored in a spatial realm where they would not spoil, allowing them to be consumed later. At that moment, all those who had partaken in the hot pot had succumbed. The potency of cyanide was simply too overwhelming. Xiao Ran smiled faintly as he approached Lu Bingsheng, who felt a chill run through him. Had Xiao Ran displayed any extraordinary martial prowess? Not in the slightest. At the outset, he employed a water gun to swiftly neutralize his 4 exceptionally formidable bodyguards. Subsequently, he utilized a hot pot as bait, compelling his subordinates to poison themselves, thereby achieving the remarkable feat of eliminating multiple adversaries with a single stroke. Throughout the ordeal, Xiao Ran merely took action when seizing Wang Lulu, while the remainder of his tactics were characterized by cunning and intellect. Remarkably, the weapons he wielded were the most commonplace items, easily found on the ground. Toxic hail and apples, how mundane they were. Lu Bingsheng, self-proclaimed as astute, found himself utterly defeated in this confrontation. As Xiao Ran advanced relentlessly, Lu Bingsheng's spirit waned completely. If so many had failed to contend with Xiao Ran, how could he alone prevail? Oh, there were Wang Lulu and his son. But was there certainty that these two would not hinder him? His most reliable 4 bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Left to languish in such frigid conditions, survival seemed unlikely. How could he possibly confront the formidable Xiao Ran? After casting a glance at his son, he abruptly turned and fled with remarkable speed. Moreover, he extinguished his flashlight, rendering it nearly impossible to locate him in the pitch-black garage. However, nearly does not equate to absolutely. Xiao Ran smirked as the portal to space opened, and with a swift motion, dozens of bullets were unleashed. The air was filled with urgent cries of despair, soon followed by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground, and then an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Xiao Ran effectively unleashed a barrage akin to a machine gun, requiring no precise aim, as a few bullets were bound to find their mark. Even a single hit, under such extreme cold, signified death. Lu Bingqing met his demise. Words uttered by a brash man carry no threat. Thus Xiao Ran could spare his life, for he could eliminate him at will. However, Lu Bingqing was a different matter. Even with the demise of his 4 bodyguards, he could still stir up considerable trouble. Those who pose a threat must be dealt with decisively. Regrettably, the thought of Lu's death diminished the thrill of tormenting Wang Lulu. Am I becoming somewhat twisted? Xiao Ran couldn't help but reflect, then chuckled to himself. In such a world, who could remain unscathed? In comparison, his own transgressions were merely those of a petty villain. The extent of his depravity limited. He then turned to Wang Lulu and said, "Should you find yourself hungry in the future, do seek me out." Wang Lulu was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Lu Bingqing, her protector, had abandoned her and her child. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that Lu had already met his end and could no longer serve as her support. Glancing around, she noticed the faint glow of flashlights. Evidently, neighbors had come to witness the commotion. It was perplexing that, at such a time, they still had the inclination to observe. This incident would undoubtedly cement Xiao Ran's fearsome reputation. Surely, no one would dare oppose him again. Wang Lulu had no choice but to submit, asking, "May I bring my son along?" What? To allow a child to witness their transaction? That would indeed be perverse. Wang Lulu merely wished for her son to have a warm meal, and without overthinking, she felt discontented when declined. She nodded to Xiao Ran and hurriedly took her son away. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and proclaimed in a loud voice, "I hereby announce a few rules. First, whoever dares to lay a hand on the woman I desire shall meet their demise. Second, confident beauties are welcome to trade with me. I can offer food and water." He was aware that many lurked in the shadows, and this declaration was directed at them. Given his notorious reputation, who would dare dismiss his words as mere whispers? Certainly. Xiao Ran was not concerned about Han Yun, Wang Lulu, and the others. Rather, he recognized that if he could not guarantee their safety, how could they come to him for amusement? He was unwilling to venture outside, not only due to the cold, but also because of the inherent dangers. Even if he was invincible in direct confrontation, what if he were ambushed from behind? Caution is the mother of safety in matters of security. Being overly cautious is never excessive. What time is it now? Are there still laws and morals to speak of? Thus, one must remain vigilant. Indeed, this battle solidified Xiao Ran's legendary status. The god of death. Following the calamity, how many perished at his hands? Dozens. What else could he be called if not a harbinger of death, a demon? Yet, how many would ponder that these individuals were not slain without cause? On the contrary, they were all nefarious intruders intent on violating Xiao Ran's domain. Is it wrong to protect oneself and one's home? Others, however, would think only of Xiao Ran's brutality. Yet, this was precisely the outcome he desired. He did not seek sympathy, admiration, or affection from others. Fear, that would suit him perfectly. Within a room, Zheng Wan wore a grim expression. Even a remarkable individual like Lu Bingqing fell short against Xiao Ran. How could she possibly seek revenge? Even now, despite her possession of a considerable amount of resources, could she truly inspire others to assist her in confronting Xiao Ran? Who would dare? Furthermore, rather than seeking to eliminate Xiao Ran, would it not be far easier to eliminate her instead? At present, Xiao Ran looms like a formidable overlord. Of course, this is predicated on the assumption that all parties are wielding cold weapons. Should one manage to acquire a firearm, even the most timid souls might find the courage to challenge Xiao Ran. But how to procure a gun? This is not a place where firearms are ubiquitous. Unless one ventures outside, where it is certain that the police station is either deserted or its occupants have succumbed to the cold. Acquiring a firearm, there would be a simple task. She pondered earnestly. It is not entirely impossible to go outside. Donning heavy clothing, coupled with a raincoat, could significantly shield her from toxins, and perhaps she could venture out while shielding herself with a table or something similar. Short distances could certainly be attempted. However, given the frigid conditions outside, any rudimentary defense would not endure for long. Ultimately, the outcome would either be injury from hail, a slow death from poison, or succumbing to the cold. Zheng Wan briefly entertained this tantalizing notion before discarding it. No one would willingly accompany her in her madness. Wait, could she not collaborate with Lu Bingsheng? While many in the community might submit to Xiao Ran, Lu Bingsheng would most certainly not. For him, submission would equate to a death sentence. Thus, he harbors a profound enmity towards Xiao Ran. It is worth a try. Yet, a dilemma arises. She is unaware of Lu Bingsheng's whereabouts, nor does she know that he has already perished. Zheng Wan's gaze was filled with venom. She attributed the shattering of her family and the death of her loved ones solely to Xiao Ran. I must kill you. Zheng Wan gritted her teeth, her expression filled with malice. Lu Bingsheng was dead, and Zhang Kuan had been humiliated multiple times. Following the agreed terms, Xiao Ran rewarded those who had acted against Zhang Kuan and subsequently announced the cessation of the bounty on him. He was merely an old fool, devoid of followers. What tides could he possibly turn? Xiao Ran couldn't be bothered with him. The following day, Xiao Ran noticed that the number of corpses in the garage diminished by 1 or 2 each day. Who was pilfering the bodies? Curiosity piqued. He decided to install surveillance specifically aimed at the corpses, allowing him to monitor the garage's activity as well. During the renovations, he had intended for Jia Yungue to set up a camera, but Jia insisted that public areas were off-limits for such installations. However, after much persuasion from Xiao Ran, they managed to run a wire to the location. Thus, the task at hand was straightforward. He simply needed to mount the camera. Once completed, he paid it no further mind and went to the gym. This marked the 13th day of the apocalypse, and in 2 days, it would be the anniversary of his demise in his previous life. As the date approached, an unsettling feeling gripped him. Fearing that all of this might merely be a figment of his imagination before death, a fleeting illusion. In light of this, he resolved to cast aside all worries and indulge in pleasures. Time slipped by, and soon 2 days had passed. On the 15th day of the apocalypse, he refrained from inviting Han Yun and the others, opting instead to spend the day in solitude, accompanied only by the leopard. As time waned, night fell, and he lay in bed, wide-eyed and unable to find sleep. One night passed, bringing the 16th day of the apocalypse. Xiao Ran awoke to a world shrouded in darkness outside his window. He glanced at the time displayed on his phone, June 16th, for 12 a.m. In his previous life, his existence had come to an end on June 15th. Thus, this was not a mere figment of his dying imagination but a tangible reality. He had been reborn, endowed with memories and an abundance of resources. With a chuckle, Xiao Ran dialed Lu Mei's number. Her voice, slightly lethargic, indicated that she had been roused from slumber. Clearly disturbed by his call at such an ungodly hour. Xiao Ran, you better have a good reason for waking me up, or I swear I will make you regret it, she retorted. Xiao Ran laughed softly. I'm not dreaming, am I? Is it really you I'm calling at this late hour just to inquire if you're dreaming? Lu Mei's voice escalated in volume, her irritation likely reaching its peak. Mei, who is that? A woman's voice interjected from the background, sweet and captivating, stirring a flutter in Xiao Ran's heart. Was this Lu Mei's close friend, Yu? They were actually sharing a bed. A thrill of curiosity surged within him. Could there be something more intimate, perhaps a relationship of a romantic nature between them? The thought ignited a desire in Xiao Ran to leap through the phone, to indulge in the sight before him, and perhaps even partake in this intriguing entanglement. Lu Mei was truly exceptional. Yet, he pondered whether she remained untouched. After experiencing betrayal in his previous life, he now held a significant concern regarding a woman's purity. Well, as long as this isn't a dream, you both should go back to sleep, Xiao Ran remarked with a smile, decisively ending the call. This nearly drove Lu Mei on the other end of the line to madness. You wake someone from their slumber with a mere phone call and hang up after a single sentence? How can one be so tormenting? No way. Xiao Ran's phone was already switched off. Xiao Ran, you scoundrel. Lu Mei was beside herself with frustration. Finally, dawn broke. Xiao Ran rose, stretching languorously, brimming with vitality. Transitioning from the 15th to the 16th, he seemed to have transformed entirely. No longer plagued by uncertainties, he had indeed been reborn. In this lifetime, he vowed to live splendidly, unshackled by any constraints. I shall do as I please. Who dares to stop me? A mischievous grin curled at the corners of Xiao Ran's mouth. What should he do today? His thoughts drifted to his ex-wife, since the 15th had passed. It was time to release the burdens of his past. Yes, it was time to eliminate her. However, Xiao Ran had no intention of personally venturing out. Instead, he seized a microphone, connected it to a speaker, opened the window, and cranked the volume to the maximum. Dear neighbors, I am currently offering a bounty for a person named Xiao Ran. Anyone who captures her alive will be rewarded with 2 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food. With that, he swiftly closed the window. The cold gusts that rushed in were bone-chilling. While he remained unfazed, the entire neighborhood erupted in chaos. It is crucial to understand that the longer one endures in a post-apocalyptic world, the more severe the shortage of food and clean water becomes. The value of those 2 boxes of instant noodles today had escalated tremendously compared to the first and second days of the apocalypse. One could say, these provisions were enough to drive people to madness. In a certain room in the community, she has now finally learned of Lu Bingqing's demise, thus losing yet another potential ally. This revelation fills her with both reluctance and despair. However, the announcement that reverberated throughout the community left her chilled to the bone and in a state of turmoil. The adage with great rewards comes great courage rings true. Yet she is not Lu Bingqing. Who would fear her? Consequently, anyone could turn against her next. Who could she still trust? Lu Kansas. A fleeting glance at him tightened her chest, for she noticed that Lu Kan was brandishing a kitchen knife, his face radiating a murderous intent, his lips parting as if to speak. In that fleeting moment, a singular thought consumed her. Strike first. Without hesitation, she lunged with the fruit knife in her hand. Plunge. Lu Kan offered no resistance, seemingly caught off guard, as she swiftly sliced open his throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He stared blankly at Xiao Ran, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief, as if he could not fathom that she would turn against him. A fierce glint flickered in Xiao Ran's eyes. You show no mercy, so do not blame me for my ruthlessness. You intend to capture me to claim the bounty from Xiao Ran? You shall die. At that moment, 2 men burst into the scene, momentarily taken aback by the unfolding drama. Xiao Ran hurriedly explained. It was Lu Kan who sought to take me to Xiao Ran for the reward. Please, do not misunderstand. These 2 were her recent allies. And should they misconstrue her actions as the betrayal of a comrade, their small faction would disintegrate in an instant. Plunge. Ha ha. Suddenly, both men erupted into laughter, doubling over as if they had encountered the most amusing of spectacles. Xiao Ran, perplexed by their mirth, could not help but inquire, What are you laughing at? How foolish you are. Luo who scoffed. We were quietly discussing how to send you to Xiao Ran, but unexpectedly, Lu Kan overheard us. We chased after him with the intention of eliminating him, yet he managed to escape to you. Who could have predicted that Xiao Ran would personally eliminate her only ally? It is both ironic and absurd. With Lu Kan's assistance, Xiao Ran might have had a fighting chance, 2 against 2. Even though she is a woman. In a desperate struggle, she could have had a shot at victory. Moreover, Luo Hu and his companion had to consider the possibility of suffering significant losses in a Pyrrhic victory. Would they still pursue? But now? Xiao Ran's body trembled. She had effectively destroyed her own defenses. How could a frail woman confront 2 strong men? What drove her to such impulsiveness? Why didn't she allow Lu Kan to express himself? The other party clearly wished to speak, yet she was too hasty and frightened, eager to strike first. No, the blame should not rest solely on her. Lu Kan should bear some responsibility. He could have spoken upon entering. Why lead her to misunderstand? In such circumstances, anyone would have acted. She refused to cast blame upon herself and instead shifted the responsibility onto Lu Kan, dismissing the matter from her mind. With a fruit knife in hand, she shouted, Stay back. Do not approach. Luo Hu and his companion merely smirked. If Lu Kan were still present, they might have hesitated. But against a solitary woman? They advanced, one to the left and one to the right, encircling her. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran opened the door to see Han Yun and the others off. After a while, the doorbell to the basement rang unexpectedly. Xiao Ran glanced at the monitor, revealing 3 individuals, 2 of whom he recognized. One was Lin Lin's husband, the loquacious man, and the other was his ex-wife, Xiao Ran. However, her current state was far from favorable. Her hands were bound, her face bore multiple injuries, and her expression was filled with venomous resentment. Chapter 68. Past and present grievances, how efficient they were. A faint smile crept onto Xiao Ran's lips as he opened the door without hesitation. If this were a trap, and the loquacious man intended to exploit this opportunity to deceive him into opening the door and then seize him, the outcome would only be his merciless consumption by the portal of space. Yet, the loquacious man greeted him with an exaggeratedly obsequious grin, bowing and scraping in a manner most servile. Xiao Ran couldn't help but sigh. This man's spine had clearly been broken, having dallied with his wife. He could still smile so warmly, revealing a deep-seated submission. How utterly uninteresting. He gestured towards the 2 boxes of instant noodles inside, saying, "Take them." The loquacious man and his companion were overjoyed, promptly shoving Zhongwan inside and then each carrying a box of noodles as they fled. Xiao Ran pressed a button on the remote, sealing the iron door, and then turned his gaze to his ex-wife. Zhongwan forced herself to suppress her bitter expression, managing to squeeze out a smile. "Xiao Ran, we have far too many misunderstandings between us." Xiao Ran raised his hand, silencing her. "What do you think of this place?" he inquired. Zhongwan appeared bewildered, pausing for several seconds before responding, "It's wonderful. This place is fantastic." She finally grasped the extent of the renovations Xiao Ran had made over the past 2 months. Xiao Ran smiled gently, guiding her upstairs. As the 2 individuals descended to the first floor, Zhang Wan's gaze was immediately drawn to the roaring fireplace, which exuded an inviting warmth that even caused her to break into a light sweat despite her thick winter attire. However, her hands were bound, rendering her unable to remove her cumbersome clothing. Xiao Ran, too, seemed unconcerned with this predicament. The leopard approached, its eyes glinting with malice as it fixed its gaze upon Zhang Wan, emitting a low growl. Had it not been for Xiao Ran's command, it would have undoubtedly pounced upon her. Zhang Wan trembled slightly. A dog that bites does not bark, and it was clear that the leopard belonged to the category of vicious beasts. Yet, Xiao Ran produced a plate containing a perfectly seared steak and placed it before the leopard, saying, "Eat." To her astonishment, the creature did not partake. Instead, it continued to stare intently at Zhang Wan. In its simplistic understanding, Zhang Wan was the enemy, and with an intruder in the home, how could it indulge in food? Its instinct was to protect its master and guard its territory. "Are you actually feeding a dog steak?" Zhang Wan exclaimed, rendered speechless by disbelief. What had society come to? People now consumed instant noodles, biscuits, and bread. Only families with ample provisions could afford white rice. Meat? Apologies, but which household would stockpile fresh meat? Even salted meat was not a common practice for every family. Thus, to lavish such a delicacy upon a dog seemed outrageous. Were there no fears of being scorned for such extravagance? Xiao Ran offered a faint smile as he settled himself at the table, which was already laden with an abundance of food. There were king crabs, river shrimp, mutton soup, and braised beef, a veritable feast. "Are you truly going to consume all this by yourself? Do you not fear succumbing to gluttony? Such waste, an utter waste." Zhang Wan remarked incredulously. "Are you envious?" Xiao Ran inquired. Zhang Wan instinctively nodded, her gaze towards Xiao Ran shifting from hatred to a fervent yearning. "Darling, shall we start anew?" she implored. A booming laugh escaped Xiao Ran, laced with derision. "Look at yourself," he scoffed as he turned on the television. Instantly, vibrant images flickered to life. Han Yun and Wang Lulu were simply stunning. Their figures, even though she considered herself beautiful as a woman, she felt dwarfed in comparison to their radiant allure. Yet, even such breathtaking beauties could only serve humbly at Xiao Ran's feet. A pallor washed over her face. If Xiao Ran was with such exquisite women, would he still regard her? "Xiao Ran, what have I done to deserve this? Why treat me so cruelly?" In a sudden outburst, she lost her composure, her previously submissive demeanor replaced by a fierce glare directed at him, as the last remnants of her hope evaporated. Xiao Ran chuckled. "You still have the audacity to question me?" Indeed, a venomous woman never reflects on her own faults. "Nevertheless, I have no intention of engaging in a debate with you. I show you this merely to illustrate how splendid my life is now, to evoke regret, jealousy, and resentment within you, to awaken you, to bring you to tears and repentance. That is a task suited for the underworld, while my purpose is simply to send you there." With a smirk, Xiao Ran pushed Zhang Wan towards the door. Panic-stricken, she realized his intentions and cried out in alarm. "Xiao Ran, what are you planning? What do you want?" No, no. Xiao Ran remained utterly unmoved as he opened the door, a faint smile gracing his face. With a swift kick, he sent Zhang Wan sprawling outside. "Whether in this life or the next, farewell," he declared, before decisively shutting the door behind him. Although the hailstones had lessened in size since their initial ferocity, they still struck like marbles, inflicting considerable pain. The most perilous aspect was their toxicity, searing the skin upon contact. Zhang Wan screamed in desperation, seeking refuge, yet the relentless hail continued to rain down upon her, amplifying her cries as she faltered, rolling on the ground in agony. "Xiao Ran, save me, help me," she called out to the one person who might have come to her aid. But her voice dwindled until it faded into silence. She too lay still, not succumbing to poison from mere contact, for that would not be so swift, but rather to the bitter cold. Xiao Ran observed from the window, his face devoid of any expression. Just as he had proclaimed, Zheng Wan was dead. The enmity from both past and present now erased. He could finally let it all go. Turning away, Xiao Ran felt an extraordinary lightness of heart. Firstly, the 15-day limit had passed, affirming that he had truly been reborn. Secondly, the last of the Zheng family had met their end, freeing him from the knots of his past. From this point onward, he could simply indulge in the pleasures of life. Whistling a tune, he commenced his workout, determined not to neglect his fitness routine. After completing his exercises, he took a shower and began to review the surveillance footage from the newly installed cameras in the garage. As he skimmed through the footage, he quickly discovered that yet another body had vanished. A group of burly men was seen lifting a corpse, soon disappearing into the shadows. Lu Yang from Building 4. Xiao Ran recognized one of the individuals. So, has the entire block force succumbed to cannibalism? A shiver ran down his spine, for Lu Yang and his companions had been frequently pilfering corpses, almost every 2 days, and considering that an adult weighs at least 100 pounds. How could a few individuals possibly consume all that within such a short span? It must be that the entire building is involved. Contemplating this, Xiao Ran felt a chill envelop him. What a world this is. Chapter 69. Stepping out. Another night has passed. It is the 17th day of the apocalypse. Upon awakening, Xiao Ran's spirits lifted immediately, for each day now felt like a fresh beginning. Wait? He gazed in astonishment out the window, where the previously dim and oppressive landscape had transformed, revealing a distinct brightness. The fog has lifted. Excitement surged within him as he dashed to the window. Indeed, visibility had remarkably improved to about 20 meters. Although the fog had not completely dissipated, venturing outside no longer posed the risk of losing one's way. He could finally step out. Xiao Ran's heart soared. He had been confined within the community for over half a month. Despite the daily company of women, such interactions could not solely occupy his time beyond eating and sleeping, leaving him quite bored. After all, being compelled to be a homebody is a far cry from choosing to be one. It was high time for an outing. Most importantly, he needed to procure some energy sources, such as gasoline and diesel, which had been nearly impossible to acquire in abundance prior to the apocalypse. As for Lu Mei's friend, that was another story altogether. She must possess significant connections. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to allocate several acres of land for her to construct an apocalyptic fortress. With wealth and influence, acquiring more diesel and gasoline would surely be a simple matter. Never mind, it is of little consequence. The zero-cost purchase is still timely. Xiao Ran revealed a smile. His G-Class was acquired for just over 2 million, yet the modifications amounted to over 5 million. The vehicle's windows were replaced with bulletproof glass, and the tires were designed for enhanced traction. The body also possessed remarkable insulation properties, complemented by a specially designed heating system, rendering the vehicle's defensive capabilities exceptionally robust. After many days of waiting, it finally had a purpose. One can only hope that the roads outside would not be congested, a significant concern indeed. When the hailstorm initially struck, the morning rush hour had yet to conclude, resulting in a multitude of vehicles on the streets. Many undoubtedly failed to find shelter in time, leaving their windows shattered. And with the added fog, how many would abandon their cars on the road? In this moment, Xiao Ran wished fervently that he had prepared a tank. The sole piece of comforting news was that the nearest gas station was only about 2 kilometers away. It should pose no great difficulty. Xiao Ran prepared himself and set forth. Leopard, this time you cannot accompany me. Stay home and keep watch. The dog barked, uncertain if it understood. Xiao Ran made his way to the surface garage. The villa's garage was located above ground, although the basement could also be converted into a garage, depending on the owner's preference. In Xiao Ran's case, he transformed the basement into a living room and monitoring room to maximize space. He entered the vehicle, closed the door, and with a roar, the engine ignited as the G-Class slowly emerged from the garage. Hail immediately pelted against the roof, producing a crisp sound. Xiao Ran smiled slightly, untroubled. Ordinary cars might have cause for concern regarding damage to their roofs, unless they were of such poor quality that they were filled with foam. So Xiao Ran's modified and reinforced luxury vehicle was certainly not a source of worry. Indeed, hail struck against the glass, presenting a true test of resilience. One might claim that the G-Class boasts bulletproof glass, which can even be reinforced with a steel mesh, effectively keeping the hail at bay. Remarkably stable. The ground had already turned to ice, rendering it exceedingly slippery. However, equipped with anti-skid tires, the G-Class navigated with remarkable steadiness. Xiao Ran remained exceedingly cautious, maintaining a speed of around 20 kilometers per hour. Was there any need for haste? The vehicle traversed the community, soon arriving at the entrance. Yet, the sensor had long ceased to function, rendering the barrier immovable. No matter, I shall charge through. With a swift press of the accelerator, the car surged forward, crashing through. With the addition of a collision barrier of superior quality and a modified engine, not merely a pole, but even a wall would be effortlessly toppled. However, Xiao Ran did not conceal his presence. Visibility hovered around 20 meters, allowing many to witness the spectacle. Who might that be? It is Xiao Ran. I saw that vehicle emerging from the villa. How audacious of him to venture out. Is he not concerned about the hail shattering his car windows? Indeed, while the fog has dissipated today, the hail has not ceased. Perhaps we should also take a chance. Yes, we could shield the car windows with blankets, leaving only a small opening to see the road, and drive slowly and cautiously. Venturing out should not be too difficult. Yes, indeed, we must take the risk. Otherwise, we may very well perish from hunger or thirst. Many individuals summoned their courage and hurried to the underground parking lot. Yet numerous others, either too fearful or lacking vehicles, mostly the elderly, ventured there only to discuss unrelated matters. Rather than risk the outside world, why not reap rewards without effort? However, Xiao Ran paid no heed to the others. He drove on, and although his speed was not brisk, he truly departed the community. He felt akin to a dragon emerging from the depths of the sea. What exhilaration! Moreover, fortune favored Xiao Ran. Although the streets were indeed cluttered with numerous parked cars, he managed to navigate around them. Only at one point did he encounter an insurmountable obstruction where 3 vehicles had collided, completely blocking the road. No matter, he rolled down the window, held an umbrella aloft, and reached out to press a button on one of the cars. Instantly, it vanished from sight, transported to another dimension. With one vehicle removed, Xiao Ran retracted the umbrella, closed the window, and continued on. After approximately 2 kilometers, he swiftly arrived at the gas station. He parked, exited the car, locked it, and proceeded directly to the storage area for fuel tanks. He intended to take them all at once. One by one, he collected the fuel tanks into the alternate space. In total, there were 3 tanks, corresponding to 92 and 98 octane gasoline and diesel. But the absence of 95 octane left Xiao Ran somewhat displeased. He had made the same trip, yet returned with 1 less canister. Fortunately, each tank was almost full, suggesting they had just been replenished before the impending catastrophe. Splendid indeed. At that moment, several individuals leaped from the vehicle, evidently there to refuel. They rushed to grab the fuel nozzles, but were swiftly met with disappointment. First, due to the power outage, the nozzles were rendered inoperative. Second, the fuel tank had been taken away by Xiao Ran, making it utterly impossible for any fuel to emerge. The roof of the gas station, designed to shield against rain, could also offer some protection from hail. However, it was no match for the cold. The individuals shivered uncontrollably, arms tightly wrapped around themselves, donning hats and cloth masks that obscured their faces entirely. Naturally, they noticed Xiao Ran and immediately fixated on his attire. It was a custom-made windbreaker, suitable even for climbing Mount Everest. Thus its thermal insulation was indisputable, even if they lacked an eye for quality. A mere glance would reveal that this was undoubtedly a high-end product. Hey, if you don't want us to beat you to a pulp, you'd better strip off that jacket. One of them shouted, brandishing a stick menacingly at Xiao Ran. Chapter 70. I must eliminate you. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow and replied, It's freezing. What will I do if I take off my clothes and freeze to death? Whether you freeze to death is of no concern to us. The speaker retorted, likely the leader of the group, as he was the only one voicing words while the others merely sneered, brandishing their sticks and kitchen knives, exuding an aura that suggested they would not hesitate to bludgeon or slash him if he did not comply. Xiao Ran shook his head. He was not a person with a penchant for violence, yet here he was, being coerced. With a faint smile, he reached into his pocket and produced a realistic-looking gun from another dimension. What? Instantly, the group's pupils dilated with apprehension, causing them to instinctively retreat. Guns. Who among us is not terrified at their sight? Fierce. Continue your bravado. Xiao Ran spoke calmly. Now, all of you, run to the street. Whoever comes in last, I shall end your life. A collective gasp echoed through the group. We could be struck by hail, they exclaimed in unison. This hail is particularly venomous. A single blow inflicts dual agony, and the pain from the toxin is utterly unbearable, rendering one prone on the ground in torment. In such weather, to roll on the ground? Surely, that would spell doom. Xiao Ran scoffed, what do I care? Returning their words with disdain, the group exchanged fierce glances, their eyes glinting with malice. If that is the case, let us fight to the death. You are but one person with a single gun. While we are 11, how many can you truly kill? Let us engage. They roared in unison, charging toward Xiao Ran. Since the onset of the apocalypse, many had grown ruthless. And now it was a matter of survival. Either you perish or I do, compelling everyone to fight fiercely. Xiao Ran smiled slightly, thinking, I only fear you lack the courage to charge. In that case, I can conserve my ammunition. He opened the portal. The first few who charged ahead vanished instantly, while those who lagged behind, even upon realizing the anomaly, could not halt their momentum and plunged headlong into the portal. Only one person escaped, too slow to be ensnared. That individual trembled, his face a mask of terror. Do not kill me. I beg you, spare me. He had completely abandoned any notion of resistance. Xiao Ran shook his head. You have uncovered my secret. I must silence you. The man, utterly distraught, wept, but I know nothing. He merely witnessed an individual vanish, yet remained oblivious to the manner of their disappearance. How could he have uncovered your secret? Is it not excessive for you to silence me for such a trivial matter? A smile graced Xiao Ran's lips as a bullet stealthily emerged from the alternate space. With a soft thud, a crimson blossom erupted on the man's forehead. He gazed at Xiao Ran in disbelief before collapsing backward. Thud! He fell to the ground, his eyes forever closed in death. Xiao Ran extended his hand, removing the vehicles obstructing his G-class from both front and rear before entering the car. An enveloping warmth immediately surrounded him. He left the engine running. After all, why conserve fuel? Was he so financially strained? Safety first, that was his principle. However, he noticed that although he had forcefully breached the entrance gate of the community, several stone barriers had unexpectedly appeared, obstructing his path. Lowering the window slightly, he inquired, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Ran, we are on the brink of starvation and thirst. Therefore, you must provide us with food and water. Otherwise, we shall not permit your entry into the community. One of the elderly men proclaimed from the window. Although the security room was sheltered from hail, it offered no protection against wind or frost. With the window now open, a frigid gust swept in, causing the dozen or so elderly individuals to shiver uncontrollably. Xiao Ran chuckled. Are you not afraid I might resort to violence? Heh, we are not fools. They all brandished toy water guns, aimed squarely at Xiao Ran. This is an exceedingly ordinary water gun, a squeeze type, with a mere capacity capable of spraying a distance of only 3 to 5 meters. Yet, the moment Xiao Ran alights from the vehicle, whether to move the stone barriers or directly enter the community, they can utilize the water gun to douse him. It is evident that the liquid contained within is far from ordinary water. Rather, it has transformed from toxic hail. Xiao Ran chuckled softly, given the frigid weather. If he merely delays, the toxic liquid in the water gun will inevitably freeze. How could one extract a tube of ice? However, he had no desire to squander time engaging with these old fellows. He pressed down on the accelerator, and the car surged forward. The collision bumper first striking the stone barriers, the robust horsepower propelling the 2 stone blocks forward, rendering them utterly incapable of obstructing the vehicle's advance. After that, Xiao Ran reversed slightly, adjusted his direction, and successfully extricated himself from the stone barriers. Yet, he did not simply drive away. Instead, he retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles and tossed them towards the security room. The old fellows, initially filled with disappointment due to Xiao Ran's audacity in bulldozing through the blockade, were left wondering if they could even confront the vehicle to stage a scam. Given the ruthless nature of people today, a mere press of the accelerator would surely result in a collision. However, to their astonishment, Xiao Ran had thrown out 2 packets of instant noodles. This was too tantalizing for them to resist, as they surged out of the security room like a tidal wave, driven by a fierce competition for the noodles, despite their usual frail appearances and their demands for seats on buses. The allure of the instant noodles unleashed an astonishing vigor within them, akin to ravenous wolves attacking their prey. Fists flew, feet kicked, and amidst the chaos, some of the crafty old fellows even resorted to underhanded tactics. Suddenly, a cacophony of muffled screams erupted. Through the car window, Xiao Ran observed the farcical scene with a subtle smile gracing his lips. Behold, the newly formed alliance has swiftly crumbled into disarray. This is the essence of human nature, It cannot withstand the trials of adversity. When faced with the specters of profit and mortality, one's true self is inevitably revealed. The older men were embroiled in a chaotic melee, likely to the point of severe injury. Xiao Ran, losing interest in the spectacle, revved the engine and drove away. After parking the car, he shed his outer garment, and the leopard approached him with its tail held high. After affectionately ruffling the creature's head, Xiao Ran glanced at the clock. It was merely 3 minutes shy of 11. He decided to share a meal with the leopard first. Following their meal, he prepared some fruit, and after savoring the refreshing morsels, he brewed a cup of goji berry tea. There was no alternative. With daily exertions, one must learn to nurture oneself. Before long, Han Yun and her 3 companions arrived punctually. In a gesture of hospitality, Xiao Ran treated them to watermelon, serving each of them 2 pieces, ample yet not excessive. The 4 women were undoubtedly delighted. For Xiao Ran, such provisions were of little consequence. He possessed an abundance, with thousands of tons of watermelon alone. Even if he were to consume just 1 each day, it would last an eternity. However, for the 4 ladies, any fruit at this time was a luxury, especially as they sat in the warmth of the indoors, relishing hot pot to the point of perspiration, only to then indulge in the icy, refreshing watermelon. What a delightful experience it was. Even celestial beings would envy such pleasures. How could they possibly distance themselves from Xiao Ran? Even if he were to demand their servitude, they would obediently comply. In this era, he who controls resources reigns supreme. Certainly, one must possess the capability to safeguard resources. Otherwise, one merely becomes a harbinger of wealth. Remarkably, Xiao Ran embodies both attributes. Should he choose, he could effortlessly ascend to the dominion of the entire community. Yet, what would be the purpose? Would he truly gather a throng of subordinates merely to engage in brawls? In this era, is there even a possibility of large-scale warfare erupting? How would one venture outside? Rather, one should consider that in a few days, the majority will face starvation, and with the global population dwindling sharply, the likelihood of widespread conflict becomes implausible. Thus, in the case of minor skirmishes, Xiao Ran's spatial gateway stands as the most formidable weapon, a volley of bullets unleashed, and who could possibly withstand it? The 4 women devoured the watermelon with great enthusiasm, leaving little trace of the crimson flesh, their expressions betraying a lingering desire for more. It was not that Xiao Ran was miserly. Rather, if he allowed them to indulge fully at once, they would cease to regard it as precious. Presently, there is food to be had, yet only in limited quantities at each occasion, which naturally renders it more coveted and fosters a sense of gratitude towards Xiao Ran. The adage "a grain of rice begets kindness, a handful begets enmity" aptly illustrates this principle. After they had relished the watermelon, Xiao Ran reluctantly ushered the 4 women out. In the afternoon, numerous households were heard cursing and lamenting. It appeared that several individuals had perished, some frozen, others killed, in a scuffle over instant noodles. Upon learning of this, Xiao Ran merely smiled faintly. As long as they did not provoke him, he had little inclination to intervene. However, should they choose to antagonize him, well, they might as well meet their demise. His own life remains paramount. Yet, Xiao Ran cast a glance towards Building 4, where its inhabitants had begun resorting to cannibalism. Once such a threshold is breached, anything becomes conceivable, warranting a degree of caution. He harbors no fear of open confrontation, yet it is the hidden threats that concern him. As evening descended, a thick fog inexplicably enveloped the city, reducing visibility from 20 meters to 10, then 5, until it diminished to a mere 1 meter. Reminiscent of the days prior, those who had ventured out to procure supplies found themselves in dire straits. With the frigid temperatures, the risk of succumbing to the cold without a timely refuge was alarmingly high. Xiao Ran could not help but click his tongue. Although his vehicle had been modified for superior insulation and he possessed the finest of expedition jackets, sleeping in the car was uncomfortable and precarious. One could never predict the unforeseen dangers that the night might bring. In a world ravaged by chaos, vigilance was paramount, and safety was of utmost importance. In Building 4, 7 men were gathered in a room, each devouring a generous bowl of soup, their hunger evident as they ate ravenously, beads of sweat forming on their brows. These men were the organizers and overseers of Building 4, now tightly knit in solidarity, even sharing living quarters to maximize warmth. Sun Wentao was the first to finish, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. "We need not worry about food for now, but our clean water supply is dwindling. We will soon face shortages." Lu Yong, having finished second, wiped his mouth with a napkin and remarked, "This is simple. Many individuals must have gone out to gather supplies today. We could easily raid a building of our choice, securing sufficient clean water along with extra provisions. That is a splendid idea. Eating meat every day has become monotonous. Lu Wei added. As the night deepened, Lu Yang suggested, let us wait a little longer before we embark on our mission. Whether we can treat our wives, children, and parents to something special depends on the bounty we gather this evening. Which building shall we choose? He inquired. We are on the 4th floor, and the nearest are Building 3 and Building 5. Which one do you prefer? Building 3, Building 3, Building 5. Very well, the majority has opted for Building 3. Tonight we shall target it. Suddenly, Ma Junkai interjected. In truth, that villa is the most enticing target. The others pondered his words and nodded in agreement. However, dealing with Xiao Ran presented a challenge. Let us not provoke him for now, regardless of whether his prowess is genuine or merely a stroke of luck. Indeed, he is rather formidable. In the dead of night, a total of 30 individuals, led by Lu Yang, suited up and made their way to the underground parking lot before infiltrating Building 3. With a resounding thud, the door was forcefully smashed open, and a throng of robust men surged inside. Who could possibly stand in their way? A piercing scream echoed in the air. Before long, Lu Yang and his group emerged, moving towards the next household. With a similar display of brute force, they broke down the door and flooded inside. However, this time, they lingered for an extended period, as anguished cries of women reverberated from within, pausing intermittently before resuming. It was not until 2 full hours had elapsed that they finally exited. To their surprise, Zhao Zhai's wife was rather beautiful. Yes, let us be patient, brothers. There are surely more enchanting ladies within Building 3. Do not rush. They continued their assault on the doors. Chapter 72. Relax a bit. The apocalypse had entered its 18th day. Early in the morning, news spread rapidly, with individuals accusing the occupants of Building 4 of their heinous acts from the previous day. Among the residents they targeted, some had desperately fled for their lives, taking refuge in the underground garage. Utilizing the darkness and chill of the garage, they evaded their pursuers, narrowly escaping disaster. Nevertheless, by dawn the following day, more than half of these survivors had perished, and it was through their accounts that the grim news emerged. The entire community was left in shock, with countless voices rising in condemnation. Under the coordination of the building leaders, a significant number of homeowners gathered in the garage for a meeting. Naturally, no one from Building 4 attended, as the day's agenda focused solely on how to confront them. This was intolerable. Previously, Xiao Ran had taken lives. Yet it was evident to anyone with sense that he had only acted in retaliation after being provoked. Conversely, if one chose not to provoke Xiao Ran, who was ever bullied? Who had died? No one. Thus, while there was a palpable fear of Xiao Ran, after all, he had indeed taken many lives, there was no genuine terror. For as long as one refrained from provoking him, danger was averted. However, Building 4 was a different matter. Even if one did not provoke them, they would still come seeking you, feasting on your flesh, drinking your blood, and despoiling your wives and daughters. They were nothing short of a cult. Who could remain unafraid? Hence, a strategy was imperative. Xiao Ran, of course, would not partake in this assembly. Upon awakening, his first action was to gaze out the window, where he noted that the fog had considerably lifted. Although visibility was not as clear as the day before, one could still discern objects approximately 15 meters away. It is still possible to venture out in search of supplies. Just yesterday, he acquired 3 large canisters of gasoline and diesel, so there is no rush to go out again today. By noon, Han Yun and her companions arrived, conveying the happenings at Building 4 to Xiao Ran. Their faces etched with concern. Who knows if those individuals from Building 4 might come crashing through their doors at night, wreaking havoc. Among them, even the less striking Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei could be considered at least 70-point beauties, while Han Yun and Wang Lilu are exquisite, surpassing 90 points. If they were to fall into the clutches of those from Building 4, the outcome would be heartbreakingly grim. Although they are currently involved in selling themselves, Xiao Ran is quite reasonable. They are not being taken advantage of without compensation. On the contrary, they enjoy sumptuous meals, warm heating, and hot baths, akin to the lives of those kept by the affluent. While the term may sound harsh, it reflects a reality in which they live a life of privilege. What awaits them in Building 4? They would be ravaged, subjected to cruelty, and ultimately, could even become mere sustenance. With such fears, how could they not furrow their brows and carry heavy hearts? Xiao Ran listened as they recounted the atrocities occurring in Building 4. Although the entire community organized a meeting, The lack of unity among the residents led to futile discussions, resulting in no tangible outcomes. Thus, the meeting turned out to be a mere exercise in futility, with everyone left to endure the cold in the garage. Indeed, they have resorted to cannibalism, having completely forsaken any sense of morality, no longer bound by societal norms. Their perception of right and wrong extinguished. The only thing that matters now is survival. In truth, such an understanding may indeed facilitate a better existence in this apocalyptic world. However, a pack of beasts, having tasted the savor of blood, resided nearby, causing even Xiao Ran to feel a prickle of unease. He harbored no fear of these ruffians, yet if Han Yun and her companions were targeted by Building 4, none would escape unscathed. Xiao Ran had yet to tire of the game and naturally wished to prevent Han Yun and her friends from being abducted by the denizens of Building 4, destined to become their mere playthings. Furthermore, once Building 4 systematically eliminated the residents of the community, the flames of their wrath would inevitably reach him. Since enmity was a foregone conclusion, why not take the initiative to strike and eradicate them preemptively? Xiao Ran pondered. His strategy hinged on the principle of steadiness. Thus, any action he took must guarantee his absolute safety. 99 was tantamount to negligence. A plan began to form in his mind. He nodded subtly. While it could not ensure the complete annihilation of Building 4's inhabitants, it would at least incapacitate them from committing further mischief for a time, ultimately leading to the demise of at least half of them. The 4 women were naturally overjoyed, yet Wang Lulu promptly inquired, "May I bring my son along?" Xiao Ran shook his head. Such a notion was impossible. Disappointment washed over Wang Lulu as she stood there, torn between the decision to come alone or to stay with her son. Ultimately, she resolved to proceed on her own, leaving her son in the care of a kind elderly couple next door. She believed that with a little food, they would look after him well. It was a reluctant choice, as her affection for her son was minimal. He was merely a tool for her ascent, in comparison to her own desires. The decision was rather straightforward. As evening approached, a thick fog descended once more. The visibility had once again dwindled to approximately 1 meter, prompting Xiao Ran to ponder whether the fog would dissipate during the day only to coalesce again at night. After glancing at the time, he resolved to take action. Chapter 73. Sealing the building. First, he reviewed the surveillance footage before stepping outside. Han Yun and her companions were sound asleep, none stirring from their slumber. This was due to Xiao Ran having discreetly added a touch of sleeping medication to their dinner, ensuring they remained blissfully unaware of his midnight excursion. A piercing chill enveloped him, jolting Xiao Ran into heightened awareness. It was indeed frigid. Despite being fully equipped, he still felt the bone-deep cold. At night, the temperature had likely plummeted to -30 degrees or even lower. With a flashlight illuminating his path, he swiftly made his way to Building 4. Ascending the stairs, he arrived at the 2nd floor. In this complex, the first floor of each building was essentially elevated, meaning it housed no residents, but was instead filled with electric bicycles, beehives, and fresh produce. Xiao Ran positioned himself behind the fire exit door, and with a flicker of thought, he summoned large, square blocks of ice. Why had he prepared ice, one might wonder, in this apparent ice age? It was because he harbored concerns about the anomalous weather. This year was exceptionally frigid, and he feared that the next could bring extreme heat. The alternate space was vast enough, and ice held little value. Furthermore, it was merely frozen water, which could be melted for drinking and bathing. In no time, he laid down a thick layer, approximately 1 meter high. He extracted the steel reinforcement bars and meticulously inserted them between the ice blocks, propping them up to the ceiling. Subsequently, he poured water to fill the voids between the ice blocks and the bars. How frigid was the weather? A chilling 30 to 40 degrees below zero, indeed. The moment the water was poured, it immediately froze. Thus, these ice blocks fused seamlessly with one another and the steel bars. He continued to lay down more ice blocks until reaching the ceiling. At this juncture, a slight complication arose. He retrieved a ladder, ascended, and continued to pour water over the ice blocks. Consequently, a formidable ice wall, amalgamated with steel reinforcement, was entirely constructed. The safety door opened toward this ice wall. But now, could it still be opened? It would require pushing against an entire wall, even if one were to cleave the fire safety door with an axe. How arduous and time-consuming would it be to break through such a thick barrier of ice, especially with steel embedded within? Perhaps it would take 10 days or even half a month. If they were to endure such hunger for that long, most would likely perish. Xiao Ran hurried to another building, employing the same method to block the safety door there as well. Furthermore, he placed several cars in the hallway, further obstructing the exit for the occupants. In the elevator shaft. Xiao Ran descended to the first floor, pried open the elevator door, and unceremoniously dumped ice blocks inside, followed by water, rendering the elevator shaft utterly inoperable. Now, for those in building number 4, there remained but one option to escape: jumping from the building. It wasn't too high, merely a leap from the second floor, where the likelihood of death was minimal and serious injury was unlikely. Moreover, by using bed sheets or similar items to rappel down, one could further diminish the risk of injury. However, what is the current weather like? In such extreme cold, with toxic hail pelting down, how many individuals can emerge unscathed? Certainly, there must be a few, yet the odds are undoubtedly minimal. That suffices. If Building 4 has been so severely compromised, the others in the vicinity would stand no chance against them. You are not worthy of survival. Xiao Ran was quite pleased with his handiwork. The key point is that he did not need to take any risks. It was time to withdraw. Upon returning to the first floor, the leopard greeted him, wagging its tail. Xiao Ran smiled, recognizing that when it comes to loyalty, the leopard is unparalleled. As for Han Yun and the others, they merely followed him because he could provide such favorable conditions. Their obedience would wane should he find himself destitute. Yet, Xiao Ran believed that the leopard would remain steadfast by his side. Those who endure hardship with you are truly worthy of cherishing. A night passed, and the apocalypse entered its 19th day. Even before dawn, chaos erupted in Building 4. The safety door leading to the first floor refused to budge. Initially, no one paid it any mind. Perhaps the severe cold had caused some moisture on the door to freeze, rendering it immovable. A forceful shove should suffice to open it. However, one by one, they failed to open the door, ultimately alarming the entire building's inhabitants. Thus, several strong men took turns ramming against the safety door. Yet their efforts were as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Stand back. Liu Yang approached wielding a fire axe, and he began to chop at the safety door. Splinters flew in all directions. After a while, Liu Yang grew weary and passed the axe to another to continue the assault. After approximately an hour of relentless effort, they finally managed to breach the safety door. They initially believed there would be no issues, but upon encountering the thick ice wall behind the security door, they were collectively rendered speechless. What was happening? Why was there a wall of ice in the corridor on the second floor? Moreover, they could vaguely discern several columns within. Were those steel reinforcements? This was absurd. Just yesterday, everything seemed perfectly fine. In the dead of night, who could have sealed off the corridor? Did the entire community collaborate on this? Otherwise, it would be impossible for a single person or even a few individuals to accomplish such a feat. They had yet to see the cars beyond the ice wall, or they would have felt even more bewildered, as if trapped in a dream. How on earth did those vehicles get up here? Even the most skilled female drivers would lack such expertise. Let's use the elevator shaft, someone exclaimed, struck by inspiration. Thus, they all made their way to the elevator well, prying open the elevator doors. However, when they shone their flashlights inside, they were once again left dumbfounded. Thick blocks of ice had sealed off the first floor as well. What were they to do? They found themselves trapped in this building. Let us climb out the window, another clever soul suggested, igniting a spark of hope among the group. They realized that the distance from the second floor to the first was merely about 3 meters. Even a direct jump would not be fatal. Moreover, they could tie ropes to descend, or even toss out bedding and other items to cushion their fall. Yet, the problem remained. Outside, there was still a relentless hailstorm. Was this some kind of cruel joke? Furthermore, while adults could attempt the jump, what about the elderly and children? Who could be so heartless? The residents of Building No. For cursed, they could consider taking the risk of jumping, but at this moment, they were not yet at their wits' end and were unwilling to gamble with their safety. For now, this would have to suffice. As dawn broke, the news swiftly circulated throughout the community, leaving many in disbelief. A throng rushed to Building No. For to investigate, each expressing astonishment. Indeed, it was true. Who were these enigmatic benefactors who performed such a noble deed without seeking recognition? The curiosity among the masses was palpable. Completing such a monumental task in a single night could not possibly be the work of just one individual, especially considering the vehicles that had become lodged in the stairwell, which was utterly perplexing. Yet, this question would remain forever unanswered. Chapter 74. The disappearance incident. The community convened once more, this time to discuss measures to prevent the occupants of Building Number 4 from escaping, with the intention of thoroughly confining them within its walls. The previous meeting had failed to reach a consensus, as no one wished to confront a group of ruthless individuals. Instead, there was a prevailing sentiment of allowing others to take the lead while they observed from a distance, resulting in a lack of unity and an inability to arrive at a resolution. However, today was different. What threat did the inhabitants of building number 4 pose now? None. Should they desire to exit, their only option would be to crawl or jump from the second floor, naturally limiting their numbers. Thus, the question arose, how could this escape route be obstructed? Ideas began to flow as everyone contributed their suggestions. Some proposed digging 3 feet deep around the base of the windows of building number 4, artificially elevating the second floor to a third, thereby increasing the difficulty for the occupants to descend and raising the likelihood of casualties. However, the scale of this undertaking was considerable. Yet, when it came to the safety of the community, everyone was willing to lend a hand. The labor was organized by building number, with residents from each block taking turns to participate in the efforts. Furthermore, individuals were dispatched to monitor the movements of building 4 around the clock. The moment anyone dared to climb out of a window, an alarm would be sounded, and everyone would join forces to ensure that the individual descending would be brutally eliminated. At this juncture, it was a matter of survival. Either they perished or he did. The night before last, Building 4 had mercilessly slaughtered nearly half the inhabitants of Building 3, who could still harbor sympathy for them. Regardless of whether one was an elder or a child, all were indiscriminately categorized as enemies. Naturally, Xiao Ran would not partake in such activities, which led to scorn from some, accusing him of living safely solely due to the collective efforts of others while contributing nothing himself, an utter disgrace. It was commonly stated that those with wealth should contribute funds, while those without should lend their labor. If one was unwilling to work, surely they could at least part with some supplies. Yet, Xiao Ran was as miserly as a proverbial iron rooster, displaying an astonishing lack of generosity. Disdainful remarks echoed, with some even resorting to shouting through a megaphone in the underground garage corridors, seemingly fearing that Xiao Ran would not hear them. However, he was well aware of their taunts. In the dead of night, he ventured out to secure Building 4, even administering sleeping pills to Han Yun and her companions, all in an effort to conceal his involvement. The reactions of certain individuals were entirely predictable. Had they truly forgotten who he was? He stepped outside, armed with a compound bow, and unleashed a flurry of arrows, startling the group into frantic retreat, though a few were struck down and injured. The deceased lay in silence, while the wounded groaned on the ground, ultimately succumbing to the cold. Xiao Ran smirked coldly. Indeed, if Building 4 was capable of such cruelty, the inhabitants of other buildings were equally capable. He would trust no one. Around 10 o'clock, Han Yun's 4 companions gradually awoke, astonished to discover the time. They did not suspect the effect of sleeping pills. Rather, they attributed their deep slumber to the warmth of their surroundings. This perception aligned perfectly with reality. Xiao Ran did not hasten their departure, even though the troubles of Building 4 had largely been resolved. Breakfast consisted of steaming hot soy milk and fried dough sticks, accompanied by dumplings, all available for their selection. This delightful spread filled the 4 women with excitement and curiosity, wondering if Xiao Ran had prepared an abundance of food. After a morning exercise, it was already noon. The 5 of them took a shower and then enjoyed a meal. Following their repast, Wang Lulu departed first, as she needed to deliver food to her son and share some with an elderly couple next door, in gratitude for their assistance in caring for her child. Xiao Ran, my son is missing, she exclaimed urgently. The situation unfolded as follows. The elderly couple lay lifeless in a pool of blood, having perished some time ago, and her son was nowhere to be found. With no other recourse, she sought Xiao Ran's help. Would Xiao Ran assist her in finding her son? Firstly, he would not. The plight of another's child was of no concern to him. He had merely engaged in a transaction with Wang Lulu, her body in exchange for food. Anything beyond that was irrelevant to him. Secondly, even if he were inclined to help, how could they search? Would they go door to door? Who could say if a knife or a club awaited them upon opening the door? Given the stakes for his own safety, how could Xiao Ran afford to take such a risk? Chapter 75. An unexpected guest. Thus, Xiao Ran simply offered Wang Lulu some consolation, analyzing the difficulties of her search. Beyond that, he was unable to assist. Regarding Xiao Ran's decision, Han Yun and the other 2 women naturally concurred. After all, what concern did they have for Wang Lulu's son? At most, they would express a few words of sympathy from a humanitarian standpoint. However, should Xiao Ran agree to search for Wang Lulu's son, they would undoubtedly dissuade him. What if something were to happen to Xiao Ran? Their feelings for him were not so profound. Rather, the villa's entrance was secured with passwords and fingerprints, requiring a remote control for access, none of which Xiao Ran had granted them. Thus, if anything were to befall him, they would find themselves trapped in the basement. Just imagine. With no one to stoke the fire, once it burned out, how would they keep warm? A friend's demise is of little consequence when one's own life is at stake. In comparison, their own survival was, of course, paramount. What noble sentiments could compel them to jeopardize their existence to aid another? Apologies, but such a notion was utterly implausible. What could Wang Lulu possibly do? Her son was nowhere to be found, and in such frigid weather, even if she were to knock on every door in search of him, how long would it be before she succumbed to the cold? She had resigned herself to her fate. This illustrates that the woman harbored a significant degree of selfishness. To her, her own safety was evidently of greater importance. Xiao Ran merely smiled. He did not require Wang Lulu to follow him for a lifetime. Whether she was good or evil mattered little to him. Should she dare to betray him, a single bullet would suffice. It was akin to visiting a club to seek a technician. Would one truly assess the character or morals of the individual? Nonetheless, Wang Lulu was indeed deeply concerned for her son, spending the entire afternoon in a daze, lost in thought. Just as Xiao Ran thought the day would pass uneventfully, a loud crashing sound pierced the air, followed by the blaring of sirens. Indeed, it was the sound of police sirens, not the alarm of a car's anti-theft system. Could it be that a police car was approaching? Xiao Ran ascended to the third floor and peered outside. However, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and a thick fog had once again descended, reducing visibility to about 2 meters. What could he possibly see? Nothing at all. A sense of curiosity bubbled within him. Yet he pondered, was it worth venturing out for such a trivial intrigue? Certainly not, given the current circumstances. The likelihood of breaching his fortified sanctuary was non-existent, unless an army or heavy weaponry were deployed. Descending the stairs, Xiao Ran first prepared dinner for the leopard before heading to the basement to invite Han Yun and the others to dine. After their meal, they indulged in some fruit, and Xiao Ran connected a portable hard drive to the television, allowing the 4 women to watch dramas and pass the time. In stark contrast to the vibrant atmosphere within the villa, another household was enduring misfortune. A vehicle careened into the neighborhood, swerving erratically as if a drunken driver were at the wheel. In reality, it was merely the slippery ground that rendered the driver unable to maintain control. With a resounding crash, the car collided violently with the entrance of building number 5. The impact caused the vehicle's equipment to malfunction, triggering the flashing of emergency lights atop the car, accompanied by the deafening wail of sirens. It was a police vehicle, more precisely, a prison van designed for transporting inmates. Moments later, a door swung open, and a woman stumbled out. Following her were the second, the third, and so forth until the 9th individual emerged, after which no one else descended. All 9 were women, varying in age and physique. The youngest was in her 20s, while the eldest was in her 30s. Among them, the woman in her 30s was notably corpulent, her substantial frame, accentuated by heavy clothing, rendering her reminiscent of a sphere. Though they descended from the prison van, their attire was rather commonplace, making it indiscernible whether they were guards or prisoners. The incident, albeit not severe, left all 9 women with minor abrasions. After a brief respite, the heaviest among them remarked, "The vehicle is damaged, and with this thick fog, we cannot proceed. We shall have to spend the night here. First, let us find shelter. It is freezing outside, and we must procure some food." A woman adorned with tattoos added, "Let us go." They ascended to the 2nd floor and knocked on door 201. But after a moment of silence, they proceeded to knock on door 202. "Who is it?" came an immediate response. Inside, a bald man peered through the peephole, a kitchen knife clutched in his hand. The tattooed woman stepped forward and smiled. "Brother, open the door. We are just a few sisters seeking refuge from the cold. As long as you grant us shelter, we shall entertain your desires in any manner you wish." Inside the room, the bald man cast a glance, confirming that only 9 women were outside. A chilling smile crept across his face as he concealed his right hand, gripping a kitchen knife, behind him, and proceeded to unlock the door. The 9 women hurriedly squeezed inside, eager to escape the frigid air outside. Once all 9 had entered, the bald man shut the door and brandished the knife, revealing a fierce expression as he bellowed, "Get inside obediently. Anyone who dares to disobey will meet their end." Within the confines of the room lay ropes, and he intended to force the women to bind each other's hands, planning to dispose of the unattractive ones and, for the beautiful ones, indulge in his depraved desires. However, he was utterly astounded to find that none of the 9 women displayed any signs of fear. This unexpected scene left him momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, in the next instant, he brandished the knife again, declaring, "You all want me to make an example of a few of you to ensure your obedience, don't you?" He stepped forward, the blade gleaming menacingly, exuding an air of intimidation. To his astonishment, 3 of the women not only stood their ground but advanced towards him, their gazes fierce and unyielding. One was a stout woman, another adorned with tattoos, and the last, her hair partially concealing her face, still radiated striking beauty, her eyes resolute, resembling a wounded lone wolf. Chapter 76. The escape of the 9 flowers. The bald brute was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a grin. Did these 3 women wish to challenge him? He chuckled inwardly, planning to eliminate the stout one first to see if the others would dare to be defiant. Just as he prepared to strike, he noticed the 3 women simultaneously raise their hands, revealing guns in their grasp, the dark muzzles aimed squarely at him. The bald, muscular man inadvertently loosened his grip, causing the kitchen knife to clatter to the ground. He promptly raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Do not act impulsively. Let us not escalate this. I was merely jesting." Ha ha ha. His laughter was forced and nervous. "Little Green, bind him," commanded the stout woman. Understood. A woman stepped forward, retrieving her bra from beneath her clothing, and employed it as a makeshift rope to secure the muscular man's hands. Initially, the bald man scoffed at the absurdity, believing it to be merely a bra, certain he could easily break free. However, once the woman had completed her task, he discreetly exerted force to escape, only to discover he was utterly trapped. His expression shifted to one of dismay, realizing he had become a captive. The tattooed woman holstered her firearm and picked up the fallen knife, brandishing it menacingly near the bald man's neck. The sight terrified him, prompting him to plead, "Let us speak amicably. Please do not silence me." The tattooed woman pressed the blade against his throat, asserting, "I have questions for you. Respond truthfully." "Yes, yes," he stammered, feeling the chill of the blade against his skin, beads of cold sweat forming as he complied. "These women are ruthless. Who are they? What is the current situation in this community?" the tattooed woman inquired. In response, the bald man began to divulge information, recounting the brutality occurring in Building 4, detailing how a mysterious group had confined individuals within its walls. He also spoke of Xiao Ran's wealth, noting the frequent bounties he issued and his ruthless nature, claiming that at least 30 lives had been claimed by him. Upon hearing his revelations, the 9 women exchanged glances, each displaying a measure of astonishment. The natural disaster had barely reached its 20th day, yet the outside world had transformed so drastically. Who were these 9 individuals? Criminals. The stout woman, known as Mei Ting, was infamously referred to as Sister Mei. She was a trafficker sentenced to 20 years in prison. The tattooed woman, Zhou Yalan, known as Sister Zhou, was a drug dealer with blood on her hands. Originally condemned to death, yet her sentence was commuted due to her pregnancy, postponed for 2 years. The beautiful woman with hair concealing her face, Su Qingmei, had committed homicide in self-defense and was sentenced to 9 years. These 3 were the leaders among the 9. Following the calamity, a riot erupted within the prison. They seized firearms and resisted the guards for several days. Ultimately, seizing the opportunity when the dense fog lifted, they escaped in a prison transport vehicle. However, due to the fog, they lost their way and crashed into a residential area. The external world was equally chaotic. It was only to be expected. Nearly 10 days of prison unrest without any external reinforcement indicated a complete collapse of social order. Thus, we are now free. All 9 women exhibited their exhilaration. Escaping from prison was a crime that warranted even harsher punishment. They had managed to flee, yet who among them was unafraid? Before the might of the state, they were as insignificant as ants. But now, what army, what police, existed to pursue them? In this world plunged into darkness, unless they were previously acquainted with them. Who would recognize their identities? The individual named Xiao Ran seemed to possess considerable resources, even heating and electricity. Should they seize his villa? The women spoke excitedly among themselves. Do not be deceived by their gender. The crimes they commit are far from trivial. Given the current chaotic state of the world, what do they have left to fear? The plump woman, Mei Ting, contemplated briefly before responding with a smile. What Xiao Ran relies on is merely a high-end toy gun that can spray venom. However, we possess real firearms. Which is more effective, a bullet or a water gun? The other women nodded in agreement. recognizing the validity of Mei Ting's analysis. Although Xiao Ran fortified her position within the villa, armed only with a toy gun, she was indeed in a position to attack or defend. Yet, they wield true weapons. Since they have arrived, Xiao Ran's status as the local tyrant is doomed. Her greatest flaw lies in her lust, and as women, they can exploit this weakness. If they can trick her into opening the door, she will be at their mercy. Zhou Yalan declared, suddenly making a swift motion. With a swift stroke, blood gushed from the throat of the bald, muscular man. He thrashed violently, but with his hands bound, he resembled a fish out of water, flailing helplessly on the ground. Within moments, he lay still in a pool of his own blood, his eyes wide open in terror and disbelief. Unable to accept that he had met his end at the hands of a group of women. Let us proceed to the villa, Zhou Yalan instructed, discarding the kitchen knife with a casual toss. Mei Ting nodded. Although the temperature inside the room was approximately 10 degrees warmer than outside, night had fallen, and the air was rapidly cooling, plunging below freezing. The thought of a villa equipped with heating was incredibly enticing. I shall not go. I choose to part ways with you here, Su Qingmei suddenly declared. Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan glanced at her simultaneously, their eyes glinting with menace. Su Qingmei toyed with her gun as she continued. This world has descended into chaos. Even if we part ways, none need worry about being betrayed. Nowadays, murder is trivial. Who cares about our identities as criminals? Previously, the 9 of us stood united, for if one was captured, it was all too easy to divulge the whereabouts of the others. Thus, anyone wishing to sever ties would be met with collective retribution. But the circumstances have changed. Who still clings to the sins of the past? Even the act of killing unfolds incessantly. In Building 4, an entire half of the structure was slaughtered in one night. In times gone by, such events would have warranted military intervention. Yet now, who pays heed? In comparison, our former transgressions seem inconsequential. Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan exchanged glances, both nodding slightly. Very well, let us disband. Su Qingmei, since you have chosen to extricate yourself from us, take care when we next meet. Farewell. With that, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting exited the room, leaving 6 women to exchange looks, hastily following suit, leaving Su Qingmei alone inside. She walked over to close the door, then approached the bedroom entrance. Upon opening it, she was met by a woman standing there, who, upon seeing Su Qingmei suddenly appear, recoiled in fright and hastily exclaimed, I am also a victim. I am from the neighboring house, taken by the men outside. My husband was killed by them. Su Qingmei closed the door and sat down, her face finally revealing a look of relaxation. She took out a photograph featuring 2 individuals, who appeared to be sisters. The elder one, presumably herself, looked to be no more than 20, suggesting the picture was taken several years ago. The younger girl, around 16, smiled sweetly beside her, both exuding charm and grace. She pressed the photograph to her chest and whispered, Little sister, you must hold on. I will surely find you. Chapter 77. Turning the Clouds. Meanwhile, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting arrived at the underground parking garage with 6 other girls. They illuminated their path with flashlights and made their way toward building number 8. It's freezing cold, one of them complained. Mei Ting chuckled. Once we enter the villa, we need not fear the chill. Indeed, the others nodded vigorously, filled with anticipation. The parking garage was quite small, even though they were unfamiliar with it, and the dimness added to the uncertainty. They soon found themselves at the passage leading to the villa. They had prepared in advance, unfurling their umbrellas. One must always be cautious, especially since they had come with ill intentions, necessitating even greater vigilance. Knock, 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 they rapped on the door. The woman at the forefront, named Ingzi, was the most beautiful among the 8. To entice Xiao Ran to open the door, naturally, she brought forth the most stunning of them all. Alas, had Su Qingmei not withdrawn from the group, one could only speculate how any man would withstand her presence. What do you want? A male voice echoed through the intercom. Ingzi swayed her hips, forcing a smile onto her face, and sweetly replied, Big brother, didn't you say that as long as I'm willing to sleep with you, you'd provide food? Hee hee, my sisters and I are eager to keep you company for the night. Xiao Ran observed through the surveillance cameras, clearly noting that there were 8 individuals in total. Although they were all women, the quality of some was truly difficult to describe. Particularly, the overweight woman. Are you serious? If you were to engage in street work, would anyone even approach you without compensation? Moreover, what is this? Xiao Ran spotted a gun concealed behind the plump woman. They believed Xiao Ran had only set up 1 camera, unaware that there were actually 3, each positioned in different locations and equipped with infrared imaging. So, are they here to rob my villa? But why has such a band of women suddenly appeared in the neighborhood? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be connected to the earlier sounds of crashing and police sirens? Were these 8 women responsible? Well then, since they have practically delivered themselves to my doorstep, I shall deal with them all at once. Otherwise, searching for 8 women scattered throughout the community would be quite troublesome. You all come here. Xiao Ran first disabled the surveillance cameras and then summoned Han Yun and the other 3. He did not wish for them to witness the use of his otherworldly powers. Han Yun felt somewhat uncomfortable and remarked, "What is this? With new faces arriving, are we to be cast aside?" Xiao Ran smiled. These newcomers are no ordinary individuals. They are armed. Armed. The 4 women, startled, exchanged glances, and Zhang Jingyao was the first to respond. Then let us just ignore them. After all, they cannot come inside. Exactly. The other 3 chimed in. The villa was well equipped and incredibly secure, so why should they open the door to confront a group of armed individuals? Xiao Ran paid them no mind and simply instructed them to hide behind the screen. Then, he extinguished the light. With the press of a remote control, the iron door creaked open, gradually revealing the passageway. Outside, the 8 women gazed into the pitch-black room, their hesitation palpable. Why was it so dark? Had Xiao Ran already anticipated their arrival? However, as the door swung wide, a wave of warmth surged forth, enveloping them in a comfort that transcended description. Unable to resist, they stepped inside. One by one, they vanished into thin air, without a whisper of sound. The darkness was so profound that those behind failed to notice the disappearance of their companions until 5 of them had vanished. At that moment, Zhou Yalan shone her flashlight. Halting in shock, where had the others gone? Where were the figures ahead? She called out, "Ingzi, Xiaolu," yet her voice trembled with unease. Her shout prompted Mei Ting and another woman to pause, directing their flashlights around the room in search of their 5 missing friends. But they found nothing. Panic seized the 3 women in unison. The combination of darkness and the unknown created an overwhelming sense of dread. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, illuminated by the beam of light. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting raised their guns and pulled the triggers towards the silhouette. Bang, bang, bang. In the darkness, each gunshot ignited a brief flash of light. However, to their astonishment, the figure remained standing despite their continuous fire. Their aim was woefully inaccurate. Xiao Ran chuckled. Had Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan's marksmanship truly declined to such a lamentable state? Certainly not. It is because he opened the spatial portal upon the iron gate, causing all the bullets fired to be absorbed into an alternate dimension. Thus, it would be quite extraordinary for a bullet to strike Xiao Ran. In fact, none even penetrated the confines of the room. Otherwise, the bullets would have surely made a sound upon hitting the walls or the furniture. However, the 3 women, Zhou Yalan and her companions, were gripped by an overwhelming fear that left them incapable of contemplating such matters. They trembled uncontrollably, finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. Xiao Ran could not afford to take even the slightest risk, seeing that the 3 women were not advancing and uncertain if the bullets in his gun had been exhausted. He decided against moving forward. Instead, he activated the powerful flashlight in his hand and directed its beam toward the women. With a silent whoosh, several bullets emerged from the alternate dimension. The distance between the spatial portal and the women was no more than 1 meter, ensuring Xiao Ran's accuracy was beyond question. With a series of muffled thuds, all 3 women were struck in the forehead, collapsing backward. Thus, all 8 were eliminated. Xiao Ran approached, gathering both the bodies and the weapons before stepping outside the corridor to dispose of the 8 women's corpses. Only then did Han Yun and her companions cautiously peek out from behind the screen, their faces etched with terror. Guns. Who would not fear them? No matter how fierce one may be, in the presence of a firearm, they are as vulnerable as an infant. And what of those people? Han Yun asked, her voice trembling. They have been dealt with. The bodies have been moved outside, Xiao Ran replied casually, though a frown creased his brow. He had examined the situation. Among the 8 women, for bore tattoos, thus they could not possibly be police officers. Coupled with the sound of a police siren, it naturally led him to speculate that these 8 women had acquired firearms and a police vehicle from the station. Regrettably, he did not see the vehicle. Otherwise, he would have realized the fallacy of his assumption. The weapons belonging to these women were not procured from the police station, but rather seized from a prison. This implies that ordinary individuals can now effortlessly obtain firearms. Such a predicament is indeed grave. Xiao Ran possessed a unique spatial advantage, and with the ammunition within, he was undeniably invincible in a frontal confrontation. However, what if someone were to strike from behind? The vulnerability would be overwhelming. He must exercise utmost caution in future outings. Fortunately, his vehicle was bulletproof. Next time, he resolved to acquire a bulletproof vest and a riot helmet from the police station. Xiao Ran reminded himself to remain vigilant. He merely wielded a peculiar space, not superhuman powers. With those thoughts dismissed, he acknowledged the late hour and succumbed to sleep. Chapter 78. Venturing out again. Additional update. Another night had passed, marking the 20th day of the apocalypse. 20 days. As Xiao Ran gazed at the gradually lightening outside, he couldn't help but marvel. The resilience of humanity is indeed remarkable. 20 days have elapsed. Yet it seemed that half or even more of the residents in the community were still alive. Moreover, were it not for the mutual slaughter among humans, the number of survivors would be significantly greater, which left Xiao Ran astounded. After lounging in bed for a while, he finally rose and made his way to the first floor. The leopard wagged its tail in greeting, prompting a smile from Xiao Ran as he tossed it 2 meat buns. Then he opened the basement door and descended with his breakfast. Of course, he had confirmed the safety through surveillance beforehand. No matter the time, the sole belief he held was in himself. Han Yun and her companions were enjoying an exceptionally deep slumber. In contrast to the frigid air of their own homes, this place radiated warmth. Nestled beneath the covers, they felt an overwhelming sense of coziness. The only drawback was the slight squeeze. With 4 individuals sharing a single bed, it was inevitable. However, when weighed against the warmth, this inconvenience was utterly negligible. As the 4 women gradually awoke, they prepared to freshen up and partake in breakfast. After their meal, Xiao Ran suggested they indulge in dramas or novels while he ascended to the second floor. He could not remain in their company indefinitely, as there was little to occupy their time. What more could a man and women do together in such circumstances? The temperature seemed to have dropped once more. Xiao Ran glanced at the thermometer. The room's temperature had plummeted to 15 degrees, a stark decline from the previous 23 or 24 degrees. He added more firewood and opened the window to take a reading outside. To his astonishment, it was a chilling -41 degrees. If the temperature was this low during the day, what must the night entail? He gazed at the surrounding residential buildings, contemplating the struggles of those who had managed to survive thus far. Yet, the prospect of continuing to live would become increasingly arduous. Without air conditioning, underfloor heating, or fireplaces, the only source of warmth lay in the closeness of individuals, which provided only a mere flicker of comfort. Thus, it seemed inevitable that each day, including today, tomorrow, and the days that followed, someone would succumb to the cold. Xiao Ran was filled with a deep sense of reflection, yet it remained merely that, reflection. He was no savior, nor did he aspire to be one. He merely wished to safeguard his own existence. At most, he might offer shelter to a few beautiful women. For solitude was profoundly dull. After a year or two, he feared he would surely lose his sanity. They would undoubtedly be unable to endure for more than 2 days. Although they did not meet Xiao Ran's lofty standards, there were no alternatives at this juncture. When options are limited, one must naturally lower their criteria. However, the 4 women could only remain in the basement. Xiao Ran would never permit them upstairs. During the day, the dense fog had considerably dissipated, with visibility reaching approximately 20 meters. Perhaps today would be a good opportunity to venture out in search of resources, Xiao Ran contemplated. Given the frigid temperatures, the number of individuals willing to brave the cold was significantly reduced. Exposure to such extreme cold for even 20 minutes could severely damage the lungs or even lead to the failure of vital organs. Of course, remaining inside the vehicle would mitigate those risks. After considering, Xiao Ran reassured himself that his modified vehicle would provide adequate warmth. Thus, he would ensure that his time spent outdoors did not exceed 20 minutes, though for safety's sake, he would limit it to 15 minutes. Additionally, he needed to retrieve a bulletproof vest and helmet from the police station. Another motivation for his departure was the unsettling thought of the 4 enchanting women below, who were at his mercy. Xiao Ran feared that he might meet an untimely demise. Why were so many ancient emperors short-lived? A significant portion of them perished from indulgence, learning from past mistakes. Since he was to venture out, thorough preparations were essential. Xiao Ran donned the warmest winter attire and applied heating pads, for today's temperature was a chilling 20 degrees lower than his previous outing. And this was no trifling matter. Having temporarily taken in the 4 women, Xiao Ran certainly did not wish for them to suffer from hunger or thirst. Nonetheless, he secured the door firmly. Thus, should he truly meet his demise outside, Han Yun and the others would also be obliged to accompany him in death. I provide for you. If I perish, it seems only fair that you share my fate. This sentiment extends to Han Yun, and naturally, it would be no different for the leopard. Xiao Ran had likewise prepared ample dog food and fresh water, instructing the leopard to consume only a single portion each day. After several days of training, the leopard comprehended this simple command, tugging at Xiao Ran's trousers while vigorously wagging its tail, as if imploring him not to venture out. With a smile, Xiao Ran gently patted the leopard's head, yet he ultimately freed himself from its grasp and stepped outside. Upon entering the vehicle and opening the door, he observed that the hail had nearly ceased, with not a single piece falling for quite some time. As Xiao Ran revved the engine and drove off, he immediately sensed the car skidding. The road was perilously slick. The ground was coated with a thick layer of ice formed from the hail, rendering it exceptionally smooth. Both pedestrians and vehicles glided across it as if on ice skates. Fortunately, the modified G-Class vehicle, with its superior anti-skid capabilities and considerable weight, maintained sufficient stability. Otherwise, who knows where the car might slide to? It could have easily collided multiple times. The entire city had transformed into a vast ice rink. However, this rink was extraordinarily frigid. Even when fully equipped, one could only endure the outdoors for 15 to 20 minutes, lest their lungs suffer irreparable damage. Xiao Ran skillfully maneuvered the vehicle out of the community. This spectacle was naturally witnessed by many, who looked on with a mix of astonishment and envy. The good news is that the fog has dissipated and the toxic hail has nearly ceased, yet the bad news is that the temperature has plunged once more. Sioux City has never encountered such extreme temperatures below -10 degrees. Thus, whose winter attire can withstand such conditions? Should one don multiple layers? Setting aside the question of whether such garments may even fit, one must ponder how cumbersome one would become. The ground outside is treacherously slippery, and the ice is hazardous. What if one were to slip and graze their skin? With the temperature dropping further and the roads becoming increasingly perilous, how many would still dare to venture outside? Chapter 79. The unknown beast. Xiao Ran had previously consulted the map and was aware of the nearest police station's location. It is a station, not a substation. The latter is too diminutive and may not possess the resources he requires. The closest police station is approximately 5 kilometers away. Xiao Ran maintained a steady velocity of 20 kilometers per hour. After all, it is merely a 5-kilometer journey. Is it worth speeding excessively? The visibility is between 15 to 20 meters, and by proceeding slowly, he can still discern the road ahead. Turn left at the next intersection. Proceed straight at the following junction. Xiao Ran murmured to himself, glancing at the temperature display within the vehicle, which astonishingly read only 0 degrees. He promptly raised a thermal barrier on all windows except for the front windshield. Instantly, he could perceive a noticeable increase in warmth. The front windshield must remain unobstructed. After all, a clear line of sight is essential for driving. Observing the temperature, it had already climbed to 10 degrees. I shall activate the electric blanket. Then I shall truly be warm. However, this would consume an excessive amount of fuel. Xiao Ran chuckled. Did he truly need to fret over fuel? He planned to visit a few gas stations today, for even emptying one station would furnish him with ample supply for an extended period. Yet who would ever complain about having more? Given his caution, he ought to prepare provisions sufficient for several generations. This applies equally to food and clean water. In terms of energy, there must be no negligence. Nevertheless, he first made his way to the police station. Exiting the vehicle, Xiao Ran shivered involuntarily, as though he had abruptly stepped into an ice chamber in the midst of summer. The biting wind outside only aggravated the chill, howling and piercing like a frozen dagger. Hastening towards the police station, he navigated the slick path, nearly losing his footing but managing to stabilize himself. Fortunately, he wore thick gloves, allowing him to brace himself against the icy surface without the risk of toxic burns. The main entrance was ajar, and when he pushed against it, he found it unyielding, frozen shut by the relentless cold. Summoning all his strength, he exerted another forceful push, and finally, the door creaked open. However, Xiao Ran had no intention of fully opening it. He aimed to close it behind him, thus blocking the howling wind from entering. Instantly, the interior became somewhat warmer. Though just a fraction, without air conditioning or underfloor heating, the temperature indoors hovered around -30 degrees. Fortunately, Xiao Ran had adequately prepared for the cold. and he believed he could endure for 20 to 30 minutes in such frigid conditions. He commenced his search room by room. An empty office, another empty office, a vacant reception area. Then he abruptly paused, for one room was not devoid of life. There lay a corpse. More precisely, a human body that had been gnawed upon. Her face had been gnawed away, rendering her features unrecognizable. Her chest appeared hollowed out, making it impossible to discern her gender. However, the curvature of her waist and hips, coupled with the sight of a floral long dress, confirmed that she was indeed a woman. Cannibalism. This was Xiao Ran's immediate reaction, yet he swiftly dismissed the thought. Would a person gnaw on another's face? Moreover, her chest seemed to have been excavated by claws, as the frigid weather had preserved the flesh in its original state, indicating that it was not sliced by a blade, but rather ravaged by a beast, perhaps a ferocious one. Xiao Ran envisioned the scene in his mind. A colossal predator suddenly pouncing on a woman, tearing into her face with great ferocity, and then ripping open her chest to devour her entrails. Why the entrails? Firstly, they contain a significant amount of moisture. Secondly, they are warmer, aligning with current eating habits. In such cold weather, with no clean water available, the beast would have consumed the internal organs and discarded the rest of the corpse. In the city, humans are prey easily found. Armed with tools, humanity reigns supreme in this world, yet when unarmed, countless predators could swiftly bring about one's demise. Could it be that a Siberian tiger had escaped from the zoo? Xiao Ran pondered. Or perhaps a Siberian wolf. Why this speculation? Because other predators, such as lions and leopards, could similarly kill and consume humans. However, they inhabit tropical climates and would perish in such extreme cold. The snow leopard might be a possibility, but are there snow leopards in the zoo? No. Thus, it is most probable that the northeast tiger or the polar bear is responsible for this. However, considering the distance to the nearest zoo is over 10 kilometers, how could such a ferocious beast have traversed such a treacherous path in the midst of poisonous hail? Xiao Ran found this utterly inconceivable. Yet, to suggest that someone nearby harbors such a beast is even more implausible. This is not the Middle East, where one might keep lions or tigers in their homes. Therefore, this situation is indeed perplexing. Alternatively, perhaps my reasoning is flawed. What if this is not a solitary creature, but rather a group? In that case, the size of the beasts could be considerably smaller. Yet, this theory does not hold, for besides the face, the corpse is devoid of anything but its entrails. If a pack of wild animals were to feast, how could they resist gnawing at the limbs? Did they line up one by one? With these questions swirling in his mind, Xiao Ran exited the room, his vigilance heightened to its utmost. Step by step, he proceeded with utmost caution. Perhaps the beast, or the pack, has yet to depart, lurking within the precinct. He must not let his guard down. He had come to retrieve body armor, riot helmets, and the like, to enhance his safety, not to plunge himself into peril. In such a state, Xiao Ran felt his adrenaline surge, his entire being enveloped in an exhilarating state, as though something was stirring within him, yearning to emerge. He continued his search. After traversing 2 more rooms, Xiao Ran again encountered a lifeless body. This time, it was 2 men, both of whom were police officers. Yet, akin to the previous female victim, their entrails too had been extracted, while their faces remained intact, revealing the horrific truth that their necks had been violently twisted. One can imagine the encounter with that ferocious beast, a powerful slap striking the face, instantly snapping the cervical bone and resulting in immediate demise. Both male corpses exhibited the same cause of death. This certainty led Xiao Ran to conclude that it was not the work of a pack of wild animals, but rather a solitary creature of immense strength capable of severing a human neck with a single blow. His heartbeat quickened, thudding in his chest, resonating loudly in his ears. If this beast were to attack him head-on, Xiao Ran would naturally feel no fear, whether utilizing the portal to transport himself away or firing bullets from another dimension. He believed even an elephant could be met with composure. However, the adversary remained elusive, potentially lurking just behind him, which naturally instilled a sense of tension and dread. Fear, at times, can serve as a double-edged sword. It heightens vigilance and ignites an insatiable yearning for life, unleashing boundless potential. Xiao Ran had no desire to perish. Thus, if this beast sought to assault him and feast upon him, he would wield every ounce of strength to retaliate. His heartbeat grew increasingly rapid, as if he had suddenly entered a remarkable state of heightened awareness. Upon entering the police station and discovering the first corpse, Xiao Ran felt a surge of adrenaline, as though something within him was on the verge of awakening. Yet, before he could fully grasp the sensation, a powerful gust of wind struck from behind. In that instant, Xiao Ran found himself in an extraordinary state of perception. He could see behind him. No, it was not merely behind him. Rather, he seemed to transcend into a divine perspective akin to that of a deity within a game, perceiving everything in his vicinity, front, back, left, right, above, and below. Behind him, a colossal creature, a striking blend of black and white, lunged forth with astonishing speed. Xiao Ran realized he would have no time to evade this impending strike. Yet his neural reflexes outpaced his physical form. The moment he glimpsed the massive beast's approach, he promptly opened a portal behind him, a 5 by 5 meter space, ample enough to shield him securely. However, the divine perspective that graced his mind vanished in an instant. He swiftly turned around, catching a fleeting glimpse of the creature. It resembled a lion in size, its body cloaked in thick fur, predominantly black with scarce white patches. Yet, despite its lion-like stature, Xiao Ran was unequivocally convinced that this was indeed a husky. But how could a husky grow to such an enormous size? It bore the physique of a lion, akin to that of a male lion. The husky did not crash into the alternate space. Instead, it seemed to sense the portal's presence, coming to an abrupt halt at the edge of a precipice, not only halting its advance, but also retreating several steps. It bared its teeth, emitting a low growl towards Xiao Ran, all the while stepping back cautiously. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Ran had no time to ponder the inexplicable enormity of this husky. He believed that the 3 individuals before him had all fallen victim to this very beast, consumed by it as well. Such a formidable size undoubtedly translated to immense strength, capable of breaking a human's neck with a mere swipe. How could Xiao Ran hesitate in the face of such a ferocious creature? With a swift motion, bullets cascaded forth from the portal. The husky, caught off guard by Xiao Ran's unexpected maneuver, attempted to evade despite its realization of impending danger. However, Xiao Ran was unrelenting, unleashing a barrage of several hundred bullets. Such a dense hail of gunfire was impossible to entirely escape. The husky was struck, but astonishingly, it sustained only a single hit. What remarkable speed! The bullet lodged itself in its rear, yet to Xiao Ran's astonishment, it penetrated merely 2 centimeters, leaving the base of the bullet still partially visible. Goodness! Is this creature's hide fashioned from bulletproof material? In pain from the gunshot, the husky became exceedingly furious, roaring at Xiao Ran, baring its teeth. Its fangs measured approximately 7 centimeters, capable of easily piercing a human's throat if it were to bite down. Yet, it merely cast a deep, piercing glance at Xiao Ran before turning and dashing away with astonishing speed, swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Even during daylight, the police station was filled with dimly lit rooms, and the windowless spaces were particularly dark, providing ample opportunities for concealment. Xiao Ran retreated against the wall, opening a spatial portal directly in front of him, nearly brushing against his body, and gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. The case was solved. The 3 victims had all been killed and consumed by this very husky. The Siberian husky, one of the 3 foolish dogs of the snowy land, was initially bred for sledding in Siberia, making its resilience to cold unsurprising. However, how could this husky have grown to such a size? Has it undergone mutation? Could this natural disaster have triggered such aberrations in animals? Xiao Ran furrowed his brow, contemplating the information at hand. The size of that Siberian husky had multiplied several times, its weight escalating from mere dozens of pounds to at least several hundred. Accompanying this transformation was a remarkable increase in strength. Astonishingly, it could even evade bullets, indicating a speed that was nothing short of extraordinary and an agility that was unparalleled. Furthermore, its skin was remarkably resilient, rivaling that of a bulletproof vest. With such a creature, one must ponder, had it truly mutated? After suffering a setback, it would undoubtedly seek to eliminate me. Coincidentally, I am quite the miser, unwilling to leave any potential threats unresolved. Therefore, having forged an enmity, I am resolute in my intention to vanquish you. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and strode purposefully out of the house. Come forth, let us determine our victor. Although Xiao Ran typically led a cautious existence, he would never shy away when the stakes were high. Let the confrontation commence. Carefully, he advanced, his mind racing with thoughts. The previous ambush by the husky had thrust him into an extraordinary state, as if he had been granted a divine perspective, allowing him to perceive everything around him with clarity. Indeed, it was more accurate to say it was within his mind. If he could maintain such a state, would the husky dare to ambush him again? Such a notion was laughable. But how could he re-enter that remarkable state? Xiao Ran had no idea how to achieve this. It seemed he had forgotten about the husky as he continued to search room by room, uncovering more corpses. All had been gruesomely disemboweled. The work of that very husky. Xiao Ran experienced little anger. In this era, the act of killing, the presence of the dead, and the consumption of human flesh had become all too commonplace. Moreover, when humanity was at its zenith, it hunted various creatures, and now, as humans waned, certain animals had risen to supremacy, reversing roles and perceiving humans as mere sustenance, which seemed entirely natural. For the essence of this world is predicated upon the principle of the survival of the fittest. This applies to humanity and the entire biological chain alike. Yet, the wolf dog regarded humans as prey, and Xiao Ran was no exception, particularly after injuring the beast, thereby intensifying their enmity. Xiao Ran was convinced that the wolf dog had not retreated but was instead seeking an opportunity to strike, poised to attack at any moment. In such a tense atmosphere, his adrenaline surged once more, that exhilarating sensation returning, albeit slightly diminished, as he still could not attain the perspective of a deity. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through. The wolf dog had launched its assault. In that instant, Xiao Ran shattered the barrier, regaining the divine perspective. He observed that this time, the wolf dog leapt from the side entrance, its paw aimed menacingly at his face. Should it connect, while a broken neck might not be the result, his visage would undoubtedly suffer severe damage, and the possibility of having his entire face torn away was not beyond the realm of possibility. With a snort, Xiao Ran opened a portal, inviting the beast into a deadly trap, simultaneously unleashing thousands of bullets from the gateway. Thousands. In his quest to eliminate this formidable creature, Xiao Ran spared no expense. Such a terrifying entity must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. The wolf dog seemed to possess an instinctual sixth sense. Despite the portal being invisible to the naked eye, it executed an abrupt halt, instantly turning to flee. Chapter 81. The Survivor Yet. Regardless of how swift the husky may be, it must still endure the processes of a sudden halt, a pivot, and a subsequent acceleration. How rapid is the velocity of a bullet? The bullet from a rifle approaches the speed of sound. This time, Xiao Ran deliberately controlled the trajectory, releasing the bullets like a net. Nay, not merely one net, but 7. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to unleash thousands of rounds in a single instance. In truth, he fired 7 times, but the intervals were nearly negligible, allowing the event to be perceived as the simultaneous discharge of thousands of bullets. Was this a jest? The husky was struck. Woof, woof, woof. This mutated canine emitted a wretched cry, laced with fury. It was hit multiple times, and its frenzied charge spiraled out of control, ultimately crashing into the wall. The tremendous force resulted in a resounding impact, shattering the wall, and its massive form slid outward. Blood spilled across the ground. Just as Xiao Ran intended to pursue, he was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in his head, and his body felt as though it had been drained of energy, leaving him nauseous. I have utilized the spatial gate numerous times before without encountering such a phenomenon. Could it be? Is this a divine perspective? No. This is not a divine perspective. I possess an alternate space, and I can even open a spatial gate to absorb anything within its dimensions. What does this signify? I have mastered spatial powers. Just moments ago, I could perceive everything around me, including the areas behind, above, and below. Does this not equally reflect the manifestation of spatial powers? Is this spatial detection? Spatial awareness? The name is of little consequence. However, under immense pressure and a profound desire to survive, I have unlocked a second ability of spatial manipulation, which I shall refer to as spatial perception. I am not a believer in any deity, so let us not call it a divine perspective. Yet, firstly, I am still inept at wielding this spatial perception skill, and secondly, employing this ability seems to deplete my supernatural energy, for this sensation of emptiness is not merely a physical exhaustion. Yet, when I utilize the spatial gateway, I feel no burden whatsoever. After a brief respite, I gradually regain my strength. I yearn to employ spatial perception again, but I find myself incapable of initiating it at will. Must I encounter a crisis to activate it? Or is it simply that my usage has been too infrequent and thus too unfamiliar? If I were to use it more often, would it then become as effortless as I wish? Goodness, has this truly staunched the bleeding? Xiao Ran couldn't help but grimace. The recuperative capacity is astonishing. Is there any creature on Earth capable of such recovery? If this is not a mutation, I swear I shall never wield a sword again. I must seek a bulletproof vest. After some time, Xiao Ran located the armory. Before him stood a secure door. He retrieved a welding torch and directed the flame toward the lock, employing the principles of thermal expansion and contraction. Hence, after a brief duration, a sharp crack resonated as the secure door succumbed to internal destruction. There was no alternative. Sioux City had never experienced such low temperatures. Who would impose temperature regulations on a secure door? Furthermore, this is China. Who would dare invade a police station to seize firearms? With a firm push, the secured door swung open. Nevertheless, for the sake of precaution, he activated a spatial gateway in front of him. Caution is never excessive. Do not open the door. Inside, a voice emerged. Huh. Hey. Xiao Ran was momentarily taken aback. He had merely opened the spatial door with caution, never anticipating that there would be someone behind the security gate. Who was in there? He shone his flashlight into the room. 5 individuals approached, each bearing expressions of dread. Upon closer inspection, he counted 3 women and 2 men, all clad in heavy military coats, a necessity for enduring such frigid conditions. Each of them brandished a weapon, guns. To be precise, it was not surprising, considering this was an armory. You have doomed us, exclaimed one of the armed men. There is a monstrous dog, nearly the size of a lion, that has slaughtered everyone at the police station. We barely managed to escape here and barricaded ourselves with this door to fend off that beast. Yet, you have destroyed it. Now we are all at risk of being killed. As he spoke, he fixed Xiao Ran with a gaze filled with malice. Damn it, I'll take you out first. He raised his weapon, aiming it at Xiao Ran, only to be thwarted by another individual who pushed the gun aside. Thankfully, or else Xiao Ran would have had no choice but to retaliate. An attack on his part would surely result in indiscriminate violence, as one could never predict whether the others would seize the moment to strike him down. Therefore, extermination was the only option. Nevertheless, Xiao Ran made a mental note of the man. He must die? With such malevolence directed towards him, it was safest to eliminate the threat. The one who had pushed aside the gun was a woman, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Though her collar stood high, obscuring her chin and partially hiding her mouth, her beauty and allure remained undeniable. She was at least an 85 out of 100 on the beauty scale. After all, obstructed by the chin and half of the mouth, the complete visage remained elusive, leaving one uncertain whether to assign merit or demerit. How could it possibly be a mutated dog? It must be a monster, a demonic hound. The man who had brandished his firearm grew agitated once more. Xiao Ran offered a faint smile. I am unarmed and pose no threat. Might we all lower our weapons? The others exchanged glances, ultimately sheathing their guns. Xiao Ran stepped inside, confident that with his reflexes, he could activate the portal at the slightest hint of a raised weapon, ensuring his safety while swiftly neutralizing any adversary. Thus, he adhered closely to the wall, evading ambush. I am Xiao Ran, and you? He casually inquired. The woman who had pushed the gun aside replied. I am Jiang Yuning, a police officer. Now, I must ask you, what is the situation outside? Upon her query, the remaining 4 displayed expressions of curiosity and expectation. Indeed, what transpires outside? We have been trapped here for many days. Why has no one come to our aid? This is a police station, after all. Our phones are dead. We cannot call home, nor can we request leave from our jobs. Had I known, I would have refrained from visiting the station that day. Who among us would not feel similarly? They all chimed in with complaints. Jiang Yuning raised her hand, signaling for silence. Let Xiao Ran speak. Chapter 82. Making Conditions, Bonus Update. These individuals remain oblivious to the situation beyond these walls. They should be aware of the initial circumstances. But after being forced to take refuge here, and with their phones now inoperative, they have entirely lost contact with the outside world. Xiao Ran contemplated for a moment and remarked, the societal order has entirely collapsed. Under the extreme cold, the vast majority of individuals are unable to step outside their homes, left merely to wait in vain for their demise. What? Upon hearing this, many were left agape, seemingly unable to accept such a notion. How could it be? How could such a vast nation succumb so easily to the devastation wrought by a natural disaster? Xiao Ran chose not to elaborate further, merely casting a calm gaze upon them. Such a brutal reality is indeed not something everyone can readily accept. Gradually sliding into such an abyss might be bearable, but confronting it all at once would surely drive many to madness. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. The man who had moments ago sought to shoot Xiao Ran now erupted with agitation, veins bulging on his forehead. pacing frantically within the room as if on the verge of losing control. His name was Gubing. If it's true, we shall discover it for ourselves, another man interjected. Name Chong Shuli. But there's that monstrous dog outside. Gubing shouted. Chong Shuli, however, glanced at Xiao Ran and said, the fact that you were able to walk here means that the mutated dog must have already departed. That is a demonic dog, a demonic dog. Gubing insisted vehemently. His fervor over mere nomenclature revealed an evident strain on his nerves, teetering on the brink of insanity. Chong Shuli turned his attention toward Xiao Ran and inquired with a smile. You claim that nearly no one can venture outside, leading to the collapse of societal order. Yet how did you arrive here? Don't tell me you've been holed up in the police station all this time. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the 5 individuals simultaneously turned toward Xiao Ran once more. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, because I possess a modified vehicle capable of traversing such extreme weather. With a wry smile, Xiao Ran continued. Now, even if I offered you 100 billion, could you procure a single tea egg? The prophecy of the people from Taiwan had come to fruition. Indeed, tea eggs had become unaffordable. Chong Shuli was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept onto his lips as he said, Forgive my rudeness. I am Chong Shuli, of the Chong family. The Chong family? Xiao Ran suddenly realized. In Sioux City, the mere mention of the Chong family was enough to evoke recognition from all. The Chong family presides over the Baolong Group, the largest enterprise in Sioux City, with annual tax contributions exceeding 100 billion. However, it is said that the family's rise to prominence is not without its shadows, linked to dubious dealings. Yet they have managed to straddle both the legitimate and the illicit realms. Xiao Ran nodded. So what? Does your family hold any extraordinary significance? Huh. Who still indulges you these days? Chong Shuli felt momentarily stifled. He had never been confronted in such a manner throughout his life. Typically, had anyone dared to speak so boldly, his bodyguards would have swiftly retaliated. Yet now, all 3 of his protectors had fallen victim to mutated beasts while safeguarding him. Truly, a tiger reduced to a lowly position, being bullied by a mere nobody. Chong Shuli felt no anger. His upbringing had instilled in him a tendency to wear a facade of charm. What purpose did anger serve? It could be dealt with permanently. Thus, he merely noted Xiao Ran's insolence in his mind. In this crumbling social order, taking a life had become a trivial matter. Even female celebrities were not exempt. This is not an attempt to deceive Xiao Ran. The Chong family often invites obscure celebrities, even third-rate stars, to their gatherings at home. As for the specifics of the events, well, those in the know understand. Would Xiao Ran fall for such tricks? That's a jest. With the vast resources at his disposal now, does he truly need someone to provide him with women? Han Yun and Wang Lulu are both exceptional in their own right. Their only flaw is that they are not virgins. But does the Chong family even have any pristine women? Huh. Xiao Ran regarded him coolly and declared, I apologize, but my car is reserved for beauties. He glanced at the other 2 women, but regrettably, they couldn't even compare to Jiang Yuning. They barely qualified as attractive. At best, just not ugly. Thus, the only one deserving of a ride in his car was this woman. Upon hearing his words, Gubing and Chong Shuli's expressions shifted dramatically, a flicker of malice manifesting in their eyes. They tightened their grips on their weapons. If you refuse, then we shall eliminate you and seize your vehicle. As they prepared to act, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed at the entrance. A monstrous hound. Gubing was nearly paralyzed with fear. Wasn't he that the frightful beast? In an instant, all other thoughts fled his mind as he raised his gun and pulled the trigger at the doorway. Bang, bang, bang. However, such feeble shots posed no threat to the mutated dog. It merely swatted away the bullets with its paws, the projectiles clattering harmlessly to the ground. A chill coursed through Gubing. If it could swat away bullets, what else could it be but a demon hound? As he momentarily lost his focus, Chong Shuli raised his firearm, simultaneously firing shots while exclaiming, Quick, shoot. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to perish? At the sound of his urgent shout, the 3 women snapped back to reality and instinctively raised their weapons to fire. Not only were the other 2 women inexperienced, but even Jiang Yuning, a police officer, was merely a novice. She not only lacked precision, but under the recoil, her aim veered dangerously higher, causing bullets to wildly scatter in all directions. In that instant, the imposing dog lunged forward, crashing down upon Gubing, pinning him to the ground. Its claws raked across his chest, tearing through fabric with a swift, hissing sound, and blood gushed forth. Bing trembled violently for a brief moment before falling eerily still. He was lifeless. The dog, seemingly in a taunting manner, cast a glance at Xiao Ran, then seized Bing's body in its jaws and swiftly exited the room, leaving behind an unsettling silence. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that this ferocious beast had not unleashed a greater bloodbath, contenting itself with the death of a single individual before departing with the corpse. They could hardly fathom that the beast would ever cease its carnage without eliminating every living being before it. Little did they know, the creature was wary of Xiao Ran, a human capable of inflicting harm, perhaps even death. After its mutation, the dog's intellect had sharpened considerably. Xiao Ran, take me away. Name your terms. Chang Shuli urgently called out to Xiao Ran, genuinely fearful for his life this time. Chapter 83. Intensifying firepower before the cataclysm. The police station was deemed one of the safest havens. But now, the officers had vanished, replaced by a man-eating mutant dog, who would not be filled with dread. Their hair standing on end, Xiao Ran cast a disdainful glance, his expression utterly solemn. The two-headed beast persisted in its pursuit, and fortuitously. He had no intention of letting it off the hook either. Yet, how could one possibly subdue this mutated creature endowed with immense strength, remarkable speed, and extraordinary regenerative abilities? In their second confrontation, the beast had sustained over a dozen gunshot wounds, yet it appeared utterly unfazed, its recovery capabilities nothing short of terrifying. Xiao Ran's gaze drifted towards the armory. Was there a weapon of greater potency? He began his search. Xiao Ran, I am speaking to you. Chang Shuli, feeling increasingly irate as his fear mounted, advanced to seize Xiao Ran by the shoulder. With a swift motion, Xiao Ran delivered a resounding slap, sending Chang Shuli sprawling to the ground. While Xiao Ran could not hope to match the beast's brute strength, among humanity, he was undoubtedly among the elite. Was a single slap insufficient to send Chang Shuli reeling? Chang Shuli collapsed, disoriented, his eyes swirling in disbelief. How dare you strike someone? Jiang Yuning interjected, her voice bubbling with a sense of righteous indignation. Yet, Xiao Ran remained unmoved. The priority was the two-headed beast. What significance did a woman hold in this life and death struggle? Not even Jiang Yuning, nor Lu Mei, would divert his focus. Should they prattle on, he would remain indifferent, and if provoked, he might very well retaliate with a bullet. When survival was at stake, would he truly ponder whether his precious sword could be sheathed? Such individuals, regardless of their capabilities, were destined for a grim fate. As Xiao Ran continued his search, a smile soon graced his lips. He had discovered a sniper rifle. Unlike standard rifles, the ammunition for a sniper rifle was swifter and possessed greater penetrating power. In truth, Xiao Ran yearned to acquire an RPG or a cannon. If that proved unattainable, a machine gun would suffice. However, he settled for a sniper rifle, whose lethality far surpassed that of a standard rifle. He lifted the sniper rifle, conducted a brief inspection, and commenced firing. Bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. Each shot produced a formidable recoil, but fortunately, Xiao Ran's physique was exceptionally robust, allowing him to fire the sniper rifle without being pushed back by the force of the recoil, a testament to his extraordinary physical prowess. The spent cartridges ejected, landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Xiao Ran continued to shoot, reload, and fire, exhausting an entire box of sniper ammunition. Alas, it was all too brief. What madness is this? Jiang Yu and the others clutched their ears in sheer terror, for the kinetic energy of the bullets fired from the sniper rifle was immense. Even if they did not fly directly towards them, their ricochet retained formidable penetrating power, instilling fear. Consequently, they remained blissfully unaware of any anomalies, such as the absence of stray bullets. Xiao Ran discarded the rifle. The crowd was too dense, rendering it inconvenient for him to exhibit his spatial abilities. Why refrain from eliminating these four individuals? Xiao Ran was neither merciful nor motivated by lust. Rather, he contemplated using them as bait, as mere targets. That two-faced dog harbored a strong desire for vengeance, having just witnessed him commit murder. It perceived these humans as allies, and although it could not kill Xiao Ran, slaying others would serve as a form of retribution against him. Thus, given the opportunity, the dog would undoubtedly continue its spree of violence and consumption. And this was precisely that opportunity. Xiao Ran was indifferent to notions of morality. His sole objective was to eliminate that troublesome husky. Moreover, should the husky escape, what carnage could it unleash upon humanity with its formidable capabilities? If sacrificing these 4 individuals could ensure the demise of that husky, then, well, they would have made a contribution to the entirety of humankind. He wasn't above assuming a moral high ground. After all, the police station was rather small. Thus their equipment was limited. They possessed only a single sniper rifle, accompanied by merely 1 box of ammunition. It was a gamble they had to take. Let us proceed, Xiao Ran declared. Jiang Yuning and the other 2 women expressed their anticipation. We shall venture forth together. As for what transpires thereafter, we shall leave our fates to destiny. There was no way Xiao Ran would consent. He couldn't even be bothered to deceive them. So, you refuse to leave? He challenged. How could that be? A mere Gubing cannot sustain that husky for long. With the door now destroyed, it could no longer serve as a barrier against the beast, so remaining here was tantamount to awaiting death. Chang Shu Li and his companions were disheartened. Yet they dared not voice their concerns, especially Chang Shu Li, whose mind was racing with schemes. Once he identified Xiao Ran's vehicle, he intended to seize it without hesitation, unable to best Xiao Ran in hand-to-hand combat. While he might falter in a brawl, he possessed a gun. Why engage in close quarters? Conversely, Jiang Yuning and her companions lacked a decisive plan, opting to take things as they came. Though exiting offered no guarantees, it was preferable to languishing here to meet their demise. Thus, the 5 individuals exited the armory and moved towards the outside. Xiao Ran was aware that the husky must be lurking nearby, and now that they exhibited a desire to escape, he was certain the creature would not be able to restrain itself from intervening. After all, it is a husky, and even if it has mutated, it is unlikely to possess remarkable intelligence. As they walked, suddenly, a dark shadow lunged forth, targeting Chang Shuli at the forefront. In a moment of life and death, Chang Shuli unleashed a reaction and speed that far exceeded the ordinary, pushing the woman beside him to shield himself. The woman let out a piercing scream, her face etched with disbelief, as if she could hardly fathom that Chang Shuli would betray her so callously. How heartless this man was. Yet, her cry was abruptly silenced, for her neck had already been severed. A crisp crack echoed, clear for all to hear. In that instant, Jiang Yu and the other woman felt a chilling dread envelop their hearts, rendering them incapable of blaming Chang Shuli for his cruelty and ruthlessness. Only one person stood apart. Xiao Ran swiftly reopened the portal to another dimension, and with a flurry of sounds, thousands of ordinary bullets were unleashed. Spatial perception, come forth, Xiao Ran bellowed within, as the husky dodged the onslaught, being struck by only a few stray bullets. However, it only grew more ferocious, for it would not allow Xiao Ran to escape. Wounded, it was determined to eliminate this human. With its incredible speed, capturing it was beyond the realm of possibility. Die. Chapter 84, Shooting the Mutated Dog in that fleeting moment. Xiao Ran once again entered a state of spatial perception. He saw it. This was the moment. He fired again. With a swift motion, over 20 sniper bullets shot forth in a straight line. If one were to employ the technique of scattering flowers from the heavens, even if every shot struck this formidable hound, the wounds would be too dispersed to inflict lethal damage upon the beast. Thus, in order to vanquish this aberrant creature, it is imperative that the bullets penetrate through the same wound, allowing them to delve deeply into the malevolent beast's body. Moreover, the target must be a vital point. For instance, the eyes, aiming straight for the ocular region to pierce the brain. Whoosh! The first bullet hurtled directly toward the hound's eye. Under the influence of spatial awareness, these bullets seemed to possess a precision guidance system. In a desperate attempt to evade detection, the hound had undergone 7 transformations, reaching the limits of its capability. Unable to change further, its eyes widened in astonishment. Even this foolish creature displayed an expression of shock, seemingly unable to fathom how Xiao Ran could still aim at it under such circumstances. How did you perceive my presence? Yet it was all too late. Within the hound's pupils, the bullet loomed larger, consuming its entire field of vision, and then, thud, the bullet entered. This solitary shot, however, was insufficient to claim the hound's life. It would merely cause severe injury. But the relentless barrage of bullets continued to penetrate. Ding, ding, ding. The subsequent bullets collided against the backs of the preceding ones, driving the foremost bullet deeper into the brain. After more than 20 bullets had been discharged, the hound plummeted from the sky, emitting a mournful howl of agony. Chang Shuli was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, exclaiming, I hit it. I hit it. He had indeed been firing at the hound, and thus believed he had achieved a remarkable feat as he approached. he noticed the creature still thrashing about. He took several steps forward and fired multiple shots, emptying the magazine. "Chang Xiao, you are truly remarkable," another woman exclaimed, momentarily forgetting that she had been used as a human shield by Chang Shuli. Did it matter? Not in the slightest. Jiang Yuqing, however, was filled with confusion. Though she was an administrative clerk, she was also a police officer and possessed a certain level of observational acuity. Just moments ago, how many distinct sounds had the bullets made as they struck the wall? Countless. Such a cacophony could not have been produced by a mere handgun. It had to be the result of a submachine gun, or perhaps even dozens of them firing simultaneously. Moreover, this was not a case of auditory misperception. For a glance at the spent cartridges on the ground and the bullet holes in the wall confirmed that at least several hundred rounds had been unleashed. Yet, Chang Shuli's firearm, including the round in the chamber, contained only 9 bullets. How could 9 bullets possibly account for hundreds of bullet holes? Could it be? She involuntarily cast a glance at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran exhaled deeply. Even if the mutated beast possessed formidable vitality and extraordinary regenerative abilities, could it possibly survive after having 20-odd sniper rounds penetrate its brain? The creature's thrashing grew less vigorous until it finally ceased. Was it dead, or merely feigning death to bide its time? Xiao Ran opened a portal, and several more bullets were silently discharged, puncturing the creature's remaining eye. There was no response, only the force of the bullets causing the beast's body to sway slightly. It should be dead, Xiao Ran mused as he stepped closer, needing to personally ascertain the demise of this mutated creature. The fact that it could be absorbed into the spatial realm indicated that it had indeed perished completely. Regarding the sudden disappearance of such a massive corpse, would it not raise suspicions? No matter, silencing the witness will suffice. Xiao Ran approached, crouching before the corpse of the husky. Yet a portal to another dimension opened behind him. One must always remain vigilant. Of course, he could instantaneously reopen the portal ahead, a feat achievable with but a mere thought, swift as light itself. As Xiao Ran crouched down and placed his hand on the husky, he was about to seize the thought of retrieving it when, unexpectedly, a warm current surged from the creature's body. What could this mean? In any case, it felt like a positive change. Xiao Ran felt invigorated, as if he had been infused with the spirit of vitality, emboldened and seemingly omnipotent. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from behind Xiao Ran. He turned to see Chang Shuli wresting a gun from the hands of another woman, aiming it squarely at him. Unfazed, he calmly replied, "Those who point a gun at me rarely meet with favorable outcomes." Chang Shuli smirked derisively. "Stop your nonsense. Hand over your car keys immediately, or I shall shoot you dead and then search you at my leisure." The car keys were hardly a state secret. Could he not manage to retrieve them himself? Was it truly necessary for him to yield them voluntarily? Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "What has granted you the audacity to make demands of me? Surely, it is the demise of that husky. With its passing, your little band will inevitably disband. What, do you intend to gather for a hot pot feast instead?" Chang Shuli, driven by malevolence, suddenly redirected his gun and pulled the trigger against another woman. The shot rang out with a deafening crack. The proximity ensured its deadly accuracy, resulting in a catastrophic blow to the woman's head. This was a fate she could never have anticipated, and as her body collapsed, an eerie smile lingered on her face. Jiang Yuning instinctively raised her weapon, but Chang Shuli preempted her, aiming his gun directly at her. "Officer Jiang, lower your weapon," he commanded with a grin. "You are far too lovely to end up as an unsightly corpse. So, kindly set down your gun and step back slowly. I promise to take you to the Chang family, where you will be treated with the finest comforts, far better than enduring hunger and cold here." Under the threat of the firearm, Jiang Yuning reluctantly lowered her gun, retreating until she was nearly parallel with Xiao Ran, only 2 meters apart. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "Do you truly not realize how foolish you are, Mr. Chang?" In that moment, Jiang Yuning's eyes sparkled with realization as she recalled the numerous bullet holes in the wall and the spent casings on the ground. After being trapped in the armory for so many days, it was clear who possessed any real skills. Thus, the only potential catalyst for change was Xiao Ran. Chapter 85. Now you know my secret, however. Chang Shuli lacked the perceptiveness of Jiang Yuning. With a gun in his hand and Xiao Ran unarmed, the disparity was abundantly clear. Surely, Xiao Ran must be a fool. Otherwise, any rational person would be paralyzed with fear when confronted by a gun. While he preferred not to search a corpse for car keys, which would be quite troublesome, Xiao Ran's lack of cooperation left him with no alternative. He had no desire to linger here any longer. Who knows if that mutated beast has any companions? Death. Chang Shuli revealed a cruel smile as he squeezed the trigger. Bang! A flash of fire erupted from the muzzle, accompanied by a wisp of smoke. However, after the gunfire, Xiao Ran remained standing intact, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. What on earth? Chang Shuli was astounded. This unbelievable phenomenon instilled a profound fear that gripped his heart. In a fit of hysteria, he pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! 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 He emptied the magazine. Yet, to his despair, Xiao Ran still stood there unscathed, as if Chang Shuli's marksmanship was utterly abysmal, with every bullet missing its mark. But how could this be? One of Chang Shuli's passions was hunting. He traveled abroad each year for live shooting, targeting not stationary paper targets, but formidable beasts. Over the years, he had claimed the lives of elephants, lions, and leopards by the hundreds. His marksmanship, while perhaps not on par with professional soldiers, was certainly not lacking. The crucial point was that Xiao Ran was no more than 5 meters away. At such close range, he was guaranteed to hit his target every time. How could this be? How is this possible? He stared blankly at Xiao Ran, as though he were gazing upon a monster. Beside him, Jiang Yuning, despite having her suspicions, widened her eyes in utter shock. Xiao Ran smiled and placed his hand on the corpse of the husky. Under the watchful eyes of Chang Shuli and Jiang Yuning, the husky's body mysteriously vanished. Do you understand now? Xiao Ran inquired with a grin. Understand what? Chang Shuli remained somewhat dazed. With a benevolent demeanor, Xiao Ran explained, the bullets you fired were seized by me, much like the lifeless body we just encountered. Is that even possible? This isn't a sci-fi film or a fantasy drama, Chang Shuli vehemently denied, yet his thoughts wandered to the mutated dogs. If a dog could undergo such transformation, growing to the size of a lion, possessing immense strength and unmatched agility, why couldn't humanity similarly evolve or mutate? Enough. You've become quite astute. In your next life, choose a better fate. At the very least, don't be so overbearing, Xiao Ran remarked. No, please, spare me, and I shall offer you. Before she could finish her sentence, a bloodied hole appeared on Chang Shuli's forehead, and he fell back, his eyes wide open. Unblinking in death, Jiang Yuqing trembled in fear. What had she just witnessed? A person with supernatural abilities. Xiao Ran regarded Jiang Yuqing with a cool gaze, remaining silent. How should he deal with this individual? Knowing his secret, perhaps it would be best to eliminate him. A murderous glint began to surface in his eyes. Jiang Yuqing shivered in terror, instinctively kneeling, pleading, I will be your woman. Please, do not kill me. I promise I will never reveal your secret. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xiao Ran's mouth as he replied, You have said this yourself. I shall spare your life for now. But should you harbor any rebellious thoughts, I will show you no mercy. Yes, yes. Jiang Yuqing nodded fervently, her will to resist diminishing to nearly nothing. She is merely a clerk who entered this system through public examinations, having never engaged in a single fight throughout her life, a quintessentially delicate woman. Thus, when faced with an individual possessing the extraordinary ability to vanquish mutated dogs, how could she possibly resist? Xiao Ran was acutely aware that, at this moment, she was reluctantly following him, her heart lost somewhere unknown. Yet, this was inconsequential. Firstly, he had never harbored any desire for a woman's affection, and secondly, after enduring hardships outside, who would not be enamored by the splendid conditions of the villa? Which woman would not willingly become his? Take Han Yun and her companions. For instance, if he were to expel them now, who among them would consent to leave? Xiao Ran rubbed his nose, pondering his previous haste. He should have purchased a larger villa. However, there was only one villa in the community. Where could he find a larger one? To acquire a bigger villa, he would need to venture elsewhere, complicating his plans for revenge against his ex-wife. But it was too late for regrets. Could he possibly relive his life once more? Furthermore, he was not devoid of the means to venture out, and should he discover a suitable villa or alternative property in the future, relocating would be a simple matter. Xiao Ran found himself contemplating Miss Lu Mei's Doomsday Fortress. Indeed, that could serve as a viable alternative. Yet, considering his acquaintance with Lu Mei, it would be somewhat awkward to impose upon a familiar face. But, as it stood, the villa was far from cramped. Accommodating 10 more women would pose no challenge at all. As he waved his hand and items vanished into thin air, Jiang Yuning's mouth fell open in astonishment. Utterly unable to close, overwhelmed by shock. Having gathered all his belongings, Xiao Ran and Jiang Yuning boarded the vehicle. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already past 3 in the afternoon. There was still some time left. They could venture out to collect another batch of energy. What a delightful warmth. Jiang Yuning was astonished by the cozy atmosphere inside the car, her face radiating satisfaction. He navigated towards the nearest gas station, having previously consulted the map to chart his course. A left turn ahead, then straight at the next intersection, and they arrived. Jiang Yuning was already aware of his capabilities, albeit only to a limited extent. Thus, when they encountered abandoned cars obstructing their path, Xiao Ran effortlessly maneuvered through, absorbing the vehicles into an alternate space. Each time this occurred, Jiang Yuning would widen her beautiful eyes in amazement. Upon reaching the gas station, Xiao Ran employed the same method, successfully collecting 4 cans of fuel, 92, 95, and 98 octane gasoline, along with diesel, all set to leave. Xiao Ran was suddenly confronted by a thick fog that seemed to materialize out of nowhere, enveloping the world in an instant. Visibility plummeted to 10 meters, then 5, and ultimately reduced to a mere 1 meter. It became clear they were unable to proceed. Shaking his head, Xiao Ran turned to Jiang Yuning and said, "It appears we must spend the night in the car." Jiang Yuning nodded, then remarked, "Had I known, I should have stayed at the police station. There are plenty of military rations and clean water in the warehouse." "Oh, you and your limited perspective," he replied. In Chapter 86, titled The First Exquisite Goddess, Xiao Ran decided to visit the convenience store at the gas station, clearing its shelves of all provisions. Since they were already there, why not take advantage? The chill outside was piercing. Inside the vehicle, he could remove his tactical jacket, but outside, daring to wear only a sweater would surely leave him frozen in moments. Her intention was not for bulletproof protection, but rather to add an extra layer of warmth. After all, military coats are exceedingly bulky. Could one possibly wear 2 layers? With the bulletproof vest obscuring his view, Xiao Ran could not ascertain the contours of her figure. However, once the military coat was shed, he could clearly observe Jiang Yuning's appearance. Indeed, she was a striking beauty, scoring at least a 90. Whether she could reach a score of 91 or 92 depended on her figure. Was she a petite A cup or a substantial G cup? Her chin was not the sharp, trendy contour of internet celebrities, but rather the classic beauty of an oval face, smooth and delicate skin, and lips as fiery as flames. Yet, she suffered from significant dehydration. Her lips slightly cracked, which somewhat marred her allure. Xiao Ran smiled and handed her a cup of tea to soothe your throat. Jiang Yuning accepted it, astonished. "Hot? My goodness." Xiao Ran replied with a grin. "Stay with me, and you shall not find yourself lacking in material comforts." Jiang Yuning pondered and remarked, "It is not merely a matter of comfort. The power is out, which means heating is gone. The hail is toxic, polluting natural water sources, and the outside environment is exceptionally harsh, making the acquisition of food and clean water exceedingly difficult. Thus, this seemingly simple cup of water represents a glimmer of hope for life, especially since it is hot. This woman is quite astute, possessing a profound awareness." Xiao Ran smiled, realizing that allowing her limited insight into his secrets was indeed beneficial, for she understood that all resources rested in his hands. If he were to perish, those resources would vanish forever. Thus, she naturally dared not entertain any thoughts of self-harm, unless she intended to perish alongside her adversary. Once she had cleared her throat, Xiao Ran reclined the front seat, transforming it temporarily into a grand table. He first laid down a plastic sheet and then arranged several dishes upon it. Jiang Yuning watched in awe as he produced steaming dishes as if performing magic, her eyes widening and mouth agape. Xiao Ran could not help but chuckle, shoving a chicken leg into her mouth, which elicited a fervent protest from her. As they dined, Jiang Yuning initially maintained her composure, but soon succumbed to voraciously devouring her meal. Although she had ample food in the armory, it consisted solely of cold canned goods laden with preservatives, merely sufficient to stave off hunger without offering any culinary delight. In stark contrast, these freshly prepared dishes were nothing short of a revelation. "I'm stuffed," Jiang Yuning said, gently patting her slightly protruding abdomen, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Having always been a lady of refinement, such a display was rather uncharacteristic for her. Xiao Ran then presented a platter of fresh fruit, skillfully sliced. In the end, Jiang Yuning overcame her belly's protests and devoured half of the fruit, declaring herself unable to eat any more. Xiao Ran also enjoyed the fruits, before gathering the plastic sheet along with the refuse, intending to dispose of it at a later time. As dawn broke, Xiao Ran stretched lazily, and with a mere thought, sensed a buzzing awareness within a 3-meter radius around him, encompassing even above and below. Spatial perception. He could consciously employ it. Moreover, he distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities, strength, speed, and resilience, each surpassing that of the previous day. What could account for this transformation? That surge of warmth. Xiao Ran recalled the moment he touched the mutated husky. An immediate wave of warmth enveloped him, instigating an indescribable transformation within his body. However, it was only after a night had passed that this change became manifest, allowing Xiao Ran to perceive it distinctly. Most notably, the maximum size of the spatial gateway had expanded from 5 by 5 meters to an astonishing 10 by 10 meters. An immense enhancement. Chapter 87. Speculations and Resolutions. The source of these transformations was that very warmth emanating from the mutated husky. Xiao Ran found himself compelled to ponder further. Could this natural disaster induce evolution in humans or other creatures? Or could it lead to mutations? It was through this phenomenon that I acquired spatial abilities. Meanwhile, that husky embarked on a divergent path, growing in size, accelerating in speed, and experiencing a remarkable surge in strength. While it may not be impervious to blades and bullets, its defensive capabilities were indeed formidable, suggesting a profound enhancement of its physical form. Thus, one must wonder, are there others in this world akin to myself or the mutated husky? Surely, there must be. Although the husky is powerful, I can still contend with it thanks to my abilities, as it remains merely a foolish dog, incapable of matching human intellect. Yet, what if I had faced not a dog, but a person yesterday? The outcome would have been far less certain. More importantly, abilities, whether they be supernatural or otherwise, can be augmented through the absorption of other gifted individuals or mutated beasts. This presents a significant dilemma. Xiao Ran rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Because he can strengthen himself by absorbing extraordinary abilities, so can others. Initially, he intended to remain hidden within the confines of his villa, occasionally venturing out merely to gather energy, feeling stifled and longing for a breath of fresh air. With the villa's formidable defenses and his abundant resources, he could easily live out his days in seclusion. However, the possibility of encountering other extraordinary beings loomed large, and the likelihood was significantly high. Moreover, these beings could continually grow in strength, which was indeed alarming. At present, Xiao Ran was confident that even if that mutated dog were to be resurrected, it would stand no chance of breaching the villa's defenses. It could not even overcome the security door of the police station. Yet, what if this dog could absorb abilities and grow stronger? That would complicate matters. Therefore, if he remained holed up in the villa while others became more powerful, there would inevitably come a day when a formidable, extraordinary being would shatter the villa's defenses, drag him out, and eliminate him to absorb his abilities. At that point, it would not matter whether he had offended anyone. Possessing extraordinary abilities would be his original sin, the very reason for attracting attacks. The crux of the matter was, could Xiao Ran afford to relinquish his abilities? Firstly, he was unwilling. Secondly, even if he desired to abandon them, he had no idea how to proceed. Thus, to survive in this apocalyptic world, to live freely and unshackled by anyone's control, he could not remain complacent, nor could he settle for temporary safety. He must strive to become powerful. Only when he was strong enough to crush all adversaries would no one dare to provoke him. Xiao Ran took a deep breath. As someone who had died once, he had no desire to face death again. Thus, rather than me perishing, you should meet your demise. Who are you? Those who possess extraordinary abilities as well. Therefore, I must remain discreet, concealing my powers lest I attract unwanted attention. Secondly, I must take the initiative to seek out others with abilities to augment my own strength. After merely absorbing a single power, the capacity of my spatial portal has doubled, and my physical attributes have been enhanced. Just imagine the possibilities if I were to absorb several more. Xiao Ran could not help but feel a surge of aspiration. His resolve grew ever stronger. If even a mere survivor like him yearns for strength, what of other power wielders? Competition and conflict are inevitable. Given this reality, Xiao Ran must confront it with determination. Jiang Yuning stirred, her long eyelashes fluttering as she awakened. Just as she attempted to rise, a sharp gasp escaped her lips, a pang of pain coursing through her. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yesterday was her first experience. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. Take your time. Let's have breakfast first. While he may not worship this exquisite goddess, he certainly held a fondness for her. Jiang Yuning had grown accustomed to such circumstances. Having been trapped in an arms cache, unable even to brush her teeth or wash her face. After they finished breakfast, Xiao Ran drove towards the next gas station. Since they were still outside, it was imperative to continue gathering energy. Moreover, Xiao Ran hoped to encounter other power wielders. Any hint of hostility directed towards him would warrant an immediate and decisive response. He was confident in his ability to prevail. Throughout the journey, Xiao Ran consistently employed spatial perception. This technique, when combined with bullets from the alternate space, yielded astonishing results. Thus, he must thoroughly grasp this ability. However, as long as Xiao Ran does not interrupt the use of his extraordinary power, spatial perception will transform from a static photograph into a dynamic video, akin to a holographic image, allowing observation from multiple angles. This is the essence of spatial ability. In terms of consumption, Xiao Ran has tested it with repeated use. He can activate it approximately 100 times, and if he maintains the dynamic display without interruption, it can last for 1 minute. 1 minute, a brief span indeed. Yet he couldn't help but chuckle. That single minute would suffice for him to exhaust all the bullets from the alternate space, if he still could not resolve the enemy. What significance would the continuation of spatial perception hold? Xiao Ran emptied a gas station before proceeding to the next destination. Along the way, Jiang Yu spoke of her own experiences. Hailing from a scholarly family, with both parents being university professors, her upbringing was steeped in tradition, which explains why. Despite her beauty and graceful figure, she has remained untouched. Family education holds immense significance. After graduating from university, she rebelled slightly by moving to another city and securing a position as a civil servant. Yet, before she could complete a year at her post, she was met with a natural disaster. A hint of melancholy graced her expression, having left the protective embrace of her parents. She had hoped to engage in a meaningful romance, but instead, she found herself stripped of her innocence, knowing only Xiao Ran's name. Xiao Ran merely smiled. Offering no further comment, she would find her own way to adapt. Fortunately, the modified G-class vehicle was a blessing, otherwise, he might have truly faced the peril of freezing to death. The appearance of the G-class immediately drew the attention of many onlookers. It is truly unfortunate that this fellow did not succumb to the cold. I had hoped that his demise would allow me to reside in his villa. The crowd was filled with disappointment, yet one soul's gaze was ablaze with intensity, none other than Su Chi-mei. Chapter 88. Borrowing a car, Xiao Ran parked the vehicle and closed the garage door. He then proceeded with Jiang Yuning into the first floor of the villa. The dog, Leopard, eagerly approached, circling around Xiao Ran and wagging its tail fervently. Xiao Ran patted its head and chuckled. Leopard, you are lacking in prowess. Just yesterday, I encountered a dog that had evolved superpowers. Quite impressive indeed. Leopard, oblivious to the words, continued to wag its tail, but soon noticed Jiang Yuning. It approached her, sniffing and detecting Xiao Ran's scent, before circling around her and nudging her leg with its head. You rascally dog, begone. She is mine, Xiao Ran teased playfully. The warmth of the house was sufficient, prompting Xiao Ran to instruct Jiang Yuning to remove and discard her clothing, which she had worn for over 20 days. Fortunately, the cold weather and her natural fragrance prevented any unpleasant odors. Jiang Yuning, feeling bashful, covered herself, utterly flustered. Xiao Ran laughed heartily, lifting her upstairs, while Leopard obediently remained on the first floor, as Xiao Ran had instructed. In the bathroom, Xiao Ran began to fill the bathtub with water. Jiang Yuning, astonished, inquired, "Is this water not toxic?" Xiao Ran smiled. "It is pure water. Naturally, it poses no harm." It is indeed a challenge to find suitable adjectives to describe Jiang Yuning, to say the least. Her indulgence in bathing with pristine water alone qualifies her as a contender for the title of the world's richest individual. With the water prepared, she reclined into the tub, and as the warm liquid enveloped her entire being, a soft sigh of comfort escaped her lips. I ask, who else can indulge in a hot bath nowadays? Let alone a soak. With a playful smile, Xiao Ran shed her garments and stepped into the bathtub. An hour later, Xiao Ran donned a bathrobe and made her way to the basement. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Han Yun and the others grew excited, rushing towards her as soon as she appeared. "We missed you so much," they all exclaimed. Xiao Ran chuckled. "Just how much did you miss me?" "Very, very much." Naturally, Han Yun and the others inquired about Xiao Ran's entire day of absence. She simply stated that she had gone out to gather energy, as the villa's electricity depended on the generator, which would be nothing but a decoration without fuel. She had no intention of revealing her secrets or disclosing Jiang Yuning's existence. Since Han Yun and the others were not yet qualified to truly reside in the villa, There was no need for them to know too much. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the basement door. In fact, Xiao Ran had already received a notification. He glanced at the surveillance monitor and saw a woman standing at the entrance. She was evidently sincere, for she was not holding an umbrella. "What brings you here?" Xiao Ran inquired. The woman lifted her gaze towards the camera, and Xiao Ran's eyes widened in surprise. What a stunning woman. A solid 9 out of 10, at the very least. Who would have thought there was such an exquisite beauty within the community? In a community where the likes of Han Yun and Wang Lulu reside. What a fortunate place it must be. "My name is Su Qingmei, and I have heard that you possess a vehicle. I am curious about how you might be willing to lend it to me. I could accompany you, as I need to go somewhere." The beautiful woman spoke. Xiao Ran was momentarily taken aback. He certainly would not give away his G-Wagon, but if the conditions were right, he might consider lending it. He pondered for a moment before using the remote to unlock the door. With a click, the iron gate swung open. Su Qingmei inhaled deeply and strode inside. It was so warm. Indeed, the rumors were true. This villa had heating. Then, she spotted Xiao Ran along with the 4 women, particularly Han Yun and Wang Lulu, who caught her eye. In terms of beauty and figure, they were her equals. Initially brimming with confidence, she found herself feeling somewhat hesitant upon seeing these two. However, she quickly regained her resolve. As she observed the 4 women, they too assessed her, revealing expressions of astonishment. Where did such an exquisite being come from? A sense of crisis began to stir within them. Xiao Ran smiled and inquired, "Which building do you own?" Su Qingmei hesitated momentarily before responding. "I am not an owner here. I arrived just the day before yesterday." Xiao Ran was taken aback and asked, "Are you associated with the 8 women who came here the day before yesterday?" Su Qingmei shook her head, then nodded. "We are all escapees from prison. But we cannot be regarded as a group. We merely formed a temporary alliance to survive." Xiao Ran found it hard to believe that such a stunning woman was, in fact, a female inmate. "How did you end up in prison?" he inquired with curiosity. Su Qingmei hesitated for a moment before responding. "I have a younger sister who, during her high school years, was nearly victimized by a malicious individual. In my attempt to protect her, I inadvertently killed that man." Chapter 89, Preparation, Additional Update. Xiao Ran glanced at Su Qingmei. If she were not deceiving him, she indeed exhibited the qualities of a devoted family member. Observing her determination to locate her sister and her request to borrow his vehicle, one could truly sense the depth of sibling affection. "Is your sister in Sioux City?" he asked. If she were situated in a distant location, it would be futile. Given the current severe weather conditions, even traveling to the nearest city would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, it would be tantamount to courting danger. Su Qingmei nodded. "My sister is studying at Sioux University." "Which campus?" Xiao Ran probed further. "Xiaomen," she replied. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment. The distance from their current location to the Xiaomen campus was not excessively far, only 9 kilometers, according to the navigation. However, the real concern lay in the number of people on campus and the complexity of the environment, which significantly increased the difficulty of locating an individual. In essence, the question boiled down to one: how high was the risk? Had this been yesterday, even if Su Qingmei had willingly come to him, he would have merely engaged in a barter for food, and the thought of venturing out for an adventure would have been unthinkable. At most, he would have considered a quick trip to a nearby gas station. Traversing such a distance was beyond reason. Moreover, with the throngs of students at the university, coupled with his unfamiliarity with the surroundings, one could never predict where an ambush might arise. In life, one's safety must always take precedence. Yet now, his perspective had begun to shift slightly. Safety, of course, remains paramount. However, he must also seek opportunities to grow stronger. Otherwise, no matter how he tries to survive, he will ultimately be discovered and eliminated by other supernatural beings. Rather than being hunted down, it is far more advantageous for him to take the initiative. The spatial abilities he possesses are undoubtedly among the most formidable of powers. Previously, that agile creature, despite its speed, strength, and high defense, ultimately fell victim to him, illustrating the true might of his spatial capabilities. Yet, as other supernatural beings engage in mutual combat, they grow increasingly powerful. If he remains stagnant, his advantages will diminish, and he risks becoming a weak, low-tier supernatural being. At that point, even if he desires to fight back, will he still have the opportunity? Thus, when Su Qingmei requested to borrow a vehicle, Xiao Ran found himself pondering this dilemma seriously. "What price are you willing to pay?" he inquired casually. Su Qingmei bit her lip, revealing a hint of hesitation, before responding, "You do enjoy the company of beautiful women, do you not? I should qualify as one. If you lend me the car, I will accompany you to bed." This proposition was hardly surprising. After all, who else could offer a tempting incentive? A beautiful woman is, in essence, the most valuable currency. Xiao Ran contemplated for a moment before replying, "I will need a few days to prepare. Come back in 3 days." Su Qingmei, unable to contain her urgency, exclaimed, "Given the current dire weather conditions, every additional day poses greater danger to my sister. Can we not leave today or tomorrow?" Xiao Ran shook his head. "No, I have stated that I require a few days to prepare. If you are unwilling to wait, you are free to seek another to borrow from. I have no objections. Whose vehicle can traverse such a smooth surface now? Moreover, with temperatures plummeting, most cars may struggle to activate their air conditioning. Thus, embarking on a journey with such a vehicle is akin to courting disaster. The temperature has already dipped below -40 degrees, and it is expected to drop another 20 degrees at night. Anyone who spends the night outdoors is surely destined to freeze." Su Qingmei was anxiously pacing, yet all she could do was acquiesce, saying, "We depart in 3 days? I will be ready to set off. Otherwise, we will have to postpone further." Xiao Ran replied nonchalantly. No matter how beautiful Su Qingmei was, her life could not surpass his own in importance. Were it not for his acute sense of crisis and urgency, he would not have entertained Su Qingmei's proposal at all. Nevertheless, he added, "You may stay here for the next few days. There is food, drink, and hot water for bathing. Conditions, well, you know what I mean." Su Qingmei was initially tempted, but then resolutely shook her head. If Xiao Ran were to possess her now, would he still lend his vehicle to her? Going out signified peril. Therefore, having already secured her, why would he risk it? She implored him repeatedly to prepare swiftly and then took her leave. Once she departed, Han Yun and the others began to chatter among themselves. They had come to sell, yet they maintained an air of superiority. They disparaged Su Qingmei fervently, as they were unaware of the extent of Xiao Ran's supplies, naturally believing that the more people in the villa, the quicker the depletion of resources. They too felt a sense of urgency. Xiao Ran paid no heed to their incessant chatter. Having released his excess energy, he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he discovered that Jiang Yuning had already awakened. However, she had shifted from the bathtub to the bed and was still asleep. Her hair, half dry and half wet, sprawled across the pristine white sheets and pillow, creating a striking contrast. He chose not to disturb Jiang Yuning, but instead took out his phone, opened the map, and began to search. He had informed Su Qingmei that he would need a few days for preparation. Preparation for what? Heavy weaponry. Even a sniper rifle would struggle against that mutated husky, and what if he faced an ability user? Especially one that had undergone a secondary evolution? With their current firepower, could they truly vanquish their adversaries? Thus, Xiao Ran required more formidable weaponry, ideally, a machine gun. If that proved impossible, a missile would suffice. He could simply launch one and obliterate everything. The police station was out of the question, as they could barely manage with a sniper rifle, let alone lacking submachine guns. He would need to procure armaments from the armed police. However, he recalled that there was a stationed military unit in Sioux City, which he had visited during middle school. They not only possessed heavy weaponry, but even tanks. If he could locate that place, he would no longer need to worry about firepower. Yet, too much time had elapsed, and he could not remember the location. Perhaps he could inquire with others. Surely, many had experienced that place during their studies. Chapter 90. The Camp by Noon. Jiang Yuning finally awoke. Seeing Xiao Ran sitting beside her, engrossed in his phone, her cheeks flushed, and she asked, "How long have I been asleep?" "It's already the next day." Xiao Ran replied with a smile. "Since you slept for so long, shouldn't you treat me to something nice?" Jiang Yuning's face instantly paled, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "It still hurts." Xiao Ran chuckled heartily, pinching her cheek. "You've only slept for a little over 3 hours, and have already gotten up to eat." Jiang Yuning rose, her movements somewhat hesitant and staggered, as they tugged at her wounds. Growing impatient, Xiao Ran scooped her up and carried her to the coffee table, gently placing her on the sofa before inquiring, "What would you like to eat? You can still order." Jiang Yuning was taken aback. She had already realized her own spatial abilities. So Xiao Ran did not mind revealing that she possessed an abundance of resources. This knowledge would further cement Jiang Yuning's loyalty to her. The ample resources naturally foster a sense of security, and once a person becomes comfortable, they tend to grow accustomed to their circumstances and live passively. Xiao Ran nodded. "As long as it's not too outrageous, your wishes can be fulfilled." "Then I would like some mapo tofu," Jiang Yuning said. clasping her hands over her chest as if making a wish. Xiao Ran chuckled, retrieving a plate of mapo tofu from her spatial realm. It truly exists, Jiang Yuning exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. I also want roasted duck. With a flick of her wrist, a beautifully sliced roast duck appeared on the coffee table. Lastly, I would like a soup, something light. She articulated her final request. Xiao Ran readily obliged, asking, is that enough? Yes, that's sufficient. Jiang Yuning nodded repeatedly. Having more than she could eat would be wasteful, and regardless of how plentiful the resources were, one must still be prudent, for the duration of this calamity remained uncertain. This girl certainly knew how to live well. Xiao Ran nodded thoughtfully, contemplating that Jiang Yuning could never fathom the extent of his amassed supplies. He could sustain himself for several centuries. In other words, he possessed enough provisions to nourish hundreds for an entire lifetime. This calculation only accounted for Xiao Ran's current stock, and he was certain that he could procure even more resources, ultimately resulting in an abundance sufficient to sustain 1,000 individuals for their lifetimes. 1,000 people, enough to form a small community. After dining, Xiao Ran permitted Jiang Yuning to engage in leisure activities, watching dramas, resting, or exercising at her discretion, while he took the leopard for a stroll around the garage. After the dog was adequately exercised, he inquired of Han Yun and the other 3 women, did you ever partake in spring or autumn excursions to the military during your school days? Aside from Zhang Jingya, both Wang Lulu and Zhong Lei were not natives of Sioux City, with only Han Yun being an exception. The two compared locations on the map, ultimately narrowing it down to the vicinity of Guangfu, as there was a military airport there. With this information, Xiao Ran retrieved a loudspeaker and addressed the entire neighborhood. Dear neighbors, I require information regarding the location of a certain military unit stationed in Sioux. Anyone who possesses detailed knowledge may come to me for an exchange. 1 box of instant noodles and 1 box of water. He repeated this 3 times and promptly closed the window. It was quite chilly. Half an hour later, there was a knock at the basement door. Xiao Ran checked the surveillance and saw an elderly gentleman. His surname was likely Qian, though Xiao Ran was not very familiar with him. He directly inquired, is that you, old man Qian? Yes, the elderly man nodded deferentially. Xiao Ran continued to ask, old man Qian, do you know that location? Indeed, prior to my retirement, I served as a chef at the South Military Camp Cadre Center, frequently hearing tales of that particular unit, which, over time, I came to remember well, Mr. Qian remarked. Xiao Ran then opened the garage door, allowing Zhang Jingya to carry out a box of instant noodles and a box of water before closing the door. He inquired further, what is the specific address? Mr. Qian began to elaborate. However, the military base is nestled within the mountains, making it impossible to provide an exact address. One could only specify which mountain to enter and the subsequent directions to follow. In truth, once one enters the correct mountain, sentries will naturally be present on either side, and one must simply follow the path. Xiao Ran consulted the map, noting that the journey spanned over 30 kilometers. It was midday, and if they set off immediately, they should arrive before nightfall. Let us depart. Xiao Ran felt an intense yearning to bolster their firepower. He prepared 3 days' worth of food and water for the 5 women upstairs and downstairs before setting off. The large vehicle maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, which, while not swift, prioritized safety. After all, there was no need to rush. A rollover en route could lead to dire consequences. Even with the abundance of supplies in Xiao Ran's otherworldly space, as the risk of perishing in the wilderness remained significant. Along the way, Xiao Ran encountered numerous obstacles, which he deftly navigated. Thus, after 2 hours of travel, he finally reached the mountainous region Mr. Qian had mentioned. He spotted a sentry post. However, it was unoccupied. This was to be expected. Given the frigid temperatures in Sioux City, the military's winter attire would hardly suffice to withstand such severe cold. Moreover, with the previous onslaught of toxic hail, who could endure such conditions? Xiao Ran drove further into the mountains. The ice layer disrupted, leaving behind clear traces of his passage. This must be the aftermath of a tank's passage. By comparing it to the paths traversed by the G-Class vehicle, one can discern that although the G-Class is considerably heavy, it is incapable of shattering the ice layer. Thus, the ability to crush the thick ice indicates that the weight of the vehicle far exceeds that of the G-Class. It is highly probable that it is indeed a tank. A glimmer of joy appeared on Xiao Ran's face. This signifies that the troops have vacated the camp and are safe. Although the circumstances outside are not particularly favorable, at least there exists a place to procure supplies. Xiao Ran has never served in the military, yet this does not hinder his respect for the soldiers. Therefore, upon realizing their potential salvation, he felt quite elated. However, one thought nagged at him. Would the troops have taken all their weapons with them? It seemed unlikely, as the transportation of personnel alone could not be guaranteed, let alone the armaments. He would soon find out. With the sentries no longer needing to be vigilant, he could simply follow the tracks left on the ground. After more than 20 minutes, Xiao Ran finally entered the camp. A profound silence enveloped the area. Not a single soul was in sight, nor was there even a bird to be found. Xiao Ran checked his equipment before opening the door to exit the vehicle. Instantly, a biting cold assaulted him. It was freezing. He began to search the camp, and soon, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had discovered the armory. Now this is what one calls an armory. In comparison, the armory at the police station yesterday seemed utterly trivial. Handguns, rifles, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, grenades, and even RPGs. What fortune! What fortune! Who would dare to challenge my firepower now? Without hesitation, Xiao Ran began to collect the weapons. As for transferring the bullets and rockets into another dimension, that could wait. He would first seek a warmer place, at the very least, one that was not so frigid to continue his next steps. He searched once more and discovered a tank with a damaged track, yet the other functions were intact. To his astonishment, Chapter 91, Revelry, Slaughterhouse. Others who arrived here, even those with extraordinary abilities, could at most carry away a few weapons. The more people there were, the more they could take. But Xiao Ran, he alone could empty the entire camp. A tank? He chuckled. He climbed inside, promptly retrieved his laptop, connected it to an external hard drive, and found a video about tanks, learning how to load ammunition and fire. There was no need to ponder how to adjust the barrel or aim at a target. Indeed, it was merely a physical task to load the shells. Once the ammunition was in place, a mere press of a button would suffice to fire. Tanks are weapons, and the essence of a weapon lies in its user-friendliness and simplicity of operation. To Xiao Ran's delight, he discovered that there were 8 shells within the tank. Shells indeed. He loaded one and then fired it. Boom. He experienced a momentary ringing in his ears. Fortunately, the portal was perfectly aligned with the barrel, and after absorbing the abilities of the two-horned beast, the portal's maximum size had doubled, as had its effective range, now reaching 4 meters. He successfully recovered 1 shell in firing state. Xiao Ran stuffed cotton balls in his ears and continued. Boom, boom, boom. He fired all 8 shells in succession, then stored the entire tank within the alternate space. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. Checking the time, it was just past 3 in the afternoon. He set off on his return journey. Although he maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, fortune was not on his side. It wasn't long before thick fog swiftly enveloped the city, completely obscuring the road ahead. Is it still possible to move forward? Barely. As long as Xiao Ran continuously employs spatial awareness, he can ensure he neither veers off course nor collides with obstacles. However, maintaining such awareness is a challenge he can sustain for merely 1 minute. A complete restoration would require approximately half an hour. Thus, by the time he utilizes his abilities and finally arrives at the residential complex, dawn has long since broken. It appears he must spend another night outdoors. Xiao Ran sighed. Fortunately, he need not worry about sustenance or the threat of freezing to death. In the past, he would have undoubtedly chosen to spend the night in his vehicle, safety first. After all, yet now, he feels an undeniable urge to explore. Venturing to Sioux University would mean entering an entirely new and unfamiliar environment. How would he confront such a challenge? He could simulate the experience right now. He exited the vehicle, secured the door, and walked a mere 20 meters before entering a residential area. Though it was only 5 p.m., the sky was dim, and the heavy fog rendered it akin to night. Proceeding cautiously, he soon reached the entrance of an apartment building. To his surprise, it was locked. Rather than resorting to force, Xiao Ran accessed the underground garage through the electric vehicle lane. However, the entrance to the garage was also sealed, a measure likely taken to prevent the intrusion of cold air. Upon entering, he detected voices emanating from the underground garage. What could be happening? Xiao Ran entered the stairwell via the emergency exit, arriving at the basement. Yet, he did not recklessly push open the door. Instead, he cracked it open slightly and utilized his spatial awareness. The door was obstructed, but not by heavy objects. Rather, it was blocked by a quilt, presumably for insulation against the cold. Xiao Ran swiftly grasped the situation, and the cacophony emanating from within indicated that the underground garage was teeming with individuals. He quietly pushed the door open and reached out to press forward. In an instant, the blanket that had obstructed the entrance vanished, leaving no trace. Silently, Xiao Ran gazed ahead and noticed, approximately 10 meters away, a bonfire blazing brightly. Supported by an assortment of furniture and a substantial pile of books nearby, forming a small mountain. To his astonishment, a crowd encircled the bonfire, singing and dancing as if they were at a festive retreat, oblivious to the apocalyptic calamity outside. Additionally, several grills were positioned by the fire, where meat was sizzling, the aroma wafting through the air from afar. A quick glance revealed that around 100 individuals gathered around the flames, perhaps a few more, but the numbers were not excessive. Bathed in the flickering light, it became evident that the eldest among them was no more than 40, while the majority were vibrant youths in their 20s and 30s, comprising both men and women. Notably absent were the elderly and children. Surrounding the bonfire were rows of makeshift beds, forming a circle. So, they sleep on the floor at night? This seemed a plausible arrangement, allowing them to huddle together for warmth and reduce resource consumption. Yet, where had the elderly and children gone? In a community, one would expect to find individuals of all ages, unless... Xiao Ran's brow furrowed as he cast another glance at the roasting meat, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. He moved stealthily along the wall, enveloped in near darkness where the firelight barely touched, and the revelers remained oblivious to his presence amidst their jubilant festivities. Xiao Ran arrived in the eastern section of the garage. Unlike the western area, this space was shrouded in darkness and biting cold. The civil defense door was firmly shut. As he pushed the door open and closed it behind him, he flicked on his flashlight. To his astonishment, despite having taken the lives of dozens before, a shiver ran down his spine. The area was laden with corpses. They were not just the elderly, but also children and young adults, each bound hand and foot, their faces etched with expressions of despair and terror. The frigid temperature preserved their final visages in haunting stillness. Visions flooded Xiao Ran's mind. In this community, over 100 robust youths had banded together, systematically capturing others and herding them to this very place, leaving them to perish in the cold. And what of these individuals? They had survived by exploiting the resources of every household in the neighborhood. The map indicated that this community was substantial, with a population potentially exceeding 5,000, effectively allowing 100 individuals to thrive on the sustenance of 5,000 others, thus prolonging their own survival. The corpses here were nothing more than their reserves of food. Whenever hunger struck, they would simply drag one out to roast and consume. A fierce glint filled Xiao Ran's eyes. In this apocalyptic world, murder had become commonplace, and survival bred a profound selfishness within every individual. Yet cannibalism? That crossed a line. Once the boundaries of humanity were shattered, there was no telling what depravity one might commit. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ran had already condemned those individuals to death. They were less than beasts. At that moment, the group of over 100 ceased their revelry and instead nestled into their blankets, surrendering themselves to a raucous celebration. The discordant music crescendoed, engulfing the chaotic scene. Chapter 92. I Am the Devil. The atmosphere was utterly tumultuous. Xiao Ran widened his eyes, feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Yet, upon further reflection, in a world where humanity devours humanity, how could one still regard them as human? Animals, it seems, are devoid of any sense of shame. Shaking his head, Xiao Ran strode forward. The closer he approached the bonfire, the larger his shadow became, cast by the flickering flames. Eventually, someone noticed the anomaly. "Who are you?" This exclamation jolted the revelers from their merriment, and they turned to gaze at Xiao Ran. Indeed, he was a stranger, clad in a thick jacket. However, a middle-aged man quickly emerged, draping himself in an overcoat and gesturing to the crowd. "No need to be alarmed. This is a new brother sent by the divine. Come, let us welcome this newcomer." Instantly, many began to applaud. It was particularly peculiar, given that most of them were completely unclothed, a gathering of bare-skinned individuals clapping. An undeniably bizarre sight. The middle-aged man turned to Xiao Ran and inquired, "Brother, please tell me your name." Xiao Ran replied with a faint smile, "My name is Xiao Ran, but I cannot consider you as brothers. With such debauchery, I think I shall pass. I possess a certain degree of cleanliness." The middle-aged man exchanged glances, and a few men and women hastily donned their garments, encircling Xiao Ran from both sides. Xiao Ran feigned ignorance. "Brother, this world is in utter chaos. Only the divine can save us all," the middle-aged man proclaimed, adopting a fanatical demeanor. The divine has opened its embrace to you. Why would you choose to reject it? To refuse the divine is to plunge into darkness, condemned to eternal suffering. Xiao Ran shook his head, remarking that every natural disaster invariably gives rise to the proliferation of heretical cults, as the extremist ideologies they espouse find fertile ground in such tumultuous times. One must ponder, is this extreme weather normal? Certainly not. It must be the wrath of the divine. Such notions have gained substantial traction. At that moment, the assailants, encroaching from both sides, drew ever closer, brandishing weapons such as fruit knives and kitchen cleavers, tools typically employed for dismembering corpses and slicing flesh, conveniently within reach. Die! These figures surged forth from the shadows, lunging towards Xiao Ran. He offered a chilling smile, and the portal of space opened to his left, from which a barrage of bullets erupted. Subsequently, the portal shifted to the right. Through his spatial perception, he discerned the presence and appearance of 8 individuals, as well as the direction from which they charged. Everything was laid bare before him. 8 bullets, akin to precision-guided munitions, struck true, causing the foreheads of the 8 assailants to explode, leaving them lifeless on the ground. The others, utterly bewildered, could scarcely comprehend the unfolding events. They witnessed the 8 figures rush towards Xiao Ran, only to collapse simultaneously. A collective gasp filled the air. What had transpired? Observing the fallen, they noted gaping wounds in their foreheads, from which blood gushed forth, their eyes wide open in a haunting expression of death. Instantly, a chill swept over the onlookers, rendering them cold with fear. The middle-aged man stood frozen, eventually stammering, "Why you? You are the harbinger of demons. Brothers and sisters, this individual comes as a representative of the devil. We must unite and eliminate this emissary of evil, lest the demon discovers our whereabouts and annihilates us all." He typically enchants the hearts of men with a theory of demons, so upon hearing his words, the crowd shuddered, their gazes towards Xiao Ran rekindled with murderous intent. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "Wrong, wrong, wrong. I am not a messenger of demons. I am the demon." He nonchalantly pointed at a person. "Die." A bullet silently shot forth, and with a soft thud, blood erupted. A scream pierced the air. Xiao Ran's expression darkened, for the shot failed to pierce the target's head, instead striking his ear. The distance had compromised his aim, which was somewhat embarrassing given his declaration of death. However, those across from him were rendered speechless. From a distance of several meters, Xiao Ran had effortlessly obliterated the man's ear. How terrifying! Just as Xiao Ran proclaimed, he was not a mere messenger of demons, but the embodiment of one. Instantly, some individuals knelt before him, repeatedly bowing. "Great demon, I am willing to submit to you. I beseech you to spare my life." These individuals were, of course, fickle, lacking any true conviction. Xiao Ran calmly remarked, "Those who submit to me, step forward, and I shall lead you into my dominion." What did this mean? The kneeling individuals were momentarily stunned, hesitating before slowly rising to approach Xiao Ran. After taking a few steps, suddenly, one of them vanished without a trace, as though swallowed by the air itself. This caused the others to halt in their tracks. Xiao Ran smiled lightly. "What are you waiting for? Do you not wish to follow me?" Only then did the others realize the truth. The one who had vanished had indeed entered Xiao Ran's realm. No matter how dire the circumstances may be there, it is surely preferable to the situation here. With such thoughts in mind, someone took a step forward and instantly vanished. This act instilled courage in many, compelling them to advance as well. Whoosh! One after another, individuals disappeared into thin air. Yet, there were still some who clung to alternative notions. Instead of forging ahead, they retreated further. Minutes passed, and soon no one dared to move forward. Xiao Ran cast a glance around, noting that more than 30 individuals were not only stagnant, but regressing. "Devil! Devil!" The middle-aged man exclaimed loudly, brandishing a cross that he had inexplicably produced, gesturing menacingly at Xiao Ran as if to intimidate him. "I command you, retreat at once." Xiao Ran scoffed, forming his right hand into the shape of a firearm, aiming it at the middle-aged man. "Biayu," he declared. A bullet was silently discharged, followed by a piercing scream. The middle-aged man clutched his neck, staggering backward, yet blood continued to seep from between his fingers like water from a leaky pipe. Xiao Ran's lips twitched slightly. He still yearned for a clean shot to the head, yet his aim had faltered once more. Damn this wretched accuracy. Outside the realm of spatial perception, his precision had plummeted. However, the sight of the middle-aged man in such agony sent shivers through the onlookers, their souls seemingly on the verge of escape. Forming a gun with one's hand could truly unleash a bullet. A devil. Undoubtedly a devil. Please, spare me. The man pleaded desperately. Take me to paradise. I am willing to offer my soul to you. They cried out in a frenzy, while the women became even more deranged, tearing their garments and lying on the ground, exclaiming, Devil, come to me. I am willing to bear your spawn and rule this world. The middle-aged man had already sunk to his knees, his spirit dimming, until, with a thud, he collapsed. Yet, no one cast a glance in his direction. All eyes were fervently fixed upon Xiao Ran. What did it matter if he were a devil? As long as they could survive, they cared not whether their souls were condemned to hell after death. Chapter 93. Returning to the community. Inviting covetousness, Xiao Ran raised his hands once more, proclaiming, O you who submit, hasten to enter my realm. They had already deemed Xiao Ran a devil, and thus dared not disobey. To defy meant certain death. Yet, to comply, despite the sudden disappearance of individuals, there lingered the possibility, as Xiao Ran suggested, of entering his world. Perhaps if they demonstrated submission and obedience, the devil might regard them favorably, elevating their worth. Surely, this was preferable to awaiting death, was it not? With such thoughts, they stepped willingly into the portal, instantaneously becoming lifeless forms. At least it was painless. Xiao Ran smiled, having saved a considerable amount of ammunition. Indeed, the young ones could be taught. However, there remained 4 women who had not yet voluntarily entered the trap. They were attempting to entice Xiao Ran to revel with them. What use is it for you to submit to the devil? We can become the devil's women directly. Even bear his spawn. Our status would not be much lower than yours. A pack of fools. Women ought to judiciously employ their beauty and figure. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. Did they not realize they were compelling him to expend 4 more bullets? Humph. However, Xiao Ran did not hesitate to take a few steps forward. Just when the 4 women thought he was captivated by them, 4 bullets suddenly shot out. With a series of muffled thuds, each bullet struck the foreheads of the women, creating gaping wounds that resulted in instantaneous demise. How could Xiao Ran possibly regard such women with any interest? Even if his taste had not become discerning, he would still find them unworthy of his attention. He retrieved a bed, mattress, and blankets from the alternate space. The ground had been sullied by those who had previously occupied it, rendering it unfit for his repose. For him, resources were in abundance. Nestled within the luxurious layers of blankets, which provided excellent warmth, he was accompanied by a large fire pit radiating heat. Even in the biting cold, he found himself drenched in sweat, awakening in the middle of the night, startled by a nightmare filled with imposing figures. Upon awakening, he realized he had simply been burdened by too many blankets, feeling as if he were being compressed. Reluctantly, he removed 2 blankets and returned to slumber. This time, he slept soundly until just past 6 o'clock. He chose not to linger in bed any longer, but instead extracted the weapons he had just acquired and began to fire. After 2 hours, his alternate space was filled with a substantial quantity of bullets, primarily those fired from heavy machine guns. Given the time constraints, he naturally collected the most potent ones. Moreover, he secured some RPGs, or shoulder-fired rockets. As he exited the garage, the biting wind invigorated him, and the dense fog began to lift once more. As he walked, contemplation occupied his mind. The previous day, the neighborhood had housed approximately 5,000 individuals, yet not a single supernatural being was to be found. What could this imply? The probability of mutation is lamentably low. Yet, on his second outing, Xiao Ran fortuitously encountered a mutated husky. Whether this was a stroke of bad luck or an extraordinary fortune remains debatable, though Xiao Ran himself deemed it a fortunate event. This chance encounter enlightened him to the existence of other potential supernatural beings in the world. Most significantly, he absorbed the husky's abilities, not only realizing that the powers of other extraordinary individuals could be usurped, but also enhancing his own capabilities in the process. Had he remained cooped up in the villa, biding his time for a year and a half, he might have found himself confronted by an immensely powerful supernatural entity capable of breaching the villa's defenses. At that point, he would have had no opportunity to resist, and all the beautiful companions he had gathered would have been relinquished without a fight. Xiao Ran shook his head. In this lifetime, he would never allow himself to be slain by anyone. As the imposing G-Class vehicle smoothly entered the community gate, it naturally caught the attention of many, igniting a fiery envy within their hearts. They were on the brink of starvation. Yet, here was Xiao Ran, audaciously venturing out in search of sustenance. They yearned for food and drink from him. If he possessed the ability to venture out, he ought to share his bounty with them. Indeed, how could he be so selfish as to hoard it all for himself? Moreover, the residents of building know, for were under their watchful eyes. What had he contributed? Without their efforts, he might have already been consumed by the occupants of that very building. Such good fortune is rare, reaping benefits without offering anything in return. Let us seek him out. The various buildings exchanged murmurs, and a consensus rapidly formed among the famished and parched individuals. Find Xiao Ran. The scene resembles a husband embarking on a perilous mission, while his wife anxiously awaits at home, burdened with worry. A smile danced upon Xiao Ran's lips as he observed Jiang Yuning's expression of apparent relief, which seemed genuine rather than feigned. Yet, did a profound bond truly exist between them? Undoubtedly not. Thus, Jiang Yuning's anxiety was a confluence of various emotions. For instance, if Xiao Ran were to perish in the outside world, she would find herself trapped within the confines of the villa. Surely, she had attempted to escape. Every door within the villa required either a fingerprint or a password to unlock, whether from the outside or the inside. Although Xiao Ran had not restricted her movements to the first 3 floors, he had barred her from opening the main door or accessing the basement, rendering her, like Han Yun and the other ladies, a bird in a cage, albeit one that was somewhat larger. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, the fate of humanity outside remained uncertain, fostering a profound sense of solitude, particularly for those whose inner strength was lacking. Naturally, the fear of becoming the last human on Earth loomed large. Additionally, Xiao Ran was her first and only man. A woman can never forget who her first love is, for it is a singular experience marked by initial suffering followed by eventual sweetness, a journey from pain to pleasure. After indulging in a moment of leisure, Xiao Ran approached Jiang Yuning and inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" "No," Jiang Yuning replied, shaking her head, her concern overshadowing any hunger. Xiao Ran smiled. Whether sincerely or merely to appease her, it brought him comfort. "I haven't eaten either. Come, let us dine together." He laid out a sumptuous breakfast, reminiscent of a hotel buffet, allowing Jiang Yuning the freedom to select whatever she desired, until her slender abdomen was pleasantly filled. Chapter 94. The threat from Director Wu, but can he be blamed? It must be the result of absorbing extraordinary abilities, which not only enhanced my physical form and superpowers, but also left me brimming with energy. Indeed, it must be so. How could I possibly be a hedonist? As Xiao Ran engaged in self-reflection, the surveillance system emitted a warning sound. He promptly proceeded to the basement to investigate. To his astonishment, the passage was filled with a multitude of people, and even more gathered outside. Had all the survivors from the neighborhood converged here? Except for Building 4, they shouted. "Xiao Ran, we know you're inside. Come out and speak with us. Don't be a coward." The audacity of their cries stemmed from the umbrellas they held above their heads and the raincoats enveloping their bodies. Some claimed Xiao Ran possessed a firearm. However, this assertion remained unverified, and most remained skeptical. This was Huaxia. Where could one possibly acquire a gun? If it weren't for the fact that this villa was impenetrable by mere human force, they would have already breached it and laid claim to it without hesitation. Xiao Ran activated the microphone and replied, "What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Although the crowd was infuriated by his refusal to emerge, they found themselves at an impasse. If they could breach the villa, why would they waste time shouting here? Thus, with Xiao Ran unwilling to show himself, they could only resort to impotent howling. An elderly man stepped forward, addressing the surveillance camera at the entrance. "Young Xiao, I am Director Wu from the street office. You must believe that this calamity will eventually pass. Thus, you now choose to turn a blind eye to the impending disaster, and retribution will inevitably follow. TSK, TSK, TSK. How quickly you label me with such grand accusations, resorting to alarmist rhetoric." Xiao Ran remains unfazed. The calamity will indeed pass, but not in a year or two. Rather, it will take decades, even centuries, or perhaps much longer. Consider the contaminated waters. How extensive is the duration required for nature to purify them? Furthermore, the abnormally low temperatures persist. Once the ice age descends, it will not be a fleeting affair. Therefore, even if humanity can weather this crisis, it will ultimately revert to a state akin to primitive tribal societies, surviving in small communities or even individual families. So, centuries or millennia from now, when spring blossoms once more, to speak of post-disaster reckoning would be nothing short of ludicrous. Xiao Ran remains composed, finding amusement in engaging with these individuals. What does Director Wu wish from me? Upon hearing this, Director Wu could not conceal his smug satisfaction. Look, Ordinary people tremble before someone of his official stature. They are frightened at the mere onset of a challenge. He cleared his throat and declared, after thorough research and discussion, we present the following two options. Secondly, considering your solitary efforts, you may share that vehicle, allowing everyone to take turns seeking supplies. In this scenario, while your contribution may diminish slightly, you will still be recognized as the primary contributor. How will you choose? Xiao Ran chuckled softly, bemused by the audacity of this group. He replied nonchalantly, I choose the third option. What? Director Wu was momentarily taken aback, as he had only provided two choices. You may pursue your own agenda while I pursue mine. Xiao Ran's voice floated softly through the air, accompanied by the gentle laughter of women. More than one, indeed several. The crowd couldn't help but think of Han Yun, renowned as the beauty of the neighborhood. She had been the subject of countless men's fantasies as they entered and exited the community, and in their dreams at night. She was the goddess of many, a mere figment of their imagination where they could savor her allure. Yet, this exquisite woman was now within Xiao Ran's villa, at the mercy of his whims. As they envisioned this scenario, a sense of reverence washed over the onlookers. Scoundrels and seductresses. They could only curse in silence, their jealousy gnawing at them. Why were they not the fortunate ones? Director Wu's countenance darkened, and he exclaimed, Comrade Xiao, do not presume that we are powerless against you. We simply wish to refrain from taking extreme measures. I tell you, should you refuse our terms today, we shall release the individuals from Building 4 and inform them that it was you who confined them. He chuckled ominously. A pack of beasts who dare to feast upon flesh has set their sights on you. Can you still expect to live in peace? Unless you intend to remain indoors forever. Chapter 95. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Xiao Ran was taken aback at the prospect of releasing the people from Building 4. Had they truly lost their senses? It was well understood that Xiao Ran's villa was impervious to ordinary assaults. Even if the occupants of Building 4 believed he was responsible for their confinement, and indeed he was, would they simply remain idle while unable to breach his stronghold? Misfortune awaited these misguided individuals. How short-sighted. Was Xiao Ran intimidated? Not in the slightest. In a direct confrontation, the entire community combined would be no match for him. Even when faced with attacks from behind, Xiao Ran had developed a certain level of defensive capability. Spatial perception. He was certainly not one to be easily manipulated by Director Wu's words. With a scoff, he remarked, Are you not afraid of being devoured by those from Building 4 first? If you wish to release them, go ahead. I have my villa to shield me, and they cannot breach its defenses. If you are foolish enough to release a tiger back into the mountains, so be it. Having said this, he switched off the microphone, effectively muting any external sounds. The four women, Han Yun and her companions, gazed at him with a hint of concern. After all, the previous actions of Building 4 had been terrifying, as they had slaughtered and abducted many, behaving no differently than wild beasts. In contrast, while Xiao Ran was indeed ruthless, he had always operated under the principle of if you do not provoke me, I shall not engage you, unlike Building 4, which would pursue you regardless of your actions. How had the world devolved into such chaos? It had only been 22 days since the onset of the apocalypse. They were filled with lamentation and sentiment. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran pressed on, driving out again in the afternoon, this time heading towards the Su University Xiamen campus. Along the way, he cleared roadblocks, while accompanying Su Qingmei. He was keen to keep his spatial abilities a secret. Thus, he took a trip first. However, this journey was not in vain. He stopped at gas stations and supermarkets along the way to indulge in some zero-cost shopping. The feeling of spending nothing was utterly delightful. Yet, the food selection was rather dismal, having been retrieved from sub-zero temperatures, requiring considerable time merely to thaw, and the quality of the food post-freezing was certainly compromised. Nevertheless, it would suffice to satiate their hunger. In moments when even dining becomes a challenge, one still dares to be selective. These provisions could serve as a bounty to prevent the squandering of his precious reserves. Xiao Ran deliberately categorized them in an alternate dimension. These frozen delicacies, when grouped together, were utterly unappetizing to him. Just as the car was about to vanish around a bend, a young man suddenly appeared. Despite the frigid temperatures, he donned a light autumn outfit that did not appear cumbersome. Puzzled, he gazed ahead, muttering, Is that an automobile? Yet, how can it maintain balance on such a slippery surface? It should have crashed by now. Shaking his head, the young man meandered into the campus of Su University, burdened by a sizable bag slung over his shoulder. Suddenly, the sound of drums echoed through the air. Instantly, Throngs of people surged forth from the unit doors of nearby buildings, hastily converging at the entrance. Armed with sticks and some wielding hammers, they approached with an intimidating demeanor. Are they intent on vandalizing my vehicle? Xiao Ran's expression hardened as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. The modified G-Class roared to life, its engine bellowing as it surged forward. Faced with the steel beast barreling towards them, the crowd instinctively scattered in haste. But it was too late. With a resounding crash, several individuals were sent flying like petals in the wind, the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoing in the air. As they hit the ground, some lay unconscious, while others coughed up blood. Yet, in such a perilous scenario, the outcome was inevitable: death. Are there still doctors available to treat you? The large vehicle surged forward, only to halt abruptly, reverse, accelerate, and then charge into the crowd once more. In that moment, a cacophony of cries erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Several individuals were sent flying. Yet others seized the opportunity to strike with their clubs and hammers. Unfazed, Xiao Ran smirked as dozens of bullets were silently discharged, causing a significant number of the crowd to collapse. Despite the vehicle's modifications and enhanced defensive capabilities, Xiao Ran was still reluctant to allow any damage. What if? The large vehicle barreled through the throng, augmented by the bullets from another dimension, leading to numerous casualties. Though the onlookers remained oblivious to the fact that most had fallen victim to gunfire, mistakenly believing they had been trampled by the vehicle. Amidst such chaos, who would notice the true cause of death? They wailed and hurried towards the building, lamenting the lack of extra legs to flee. However, the ground was treacherous. The faster they ran, the greater the likelihood of slipping. Should they fall, any exposed skin would be painfully scraped against the icy surface, eliciting cries of agony. Minutes later, the survivors rushed inside, glancing back to see what could easily amount to 100 corpses left behind. The survivors trembled in fear. To them, Xiao Ran appeared even more ruthless than the group in Building 4. For while the latter was a collective, Xiao Ran was but one individual. A single person wielding such lethal force and destructive capability. What would happen if a group were unleashed? They were at a loss. The threat was palpable. Xiao Ran paid no heed, brazenly blocking the path and savagely colliding with people in a frenzied rampage. They were truly at their wits' end. Release the occupants of Building 4 and let them engage in a fierce struggle with Xiao Ran. Director Wu gritted his teeth, for just moments ago, his son-in-law had been tragically killed by Xiao Ran in a brutal collision. How could he not harbor resentment? Yet, the inhabitants of Building 4 were hardly innocent either. Someone voiced their concerns. Do you wish to starve to death instead? Director Wu retorted coldly. If we let the people from Building 4 clash with Xiao Ran, we might have a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, we are merely awaiting our demise. With that, the group wrapped themselves in thick blankets and made their way to the front of Building 4. We can release you, but you must agree to a few conditions. Director Wu shouted through a loudspeaker. A window creaked open, revealing Liu Yang's face, adorned with a chilling grin. Oh, do enlighten us, he replied. After a flurry of negotiations and discussions, a consensus was finally reached. Consequently, the individuals outside began to fill the pits they had previously dug beneath each window of Building 4, designed to prevent anyone from escaping through the windows. These pits were lined with sharp objects. Once filled, they placed furniture at the bottom, layering blankets on top, thus facilitating an easy exit from the second-floor windows. Liu Yang was the first to leap out, and as more than 20 individuals from Building 4 emerged, Liu Yang playfully patted Director Wu's face, grinning as he remarked, I recall that Director Wu has a daughter, quite beautiful if I may add. How about we have a little fun with her? Chapter 96, The Backlash. The occupants of Building 4 had finally escaped. They were on the brink of starvation and thirst within the confines of the building, already ensnared in a desperate plight. And now they dared to consume one another. After enduring such a harrowing ordeal, is there any semblance of compassion left? None. Consequently, the other residents of the community faced dire consequences. That night, anguished screams echoed relentlessly. Although Director Wu and his associates attempted to shift the blame for the building's lockdown onto Xiao Ran, Liu Yang and his companions were not foolish. Such a monumental task could not be accomplished by a single individual in just one night. Therefore, it was inevitable that Director Wu and his cohort were complicit. Why extend any courtesy towards adversaries? The inhabitants of Building 4 emerged like ferocious tigers, brimming with murderous intent, while the residents of the other buildings were disunited, too fearful to show themselves unless the individuals from Building 4 approached. They barricaded the stairwell with furniture, assigning sentinels to guard against an incursion from Building 4, ready to poke at them with bamboo poles from behind their makeshift barricades. Thus, by stationing just one guard, they could ensure their safety. However, today, the entire Building 12 fell victim to Director Wu's misfortune. The inhabitants of Building 4 invaded with overwhelming force, and the residents of Building 12 offered little resistance, swiftly subdued. What followed was an unrestrained display of violence from Building 4. The men were systematically executed, their bodies preserved for sustenance, while the women were reduced to mere instruments of release, particularly Director Wu's daughter, who, possessing some beauty, endured the brutal assaults of over 20 men, succumbing before dawn. Director Wu was compelled to witness the entire atrocity, infuriated to the point of spitting blood, filled with regret. If only he had known better than to unleash these beasts. Although Xiao Ran is ruthless, as long as you do not provoke him, he will show no interest in you, unlike the beasts in Building 4, who are utterly devoid of humanity. The old man weeps bitterly, tears of blood streaming down, ultimately blinding himself with sorrow. He truly regrets it, but what use is regret? The die has been cast, the tiger has already been released into the mountains, and even worse, wolves have been invited into the home. Lu Yong, drawing on the cigarettes he has scavenged, gazes towards the distant villa, flicking ash with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. It is said that Xiao Ran possesses a vehicle capable of traversing icy terrains. Thus, even if we do not wish to make him our enemy, the circumstances compel us to capture this individual. However, he is not easily dealt with. The villa itself is impregnable. Breaking through its thick walls is beyond human capability. Can we still utilize construction vehicles or even explosives? What then? Our only option is to wait for him to leave and set up roadblocks to force him to stop. These roadblocks must be substantial and heavy. Otherwise, they will fail to halt his vehicle. We will simply wait for his next departure, while the community is engulfed in turmoil. Xiao Ran luxuriates in tranquility. Although he has prepared formidable firepower and has scouted the area, he could actually set out today. Yet, why should he rush? After all, it has already been over 20 days since the apocalypse began. Those who could not endure have surely perished by now. So what difference does one more day make? Wang Lulu occasionally thinks of her son, for he is indeed a part of her, but in such dire circumstances, what can she do? She is utterly powerless. At noon, Xiao Ran unexpectedly spotted someone on the surveillance monitor, Lu Yong, standing at the entrance of Building Number 4, clad in a raincoat, waving towards the camera. Do you need something? Xiao Ran inquired. Lu Yong chuckled. I wish to borrow your car. Name your price. In this neighborhood, I can deliver any woman you desire. Xiao Ran responded with a smile. If I wanted a woman, I could easily obtain one with mere food. There is no need for force. Moreover, I have no interest in coercion. It is utterly unappealing. He prefers women who are gracious and eager to please. Whether their feelings are genuine or feigned matters not. But to compel, one either encounters fierce resistance or faces a lifeless, unresponsive shell. Is that entertaining? Lu Yong shook his head. Xiao Ran, I am genuinely earnest in my request to borrow your car. It would be wise for you to acquiesce. Are you planning to utter threats? Xiao Ran queried. No. Only those lacking strength resort to empty threats. Lu Yong replied with a grin. Xiao Ran, we shall meet again, truly meet. Huh, you still have that playful spirit. Well then, when you stand before me, I trust you will maintain your bravado. Xiao Ran retorted with a laugh. I possess extraordinary abilities. Let me teach you how to write the character for submission in capital letters. Lu Yong laughed heartily before turning away, the conversation having reached an impasse. His gaze turned icy. If Xiao Ran could borrow a car, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. He truly did not wish to sever ties with Xiao Ran, for far too many had met their demise at his hands. Although there were various coincidences, it seemed that none of those fatalities resulted solely from Xiao Ran's formidable strength. Yet it did not diminish his trepidation towards him. Alas, it was unfortunate. However, he must procure Xiao Ran's vehicle, otherwise, they would inevitably remain trapped within the confines of the community. Xiao Ran paid little mind to Lu Yong. In the afternoon, he dedicated 3 hours to his fitness regimen. And in the evening, he watched a series with Jiang Yuning. To be precise, it was Jiang Yuning who was engrossed in the show, while he measured her physique with his gaze. You are so beautiful. Surely you must have many colleagues vying for your affection? Xiao Ran inquired. Jiang Yuning pouted her crimson lips. Who do you look down upon? I am the city's police flower. I recently attended a meeting in a neighboring city, and many colleagues specifically requested to transfer to our city and bureau. Furthermore, numerous sons of prominent leaders are pursuing me. Xiao Ran chuckled. That's splendid. No superior would dare to engage in any underhanded dealings with you. Indeed, Jiang Yuning nodded. To dare to engage in such impropriety with her would be tantamount to offending more than half of the official second generation in Sioux City, which equated to antagonizing their parents. Truly no trivial matter. Xiao Ran laughed heartily. Yet, in the end, it benefits me. Chapter 97. Preparing to depart, Jiang Yuning playfully retorted. You truly are one to take advantage, yet feign innocence. With her beauty, it would be entirely conceivable for her to marry into a prestigious family. Especially with parents who are university professors, this was an immense advantage. Little did she expect to find herself compromised over trivial matters. Alas, she gazed at the man beside her with a complex expression. The more desperate reality became, the more she found herself relying on him. As this dependence deepened, her feelings for Xiao Ran grew increasingly intricate. One day, her heart would be utterly ensnared. This realization filled her with trepidation, yet she felt powerless. Could she ever part ways with Xiao Ran? Setting aside other concerns, she was already aware of the nefarious deeds occurring in Building 4. If she were to leave this villa, she might be captured by a group of vile men, subjected to their whims and brutality. In such a scenario, death would seem preferable. No, even in death, she might be reduced to mere sustenance. The thought of this imagery sent a shiver down her spine, her delicate face paling. Not only in this community, but the gruesome act of cannibalism could be unfolding in every corner of the earth. She instinctively clung to Xiao Ran, murmuring, You mustn't come to harm. If Xiao Ran were to fall into peril, her own fate would be nothing short of tragic. Xiao Ran chuckled. Don't worry. I am quite selfish and will not allow any other man to touch you. On that day, Xiao Ran appeared to accomplish nothing. Yet it seemed as though he was perpetually engaged in some task. From upstairs to downstairs, his body felt somewhat overwhelmed. It was no wonder that many emperors in history met untimely ends. However, it seemed that I was not affected at all. Xiao Ran looked in the mirror, showing no signs of the decline associated with excessive indulgence. Comparing with photos taken a few days prior, he discovered that he appeared even more vibrant and full of energy now. How peculiar. Had acquiring superpowers also enhanced his physical constitution, thus augmenting his potential? Should this conjecture hold true, could it be that by absorbing dozens, even hundreds of extraordinary abilities, I might transform into an unstoppable force, a veritable pile driver? With my body remaining entirely unscathed, perhaps even growing stronger? How delightful. Xiao Ran nodded, as this provided yet another rationale for his pursuit of extraordinary beings. The day of indulgence had finally drawn to a close, and Xiao Ran eagerly awaited Su Qingmei's arrival. Are we ready to depart? She inquired with palpable eagerness. Consider yourself fortunate. I have prepared everything necessary, Xiao Ran replied with a nod. Su Qingmei bit her lip and hesitated for a moment before saying, May I first locate my sister before we complete the transaction? Noticing Xiao Ran's expression darken, she quickly clarified, I do not intend to renege. Rather, I am still a virgin. If I hand over the payment now, I fear I may be rendered immobile and unable to search for my sister. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow in surprise. Such an exquisite beauty was still a virgin? Previously, among Han Yuns for companions, not one was. And now two had emerged in succession. How curious. Xiao Ran, maintaining his neutrality, countered, First, I merely agreed to lend you my vehicle and accompany you to Sioux University. I made no commitment to locate your sister. He continued, Secondly, what if you were to default on the agreement? I can swear Xiao Ran interjected, shaking his head. I do not place my faith in oaths. Should you attempt to evade your obligation, I will not hesitate to eliminate you with a single shot. He brandished a handgun before Su Qingmei. She nodded in acquiescence, her voice trembling as she replied, Very well. She possessed a firearm as well, though it had been confiscated by Xiao Ran during her initial visit. Confronted by a robust man wielding a firearm, Su Qingmei felt a profound sense of submission, both psychologically and physiologically. Very well, let us depart, Xiao Ran declared. The four women surrounding Han Yun hastily approached, cautioning Xiao Ran to exercise utmost care. Simultaneously, they cast warning glances at Su Qingmei. With a silent sigh, Su Qingmei contemplated that once she found her sister and fulfilled her promise, she would take her sister far away, having no desire to vie for favor with these four women. Xiao Ran reassured the four women, acknowledging that their journey to Suda might extend over several days. Thus, he ensured they were well stocked with provisions and fresh water. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Jiang Yuning was diligently tending to the fireplace, ensuring warmth would prevail. Even if the fireplace were to fail, the generator he had prepared was already operational, allowing for air conditioning, albeit less effective than the fireplace, ensuring they would not succumb to the cold. As he led Su Qingmei to the ground floor, the four women could only watch longingly. Despite having resided in the villa for several days, they had yet to earn Xiao Ran's approval and had not left the basement. Now feeling a tinge of envy towards Su Qingmei, Xiao Ran closed the basement door behind him, and as Su Qingmei awaited him, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Descending the staircase was a stunning beauty, rivaling her own allure, accompanied by a mutt that dashed from the kitchen, stopping beside the exquisite woman and panting while sizing her up. Another one? Su Qingmei observed Jiang Yuning, who was likewise appraising Su Qingmei, their gazes sparking with an undeniable tension and a palpable sense of rivalry. Xiao Ran had already informed Jiang Yuning that he would be venturing out today to assist someone in locating their sister. Initially, Jiang Yuning presumed that Xiao Ran was merely overwhelmed by misplaced compassion. However, upon encountering Su Qingmei, she realized that Xiao Ran had misinterpreted his own motives. What she perceived as compassion was, in truth, a more carnal desire. She had unjustly judged him, had he not been fueled by an urgent drive for self-improvement. Even Su Qingmei's beauty multiplied tenfold would not have compelled him to aid her in her quest. He would never engage in perilous endeavors. Yet now, Xiao Ran's sense of crisis and urgency surged within him. He viewed this journey primarily as an opportunity for growth and a quest to find otherworldly beings, with Su Qingmei merely serving as a secondary motivation. Chapter 98. Entering Su University. Xiao Ran and Su Qingmei set forth. As their vehicle emerged from the garage, numerous onlookers gathered by the windows of the community, among them Lu Yang. He turned to the others inside and announced, "Brothers, it's time to get to work." A chorus of enthusiastic shouts erupted from the men, each embracing one or two women, showering them with fervent kisses before rising to their feet. What were they planning? They intended to construct an impenetrable barricade at the entrance, compelling Xiao Ran to halt his vehicle. In that moment, they would seize the opportunity to emerge and immobilize the tires of the G-Class with a locking device, effectively trapping Xiao Ran like a fish in a barrel. At their mercy, within the confines of the villa, he was untouchable, but once outside, he was ultimately just a solitary individual. Xiao Ran, why not simply borrow the vehicle without pushing us to take action? Lu Yang sneered, extinguishing the last remnants of his cigarette. He was fervently eager to seize the G-Class, yearning for the freedom to venture out to the supermarket and gather supplies, particularly cigarettes. He could forego food for an entire day. Yet he could not endure a single day without smoking. Otherwise, he would feel utterly restless. As the G-Class rolled out of the community gate, Su Qingmei glanced back and inquired, "Are you aware that many residents in the neighborhood are keeping a close watch on you, wishing to see you brought to your knees?" "I know," Xiao Ran replied nonchalantly. "Knowing this, how can you still dare to go out?" Su Qingmei found it rather incredulous. "You do possess a firearm. But even if we count Mei Ting's weapons, that amounts to merely 3 guns. Do you truly believe that 3 handguns can intimidate an entire community? The residents of Building 4 are utterly deranged. How wild can they be? A submachine gun would be far more effective." "That is not what I meant." Su Qingmei quickly interjected, genuinely fearful that Xiao Ran might change his mind and leave her behind. She would then have no choice but to confront him fiercely. "If you're not going to contribute to the conversation, then kindly be quiet. Don't distract me while I'm driving," Xiao Ran remarked. "Are you unaware that one should refrain from speaking to the driver while in a vehicle? It could easily lead to an accident." Su Qingmei fell silent, contemplating the fact that with a speed of only 20 miles per hour, an actual collision would hardly result in any significant consequence. Moreover, the vehicle was clearly modified, with a robust front bumper that exuded a sense of security. She crossed her arms and ceased her commentary. Nevertheless, witnessing Xiao Ran's fearless demeanor and his unwavering commitment to fulfill his promise did evoke a flicker of emotion within her. Had she known that Xiao Ran was actually eager to venture out, seeking other extraordinary beings and mutated creatures, she might have transformed her heartfelt emotions into a burning fury upon realizing she was merely an accessory. Was it that she lacked beauty or a captivating figure, rendering her devoid of allure, thus relegated to being just an appendage? Under Xiao Ran's cautious driving, after a journey of half an hour, they arrived at the Xiongmen campus of Su University. This area is referred to as the East Campus of Su University. Yet a moat distinctly separates it into 2 independent zones, with the Xiongmen campus situated to the east of the moat. Since Xiao Ran had already cleared the path the previous day, They encountered no obstacles along the way. Su Qingmei found it peculiar. Although numerous abandoned vehicles littered the road, some crashed, others haphazardly parked, a clear passage remained for their vehicle to navigate through, as if someone had preemptively tidied the route. She was not naive and cast a glance at Xiao Ran. You mentioned needing 3 days to prepare. Could it be that the roads were intentionally cleared in the preceding 2 days? No, that seemed implausible. How could one person possibly clear such a route? Even if one were to use a large vehicle to push aside the obstructing cars, how long would it take to clear a passage approximately 10 kilometers long? It certainly could not be accomplished in just a day or two. Was it possible that someone had driven here before, perhaps a precursor who had undertaken the clearing? She was filled with confusion. Upon reaching the school gate, Xiao Ran parked the vehicle and gestured invitingly. Su Qingmei was taken aback. Aren't you driving the car inside? Xiao Ran smiled and replied, Our agreement was to deliver you here. We never stipulated that I must drive the car inside. Indeed, no words were spoken. Su Qingmei found herself unable to counter, yet she recognized that this was merely Xiao Ran's attempt to drive a hard bargain. Reluctantly, she inquired, What is it that you desire? Xiao Ran raised his hand, displaying 3 fingers. Su Qingmei gritted her teeth. 1 day? Deal, Xiao Ran readily agreed. Regardless of Su Qingmei's consent, he would be entering the school, thus it amounted to a day gained without effort. Su Qingmei felt a surge of frustration, realizing she had fallen prey to Xiao Ran's cleverness. However, having already promised to share a bed with him, did it truly matter if it was for 1 day more or less? The grand vehicle gradually made its way into the campus. Upon entry, the library stood ahead, the gymnasium and swimming pool to the right, while the teaching building was to the left. After some analysis, they concluded that if Su Qingmei's sister were in these locations, she likely would not have survived thus far. Therefore, she must be in her dormitory or the cafeteria. Otherwise, she could easily succumb to the cold or hunger. Their first destination was the cafeteria. Why the cafeteria instead of the dormitory? Su Qingmei was uncertain of her sister's specific room number, and with too many possibilities, it was wiser to start at the cafeteria. Before long, they arrived outside the cafeteria. To Xiao Ran's astonishment, a multitude of individuals, approximately 30, both male and female, were peering out from the windows. Curiosity piqued, they decided to investigate. As they disembarked from the vehicle, Su Qingmei immediately shivered, despite having donned warmer attire. The exposure to such frigid temperatures sent a chill through her bones. The weather was indeed severe. In the initial days, the chill was not overly severe, merely dipping to around -10 degrees. Donning winter attire was sufficient to endure the cold. However, at that time, a fierce hailstorm unleashed its merciless assault, and few dared to brave the elements. Now, though the hail has ceased, temperatures plummet to a staggering -40 degrees or even lower. With the preparation of the residents of Su City, which winter garments could possibly provide adequate warmth? Su Qingmei cast a glance at Xiao Ran. For the attire she wore was bestowed upon her by him. This man. A ludicrous thought surged within her. Could following this man be the wisest choice amidst such apocalyptic times? She quickly shook her head. Given Xiao Ran's notorious appetites, would he spare his own sister? She could sacrifice herself, but she would never allow her sister to fall victim to this man's whims. She resolved to leave and, once she found her sister, fulfill her promise to take her away. Chapter 99. The Evolved, Yang Wenqi. Xiao Ran and Su Qingmei made their way towards the cafeteria. As they approached the entrance, the doors swung open, revealing a group of young individuals, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed upon them. Are you the rescue team sent by the state? Inquired a cluster of university students. Xiao Ran shook his head. I'm afraid not. We are merely here in search of someone. Su Qingmei interjected promptly. Do you know Su Ran? Although disappointment flickered in their expressions, the students nodded in unison. How could we not recognize Su Ran? She is the belle of the campus. Xiao Ran silently acknowledged, noting that with such beauty, it was no surprise that his sister had attained the title of campus flower. You bear a striking resemblance to the campus beauty. You must be her sister, remarked one female student. Su Qingmei nodded and inquired, do you know where Ran is now? The female university student pondered briefly and replied, if she is not in the western cafeteria, she must be starving. Oh, there are 2 cafeterias? Su Qingmei nodded, expressing her gratitude. As she prepared to leave with Xiao Ran, their path was suddenly obstructed. We would like to borrow your vehicle, if that's all right, a male student said with a smile. Su Qingmei's expression darkened. Was this truly a request to borrow? That vehicle outside was crucial for her to locate her sister, and it was necessary for transporting her away from this place. There was no way she could agree to such a request, especially since the car was not hers. No, Xiao Ran replied, shaking his head lightly. The male student's demeanor shifted as he retorted, "My friend, do you not see the time? People are nearly starving. Yet you stand idly by?" Xiao Ran chuckled. "Why should I feel obligated to ensure your survival when we are not even acquainted?" This remark incited the ire of the surrounding university students, who advanced menacingly. Once a timid girl, Su Qingmei had transformed into a warrior after years of incarceration. She immediately clenched her fists, her gaze sharp and fierce. Xiao Ran, with a calm demeanor, drew his handgun and remarked, "Who among you wishes to test that theory? A gun. The thought of testing that could lead to death." The university students instinctively recoiled, stepping back in fear. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger surged within Xiao Ran. His instinctive reaction surpassed conscious thought, and he swiftly opened a spatial portal to absorb a rapidly approaching object. With a sweep of his awareness, he discerned that it was a basketball. With a flicker of thought, Xiao Ran released the basketball, slightly altering its trajectory so that it sailed just above his head. He wished to keep his secret concealed, for revealing it would render him powerless. At that moment, the sound of air being sliced apart reached his ears. Goodness! This indicated that the basketball had just surpassed the speed of sound. Bang! The ball struck the wall, exploding upon impact with a thunderous noise, leaving a notable dent in its wake. Su Qingmei, realizing the situation too late, turned her gaze toward the source of the sound. The crowd parted, revealing a male student seated at a distant table, casually playing with a basketball, surrounded by several others. Xiao Ran's eyes narrowed. To throw a basketball at supersonic speed. It was impossible for this individual not to possess extraordinary abilities. He had anticipated this, thus using the space gate to collect the basketball before immediately releasing it, creating an illusion of poor aim that would prevent anyone from suspecting he too had powers, presenting a facade of weakness only to unleash full force, vanquishing his opponent. He aimed to ensure the defeat of his adversary without incurring any harm himself. What of being a cunning strategist? Haha, this is our Yang Ji's warning. A male student declared with pride, "Our Yang Gu is indeed an extraordinary being, capable of propelling objects at supersonic speeds. Just consider the bullet, so small. Yet when it reaches the speed of sound, its destructive potential is terrifying. Imagine the devastation of something many times heavier." Yang Gu? Xiao Ran pondered as he glanced at the boy seated at the table, curious about his name. The distance was too great, significantly affecting his accuracy. Moreover, if he were to use artillery shells, not only would they obliterate the opponent, but he would also likely be unable to harness any extraordinary abilities. Additionally, an explosion indoors would result in the entire cafeteria collapsing. He would be buried alive. He required more favorable conditions to strike. Yang Wenqi, it was that male student again. He exclaimed loudly, "Now that you are aware of our brother Yang's prowess, I ask you, will you lend me your vehicle?" Bang! Without even glancing at him, Xiao Ran raised his gun and fired. The sound of the gunshot echoed, and a wisp of smoke curled upwards as the boy collapsed to the ground. Xiao Ran blew on the barrel of his gun, surveying the terrified university students who recoiled in shock. He remarked with a smile, "I abhor being threatened." Whoosh! At that moment, in the distance, Yang Wenqi suddenly swung again, sending another basketball hurtling towards him. The ball approached silently, having surpassed the speed of sound. Unfortunately for Yang, Xiao Ran was prepared. The portal to another dimension had already been opened beside him. As the basketball soared towards him, it was seized and drawn into the alternate space, then angled downwards, striking another male student directly on the face. Thud! The impact rendered the student's face a grotesque mess, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones. The force of the blow crushed the bones of his face, turning his brain into a pulp that sprayed forth from the gaping wound. He then collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Goodness! Yang Wenqi's attack was indeed terrifying. Each strike was akin to being hit by a heavy artillery shell. Yet, despite his two attempts, he failed to hit his intended target. The first shot could be deemed a mere threat, but what about the second? Xiao Ran had already eliminated his adversaries, and Yang Wenqi was certainly compelled to take decisive action. However, during his second attempt, not only did he miss the target again, but he even inadvertently struck one of his own. What kind of situation is this? In the distance, Yang Wenqi finally furrowed his brow. How strange. Ever since he had acquired his extraordinary abilities, not only had his strength significantly increased, but his precision had also become remarkable, within 100 meters. He could hit any target without error. Yet, Both of his recent attempts had deviated from their intended marks, although slightly, this was decidedly abnormal. He remained unaware that Xiao Ran was also an extraordinary being. He simply felt something was amiss and was filled with confusion. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and approached Yang Wenqi. In haste, Yang Wenqi launched another attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Basketballs soared through the air, their whistling sound following closely behind. However, each one merely grazed past Xiao Ran's body, colliding instead with a student, and coincidentally, all were male. After several attempts, it became evident to everyone that something was off. How had Yang Wenqi become a master of near misses? Moreover, he was only missing Xiao Ran while hitting his own targets with absolute precision. And all of those struck were boys. It was exceedingly bizarre. Xiao Ran moved with a rhythm, pausing intermittently. He halted as he retrieved the basketballs. Although it was challenging for him to track the trajectory of the balls, all he needed was to observe Yang Wenqi's movements. With a flick of his hand, the attack would come. He would stop, open a spatial portal, and it was as simple as that. At this moment, he was merely 8 meters away from Yang Wenqi. Chapter 100. The second extraordinary ability. Yang Wenqi began to perspire coldly. Xiao Ran was undoubtedly problematic, deeply problematic, an extraordinary being. He immediately thought to himself, it must be so. But what kind of ability could cause attacks to go astray? Is this fellow not inherently invincible? How to confront him? Freeze him alive. With that thought, Yang Wenqi let out a roar, hurling basketballs one after another. Yet, what good was it? No, it was not entirely futile, for with each ball tossed, another boy would collapse. At that moment, Xiao Ran ceased his pretense, too lazy to calculate trajectories. It was evident that the basketballs, initially on a straight path, would veer off course just before reaching him. With a series of thuds, as more boys fell, the remaining students were struck with fear, scattering in all directions. Yet, in their frantic escape, they too would find themselves struck in the back of the head, lamenting their fate. Yang Wenqi was drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that Xiao Ran's supernatural ability was to deflect attacks? Such a power ensured his invulnerability, and he wielded a firearm as well. How could one possibly shield oneself from bullets or evade them? In that moment, Yang Wenqi was overwhelmed with anxiety. In the aftermath of the catastrophe, despite the harsh conditions, he had, through his supernatural prowess, risen to become the undisputed leader of this group, with everyone eager to flatter and appease him. He was the first to choose food each day, and only he could fill his stomach. Thus, he did not harbor a profound dislike for this calamity. Moreover, they were still students, residing within the confines of a campus. The erosion of their moral compass was far more gradual. So far, they had upheld their principles, and there had been no severe instances of exploitation, as they clung to the hope that this disaster would eventually pass, and that help would arrive from the state. To commit a heinous act now would surely invite annihilation. However, as food supplies dwindled, some girls had begun to approach him, subtly hinting at something. What could this imply? Nature is a realm where one may barter physical existence for the privilege of sustenance, ensuring survival against the specter of starvation. Yang Wenqi had entertained the notion of eliminating other males to preserve the females, yet it remained merely an idea, unactualized. But what of the present? His position is now precarious, and his very life hangs in the balance. At this moment, he is engulfed in regret. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have relinquished his hesitations sooner and indulged in hedonistic pleasures. Even if death were to come now, at least he would have savored life fully. I concede. Yang Wenqi raised his hands. In the face of his mortality, what else could he relinquish? To take a step back, he is an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. Even if he were to serve as Xiao Ran's subordinate, would he not find enjoyment in that role? Kneel. Xiao Ran commanded blandly. Yang Wenqi's face displayed a struggle. Yet he gradually descended to his knees. Excellent. You shall henceforth be my dog. When I direct you east, you shall not venture west, Xiao Ran declared, holstering his weapon and advancing a few steps to press his hand upon Yang Wenqi's crown. Had Xiao Ran been armed, Yang Wenqi would have never dared allow such proximity, nor would he have permitted Xiao Ran to touch his head. Yet, at this moment, he felt a wave of relief. Believing that Xiao Ran intended to accept him as a subordinate, and thus obediently allowed the gesture. Though it was a source of humiliation, at least his life was spared. However, in the next instant, his expression contorted into a visage of sheer rage, but he could emit not a single sound, for his throat had been violently perforated by at least dozens of bullets. Yang Wenqi has met his end. Xiao Ran had never contemplated granting him a reprieve, nor did he harbor intentions of taking him on as an underling. The act of holstering his firearm was merely a prelude to delivering a fatal blow, while simultaneously conducting an experiment. What experiment? It concerns the possibility of directly seizing the extraordinary abilities of a superhuman while they are still alive. As it turns out, this is not feasible. At the moment Yang Wenqi was shot, a warm current surged into Xiao Ran's palm, instantly spreading throughout his body. It felt as though something transformative was brewing, yet it seemed to dissipate without consequence. However, Xiao Ran immediately sensed a surge of heat rising from his lower abdomen, igniting a fire that reddened his vision and compelled him to glance towards the girls, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Truly, the extraordinary abilities must be toxic, seductive poison. Otherwise, after absorbing such powers twice, why would he feel overwhelmingly exhilarated? This time, the intensity was even more profound, rendering him nearly uncontrollable. Come here, he commanded in a low voice. The crowd, however, trembled in fear, hesitant to move. Although it was evident that only Yang Wenqi had truly fallen at Xiao Ran's hands, anyone with a modicum of sense could deduce that the basketball thrown by Yang Wenqi had indeed been tampered with by Xiao Ran, leading to his own demise while mercilessly eliminating others. In the face of such a formidable force, who would not tremble in fear? Xiao Ran smiled faintly, raising his weapon and firing a shot. Bang! Instantly, those hidden in the shadows quivered and emerged. The cafeteria was scarcely spacious enough to flee, leaving little room for concealment. Moreover, the basketballs Yang Wenqi had launched were all aimed at the boys. To claim that Xiao Ran did not act with intent, only a fool would believe that. Thus, the remaining girls began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The crowd that had once numbered over 30 had now dwindled to merely 11. The gathering consisted entirely of young women, all possessing considerable beauty, with 2 of them just barely reaching a score of 80. Xiao Ran reached into his clothing, retrieving a plastic bag filled with oranges. Would you like some? He inquired. The girls eagerly nodded in response. A mischievous grin spread across Xiao Ran's face as he added, I can give you these, but you must trade with your bodies. If you wish to make such a bargain, please proceed to that room. Xiao Ran. Su Qingmei could no longer contain herself, her forehead pulsating with tension. What on earth are you here for? Xiao Ran cast a fleeting glance at her and replied nonchalantly. Do not forget that you have yet to fulfill your promise. Or perhaps, you could substitute for them and entertain me? Su Qingmei shook her head vigorously. If she were to lose her virginity here, how could she possibly search for her sister while in such a compromised state? Moreover, Xiao Ran's demeanor appeared unsettling. His eyes were alarmingly red, as if he had consumed something amiss. She dared not provoke him at this moment. Xiao Ran was the first to enter the room, making some minor arrangements. The 11 girls exchanged glances and surprisingly began to walk toward the room. After a prolonged period, the door creaked open, revealing Xiao Ran emerging. Looking refreshed. What are you standing there for? Move, he said casually as he brushed past Su Qingmei. Chapter 101. One may depart, but the vehicle must remain. Xiao Ran attuned himself to his newfound abilities. Having absorbed Yang Wenqi's powers, he experienced a comprehensive enhancement, resulting in a significant fortification of his physique. He could distinctly sense the surge of power and the enhancement of his neural responses, and he firmly believed that his speed would similarly improve. Moreover, this was merely the commencement of his transformation, after absorbing the abilities of the mutated canine. It had taken him 2 days for his body to complete its enhancement. If this instance were to unfold similarly, the effects of his improvement would persist for approximately 2 days. The most apparent change was in his superpower, which had reached a decisive pinnacle. The spatial gateway could now expand to a maximum size of 15 by 15 meters, although the maximum casting distance remained unchanged at 4 meters. Additionally, the limit of his spatial perception had extended to over 7 meters. While he had yet to test how many times he could utilize this power or sustain it for several minutes, it was undeniable that both the frequency and duration had significantly increased. A smile graced Xiao Ran's face. Given such gains, this trip to Su University had already proven immensely worthwhile. However, there was a minor drawback. After absorbing the abilities, he would become overly exuberant, particularly after the second time, if he did not unleash his powers immediately. He felt he might burst from pent-up energy. It was not merely impatience. The situation demanded action. Henceforth, would he need to ensure a woman accompanied him whenever he ventured out? What if there were no women around? Would he resort to a blow-up doll? He shuddered at the thought and dismissed it. Noticing the fluctuations in Xiao Ran's expression, Su Qingmei dared not utter a word, wary of provoking him. What if he was still unsatisfied and, in a sudden fit of enthusiasm, decided to take advantage of her in the car. She could hardly resist. Setting aside the question of whether she could overpower him, she was reluctant to voice any demands, especially considering she needed Xiao Ran's assistance in locating her sister and facilitating their escape together. The vehicle continued its journey westward, navigating 2 turns before arriving at the western canteen. However, in stark contrast to the east canteen, the windows here were shattered in large parts, and the walls bore numerous dents, as if they had withstood the ravages of war. What could have happened? Xiao Ran halted the vehicle, and Su Qingmei could no longer restrain herself. She leaped out and dashed toward the canteen. "Xinran! Su Xinran!" she called out loudly. Just then, the door of the canteen opened, and she rushed inside. With Xiao Ran following closely behind, his senses heightened with anticipation. He was uncertain whether a second superpowered individual might be present. Even in the absence of such, one must not underestimate ordinary people. A sudden strike from behind with a blunt object could incapacitate even those with extraordinary abilities. After all, Xiao Ran was not like the mutated canine, specifically enhanced for physical prowess. His defensive capabilities and recovery speed were far from comparable. "Sister?" Upon entering the canteen, Xiao Ran heard a voice filled with surprise, and he observed Su Qingmei embracing a girl tightly. Coincidentally, the girl was facing him, allowing him to clearly discern her features. Beautiful. Su Qingmei was already striking, scoring a solid 90 in attractiveness, while Su Xinran surpassed her by a couple of points, radiating the vibrant essence of youth. So distinct from Su Qingmei's demeanor, which bore the marks of several years of hardship. One could not help but wonder about her figure. However, given that his sister possessed such an admirable physique, it was unlikely that her sister would be lacking in that regard as well. Xiao Ran mused to himself. This captivating girl undoubtedly held his interest. He surveyed the cafeteria once more, noting the significantly reduced number of students present. Only around 20 remained. A fairly even mix of boys and girls. The girls regarded him with curious glances, some tinged with an unusual hue, while the boys' stares were uniform in their rejection. Xiao Ran understood the reason. He had arrived alongside Su Qingmei, who was the sister of Su Xinran. Thus he was likely to take both sisters away. How could they not feel envy? A wry smile crept onto Xiao Ran's face. How trivial it seemed that, even at this juncture, they still harbored thoughts of rivalry and jealousy. It could only be said that university students remained somewhat naive and immature, still harboring a glimmer of hope for the future, rather than succumbing entirely to despair. Otherwise, their thoughts would revolve around mere survival rather than romantic entanglements, let alone feelings of jealousy. After a brief exchange between Su Qingmei and Su Xinran, the 2 girls approached Xiao Ran. "Let us depart," Su Qingmei declared. Su Xinran cast a grateful glance at Xiao Ran and said, "Thank you." Su Qingmei interjected, indicating that Xiao Ran was merely offering assistance out of goodwill. Otherwise, how could she expect her sister to sacrifice herself for her rescue? Xiao Ran chose not to expose the truth, merely smiling as he remarked, "It may not be so easy." Indeed, a throng of boys converged upon them. "You cannot leave." "At the very least, she cannot," they proclaimed, pointing at Su Xinran. "Why?" Su Xinran exclaimed, her face a mask of confusion. "You are the one favored by Song-gu. If you leave, he will be displeased," one boy asserted. Su Xinran's anger flared instantly as she retorted, "I am not an appendage to Song-wi. Why must I be governed by his whims regarding my departure?" "No way. You are not allowed to leave." Several men blocked the path, preventing the trio from departing. Not only could Su Xinran not escape, but if they wished to go, they must leave the car keys behind. The presence of a vehicle capable of traversing such harsh weather conditions signified something profound: life, freedom, and of course, wealth. This wealth referred to resources, and with resources, one could act with abandon. Therefore, while Xiao Ran and Su Qingmei could be permitted to leave, the car must remain. Ideally, it would be best to keep Su Qingmei as well, for her beauty was only slightly inferior to that of Su Xinran. Naturally, Su Qingmei's sister was furious, while Xiao Ran merely smiled faintly. Chapter 102. Green tea. You must think carefully. Obstructing my path is tantamount to opposing me, becoming my enemy. Xiao Ran spoke with a calm demeanor, and I assure you, I shall show no mercy to my adversaries. The group of college students burst into laughter. "You dare to threaten us? On what grounds? Merely your words?" They showed no signs of retreat, even taking a step forward. However, not everyone shared this bravado. Xiao Ran shook his head and, without hesitation, unleashed bullets from an alternate dimension, though the portal was merely a flat surface. Xiao Ran possessed the ability to manifest and retract instantaneously, allowing him to encircle his foes in an instant. Thus, the barrage of bullets flowed forth with unparalleled fluidity, as if his entire being could emit projectiles. Bang, bang, bang. 11 men and women fell simultaneously, yet not a single scream was heard. Each was met with a bullet to the head, leaving no opportunity for cries of despair. Among the fallen were 9 men and 2 women, regardless of gender. Any show of hostility towards me would meet with death. Among the remaining 7 individuals, there was 1 man and 6 women. They had not approached forward previously, and upon witnessing the scene, they were all terrified and screamed in horror. One girl even collapsed to the ground, her hands feeling wet and sticky. She soon realized they were drenched in blood, after which she fainted. 2 other girls were so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. However, people are distinct from one another. Among them, one girl shone with a peculiar brilliance, her face displaying a hint of excitement. After the confrontation with Yang Wenqi, Xiao Ran understood that her identity as a supernatural being could no longer be concealed from Su Qingmei. Yet, as long as she remained silent, who could discern the nature of her abilities? Was it the power to conjure bullets out of thin air, or perhaps an ability for skewed attacks? The realms of spatial gateways and alternate dimensions were indeed enigmatic. When wielded adeptly, they could yield unpredictable and astonishing results. Even if one were to concede that they were aware of her possession of an alternate space, and that she could launch objects from it in their original state, how could they possibly know what she would hurl at them? It might be a mere brick, or potentially hundreds, thousands of bullets, or even a cannonball. Tell me, how could one defend against such an onslaught? The essence of my powers remains a mystery for you to ponder. With this in mind, Xiao Ran felt no inclination to hide her abilities any longer. She surveyed the remaining few and calmly inquired, "Who else wishes to obstruct me?" "I do." "Oh. Is there still someone seeking their own demise?" Following the sound, Xiao Ran's gaze brightened. This was yet another stunning beauty, slightly less alluring than Su Ran. Yet she possessed an air of seduction that starkly contrasted with the pure charm of Su Ran. She raised her hand and gracefully approached Xiao Ran, each step accompanied by a subtle twist of her waist and a seductive sway of her hips, exuding an irresistible charm. It is noteworthy that, amidst the thick winter garments everyone donned, making them appear as bulky as matronly figures, she remarkably managed to accentuate her curves and contours, a feat deserving of admiration. Just how slender must her waist be to reveal such allure through these heavy layers of clothing? Xiao Ran chuckled, observing the girl's distinctly pretentious demeanor. It was evident that she was far from being a naive simpleton. Thus, she must have ulterior motives. "Brother, your car outside is quite large. May I accompany you?" The girl tossed her hair, a move clearly calculated to allow Xiao Ran a full view of her, simultaneously showcasing her alluring femininity in a most enchanting manner. "By the way, my name is Zhou Junsu," she declared, and then, catching a glimpse of Su Qingmei, she quickly added, "I apologize, dear sister. I merely wish to ask my brother to take me along. Please do not misunderstand." Xiao Ran could not help but smile. Zhou Junsu was undeniably a master of her craft, a quintessential tease. Right from the start, she subtly jabbed at Su Qingmei, both provoking and mocking her for her age. How intriguing. Su Ran, witnessing this exchange, could not refrain from defending her sister, saying, "Zhou Junsu, conceal your beguilement. This is my sister's friend, so do not act maliciously." In her perspective, Xiao Ran's willingness to venture out at her sister's behest surely indicated that he was her boyfriend. Therefore, did this show the green tea truly intend to encroach upon her sister's territory? Zhou Yunce's eyes instantly clouded with tears as she gazed at Xiao Ran, saying, "Brother, I truly apologize. I merely wished to leave this place. I never intended to cause such a significant misunderstanding. I am so sorry, truly." She covered her face with her hands, her shoulders trembling slightly, clearly having shed tears moments before. Su Qingmei scoffed and remarked, "There's no need to put on a performance before me. Xiao Ran and I are not in a romantic relationship. If you aspire to be his woman, do whatever it takes, but let me inform you, he is quite the heartthrob. He has already captured my heart." Su Ran, her elder sister, stamped her foot repeatedly, sensing that her sister was merely sulking. Although her sister was wonderful in many aspects, her pride often prevented her from expressing her grievances, leading her to endure silently. "You are at a disadvantage by acting this way." Xiao Ran, however, moved towards Zhou Yunsu, prompting Su Ran to grow anxious as her sister remained unresponsive. She quickly positioned herself to shield Xiao Ran from approaching Zhou Yunsu, who was Zhou Yunsu, after all, renowned for her allure and known to be at odds with her. Both were school beauties, yet Su Xinran firmly believed she reigned supreme, relegating Zhou Yunsu to the second tier. Zhou Yunsu harbored resentment over this, frequently intervening whenever a distinguished male suitor pursued Su Xinran, attempting to steal them away. Nonetheless, Su Xinran remained largely indifferent to such antics, driven by her unwavering determination to excel in her studies and pursue further education. She felt an immense responsibility to earn a substantial income to provide her sister with the best possible living conditions, even though no amount of money could compensate for the freedom her sister had lost while enduring imprisonment for her sake. Now, how dare you encroach upon my sister's territory? While the affairs concerning Su Xinran may be of little consequence, when it comes to her sister, she would never yield. In her haste, Su Xinran collided with Xiao Ran, who, despite being able to steady himself, found no necessity to do so. Thus, they crashed into each other. Given Su Xinran's slight frame, she was immediately sent reeling backward. As her surroundings shifted to the ceiling above, she instinctively flailed her arms and let out a startled scream. At that moment, she felt a firm grip around her slender waist. Xiao Ran had caught her. However, it was clear that Xiao Ran had no intention of taking advantage of her. He merely assisted her upright before releasing her and advancing toward Zhou Junsu, whispering, "Zhou, you may accompany me, but once you enter my abode, you must accept the role of my woman. Think carefully about your decision." Zhou Junsu slightly parted her fingers, her captivating eyes shimmering with allure. Devoid of any trace of tears, she bit her lips, as red as flames, and vowed, "I shall not disappoint my brother." Chapter 103. Where has he gone? Xiao Ran smiled faintly and waved his hand with vigor. "Let us depart. This outing has proven fruitful." Meanwhile, Su Xinran simmered with frustration. Yet she found herself lacking the grounds to persuade Xiao Ran otherwise. Reluctantly, she turned to Su Qimei and said, "Sister, you must alter your temperament. Otherwise, you will always be the one who suffers." Su Qimei found herself at a loss for words. How could she explain to her sister that Xiao Ran was neither her boyfriend nor even a friend, but merely her employer? If she were to voice such a revelation, her sister would undoubtedly explode with indignation and insist on staying, urging her to remain as well. Yet, was Xiao Ran truly someone who could be easily reasoned with? He had already fulfilled his promises, and should she dare to retract her words, she was certain that he would mercilessly eliminate both of them. The order of actions, whether to kill first or later, was inconsequential. She grasped her sister's hand and asserted, "Xiao Ran and I are not in a romantic relationship. Whom he chooses to pursue is entirely his affair, and I have no authority to interfere. Moreover, he is someone I sought assistance from, so please, do not provoke him." Su Xinran regarded her sister with skepticism, glancing at Zhong Junyu, her large eyes blinking in contemplation, lost in her thoughts. "Can you take me with you?" Another girl suddenly interjected. Xiao Ran cast her a quick glance. She was a decent-looking girl, perhaps a solid 7 out of 10, yet his standards had risen significantly. A girl of that caliber was hardly worthy of being taken to his villa. Zhang Jingya and Zhang Lei, had they not departed early, would have also fallen short of his expectations. He shook his head, stating, "There isn't enough space in the vehicle for so many. There are only 4 of you. Even an ordinary car has 5 seats, and in this day and age, do traffic police even check for overcapacity? As long as the vehicle can accommodate the passengers, you can fit in as many as you like. Besides, this is a long version of the G-Class, with 7 seats." Xiao Ran's words were merely a polite refusal. The girl's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, yet she dared not voice her concerns, especially in light of the recent mysterious deaths of 11 classmates. The other girls were even less inclined to speak. Their appearances were at best comparable to hers, with some even less fortunate, and naturally, they preferred not to invite humiliation upon themselves. Xiao Ran smiled and said, "Let us hasten, or we shall be caught in the fog once more." Indeed, the 3 girls nodded in unison, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Thus, the 4 of them entered the vehicle. Upon stepping inside, Su Xinran and Zhou Yunsu were taken aback. "Wow, it's incredibly warm in here," Zhou Yunsu exclaimed, casting an admiring gaze at Xiao Ran. "You are truly remarkable, brother. I am in awe of you." Though Su Xinran shared the same astonishment, she was somewhat irked by Zhou Yunsu's exaggerated display and couldn't help but huff. Turning her face away, Xiao Ran merely chuckled, starting the engine and driving forward. The road was so smooth that turning around was quite challenging. However, it mattered little, for the campus paths were labyrinthine. After making a detour, he exited through the school gate. As Su Xinran, and Zhou Yunsu gazed at the receding school entrance. They were filled with a myriad of emotions. Just as the car rounded the corner and vanished from view, a man clad in autumn attire appeared, raising an eyebrow. "Is that the same car from yesterday?" he mused, shaking his head as he ventured into the campus. Upon passing the East Canteen, his pace slowed slightly, revealing a hint of vigilance. Yet, step by step, he traversed the dining area without encountering the anticipated assault. He paused in surprise. Could it be that Yang Wenqi is napping? How curious that I was not attacked. Before he could utter a word, he beheld the lifeless body strewn across the ground, at least 10 in number, haphazardly arranged. In an instant, his brow furrowed, and his gaze sharpened to a razor's edge. At that moment, the man and 5 women timidly emerged from the small room. "Brother Song," they called out in voices laced with trepidation. The man was Song Hui, a senior at the School of Finance, and, simultaneously, a wielder of extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to navigate such a frigid environment clad only in autumn attire. The group began to chatter amongst themselves, recounting their ordeal. And as they concluded, Song Hui's expression darkened significantly. Su Xinran has left, and so has Zhou Junsu. Cursing under his breath, he clenched his fists, and suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted. Ice began to manifest around him. The others screamed in terror, but Song Hui remained unfazed. The biting cold rapidly encasing the 6 in a frozen embrace. He coldly remarked, "Incompetence." He harbored feelings for Su Xinran, while also scheming against the bewitching Zhou Junsu. However, the moral decay within the university unfolded at a slower pace compared to the harsh realities outside, leading him to regard Su Xinran as a cherished possession and Zhou Junsu as a delectable prize, without resorting to force. He desired both women to willingly submit to his advances. As provisions dwindled, he alone ventured out to procure sustenance, gradually solidifying his position and establishing his authority as unassailable. Furthermore, during his recent excursions to gather supplies, he realized the extent of the chaos that engulfed the outside world. He felt it was time for a transformation. Am I obliged to sustain you all without recompense? Certainly not. However, this step has yet to be implemented. Su Xinran and Zhou Junsu inexplicably followed someone away. What on earth? Wait a moment. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of realization. The vehicle must have passed by the East Canteen upon entering, which means that the individual named Xiao Ran must have encountered Yang Wenqi. Yang Wenqi is known for his volatile temperament and domineering nature, and his extraordinary abilities render him incapable of venturing out in search of sustenance. Thus, his yearning for the automobile is immense. Yet, Xiao Ran still drove over, which implies. He inhaled sharply. Yang Wenqi is dead. Should I take a look? However, what if this is a trap set by Yang Wenqi and Xiao Ran, designed to lure me in? Song Hui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against immediate action. After all, he could traverse the harsh cold with ease. And there was no urgency to act today. He could simply wait until tomorrow or the day after. Yet, what if Yang Wenqi truly is dead? Song Hui's eyes gleamed. This campus would then be his dominion. He would no longer concern himself with morality or the constraints of law, demanding absolute submission instead. Men would serve as my subordinates, while the aesthetically pleasing women would become mine, and the less attractive ones would be bestowed upon my followers. Oh, I recall that the new female instructor from the College of Literature is exceptionally exquisite. Not only is she beautiful, but her figure is also enticing. Heh, teacher you are now mine. Chapter 104, A Rocket Launch. Xiao Ran drives slowly. The Su sisters, Su Qingmei and Su Xinran, are somewhat impatient but dare not urge Xiao Ran, resulting in quite an amusing expression. On the other hand, Zhou Junsu is entirely unfazed. She is both proactive and audacious, having taken the passenger seat with determination. Under the pretense of a heartfelt reunion between the Su sisters, they were seated together for a leisurely chat. Their proficiency in the art of tea was truly exceptional. Though her intentions were to create an opportunity to draw closer to Xiao Ran, it appeared she was still considering the feelings of others. How impressive. Su Xinran rolled her eyes vigorously from the back seat. What a schemer. The car was stiflingly warm. Zhou Yunsa had even removed her outer jacket, revealing a pristine white sweater beneath. Upon examining the neckline, it seemed she was donning more than one. Yet even so, her bosom was accentuated in an exaggerated curve. But what of her slender waist? It remained remarkably trim. Such a figure was simply stunning. No wonder she could exude an enchanting allure even in winter attire. Her physique was extraordinarily captivating, almost to the point of disbelief. Xiao Ran's gaze flickered with a spark of desire, which Zhou Yunsu astutely noticed. She playfully brushed her hand against him. Truly a little enchantress. He must not be disturbed while driving. After all, with countless roads ahead, safety must take precedence. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely and burdened with so much cargo. However, a wall had unexpectedly appeared at the entrance. This barrier was hastily constructed, composed entirely of assorted debris, furniture, appliances, and even concrete blocks, yet it boasted a formidable depth of 3 meters. Thus, no matter how powerful the G-class might be, it would likely struggle to breach this makeshift wall. At that moment, 7 individuals abruptly emerged from the guardhouse, armed with wheel locks, evidently intent on immobilizing the G-class. With this development, where could Xiao Ran possibly escape to? Not to mention, the slow agony of starvation awaited him. There was no need for Xiao Ran to ponder. It was undoubtedly the work of those from Building 4. Previously, the attempt to borrow a vehicle had failed, but now the situation had taken a dramatic turn. Xiao Ran shook his head, remarking on their lack of wisdom. He decided there was no need for concealment any longer. With a resounding bang, a rocket propelled itself into existence, hurtling towards the entrance. The deafening explosion reverberated as the wall at the entrance vanished, and the shockwaves surged forth, sending several individuals who had rushed out from the guardhouse flying. They collided with the walls or fell upon the top of the surrounding fence, their garments pierced by sharp debris, while others were simply knocked to the ground, rendered unconscious. The impact was akin to a cataclysm, leaving Su Qingmei and her companions agape in astonishment, as if witnessing a ghostly apparition. How could they not be? The rocket, though slower than a bullet, was of considerable size, and they clearly observed it manifest abruptly before the vehicle, only to obliterate everything in its path in an instant. It was Zhou Junsu who first regained her composure, leaping from the passenger seat to embrace Xiao Ran, exclaiming in delight, "Brother, you are amazing. I was nearly frightened to death, thinking I might be captured by villains and never see you again." With that, she showered him with kisses upon his face. Could one blame her? Certainly not. Surviving such peril warranted a surge of excitement. However, the expressions of Su Qingmei and her sister turned sour. In Su Qingmei's eyes, Xiao Ran was someone she had brought along, having paid a significant personal price for his company. How could he now appear to be vying for her attention? What of Su Xinran? This was intolerable. The sisters glared furiously at Zhou Junsu. Hiss, that little enchantress truly knew how to leverage her charms. Xiao Ran gently patted Zhou Junsu and said with a smile, "Please take a seat." He drove into the community, his gaze scanning for any signs of life from the residents of Building 4. However, the recent explosion seemed to have frightened everyone away. He saw no one in sight. Spatial perception? The distance was considerable, and there was a door in between. This ability was not akin to X-rays that could penetrate walls. One wonders, after absorbing more abilities, could it be possible to upgrade to a level where one could traverse walls? A thought to ponder. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. With his current formidable strength, he could easily eliminate anyone who dared to emerge from Building 4. Come on, let us play this out slowly. I have ample provisions and plenty of fresh water. What about you? He drove to the villa, remotely unlocking the car doors before entering and securing the entrance. The garage doors, made of a special alloy, were a hefty 20 centimeters thick, requiring nearly 2 minutes to operate. Let us head inside, Xiao Ran announced as he opened the car door and stepped out. Su Xian Ran and Zhou Junsu hesitated to leave the warmth of the vehicle, acutely aware of the icy conditions they had endured indoors. Yet, Su Qingmei tugged at her sister, insisting they exit the car. Reluctantly, Zhou Junsu followed suit. To her astonishment, she discovered that the interior of the house was even warmer than the car. Goodness, what kind of enchanted place is this? It was not merely warm. It was so balmy that she felt inclined to shed her clothing. Under Xiao Ran's guidance, they made their way to the villa's grand hall, where Jiang Yuning awaited their arrival, accompanied by a cheerful leopard. The leopard wagged its tail in greeting, sniffing curiously at the 3 women, as if to acknowledge the addition of 3 new mistresses to the household. The dog felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, burdened by the need to remember so many scents. Suddenly, a potent sense of crisis surged within her. Someone was vying for affection. She scrutinized Su Xinran and Zhou Yunsu, who were equally assessing her, both equally breathtaking. What stunning women! Everyone, go take a shower. Xiao Ran waved her hand. Su Xinran and Zhou Yunsu had not bathed for several days. While their outer garments somewhat masked the situation, once removed, even the most beautiful women exuded an undeniable scent of sweat. Both Su Xinran and Zhou Yunsu blushed and exclaimed in unison, We can still take a shower? Yes, go ahead. Xiao Ran assigned the two women to different bathing areas. As each floor boasted its own shower room, equipped with a water source and a pressure booster, alleviating concerns about diminished water flow when multiple individuals bathed simultaneously. Indeed, Xiao Ran no longer concealed the truth. There was no longer a need for subterfuge. However, he would only reveal a limited portion of his secrets. He refrained from disclosing the numerous abilities he had developed in the realm of spatial manipulation, nor would he fully explain the capabilities of the alternate dimension. What he chose to reveal was merely sufficient to ensnare the women's unwavering devotion. With a swift motion of his hand across the table, a box meal appeared instantly. With another gesture, a carton of milk materialized, followed by an assortment of fruits. Even though Su Qimei had her suspicions, her jaw dropped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Xiao Ran approached her, leaning close to whisper in her ear, "I possess an abundance of resources, enough to sustain everyone here for several lifetimes, along with energy supplies to ensure continuous heating and uninterrupted power. As you ponder once more, do you still wish to depart with your sister? Reflect upon it. After leaving this place, where else might you go? How will you procure sustenance? Fresh water? Is there an environment as warm as this? Will you have the luxury of bathing? Do you truly desire to revert to a primal existence, living off the land?" Su Qingmei felt a tremor course through her delicate frame, her long eyelashes quivering as she turned to Xiao Ran, weakly uttering, "So, when I implored you to assist me in finding my sister, you had already resolved your intentions. How could that be?" Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "It has been over 20 days since the apocalypse began. The likelihood of your sister's survival diminishes with each passing moment. Why would I set my sights on a corpse?" Su Qingmei leaned feebly against Xiao Ran, realizing that he had long considered her to be as good as his own. Yet, could she refuse him? The harshness of reality loomed too large. Even if she felt fierce now, capable of taking down an adult male in a one-on-one confrontation. Who engages in such duels these days? Look at the group from Building 4. When have they ever acted alone? This community is no exception. What makes other areas any different? What if there are other superhumans lurking about? They could simply seize you. Only Xiao Ran discusses terms with you. Would others be so accommodating? If one must rely on another, is there a better option than Xiao Ran? First, he can provide the most favorable conditions for survival. Second, he at least appears to respect you, enticing rather than coercing you. It seems there is at least an illusion of choice, does it not? You have prevailed. She closed her eyes. Jiang Yuning observed from the sidelines, utterly unperturbed by the outcome. Which woman could possibly refuse Xiao Ran? None, unless she too possessed extraordinary abilities and the strength for self-reliance. Yet, such occurrences are rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Xiao Ran smiled, producing a bundle of clothing for her, saying, "Deliver this to your sister. Her previous attire has been discarded." "All right." Su Qingmei embraced the garments and made her way to the shower room on the first floor. Xiao Ran planted a gentle kiss on Jiang Yuning's cheek before ascending to the second floor. The sound of cascading water filled the air. Xiao Ran disrobed and stepped into the shower enclosure. "Ah, you naughty brother. How could you intrude at this moment? You nearly scared me to death," Zhou Junsu exclaimed, hastily draping a towel around herself. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "Your tea skills might be better suited for other women. I am indifferent to your rivalries, but spare me, for I have an aversion to green tea." Zhou Junsu immediately flashed a seductive smile, devoid of any semblance of modesty. "To be frank, do not play tricks in my presence." She continued, "First, you arrived in a vehicle. Given the current conditions, most cars would slide and crash into a wall. Yet you managed to drive here with poise. Just this vehicle alone ensures you have ample resources." Xiao Ran nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. "Secondly, I detected the scent of shampoo in Su Qingmei's hair. I initially assumed she had merely washed her hair, but to my surprise, she could also enjoy a hot shower. Even if it were just washing her hair, such indulgence in water is quite remarkable. Your powers of observation are impressively keen. Whoever dares to call you a mere decorative vase, I wholeheartedly disagree," he stated emphatically. "Is there a third party?" he inquired. "Indeed," Zhou Yunsu continued. "You came from the East Cafeteria, where a certain Yang Wenqi resides. After the cataclysm, he seems to have mutated, possessing abilities akin to Song Hui. Previously, he even clashed with Song Hui over the ownership of the convenience store, fostering animosity between them. Have you noticed the unevenness in the cafeteria? Those indentations were made by Yang Wenqi, who, from a distance, hurled stones. Upon entering through the main gate, you must have first visited the East Cafeteria to inquire. only to emerge with both the individual and the vehicle. Given Yang Wenqi's character, how could he refrain from seizing the vehicle? Thus, there is only one possibility. You eliminated Yang Wenqi. What a clever girl. Xiao Ran expressed his admiration, realizing she was not merely a decorative vase, but a talented individual capable of both intellect and charm. She's mine. Chapter 106. No worries about death. Xiao Ran was somewhat astonished, for Zhou Yunsu was, astonishingly, still a virgin. You find it puzzling, don't you? Zhou Yunsu said, wrapping her jade-like arms around him. With such allure, how could I possibly be untouched? Xiao Ran chuckled softly. No, I do not perceive you as alluring. Rather, I surmise that your tea skills are remarkable. The individuals around you are insufficient to capture your heart. You must possess higher aspirations, correct? Truly a good brother. Your insights are astute. Zhou Yunsu praised. I am no mere vase. I entered Su University through merit. Had my parents not wished for me to study closer to home, gaining admission to Nanda would have been a breeze with my academic record. Xiao Ran gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Although his grades were commendable, they were only sufficient for admission to Su University. A talented woman indeed. My relentless pursuit of knowledge is aimed at crafting the persona of an accomplished lady, as this may lead to an entry into a genuine affluent family. Zhou Junsu chuckled, indicating that my current dedication to my studies is not motivated by a desire to become a powerful woman earning my own income. Alas, when calamity struck, all plans turned to mere illusions. She expressed some regret, stating that had she known, she would not have exerted herself so tirelessly in her studies. In truth, she harbored a strong aversion to learning and preferred adventures instead. Xiao Ran smiled, finding it amusing that this woman, intent on marrying into wealth, maintained such an impeccable reputation. How she has simplified matters for herself. Xiao Ran found this quite entertaining. Allowing a scheming woman to enter their abode, along with Su Qingmei, Jiang Yuning, and herself, would undoubtedly create a captivating spectacle. Are there any forms of entertainment left? Watching the schemer confront the three women should be quite amusing. He assisted Zhou Junsu down the stairs. Observing their intimacy, anyone with a modicum of sense could surmise what had transpired upstairs. No wonder Xiao Ran chose to deliver the clothing himself. Yet, despite the various thoughts swirling in their minds, none of the three women had the standing to cast judgment, including Su Xinran, who had already received an analysis of the situation from Su Qingmei moments ago, along with two options presented to her. The first was to remain in the villa, which would necessitate becoming Xiao Ran's woman. The second was to leave this place. Should Su Xinran opt to depart, she would accompany her sister, regardless of the hardships that might follow, be it freezing, starving, or facing any misfortune. The sisters would bear it together. Naturally, Su Xinran's primary choice was to leave. In this modern era, it is rather perplexing to witness a multitude of women vying for the affection of a single man, with even sisters willing to share him. Yet, Su Qingmei imparted some grave realities to her. She spoke of the atrocities committed in Building 4, murders, cannibalism, and the profound misfortunes that befall women, who, before their untimely deaths, must endure unspeakable humiliations. Within the confines of the school, a semblance of order and morality might still prevail, a naive illusion exclusive to the students. Outside, however, it is a realm governed by the survival of the fittest. The jungle law. Su Xinran found herself momentarily paralyzed, needing time to ponder these revelations. Yet, witnessing the intimate camaraderie between Zhou Yunsu and Xiao Ran ignited her ire. The sight of a lavish spread laid out by Xiao Ran only intensified her turmoil. Over the past 20 days following the natural disaster, what had she subsisted on? Leftovers and cold dishes. Even so, they had to ration their food. When the toxic hail finally ceased, Song Hui ventured out to scavenge, returning only with cold bread and instant noodles. How long had it been since she had savored a warm meal, let alone such an opulent feast? Xiao Ran leaned close to Su Qingmei and whispered, "My provisions are reserved solely for my women. If your sister is unwilling to barter with me, then you shall take her place. Thus, after this meal, you owe me 4 days." What could Su Qingmei do but acquiesce with a nod? After all, one cannot fret over debts. She had resigned herself to her fate. Let us dine. The 5 of them took their seats at a table designed for 6, expandable to accommodate 10, ensuring there was no concern about fitting everyone comfortably. Xiao Ran had long since become accustomed to sumptuous feasts, dining with an air of nonchalance. However, for Su Qingmei and Zhou Yunsu, it was their inaugural experience, leaving them both astonished and elated. Particularly for Zhou Yunsu. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the decision she had made. This step was indeed fortuitous, a gamble that had paid off. Even though Jiang Yuning had not indulged in many exquisite meals, her demeanor scarcely surpassed that of Su Qimei and the others. Consequently, the dining table was enveloped in silence, save for the crisp sounds of chopsticks clinking against bowls. After the meal, Xiao Ran presented an array of fruits. The temperature in the room soared above 20 degrees, prompting the women to devour the fruits ravenously, soon breaking a light sweat. Coupled with the steaming chicken soup they had enjoyed, they felt pleasantly warm. Thus, the arrival of a platter of chilled fruit was nothing short of perfect, evoking emotions so profound that they felt on the verge of tears. Once they had finished, Xiao Ran arranged sleeping quarters for them. All 4 women retired to the second floor, each granted her own room, while Xiao Ran occupied the third floor. He could choose to spend the night in any room he desired. The dishes were effortlessly stored in a spatial dimension, eliminating the need for washing. Consequently, Xiao Ran allowed the 4 women to watch television. After more than an hour, he instructed them to retire for the night. Having already indulged in several extravagant escapades that day, he decided against any further activities that evening. With the door securely locked, only he possessed the means to open it. Chapter 107. A Bounty, Building 4 in Dire Straits. Additional update. That night, the inhabitants of Building 4 trembled with fear, gripped by a paralyzing dread. Was that a rocket? It had to be a rocket. Someone screamed in hysteria, incredulous at how that individual could possibly acquire a rocket launcher. Lu Yang remained remarkably composed, despite feeling a surge of fear. As the leader of the group, his panic would spell the disbandment of the team. He reasoned, that individual is able to venture outside. And you must understand, we have a stationed army in the mountainous region of Sioux City. Are you suggesting that Xiao Ran acquired a rocket launcher from the military? Sun Wentao interjected, nodding even before Lu Yang could respond. This indeed could elucidate how he came into possession of such a weapon. But did this individual truly leave a rocket launcher in his vehicle? The coincidence seemed far too convenient. They had just blocked the entrance, and Xiao Ran promptly produced a rocket launcher. Pistols, rifles, machine guns. Each weapon's name sent shivers through the crowd. What shall we do? Must we avoid Xiao Ran from now on? They lamented. Despite the fact that Xiao Ran resided in a splendid villa, replete with lights, heating, and the most beautiful women in the community, envy consumed them. Yet, the firepower he wielded instilled a profound sense of despair. The more they reflected on this, the more their frustration mounted. Han Yun, who they all dreamed of being with, was now exclusively at Xiao Ran's disposal, subject to his whims. The mere thought of such a scenario drove them to madness. Damn it, someone muttered in frustration. What shall we do? The group turned their gazes toward Lu Yang, who reached for a cigarette, only to find an empty pocket. The last cigarette had been consumed that morning. He could only pinch his chin and say, "Tonight, we shall first assault the other building. As for Xiao Ran, we will set that aside for now and devise a plan gradually." Faced with an adversary who likely possessed a submachine gun, and with his own side unarmed, how could they possibly engage? Ma Junkai remarked. The other buildings are not easy to contend with either. They have already fortified the stairwells and stationed guards there. We have no opportunity to clear the obstacles and charge in. Lu Yang, however, smiled and proposed 2 plans. First, we can attack from the outside. By stacking furniture and other items, it is not difficult to ascend to the second-floor window. The only drawback is the biting cold of the night, which poses a risk of frostbite if we linger too long. Everyone nodded slowly. Lu Yang's strategy was sound, albeit the frigid temperatures could prove perilous. The second option involves entering through the elevator shaft. Lu Yang continued thoughtfully. We will fill the elevator to the first floor, then set up a telescopic ladder. Once we pry open the elevator doors on the second floor, we can proceed without hindrance. Brilliant. Everyone nodded in agreement. Recognizing why Lu Yang held the esteemed position of leader, just look at how astute he is. All right. Let us make our preparations and commence our operation in half an hour. He added, those women have grown weary of the game. It is time to introduce some new players. Half an hour later, the team from Building 4 set out, stealthily infiltrating Building 5. However, after the 2 previous massacres in Building 4, every household had taken precautions, with at least each family armed with knives, clubs, and such. As the occupants of Building 5 were roused by the commotion, they quickly organized a counterattack that was surprisingly well coordinated. It is well known that the inhabitants of Building 4 are akin to beasts. Falling into their hands means either death or a fate worse than death. Consequently, Everyone is compelled to fight desperately. In contrast, does Building 4 have any reason to fight with the same fervor? Their duality of courage and fear leads to predictable outcomes. This unexpected raid culminated in the retreat of Building 4. However, both sides suffered significant casualties, with Building 5 bearing the brunt of the losses, having been ambushed first before organizing a counterattack, making their greater losses inevitable. Upon awakening, Xiao Ran was greeted by the commotion in the community, where everyone was animatedly discussing the recent events, filled with exhilaration. Previously, Building 4 had annihilated both Building 3 and Building 12, leaving an impression of terror and invincibility. But now, that myth of invulnerability has been shattered. The residents of Building 4 are mere mortals, lacking any extraordinary appendages. Thus, the defense battle waged by Building 5 last night was profoundly uplifting. Upon learning the details, Xiao Ran could not help but smile, thinking to himself that he would stoke the flames further. As his words resonated, the entire community erupted in cheers. It is essential to recognize that the residents of Building 4 have now become the common enemy of the community, with everyone eager to see them eradicated. Yet, without any tangible gain, who would wish to engage in battle with them? However, Xiao Ran's bounty has effectively addressed this issue of incentive. For every individual from Building 4 slain, one would receive 2 pounds of food and a bottle of clean water, 3 days' worth of sustenance. For the residents grappling with scarcity of food and clean water, what greater temptation could there be? Suddenly, the residents began to strategize by building, preparing to unite with those from other staircases to eliminate the occupants of Building 4. As for whether Xiao Ran would resort to underhanded tactics, it was evident that thus far, every bounty he had issued had been honored, never a mere promise without substance. Therefore, they resolved to confront Building 4. Everyone trembled with apprehension. After their skirmish with Building 5 yesterday, despite having the advantage of a surprise attack, they had ultimately been repelled. If even a single building could withstand them, how could the entire community possibly unite against such odds? What should they do? Anxiety gripped them as they turned to Lu Yang for guidance. Lu Yang cursed Xiao Ran inwardly. Had it not been for his boisterous shout, their group would not have found themselves in such dire straits. With Building 4 sealed off, they had relocated to Building 12 to avoid the necessity of climbing through windows each time they ventured out. The blockade of Building 4 left only the windows as a point of entry, easily defensible yet difficult to assault. Thus, as long as they held their ground at the windows, they would not fear even the entire populace of Sioux City converging upon them. After Lu Yang's analysis, the occupants of Building 4 nodded in agreement. However, a frantic individual burst through the door, pale as a ghost, exclaiming, "Boss, the others are already attacking." Chapter 108. The Encounter of 8 Women. A slightly awkward scene. Xiao Ran closed the door, sealing off the chill of the outside world while concealing both his achievements and reputation. Let them create chaos. Let them kill. The flames had already been stoked. It was time for the bullets to fly and see how it would all culminate. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. He opened the basement door, summoning Han Yun and the 4 women to the first floor. The 4 women had not basked in sunlight for many days, and prolonged absence from natural light could indeed lead to health issues, although they could not be classified as extraordinary due to their looks or perfect attributes. Their prolonged interaction had fostered a certain sentiment. Moreover, Xiao Ran had not yet grown weary of them. At least Han Yun and Wang Lilu were undeniably of exceptional beauty and physique. Given this, it would be unreasonable to confine them indefinitely in the basement. Now that the villa offered ample space, it seemed only fitting for them to reside above ground. However, any who dared disregard Xiao Ran's rules would be unceremoniously dismissed, regardless of their allure. Upon learning they could ascend to the upper floors, the 4 women, including Han Yun, were naturally elated. Yet, as they emerged from the basement, encountering Su Qimei and her companions, they were met with astonishment and awkwardness. What did their presence here imply regarding their relationship with Xiao Ran? It was evident. They were all part of the same circle. 8 women serving 1 man naturally led to an atmosphere thick with tension. Xiao Ran chuckled warmly and invited, "Come, let us have breakfast together." He made no effort to conceal the spread he was preparing, arranging a buffet at the bar. "Feel free to help yourselves. We have bread, noodles, and wontons." Additionally, he offered milk, yogurt, and coffee, mirroring the variety found in hotel breakfast buffets. Although Su Qimei and her companions had already experienced this feast the previous night, Han Yun and her group were encountering it for the first time. Their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Ran, almost as if he were a deity. "Please, eat," Xiao Ran encouraged with a smile. The relationships among the 8 women must be handled with care, at least appearing harmonious on the surface, while behind closed doors, rivalry and jealousy may abound. Once everyone has dined, Xiao Ran gently whispers something in Su Qingmei's ear, causing her to blush and rise to join him upstairs. Sister, Su Qingran calls out instinctively, fully aware of what is about to unfold. But could she intervene? On what grounds do they reside here? Not only Su Qingmei, but she too must fulfill her commitments. Otherwise, why would Xiao Ran support someone unrelated? Given the preciousness of rice in these times, let alone meat or seafood such as imperial crabs, even fellow ability users may not have the right to indulge. This world operates on fairness. One reaps rewards proportional to the effort invested, or one must pay a price commensurate with the benefits gained. No, the 6 women collectively shake their heads. Yet, merely opening a window reveals the sounds of intense combat and cries, indicating that casualties are inevitable, and it is certain that there have been deaths in Building 4. The residents of the community will likely convene post-battle to deliberate on the distribution of spoils, which explains the current absence of anyone seeking him for the bounty. I cannot afford to wait for you all here. Xiao Ran resolves to make another trip to Su University. He has come to the realization that he must continually grow stronger in this apocalyptic world. Thus, every ability user represents a potential source of power. Knowing of Song Hui's existence, how could he refrain from investigating? If given the chance, he intends to eliminate this individual and seize his abilities. Xiao Ran cast a glance at the women around him. Initially, he intended to bring along a companion. For should he absorb Song Hui's extraordinary abilities and find himself consumed by desire, would he truly rely on Fifth Miss? However, considering that this was Su University, a vast institution, it was improbable that he would lack for female company. Indeed, she must be of exceptional quality. The villa was neither too small nor excessively large. Accommodating a few more women would necessitate reorganizing the basement and perhaps even requiring 2 ladies to share a bed. A smile crept onto Xiao Ran's face. For the time being, the villa would suffice, yet the future remained uncertain. He would either cease to gather goddesses or seek a more spacious abode. But was there truly a better option than the villa at present? The women all nodded in agreement. Xiao Ran proceeded to the garage, climbed into his G-Class vehicle, and opened the garage door, slowly driving out before closing it behind him. Only once the door was completely shut did he accelerate. Safety was paramount. He could not allow anyone to intrude upon his home, especially with 6